Good evening. We are here and live from the Lima Major, and it is day 3 of the main event. That's right. I'm Sheep. I'll be your host this morning, and I'm joined by Sheep, Jenkins, and Fogged. Welcome to the panel, Fogged.
Hello.
I haven't had you on my panel all week so far.
Yep. Excited to be here.
Yeah.
Should be good games today.
I'm
Great games
sorry
today.
about.
Probably good at 12 hours of games again today.
I'm sorry about this.
Can't wait.
Why?
What you're about to experience.
What, just being next to you?
Yeah, there's a reason Purge is gone.
No, that makes
I'll
sense.
tell you that much.
He did ask me to step in.
It's
so.
us.
Yeah, maybe.
Yep.
At least
could
not
be.
me.
She won't.
Definitely not me.
Definitely
Easy,
not Sheep.
Easy.
I've never done anything wrong in my life.
Okay.
Sounds like
Anyway,
someone who's very guilty.
yeah, moving on.
Anyway, moving on. I want to talk about yesterday because yesterday you said, we might have another 12-hour day of games. It's because yesterday we did have 12-hour games. We had a lot of games going to a third game of the series. And the games were not short either. They were nice and back and forth, especially one in particular, but we'll get there. I want to start by talking about yesterday because we had a lot of eliminations happen yesterday, Sheep, and we started with seeing Tundra exit.
That was really sad. I mean, it was really close. There was so many close games. I think Tundra were not playing bad is the thing. I mean, a little bad. They had to get eliminated for a reason. But it's the kind of thing where you see that they're making good moves and it's just not working because they're sort of just getting outplayed. And
I think it depends on the game you look at too.
yeah.
Because like game 2, if I recall, like 9 got solo killed mid, and then game 1 we saw that he kind of had a lot of problems on like the Dragon Knight, like when he wasn't dodging like the Snapfire ult and stuff. So like it looked like he was very rattled, and even when the camera went to him, like it did look that way. But then he like popped off in game 2, and then game 3 was pretty good. But then Aster had this like crazy comeback. So like I honestly feel like in game 3 of this series, like both of the teams were playing really well. And if either of those teams were playing that well on game 1, it's a 2-0.
Yeah.
I'd have to agree. I mean, Aster has always been. I got to do a ton of China for DPC, so Aster has always been a really good comeback team. So I was watching this game and I'm just like, you can't make mistakes, no matter how far ahead you are versus them. I saw Aster come back from like 30k deficits.
Yeah.
I mean that series, it was like Aster Ares, and it was like some crazy crazy game in the DPC, but you can never write them off. Like they know when to take fights, they know when to hit hard, and yeah, you definitely can never really take out can never really be patient versus them, or like never really push too much patience to just like let them get space, because they'll punish you super hard.
And they're insanely patient too.
Yeah.
It's like they just sit on the high ground like waiting for the right opportunity. One guy farming, but they're so confident. It's like, okay, we have one guy that's top net worth. We're just going to put everything on him, and it's Monet. I mean, that's who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
It's Monet.
Yeah, but
And-
you got to shout out Baboka. I mean, that guy played absolutely nutty the entire series.
Yeah.
He was just like doing sick rotations. His Tiny in that game 3 especially was like, whoo, he was like doing defensive tossbacks when they were trying to play patiently, and then suddenly they just like switch gears completely, and suddenly he's getting all the right throwbacks. Bro, I love him. I love watching him play.
I love their offlaners, yeah. XXS and Baboka, those two, I don't know.
The bubbies.
There's something about them. They've got like what, 1,000 games plus together or something like that too. It's always
yeah,
a treat
they're
to
the
watch
most
them.
like by far.
I mean, there's nobody ever in the Dota 2 scene, I think, that is ever going to live up to that Bubby scenario.
No,
I think
no.
that's for absolute sure. Of course, we already know Aster's going to face EG. That was a blockbuster of a series. We had Team Spirit taking out PSG LGD, and we could take a look at where that brings us with the brackets, as we have got 3 teams eliminated, but you know that there's 4 series, 4 eliminations in first round. That means there's one left to be played. And that is Talon versus Hellraisers. And that will be our first series of today. And, it's been a while since we've seen, I would say, both of these teams, because, of course, Talon did play on Tuesday. Well, actually, it was technically Wednesday, but, but Hellraisers, we haven't seen since they played tiebreakers the other day, last Sunday, to even get a chance to compete in the Lima Major playoff bracket. So it's been a while. I'm looking forward to seeing what they have come up with, and looking forward to seeing both teams perform here on the main stage. And with Talon, let's start talking about them a little bit first, because we did see this team last Tuesday, Fogged, and they did lose 0-2 to Liquid, but they didn't look terrible.
No, I mean, Makoto popped off, right? I think his Ember Spirit was the one thing to look at, but their drafts are just so weird. I have such a hard time looking at Talon just because Jabs, which team last picks their off lane, right? Like, this just doesn't really happen in the meta right now.
And then goes Manta style first item.
Who plays Naga in the off lane
It's
too?
crazy. It is crazy. That I don't know if they're like next level, or if they're like being previous level, but they're just such good players that they're like making it work and like tricking themselves that they like need to do this stuff. It's so hard to get a read on them, which I suppose like could be an advantage for them, because then other people, you can't read yourself, maybe other people can't read you either. I don't know.
I mean, the thing is with Jabs is that he's like a captain from the offlane role, and in Southeast Asia especially, we usually see quite a lot of offlane captains, and he switched to the offlane role last year in that season of games, and he was always last picking his offlane. And he always would just have a really wide pool of heroes too, which was really weird, because when he switched, we were like, oh, he'll probably have a small pool, you know, nail it down, get good at the role. No, he would just pick up as many heroes as humanly possible, and now he's getting really weird and wacky with it. And
in a good way?
It does work, yeah.
Okay.
Like, he's honestly stepped up really well, and I also think his captainship has been really good for Talon, because previously they didn't have anyone that made shot calls or led them. So now Jabs is filling that role for them. It's giving them really good direction.
Yeah, Jabs, of course, one of 2 players to have ever played at all different roles at majors/TIs, together with Misery, if anybody was curious who the other one was. So very versatile, and I guess that very much shows still in his hero pool, and he basically keeps everything that he once learned under his wing. And Jenkins?
He joins the 20 Major Club.
20 Major Club!
That's what we're going to call it.
That's crazy.
The 20 Major Club. There's only 7 other players in Dota history that have this under their belt. Arteezy, Crit, Fly, Kaka, Ice Ice Ice, Puppy, Ramses. Obviously, a lot of these players are not here, so it's basically Shopify and Jabs.
Yeah.
So this is, Talon is a new team, new roster, you know, relatively speaking, in terms of the whole history of Dota, but they have some really good experience in terms of a few of their players to kind of like pump the newer guys up and, you know, help them in this environment.
Now, I mean, speaking of experience, we got to talk about the experience on the other team, because Solo has won 5 majors, which, you know, he might not have attended 20 yet, but he's won 5, which is, I think, Fogged, definitely as impressive.
Yeah, I wonder what his actual win rate at those majors are, right? Like, it's probably super high. He did also win, what, like 3 consecutive ones or something like that during that year when VP was just stomping stuff. Yeah, super high experience. One of the oldest player, I think you were saying before, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's really cool. I mean, it's great to see him that. I think he's been doing some interesting builds. I mean, he has a very set style how he likes to play. He's the only one who's doing like phase boot Undying every single game. I don't really get it, but whatever. If it works for him, cool, why not? They have a set style. I mean, that's the clearest thing that I could look at when I look at Hellraisers. Talon, all over the place. Drafts are very unpredictable. Hellraisers, they like their style and they like their certain heroes. They'll stick with their guns, stick with their, you know, brute techies, etc., stuff like that. Not to get into so much of those heroes, but the style of their play, it's very just ingrained in them.
This is an insane picture of Solo.
It's pretty good.
What is going on with him?
He is very happy. You never make fun of a person's smile. I heard that earlier this week already.
Avo told me that he was doing an interview with Hellraisers. He was asking Solo like how he thinks they'll do with the tournament. He's like, I don't give a shit, basically. Like they're just kind of like, they're glad to be here. Obviously they had some roster issues qualifying for the major with the Hawk, and then having some issues with him, and then he parts ways and getting Yuragi. But you know,
as a stand-in as well.
when you get as a stand-in, of course, but when you get a new player, even as a stand-in, especially when it's somebody who's like as tenured as Yuragi when it comes to standing in for teams, there is this like honeymoon period where, you know, they're just having a great time, picking techies every game, just having fun with it, and that like alleviation of pressure can definitely be an advantage, especially when you're playing on the main stage.
Definitely, indeed. It has been a nice road for Hellraisers. They've definitely done very well over the group stage, and we can't wait to see what they bring here on the main stage. But first, if we want to see some Dota, we need to get the players on that stage. Let's start off with getting on Talon. And here they come, Talon, taking the stage here this morning for an elimination best of 3. Of course, they have been on this stage earlier this week. It was actually a late night match for them, burning the midnight oil. They did go 0-2 against Liquid, but they have reason to be confident because that series definitely gave us confidence that they got what it takes to still go deeper into this tournament. The question is, will they live up to that expectation? Do we have them coming in as the favorite in the series?
Yeah, I do, for sure. I mean, they're very, like we were saying before, they're pretty unpredictable. And if we're looking at Hellraisers, a lot more predictable. So I feel like Sunby should have done his homework, should definitely take out some of those clear heroes that Hellraisers really likes to play. So yeah, I think they should have a clear advantage for me.
I think the heroes are still weird though, a little bit. Like if you look at Antares especially, even if you ban the techies, he's still playing other heroes like Bounty Hunter, Skyroth Mage.
Sure.
Not the most typical.
Not the most typical for sure, but if you want to talk about not typical heroes, there's another team that does not play heroes that other teams are playing. I mean, maybe a techies here and there, you know. I'm of course talking about Hellraisers. Let's get them on the stage as well. Hellraisers getting ready to join that stage indeed. They have not yet been on the main stage here. We last saw them on Sunday in the tiebreaker match where they were able to beat Geek Slate to secure their spot here on this main stage. And they're ready. The question is, that break that they've had, is that a good thing or a bad thing, Sheep? Do you have any thoughts on that? Because momentum, we talk so much about it. Can you keep that up after a break like that?
I'm not sure. Because it was like, they lost so many games in the group stage and it looked like they were set for relegation. And then they just made this massive comeback. And that's what momentum, I do believe, for a team, especially with a stand-in on the role as important as the carry, like that seems like it would have been really important for them to just get going. So I'm not sure how well the break would suit them.
Well, we're gonna find out and see also if because the environment changed, right? And when you look at this team, Hellraisers, they got 3, I believe, Jenkins, players that are playing at a major at the first time, let alone on a big stage like this for the first time.
That is true. At the start of this major, there were 22 first-time major attenders. 17 of those people are now eliminated. There are 5 remaining. 3 are on Hellraisers. 1 is on Talon. The other is Watson. So
that's really cool.
This is going to be an elimination match for a lot of our new players here. It's funny, we saw this at TI as well. In Dota, experience really does reign supreme. You see the percentage of major veterans going up as the eliminations happen, and I mean relative to the amount of people that are left. And it's in this tournament, it's gone from 24% to 14%. So we've almost lost half of them relative. So experience definitely trumps all.
Well, at least good news for Hellraisers. Again, they got experience in solo. I would imagine that that he will help keep the team cool, calm, and collected. And they got Yuragi. Yuragi also fogged an experienced player. And I do want to talk a little about him because he seems to slot in quite nicely in Hellraiser's lineup, even though he is a very different style of carry than the Hog is, for example.
Yeah, he gets a lot of space, though. They play super pressure heavy, right? That's why I think they go for that type of style, like these Broods and Techies and stuff like that. So he gets to kind of do his own thing in a lot of the games, at least from what I saw. He just gets to chill back. They make tons of space for him, and then he just joins in whenever he feels the need to. So definitely cool. They also have No Fear, right?
Yep.
So he also has a decent amount of experience for some years, so definitely going to be able to help pump up his boys. The young boys.
The young boys, the youngest team here at this major. We got the Prescott, who is now going under the name of Kiyotaka. You already heard that during the group stages, but just in case you are confused, that is the same person. And Miro, they're 18 and 19 respectively, so they're the youngest players here. And on the other side, on Talon, we got quite a bit of experience as well. Yes, there's a fresh face. Was it Mikoto that didn't have? Sorry, was it Q?
I think it's Q.
Yeah, Q that didn't have. Q, by the way, is, oh wait, no, that was Ollie. Damn it. He has his birthday on Sunday, Ollie. Wouldn't it be nice? You know, wouldn't it be nice? But they have a long way to go, though. They have a long road ahead of them. But yeah, for Talon, there is a lot of experience on their side because everybody is 20 plus. You know what? When I look at that list of names and ages. I would think 23 Savage. I've heard that name for so long now that I didn't consider him the youngest of the team. He's only 20.
Yep.
Some of these players started when they were very young, especially in SEA, right? It's probably one of the ones where you're like 6 years old, you come out of the womb, you're already like playing Dota, you're already born into those LAN cafes, so.
And he's already attended 5 majors. He's gotten third in one. I think it was with T1.
Yeah,
Isn't it crazy? Third place. Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty impressive. I'll say they have, of course, got Sunby as their coach. Speaking of experience,
he's very close to the 20 major club.
Yeah,
he's got 18 majors, and he's come first in 3 of them. That is
always Secret, I think.
With Secret,
yeah.
I actually feel really confident about the overall setup of Talon in this tour, because not only do they have Jabs coming in as a true leader, so they're no longer scattered in the way that they play, but he gets to draft with Sunby, who has experience, and they get to work together and do really well in that place. Also, Q is a Thai player who's, for the longest time, didn't really speak any English. Last year, he was playing in a primarily English-speaking team and was forced to try and learn the language, but now with the roster changes, he's now playing with 2 other Thai players, so they actually get to communicate in lane in his natural language. He feels much more confident, more comfortable. I think that's going to go a long way. And also, I really like them bringing in Ollie, who played in China for like 4 years. So you always speak to the C players because there's always a mishmash of the 2 regions, and it's like, oh, China's more disciplined, China does this, they're more structured. So bringing in a player who is now used to that structure to take that into the chaoticness of a C team, overall, I just love it.
Yeah, I mean, taking that experience from even just like a different group of players, even if it's not like another region. Like Saberlight talked about, he wanted to join Shopify specifically to get experience, not because he thought that like TSM or Shopify was a better team, but it's just about pulling that experience from somewhere and becoming a better player and making your like future teams better. And going back to what you said about like speaking a different language in the laning phase, we saw what that did for Secret and TI, right? It's like it is a little hectic when you're in, you know, a Discord or Vent or whatever the hell voice software you're using, and you're hearing all these people talking about shit that just doesn't matter to you, and being able to like zone that out is really nice.
As you always say, right? You got to have a bubby with you. So if they have the bubby in the lane speaking the same language,
it's true. It's true.
Recipe for success.
It's that synergy. It's that bubby synergy.
Yep.
The bubby synergy definitely there. And Talon is considered to be, correct me if I'm wrong, the most improved team in SCA. They obviously came 3rd in the DPC, but it was definitely an upwards trajectory.
For Talon, sorry?
Yeah, for Talon.
They self-admitted that they didn't take the DPC seriously at the start because they just thought they were better than everyone.
Okay.
So they didn't have to try. And then they got
most
slapped
improved
down.
attitude.
They got slapped down. They were like, oh shit, guys, we gotta actually do like proper preparation now. So yeah, they stopped taking it chill. They needed more discipline, and then just focused up.
Yeah, and we've seen that trajectory continue here at this major as well. They've been doing very well. Of course, they started in that upper bracket. I mean, it's unfortunate for them that they met Liquid there, who is considered to be the strongest, but they're still definitely a force to be reckoned with.
It's unfortunate that you meet up with them first, but it's also maybe a blessing in a way because you get that out of the way for now, and maybe you can learn so much from the games and bring it to the further ones. So, and Mikoto did it. They honestly almost won that second game at least. First game,
they did. Yeah.
Total nightmare.
Yeah.
Really weird kind of draft. At least I didn't like that off lane Nog at all. But they did almost end up winning versus Liquid in a later type of stage game too, with team fights constantly happening. And Liquid has clearly proven that they're the best team fighting team. So I think that's good information for them, and that should give them at least a little bit of bolstered confidence.
Yeah, it should give them bolstered confidence indeed. And on the other side, Hellraisers got something to go off of too, because Talon did. They pulled all this. They pulled everything out right for that game. So Hellraisers got a lot more data to go off of for coming into this match, and I want to dive into that a little bit deeper because of course we are hopefully soon going to get that draft underway as well. And we talked earlier, Sheep, that we had some unconventional picks on both sides. Yeah. You want to start with Talon and their Elder Titan, because I believe you wanted to question Fogged about this. Interrogate him, if you will.
Elder Titan, 30 minutes. Here we go.
Okay, first of all, how much time do we have? Because I want to hype up Talon one more time.
I don't have a timer yet, so you're free to go.
Okay, well, we'll just do Hellraisers for now. But I really like their drafts. I really like them picking out the techies. But the Elder Titan was weird to me. I mean, I don't understand the hero. Fogged, they're the only team running it.
And they shouldn't be.
My friend?
So there's a few reasons that you want to pick it. not like it used to be natural order, right? That was always the reason you pick it. You see Morph, you see Terrorblade, these type of heroes, you can just crush them because of that damage. You amp up everybody. But lately, it's more about counterpicking like these Enigmas, Nature's Prophets, and stuff like that. Because in the lane, you get this crazy bonus damage. The other reasoning would be to amp up magic damage. Because usually when I see them picking it, they have some type of crazy type of like puck, some type of magic damage, very heavily oriented draft with that. Besides that, I have no idea. Because nobody else is playing it. I really think the hero is extremely weak right now.
You know what, though? Yuragi.
Yes.
Yuragi.
What about him?
Yes.
I'm realizing he's on the same team.
What?
You're saying Hellraisers picks ET.
Were you thinking
No.
of his more?
Talon picks
Talon picks ET.
Okay, well, Yuragi plays Agi heroes. So he's been playing Morphling, Terrorblade every single tournament.
Could be a possibility.
Yeah.
Could be. It doesn't work as well as it used to, though. It's like, I don't know.
I don't understand the hero at all, and anytime it comes into the meta, I'm very confused. I feel like that's a hero you need to have like 100 games on to like truly understand it. That is like one of the biggest freak heroes in Dota.
Yep.
It's like that and like Dark Willow. Like there's a couple more of them.
And Techies.
And Techies.
Yeah, Techies is one. I mean, I can understand why people pick Techies. Like Antares also picks Skywrath Mage.
Yeah.
Like these are supports that can solo kill cores.
Yeah.
It's the same people that play Hoodwink as well. They just want to be able to like run around to like insta-kill somebody. Techies is just, it's the hardest, most stylish hero to do it on. You have to lay all your mines like perfectly in like a Venn diagram.
You have to know how to do it. You have to have practiced how to drop the triple mines and stuff like that. But they're what I call them is like the Giga aggro heroes.
Yeah.
Like there's not really many heroes that are just straight aggression with like limited disable. Skywrath and Techies hit that perfectly.
Yeah.
So
I love his Techies. It was his most played hero in the DPC, most played hero in the group stage, most played professional hero for him in general. He's very comfortable. You can tell when someone's really good at a hero because they switch their skill builds and item builds up every single game. We've seen him go like this Boots of Bearing build. We've seen him just go 4-staffs and stuff. He sometimes goes the Taser at level 2, but other times he also just maxes his nukes and stuff.
Yeah.
He doesn't go the Taser at all. That's how you know someone knows their shit.
I love when I see people not just cookie cutter stuff. I think that's one of my favorite things in Dota. It's when it's like, oh, I go Arcane Boot Mech. I'm a robot, you know. I have to do this. I like when it's just like, oh, I got a double kill in lane, queuing up the Wraith bands. Let's go, baby. You know,
I think Dota's the type of game where like there's like a few heroes and a few items that you can't ignore.
Yeah.
But then outside of those, like as long as you have those on your team and like people able to play the heroes, then you can pretty much play anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like as long as you know what to do in certain scenarios. I'm going to devolve this into a Pudge talk. For example, I actually think Pudge is a really good counter to Lifestealer. And anybody who is not good at Pudge will disagree with that. But once you have a Ghost Scepter plus Dismember, you are immune to him or disabling him for the exact duration of Rage. And then you've HP regen reduction when you get the Aghanim Scepter. You actually destroy Lifestealer.
I feel like this whole panel feels now like a setup for you to promote Pudge.
All I'm saying...
Pretty much what you're saying is whichever hero is more ahead is better versus each other.
No. I'm saying you can have whatever items on Lifestealer. I have complete immunity to you.
What about Nullifier?
Whoa. If your Lifestealer is rushing a Nullifier, I think you have other problems.
Relax.
Holy shit.
You need to chill, all right? You got your ET freak shit in. Let me talk about Pudge.
No, you can't talk about Pudge.
But I agree. I totally agree with what you're saying. I think the more diverse item builds you do on a hero, the more it works out, the more you are good at that hero.
It's hype.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Now I'm going to change the topic completely.
Okay.
My boy 23 Savage.
Yes.
This guy was the first player to hit 13k MMR in Dota 2. Not only that, but last year during DPC Tour 3 before TI, he played Lina safe lane, which may have been one of the first showings of it. Not only that, but he was playing Doom safe lane quite often, which set a meta. Other people started playing it too. I think he is a player who is... Sometimes comments make me think he's overrated, but I feel like he's more underrated. This guy is legit as hell.
As long as he has a successful lane, that's what I've seen. Talon runs into a lot of struggles if their top lane, I say top lane, sorry, safe lane ends up going poorly, which I have seen a lot of games. Like sometimes they just both die, and then it's like, well, they just lost the game. Like, what the hell is going on? So if he's able to get off the floor, which most of the games he does, he's a pretty good carry player. I wouldn't call him the most consistent by any means, but he has a pretty high ceiling.
I feel like that's how laning is right now, actually. It's like, it's so easy to just lose both of your heroes in a side lane or get like solo kill mid. And like the game just feels over.
Yeah.
It's so hard to play right now. Like just based on the heroes that are popular, there's always like a ranged carry. Some like Nature's Prophet that will just run down your towers, or like a Death Prophet mid that'll run down all of your towers and you cannot farm.
Playing carry right now, honestly, is people probably look and they're like, oh, it's so easy. You just play Lina, Nature's Problem. So, but the popularity of 4-staff, I think, has actually made carry really difficult. So I always give a lot of credit to these type of carry players because it's like there's like 4-4-staffs every single game.
Yeah,
it feels like. And
legit four
you
of
hit
them,
somebody
yeah,
and it's
yeah.
just like just
four on the
completely
same
four.
team.
Right, and then they're Greaves as well.
Yes.
So there's that little bit of extra time to force them out.
And you're playing versus like Enigma half the games too, so it's just like, all right, well, they're denying half the creeps, can't pressure them properly. Yeah, I give a lot of respect to a lot of carry players right now, even though I absolutely detest carry
Other
players.
than the Lina players, I will agree.
Well, I
agree.
hate Lina players.
Yeah.
But everybody and their mother is a Lina player in this current patch.
And I
Including
hate
both
them
of
all.
these guys.
I
Yeah.
hate them all. Know how to play Lina?
I mean, there's a pretty big difference though between how they're playing these two different safe lanes on each team.
Yeah.
I think Yuragi has been playing a very standard carry this tournament so far, and they've been playing solo on a lot of different heroes, whereas Talon have more of an idea of like their 5 is usually a Healy support type or like body for 23, and he plays, I mean, weird heroes. He's played some Bristleback, some Wraith King, like very out of meta stuff, and that's just that team in general, but I think not Yuragi, but Hellraisers in general is sticking more to the meta on their carry.
You're right. Like in that, it should technically be an advantage to Talon that they. Okay, to me, when I see Hellraisers picking Yuragi, these like really typical like 1v5 farm-heavy carries like Terrorblade, Morphling, or whatever, that to me says they have a stand-in. They just want to play us 4. They want him they'll just do 4 protect 1, and then eventually he's Yuragi, he'll carry them. So it should, in my opinion, be an advantage for Talon that they can do more team play oriented stuff, but it is also easier to execute the 4 protect 1 carry style, and it's easier because they're trying to make it easier, right? So yeah, we'll see. If Talon is having like a really good day, then they should technically have an advantage.
So based on that, because I would like to talk a little bit about what type of game we can expect, what the playstyle will be from both teams, but you're saying that there will be, for Talon, mostly team fight oriented. Their gameplay will be mostly team fight oriented. Like, you know, if there's going to be someone with a Mag Enigma, it's going to be them, basically. Is that something you're expecting from Hellraisers as well? Because how are they going to answer that?
I mean, sure. Like, I think Hellraisers is more likely to pick heroes that can like skirmish together as like a clump of like 4, or you know, or like maybe 3 heroes and then like the mid laner joins in later or whatever. Whereas like you're going to see like 23 playing, you know, like the Faceless Void. He's actually been Faceless Void in a lot of games, like Monkey King. I think Talon is more likely to pick like heavier team fight, but also more like heavy team fight synergy with their carry as well.
Yeah, I think Talon's going to be a bit slower, in my opinion, which I think for them, it benefits them. I think they're better when they're able to play a bit slower, at least everybody except Mikoto. Mikoto, very fast player. He's usually that big space maker. But Hellraisers, super aggressive team. They really like to put the pressure on. They invade. They like to take towers early, as we mentioned a million times, flexing the Broodmother, playing it in mid lane, playing it in off lane. So a little bit of a dynamic there that's kind of opposing each other. So I'm interested to see how it's, like I said, I favor Talon a little bit just because I think that they're better once those games do get slowed down, but I could see a world where Hellraiser just doesn't let them get to those points. So
Now, while we're ready to, or almost ready to get into the action here, of course, you know, we want to get a little bit more excited for the day, and what better way to do that is by looking at everything that happened yesterday.
Del draft con todos ustedes, esto es Tundra en contra de Aster, juego número 1.
I mean, this pretty much means Aster needs to get really good usage out of their basic spells, and they're not going to get their Skater. He's already picked it up. XXN's full retreat. XWY is going to try and stall him out here, but he went into the smoke drain, and now he's going to be lassoed. They turn around, quickly kill him. The overgrowth is not going to be enough to save him. They get the black hole out of the...
Vamos a ver la parte de abajo, Saxa de nuevo, todos hacia atrás. Mientras tanto, Wukong Command escapará, ¿no? El daño de la templa, Misivo utilizado. Vamos, se trae Saxa, haciendo los plays. Vamos a ver si escapa. No te creo, Saxa. Va a seguir peleando. Cuidado, Saxa de nuevo, señores. Esta jugada que hace todo todo para que llegue el play, que está haciendo Double Run. Va a morir aquí entonces este Tiny. Muy bueno el trabajo de Saxa.
Saxa blinking in, Boundless Strike. Oh, jumped into the trees before the toss back. He's going to turn around, but he's been silenced up. And XWY now blows it up, and now he's dead. 2 heroes dead with no buyback, and they spotted 33 in the trees.
Fighting Satanic.
Skater now, the black hole to help finish him off, but Monet waving goodbye to Tundra as they're going to be heading to the airport. Aster.
Para la primera partida de esta serie de infarto, la serie que va a hacer temblar el Perú, tenemos Pisco contra
acaba de colocar Sacred, Splitter, conecta con Reina, City Chain, el Layer Fist, algo por favor, dale algo, el Focus Stream lo acaban de atrapar, utilizando el Creepy Swap, nuevamente para Reina, se termina J-Lo, Whisper está a su lado, falla el Splitter todavía con el Power Count haciendo lo suyo, de momento con Nabu y consiguen ahuyentar al escuadro de Viscos.
I think you can also see the Death Prophet ult in the fog, so that definitely helps out.
There's the blood right now. What's going to happen? They killed Panda. C-Small thinks that Yosinder's fine with the RP, collects them again. Nictor's just starting to wail on them. Goodbye to the DP. They collect their toys. They need the cores. Pakas is down. That's only his first life, though. Ictor is waiting for the second one. Don't get distracted, Ictor. Don't go for Whisper. They know they need this kill because the smoke screen, it's impossible. And that will actually save their carry.
Ola empieza a tener complicaciones en el tema de presión de línea.
Se ve la cascada de Tier 4. Aprieta. El equipo de Medellín se va a fortificación, amigo mío. Va por la segunda Tier 4.
10 segundos.
Shawai no. Dulcenter tiene que defender el Splitter. Llega el Silence otra vez. No hay nada que hacer.
Se lanzó solo.
Al final va por
compra tiempo.
Prende la cabeza y continúa la batalla de Blue.
No, aquí se va a terminar, señores. Van directamente por el centro. No se lo puedo creer. El Virgil, no se lo creo, señores. No, va a terminar por la partida. Termina por llevarse de encuentro, señores. Se acabó.
We haven't seen an opportunity where Mira has been able to find it. And he was very high level early game.
Well, he is going to bear witness now to the death of Maposhka, although he is... Okay, yeah, they got the Starbreaker now, and it's enough, but Collapse pulls back a couple, LSA to follow, pretty good stuns there, the overgrowth, but the RP, he pulls him out of it, and the Mira damage, it's insane! The stun is there, they're all falling down, but still gets this, Rubik tries to turn it back against them, and Laurel does manage to get out.
No sé si le pillaran justo en este momento la típica de que te matan antes, pero ahí en el silencio están serios problemas ahora mismo, va a rebotar en una zona muy buena el Pangolier, aunque tendrían que esperar, no, lo matan justo cuando se iba a acabar. Ahora es mirar y quién aparece por aquí con la BKB, va a estrenarla el señor Shiro, el multishot de zapatos para darle daño, cuidado que lo dejan Manil, que bien se escapa, no 106, la bola de nieve, el Warlock Punch lo levanta, intenta escaparse, bueno, de Shiro, perseguido prácticamente por todos, los ahí le cae, vemos las rentaciones a Bravo con herida, la buena jugada de Spirit que vuelve a despertar al público de Lima.
Arl off to the side, Mira with the arrow, throws it out, connects on Shiro, hits him to the side, Gus back, getting everybody off of Drow's face, as Planet's soon to die as well. They don't have the answers. Spirit, they got all of them.
I think they go for the end. They might just push forward here. Yatoro walking up to high ground. They can probably go for mega creeps if they'd like to. A beautiful fight. Great buyback from Collapse just in case of things. That's it. They call it.
GG is called. Team Spirit are going to move on in this game. An absolutely fabulous series. They end the day off. Will eliminate LGD again.
Back and ready for some Dota 2. That's right, Hellraiser's Talon, and it should be a great one. It should be a good one. We can't wait to see what happens with Talon, how they adapted from their loss, with Hellraisers, how they dealt with their 3 days off. Final words before we head into this match, Sheep.
Me and Jenkins think that it's going to be really cool. Talon need to just get a good lost pick Jabs hero and make it work. And Hellraisers, I want to see some techies. And Jenkins also wants to see some techies.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay. This is great. I'm very happy with all the points you guys have prepared, but you do know that them being fast means it is about that time. Indeed, it is time for game 1 of this best of 3 series, so let's head into the draft.
Hello and welcome to draft number 1 of the day. Hellraisers versus Talon starting on time today. Hellraisers is a team that managed to make it through the group stages in surprise fashion. Most people actually counted them out, especially after the Hawk issue. Talon, a team that did really well in the group stages, unfortunately got dropped down. Winter, are you still a believer in my SEA brothers?
Yeah, I think they have a very good shot here. HR has been improving a lot. I feel like towards the end of the group stages, they really showed that they are able to put some drafts, very weird drafts together. The team is coming together better with Yuragi. And yeah, they're on the rise for sure.
Okay. Fogged, the counterpart, does Hellraisers have strong chances here? Yuragi, great stand-in.
I have Talon favored.
Okay.
I think HR has chances if the games don't go too late.
Okay.
I like them when they're able to pressure and like put teams down and then get an advantage and play off of that. But I think Talon, they're an experienced team. When games get to like the shitfest, pretty much, it's an SEA special, right? So I think if they're able to like slow the pace of the game down, go later, I favor Talon quite heavily. But if HR is able to set tempo, which they do tend to do a lot of times with like Techies, Skywrath, you know, all this like very early aggression, then they could probably take it before Talon's able to get online. But we'll see. I think it's all depending on these drafts very early.
Sure. Winter, when you talk about these teams like Hellraisers, right, not as experienced players for the most part, except for solo, right? You have a stand-in. It's difficult for these guys to ever practice the late game to the minutia that you need for this kind of tournament, right?
You can't exactly practice and get ready for the late game. Late game, there's too many factors that you can't really control. It's more about like the team trusting each other, making decisions based on whatever you feel like in the game. But I think Solo is a very, very good captain. He's going to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, there's a good history to Solo in an interview that I think we'll see later. He talks about the fact that he feels bad. He feels like he was bad for a couple of years, and he feels like he's hitting the cusp now again because of these teammates. They also have a really strong mid laner in Depressed Kid.
Yeah, they're an interesting team, right? Because they have the oldest player and then they have the youngest player on the team, right? They have literally like a 32-year-old on Solo and then like 18-year-olds being played as well too. So it's definitely a really interesting kind of dynamic coming out with them. Quick opener here, a very interesting one. They're actually picking the Puck and the Lina right off the bat, so we have 2 cores already revealed. And Hellraisers, they're going back to the Magnus. We're seeing it more and more, I feel like. I'm actually a big fan of seeing it. Of course, it was Collapse who played it yesterday, so makes you a big fan immediately when you're able to see him play that. But it seems like a cool response if you're able to go for those type of later stages and find these super carries that maybe we'll be able to match up versus Lina.
Yeah, that's something I've seen quite a bit during the DPC in the Europe section, where when you first pick Lina, they have this response, Rubik Magnus, where you try to reposition the Lina in the team fights. Rubik, you can steal the stun. That's really, really nice for you. Magnus is you just have RP and then you get the Lina into your team's reach and you just kill her. And Talon's doing this Puck like 2 core opening. I'm usually not a fan of like picking both of your cores right away, but they're using the ban. You have to use the bans very well. Like here, you have to ban the heroes that can deal with Lina and Puck. They've removed TA. T is great for that. Drow as well.
It's interesting though how they like really moved it up in priority, because it's like they can really shut down Puck a lot. And when Puck lately when Puck's able to have a good game, it pops off, right? But if you actually are playing versus these tons of disables, tons of little controls and everything like that, even versus a lot of heal, it can be really disruptive. So I'm always worried when I do see the opening Puck, because the lane has also gotten a lot weaker as it compared to what it used to be, where it was literally just like Puck wins every single matchup, got nerfed heavily. So sometimes I'm just like, this Puck just never gets off the floor, and then there's just overwhelming damage, and this hero's super squishy, super fragile.
Yeah. The classic answer to Puck has always been the 2 Hexers, right? They're out of the meta, but Rubik still has that instant stun into telekinesis.
Yeah, and he has amazing spells he can always steal. It's like, phase shift sucks, but everything else is great if you're able to get it. Waning Rift is insane if you get it on Rubik. The silence duration's absurd, the distance you're able to cast it, so. Yeah, I always like Rubik versus Puck personally, but can't go both ways. Because then you just, now what Puck has to do is you just emphasize jumping the Rubik every single team fight, right? So that's probably why they did want it, and that's the protection that they're looking for to give the Lina.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people are hating on the Elder Titan that Talon is the only team using it, but I feel like Elder Titan can be something that's really useful here. You have the Puck to abuse the aura, the magic damage, and in the team fights it's pretty decent against the RP initiations. And you can be the body in the lane for the Lina. Like normally people go for the tree and the Undying. Those heroes are much more stable in the game, even though Elder Titan fits kind of the same criteria, but you have to play the laning phase very well.
All about playing lane well. I don't know, I'm big ET player, not a fan of the hero right now, but when you do have overwhelming magic damage, it looks like it can work. And something we were talking about on the panel beforehand is Hellraisers, Yuragi does like to play a lot of those super carries, his Morphlings, his Terrorblades, his Spectres and stuff like that. So that's where ET, the aura is not really what you play around in the physical aspect anymore. It's usually more about the magical, but you can see where it could, those BKBs start whittling down if he's able to get on top of them. And I think we got to see, honestly, I think Ollie did have one of those games where he had like Mask of Madness Aghanims and stuff like that, even as a 5 position. So there is potential for sure. So that's, could be cool. I like it with Puck, because you just sit in the back. That's a dream as ET when you're able to do that.
And even if you don't play around the physical aspect of the aura, just the magical multiplication against Agi heroes, that's already good enough.
Absolutely.
As we get the last bands here. I am curious, though, Winter, Talon, how do they continue their draft now that you've picked the 2 cores? Do you just pick the 2 supports and leave the last core for last pick? What's the logic here?
I think I would leave Jab's hero to last. You need cores that are like front line right now, because Talon, that they don't really have like front line mid shields.
Sure.
Yeah, so
he's the key to them as well very often. Jabs is what leads this team to victory.
Yeah, and sometimes I feel like they leave his hero to last, but he tends to become very greedy. Like there was one game during the group stage, he picked Slada against Lifestealer. Like if you think about the matchup, the lane matchup is great for the Slada, but it wasn't what the team's draft need. I feel like they have to pay attention to that and be very mindful of having like a very balanced setup. And we haven't really seen the techies. Okay, the techies is here.
Nice.
Okay. So Rubik, techies, Magnus. That's a classic thing that HR has been doing during the group stages.
Solo techies.
So but that probably means that it's Antares paired with Miro in the off lane, right? So it's not going to be the double repositioning at the least, where we've seen that be very successful sometimes in the lane. It's still an aggressive lane. It's a lot of magic damage that comes out from these two, so pretty interesting.
Yeah, and you talk about how he actually takes his W at the lane, Q and W, so the disarm, which works really well during the laning phase, and he's the only techies player that does that. Most people just go for the suicide.
Okay, wow. The tree kind of expected. I didn't really want to see the ET. I could see the potential for it, but much better just having this tree versus Magnus. I think it just, honestly, living armor, when you're playing versus like probably an empowered melee core or something like that, it feels just way too valuable. BKB piercing disable, etc. So, and it looks like they are leaving Jabs his last pick. I would like something like a Tidehunter for him this game. I know it's very like team fight heavy, but when you're playing versus Magnus, having that counter versus it is always really nice. And Jabs, I think he has played at this tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Tide is like definitely a good solution towards Magnus. Like when you are in this matchup, Tide against Magnus, nobody wants to be the person that starts the fight first, because the person who just waits usually would get a much better initiation. So it does put a lot of pressure on Magnus in that regard. And in the game itself, because you're going to be empowering a melee carry, and Tide is usually very good against a melee carry in the lane. So yeah, that's a very good solution towards what HR has right now.
The lane maybe could be a bit weird because he's got a tiny, but sometimes Tidehunter is just able to stand his ground and tiny just leaves, and then you just pull. Yeah.
Just pull the creep wave, you'll be fine.
Whoa. Okay.
What? Where's this OD going?
Mid? That has to be mid.
It has to be mid OD.
This is a very...
why?
Is it a good Puck matchup?
No, I actually really like when you're playing with like silences and stuff like that. Maybe it's to deal with living armor, have something to pierce. They have this save as well too that could be kind of cool, but I don't really.
But it's very weird, right? It doesn't really work well with what Talon has right now. I feel like OD, you want to pick OD in a situation where there's a lot of very tanky melee cores.
Yeah, that's a very... Because you're not going to reach this Lina. It's quite difficult. They do have the repositioning, like you were talking about before, of course, but that's a weird pick for me.
Is carry OD completely out of the question? With how some mid laners have been playing that situation, he's a ranged hero. You have seen the Witchblade build. Because I agree, the puck matchup is weird. Why would you pick it into that particularly?
Not sure. I mean, maybe Hellraisers just has some type of different idea coming in today, but that would be really weird with Magnus also too. It's just you have no real benefit. Like,
that's also a good.
Like you do pure
point.
damage, and then it's like, let me give you an empower to give you like 30 damage.
I mean, maybe it's just they want a hero that can deal damage, RP, and then instant you drop the hammer. There's a lot of damage there.
Yeah,
I'm not very sure why.
Sure.
I mean,
you have a setup for the blast off now.
We'll just have to wait and see. You know, I'm sure they have a very, very unique plan of their own, and I feel like Talon is not going to be too worried. They're going to just focus on their own direction. They're going to be... They need like a team fight hero. I mean, in the past, they've really liked Keeper of the Light as like a finishing draft. But I don't think it's going to be very good here. They definitely still need a very heavy frontline hero that can absorb a lot of the attention during the team fights, tank up, allow the Lina to do her thing in the fights.
Maybe because they think that I mean, this is like... reaching it. Maybe it's because they think the Tide's coming, so they want the OD to be able to kill Tide and stuff. I don't know. I mean, this is a really curious pick to me. The lane won't be that bad, though, right? OD versus Puck, OD should do just fine, but in mid-game, the silence is really problematic. And getting on top of OD, that feels terrible. Whenever OD gets jumped, it's really, really sad, so...
No, maybe you're onto something here. So they feel like they look at the draft, right? So Talon's going to need like a very tanky offlaner. So we're going to just pick the OD there to discourage that. Or they feel like Talon doesn't really have a choice, you know, they have to pick that hero no matter what. So they're going to pick the OD to answer to that.
Look at all the carry bans. Yuragi, I mean, massive hero pool that we've seen at this tournament, of course, but maybe some limited options.
These carry bans, though, do indicate, these last two particularly, Tide Hunter is clearly an option for
I'm looking at Tide. Yeah, I mean, that's at least the clearest one for me when you're playing versus Max. I think Hellraisers would probably see that too, right? Solo, super experienced. So this could be an interesting OD pick to try to maybe counter it. This is interesting.
Yeah,
I mean, let's see.
Let's see if they do go for the Tide. What other options do we have here, Winter, for jabs here? What can take over the game?
I mean, Mars is a similar hero in that way, but he doesn't do the Tide job as well. Yeah. I mean, there's still Pangolier, right? But I'm not
I haven't seen offlane Pango in a while. Jabs is not particularly a
that's
star offlane Pango.
That's like sacred, I think, only.
I mean,
right?
unless they want to...
that's true, actually.
Unless they want to change the puck to the offlane, you know. In the past, he does play puck before.
Yeah, because Jabs used to be a mid laner, of course. Oh,
Snapfire.
So they take one from Aster, huh?
Yeah. So they will have that like range pairing with the Tiny at least.
Yeah, the lane's very strong. It gives them a lot of damage during the team fights. The root plus the coil, so you can land a lot of multiple skills during that. You have the aura carrier, and I feel like Snapfire is a very good off lane when you don't know the lane matchup, because she generally does okay in most matchups. So yeah, I think I really like the direction they're going in.
And it is maybe like it's a repositioning tool itself too, right? Like there's a Magnus and a Rubik. Cookie and Toss. Now they do have ways to at least counter the repositioning to maybe put their Lina back into a cool position.
Right.
Could be kind of interesting. Yuragi, they'll get a Slark, much more of a safer kind of pick here. Could be a bit of a risk, but I mean, it looks like a pretty decent Slark game. Lane might be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, lane's going to be hard.
Overall game looks like it could be decent. I'm just, question mark about the OD.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be utilized for anything particularly. The Snapfire doesn't make him look that good either.
Yeah.
At least the Slark can carry the game kind of solo this game, it seems like. Is there a moment where he just can't deal with Alina anymore, or is the Depth Shroud Shadow Dance good enough for the most part?
He's got a lot of ways to jump with this team, right? They have now a lot of reach. Slark, Techies, Mag, all these heroes do jump into the backlines kind of easy. So, I mean, they have the reach to get on Lina. So if they're able to keep up with farm, which maybe they can with the Magnus, could maybe work. I mean, they're going for a bit of a later type style, though, which I actually didn't really prefer for Hellraisers. I wanted them to be the ones that are putting pressure on and looking to take towers. They don't have any tower pressure, and they're playing versus Tree Protector, which always is a bit of a concern for me.
I think the story of the game is going to be whether Hellraisers can survive the early game, because they have the much greedier lineup, and Talon has a much more aggressive early game lineup. If they can do that, I feel like they have a very good shot in the late game with the Magnus and the Slark.
Yeah. Okay. Do we trust Hellraiser's ability in the late game overall, though, Winter? Is that, do you think the draft is good enough to justify the fact they're still growing as a team?
I mean, I don't understand the OD pick, but overall, I feel like based on the last couple of series that I watched them, I feel like they are definitely getting better. And even in the late game scenarios, they're less panicky, they're more calm, and I feel like they'll be able to do it.
There's some hope from our SDA resident, so if he hopes that Hellraisers can do it, maybe it just might happen. And for this wonderful matchup, we have the best pair of casters for South America is Lacoste and Gareth.
Thank you, Alva. Yes, here we are. Talon sees last hope, sandwiched in between two Eastern European teams, as of course Hellraisers now and potentially Spirit down the line. I am a big fan of their draft. Meta and signature heroes, Lacoste.
Yeah, pretty much. Very easy to execute that draft coming out from Talon. No messing around. Looking at Hellraiser's draft, it's a bit more wonky, I would say. I gotta agree with the panel. This OD pick
looks weird on paper.
But we'll see how it's gonna look in Dota. So that's gonna be, mid OD against Puck. He has a decent lane, but I'm a little afraid for the game once you start playing into Tiny, into Snapfire. A lot of stuns, a lot of control coming out from these heroes. A lot of magic burst damage. They do have saves. Like, they also have a lot of repositioning tools on Hellraisers. You have Skewer, you have Rubik's Lift, so that's going to be a thing to look out for on side of Talon. Toss, of course, always going to be something to play off, and I'm a little worried for Hellraisers how the early game is going to go, because these heroes don't really put much pressure. Rubik 5, you have Techies. Techies is a 15-minute hero. Same goes for Ricky.
Right.
OD, if he's has a bit of a slow start to the game, it's also mag slug. Like, these heroes don't really do much at the early stages of the game. So looking at the mid-late game, this is the timing for Hellraisers.
Get Slark big, get that OD big. On Talon's side, we've seen Makoto's Puck. I think he's the winningest hero for them. Sat around 87% win rate, like 6 games out of 7. Looking incredibly hot, and Lina is no exception to this rule of big meta heroes look strong. Get yourselves some of these saves with that living armor and the tossbacks, things like that. But thinking about how fights will happen once we get into that 15, 20, 25-minute period of the game, it feels often that OD wants a long, drawn-out fight. Get some stacks up, slam down with the Sandy's Eclipse, but against a Puck, against a tree, against this Tiny...
It's a lot of burst damage. Like, they can get in, delete one hero quickly, but on the other side, as you said, Hellraisers, they want to play these fights for a long time. Slark getting in and out multiple times, maybe Techies getting a second blast off, and multiple Astral Imprisonment, either save, build up that damage.
Yeah, whereas you're looking at Talon, it's like Overgrowth, Mortimer's Kisses, Dream Coil, tons of control, and that snap damage to come in clutch. But of course, lanes very important, as we've seen throughout the major. If you get your lanes up and running, it can be very, very difficult for your opponents to catch up. You lose your safe lane tier 1, the jungle gets opened up, and that's where heroes like Snapfire and Puck can really pivot into aggressive positions and look for early pickoffs.
Yeah, also, they do have Lina. Lina as a hero is one of those that you're not going to wait for second Roshan. If you find the opportunity, if you find opening, you could go for finish with first agent, something that doesn't happen. Usually we see, because second Roshan is the most valuable one in terms of, like, because the game's average game time so far has been around 37, 38 minutes, and this is where you kill second Roshan and try to end the game with it.
Yeah, something we've seen a lot from Entity, right? The Katomi Tiny is that just ability to blink up into enemy high ground, toss someone back. And quite often you're not holding buyback 15, 20 minutes into the game. When you get that first Roshan, you're thinking, okay, I'll buy my big item, I'll finish a BKB, I'll finish a 4-stab. You don't have that buyback, you're dead for 35 seconds. And you're right, Lina, just this howitzer to take down buildings very quickly. And there she is. The woman herself and
I can't even see that. What is that? Oh, it's a snap.
Yeah, it's a snappy, it's Morty. Snappy and a Morty. Grandma on the beautiful little lizard. He's got to lick his eyeballs to keep them nice and moist, especially in this hot, warm, dry weather. Keep that visibility going, especially against a hero like the Slark. Well, admin said they were unpausing in a couple of seconds. We'll see if we do get back underway here for game 1. And this best of 3. Of course, we are in the lower bracket here for the Lima Major. And just looking forward to the next round as well. Like we mentioned, Team Spirit is awaiting the victor of this, and the other line of lower bracket, EG against Team Asta. Going to be an exciting series.
Yeah, a lot of good matches coming up. We're starting to filter out some of these teams for Southeast Asia. Last team, the most talented squad, I would say, coming out from Southeast Asia in this tournament. So they are not just fighting for the team, they're fighting for the whole region to keep this dream alive. And as you said, if they win this one, they need to go against another Eastern European team, against Team Spirit.
TI winners. Definitely a rocky road ahead, but here we go. Game 1 back underway for your viewing pleasure, as we'll get some early wards coming out. Now, I was looking at the stats, and Talon overall in terms of protecting their wards, dewarding enemy wards, and duration of their own observers have done better than Hellraisers on average through the Lima Major. But it's always an interesting battle. You know you've got Solo, such an experienced captain who will have been looking at warding patterns to try and find out not only where he'll be dewarding, but also placing his own. The Light Striker A will hold back HR for now, trying to play aggressively into that bottom rune spot, but Talon evacuating the area safely.
Kiyotaka looking for a potential rune here with his Astral, already skilled it, and will probably get it. Kind of difficult for Puck to steal it. Not sure what needs to happen.
Yeah, quite a challenge. If he Astraled himself, maybe.
Maybe double click, yeah.
But now we believe in the OD. And yeah, Kiyotaka has had quite an interesting road. He's played plenty of kind of weird heroes. The Brood mid has come out into play for him. Now this OD, like one of the first
other
picks.
than the Brood Mother, it was pretty standard what he played from the mid lane. Looking at this mid matchup, again, Puck supposed to be on, it's not difficult one. I think he's going to get decent amount of farm. It's just like I'm favoring OD because of the Astral, of course, and kind of makes things more difficult for Puck.
But then like Bottle comes out, Puck is better at rune control, so you'll kind of sustain yourself there. Always going to be guaranteeing one of the runes with your orb. There is the potential for Kiyotaka to outplay, but we'll see how that all pans out. And in that bottom lane, we've got the Oli Treant, and again, another pretty fresh pick for Talon. Don't think they've played it so far through the tournament.
Yeah, they haven't played it so far. It's a bit of an interesting one, because you want to have, like, this is one of the top tier picks, like one of the best heroes you can pick from position 5, even position 4 for some teams. I'm mostly looking for this top lane. It's a killer lane. Snapfire plus Tiny, you need to be careful. On Rubik. Slark, not as much. You get close, you're going to get harassed, especially once Snapfire hits that level 3. 2 points in Scatterblast, going to be very difficult.
And then Tiny, expecting a 1-1-1 build from him.
Yeah, pretty much. You want to be able to have both abilities displace into Cookie.
Yeah.
And then we've seen this lane so many times. Lina plus 3 and Protector, the sustain lane. You get a point in Living Armor on level 2. You're not playing that, aggressive with the Nature's Grasp. They did cut down all the trees here, so Treant Protector can't find the angle. If he wants, he needs to go more to the eastern jungle.
Yeah, it reminds me of the old days of the Spectre Warlock. You're just kind of sitting there securing farm, healing up your carry, making sure they're not being harassed out of the lane.
Oh, looking at the mid lane, Puck, good. This is Mikoto Puck. He played 7 games on Puck so far at this major and won 6 games. He's been pretty impressive. When we're talking about his overall itemization, gameplay, he stole Roshan a couple of times as well. Got the last hit, got the Aegis as well from the enemies. Man, it's also a bit of a weird one. Their opener, they did go with Lina and Puck, something that usually we don't see. But I don't think it was countered. I don't think it was enough. Talon did a very good job in the second banning phase protecting their heroes.
Absolutely did, yeah. I think it was Winter that was saying he's not a fan of the double core opener. But in this kind of scenario, Lina, strong meta hero, Puck, strong for Mikoto as a signature hero, made a lot of sense, especially when, like you say, they've got the triple ban to come out afterwards. And Hellraisers definitely a lot of challenges, especially once the laning stage breaks down and Talon get themselves those key items up and running. Now looking at the Greaves on Snapfire, an ability for Puck to jump around and play aggressively. And Lina with a classic Maelstrom BKB.
Hellraisers tried to play a bit more aggressive because Slark hit level 3 before Snapfire and Tiny, so having that extra ability could have made the difference but couldn't find an opening.
Well, OD not doing poorly in the mid lane. Kiyotaka having a pretty solid time, 16-2. Mikoto slightly out in front, while the Treant will chase Antares away from that bottom lane. And looking at the Magnus, he is lagging behind a little bit in terms of CS. Only 10 for him, but he'll skewer back 23. Not sure if that's where he wants to be. Magnus taking a bit of a beating there from the Lina, and Oli will just herd the techies away from the lane. Allow 23 to keep on going. The Avalanche cookie top. Oh, Uragi's in trouble, but the lift from Solo and the pounce away gets the Slark to safety. A toss back on Solo should secure them a kill here. Rubik gladly gives his life. Oh,
another scatter blast in 2 seconds. He is dead.
Yeah. Take him down with a buckshot. And Solo falls for first blood.
It's a lot of damage. Like this is a lot of magical damage coming out.
You said it was the killer lane.
Yeah, it's very easy to set things up, especially for Slark. Like he's the one who's gonna struggle. Like you looking at the items, Slark does have a bracer and belt of giant strength. He does not want to get bursted. This is like all about sustain.
We saw this from a few players, right? We saw it from a Shadow Fiend.
Safe lane Shadow Fiend,
Shadow Fiend and Mickey's Sniper as well. Not the bracer, but the Ogre belt for sure. Just to tank up against some of that raw nuke damage. Yeah, absolutely. Talon have kill threat up here consistently. So you've got to be on your toes as Hellraisers.
Also, one interesting thing is Techies didn't go for blast off. Oh, never mind. The toss again.
They've caught out Uragi. Another lift from Solo, and the Pound's actually latching onto Tiny, meaning the cookie's there. Jab secures it. 2 kills in that top lane, going very well for Talon.
Very well executed. Like, even with the bracer, even with the belt, magic wand, and the raindrop, they still managed to kill the Slark. Once Snapfire gets to her energy booster, and she's only 300, 200 gold away from it. So that's got to be big. Your Tiny doesn't need to bring all these clarities, all the mangoes, doesn't need to spend money on consumables. And I wanted to point out that Antares doesn't have a blast off. He put a point in reactive taser. Which
taser?
I'm not sure if that. Maybe they think it's not going to be enough to kill any of these heroes. Because they're super tanky, especially Treant Protector, but yeah, look at it now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think back to Eastern Europe DPC, and I feel like we had this conversation with Trent where the Techies was really only leveling Reactive Taser at like level 10 or 11 or something, you're just completely skipping it. Well, Slark down to half health again, getting tossed around. Q with the Windlace and the stick charges is perfectly fine there to continue that skirmish. But this is lane domination now for Talon as Slark. 24 last hits, starting to join the Magnus down at the bottom of the pack.
Treant will go back. Lina will get some extra experience here at the bottom lane. Level 5 already, Falcon Blade done, going into Nevermind.
Uragi again. Chain disabled. They need a bit more damage, and he should be able to pounce away from this. Raindrops are still there, and a good lift will keep Talon at bay. But this is sad for Uragi. You said he spent all this money on little incremental items to make himself
they're still losing the lane.
Exactly.
Oh, it's not looking good. They have no region left whatsoever. 1 Tango, that's all they got. And Jab's being super annoying, burning through his raindrops.
1 Tango, 1 charge, and 2 raindrop charges there. Sad times for Uragi. They, of course, want to try and extend this game out. Look, they want to extend those team fights as we get to them. They've got Slark with Empower, they've got this OD and Techies, so there's definitely combo plays that can be made later down the line. The worry, like you were saying, is first Aegis with Lina is the game could end before then.
Yeah, it's just how much you're going to lose. It's already 1k gold lead for Talon coming out from the laning stage, and their heroes are super slow. These heroes can't really move easily. First rotation from Mikoto should be an easy one.
Here comes the puck, just sliding into the bottom lane. Kill off the pesky Techies. Antares, it looks like he's attempting to die to the Ogres, but he's disarmed them and dies nonetheless.
Bought a little bit of time. Lina did also rotate. Mikoto gets the last hit. I think in this situation it's better if Mikoto picks it up because he wants to keep up with this OD. We talked about the matchup. OD is level 7. Mikoto just hit level 7 from that kill. 4 points in Astral Imprisonment. But Uragi, every single time he gets close, he gets shotgun to his face.
Yeah, so what's the build on OD nowadays? Because I remember 9 buying Midas and a couple of other OD players really, really desperately wanting the Midas, but it looks like double null treads here into what?
I don't know if he wants to get Aghanim Scepter straight away to just build up the charges. I think he might need to go for it to have like this double save. Cute.
Look at them just tossing each other around. Oh, Hurricane didn't help out, and Kiyotaka's going to come up here. Q with the Avalanche, trying to slow the advance. A couple of whacks from the Arcane Orbs in the final imprisonment. Banishes the Tiny into the Netherrealm. And Kiyotaka
they saw
getting
this
themselves
move.
A kill. Top lane, Uragi trying to play onto jabs.
Playing a bit more aggressive. He hit that level 6, so that's going to be Extra region coming out for Slark, exactly what he needed. Solo to stay awake.
And Coil
Another
snaps
coil.
on the Magnus and the Laguna Blade. That was required to kill him off. OD's come down here to try and play with Alina in the tree. Let's see if Antares and the TP from Solo can make this work out, because 23 is pretty speedy. Gets up the Fiery Soul stacks, stuns up the OD for now, and looks to get away from them. Should be fast enough, and Uragi's died up top, but another Astral Imprisonment. The OD's caught out the Lina, and there's no one here to back up 23. She'll get slammed down by the hammer of the OD.
No
Uragi
boots on
did die
23.
top,
If he had boots there, he would be able to run out of trouble. They're going to scout out some stacks. Both carries dying right now. But this Snapfire, she's off to a great start. Jabs, first usage of the Mortimer's Kisses. This is the spell that Slar's going to be afraid of throughout the whole game. And look at this is something that the offlaners have been doing, maximizing the farm, keeping this small camp open. And let's see if they want to try to put a bit more pressure on him. Already used his Q.
Yeah, comes up to top lane, immediately bullied away. They do have that ward in lane though, so they'll see where Tiny and Snapfire maneuver themselves. But they might not know about Mikoto's Puck, who is orbing and moving top. Try and start off on Uragi with a movement from Q through the trees. Avalanche toss, gets off the Dark Pact and jumps away. Well timed by Uragi there. That could have been a surefire kill.
Kiyotaka does have Invis. Let's see what they can make off it. Radiant, they're using a scan. They know. They saw him pick it up with the Observer Ward that they have in the river, scouting things out.
Clever,
they're going to fall back.
And they see Solo coming across as well, so now they know the 3 heroes from HR are up at top. And this, of course, gives Treant the best time in the world. Laning phase is broken down, and what's he doing?
Yeah, guys, go do something on the other side of the map. I'll just collect some XP here and get some last hits as well. Mech already done.
For Jabs, you're right. Double pig pole. Everyone getting the items now from the neutral camps. Kiyotaka, looks like Blink Dagger's on the menu for him. So that long-range initiation to start things off onto a hero like Puck or Lina is pretty handy. And does have to try and think about the timing with the Magnus though, because of course we do have Miero going for this Arcane's mech himself, and then Blink Dagger will come a little later down the line, so you won't have that coinciding item timing between the mid and off laners.
3 heroes here from Talon. They want to pressure the tower. Seems like there's not going to be an answer, at least yet. I see Kiyotaka trying to make a move, so it's only Uragi for now.
Well, just him trying to hold out on top. Did use the Dark Pact, so the toss and the kisses landing onto Slark. Not enough to finish him off, while Miero is aiming for an RP, pops the mech, heals himself, looks for it, but he misses! The face shift dodge! Oh, that was glorious from Mikoto. Now they turn onto Uragi. He doesn't have Shadow Dance. Antares with a blast off, not going to land onto too many. They do have that imprisonment, catching the puck and the blast landing on the Q, but in comes the mech! Q will blast them down! Big tiny combo, and the chase is on for Antares Techies. Dive under the tier 1, a defense gone seriously wrong from Hellraisers there.
Something we talked about, the lack of damage on side of Hellraisers. They can't allow to miss some of these crucial spells. What a dodge there from Mikoto. Phase shift, no RP, no skewer, doesn't get anything done. Like, the problem is your Rubik at the time while this was happening was on the other side of the map, and this is level 5 Rubik we're talking about. It's pretty much just a Fade Ball, can't steal anything.
Yeah, 13 minutes in. Where's Matome? And in comes Q, tumbles forward, finds Solo, so that level 6 delayed even further. Kiyotaka going to have to get away from that mid lane now, knowing that Talon are all on their way, migrating from top through to mid. And this is the death ball now.
But even in terms of execution, Talon, it wasn't perfect. They didn't manage to get the Slark. They used the coil, they used the Mortimer's Kisses, didn't get the kill immediately. But yeah, let's see. And we see that OD, he picked up that Blink Dagger you talked about.
Does get coiled. Going to Astral himself, and will have a Blink Dagger ready if he needs to use it, but the coil snaps in the end. An avalanche toss from Q sends the techies into the middle of 3 heroes. Kiyotaka and Miero thinking about going aggressive, but it looks like Talon just going to calm things down with an overgrowth, get back to their own high ground, not let Hellraisers reinitiate.
Yeah, it went from calm, panic, back to calm. Yeah. Nothing happened. A couple of abilities used. One thing also to notice is Talon will always have something to break the coil with. Toss. We're going to see that again. Mortimer's Kisses jabs. He used it perfectly. Stopped Mortimer's Kisses from going off. Close range shotgun into Mag's face. And that dodge.
Beautifully done. Yeah, it just feels like that if Talon are the ones that have the vision and the initiation advantage, they can force spells out of Hellraisers. Like, Slark doesn't want to be using Shadow Dance defensively after he's been gone on. He wants to be pouncing onto someone, fighting, forcing spells, and then using it on his own terms.
Not sure how they're going to be able to buy time for Slark to reinitiate multiple times.
Yeah.
Astral is their biggest tool, so if they get initiation on OD, which is not going to be that of an issue, considering that Q's having a really good time on Tiny. Has Tumbler's Toy, 600 gold away from his Blink Dagger. Ooh. That's going to be a really good timing. I've seen 4 Tinies picking up Blink Daggers post-minute 20 if the game's not going well. Solo trying to set up some vision near the enemy outpost.
Looks like they might find it.
They will find it.
Yeah. Get that D ward going. And they're going to keep the vision up for themselves. Lane ward up at top. Rune ward down towards the bottom rune spot. And Solo walks back into that bounty rune spot.
Way too long.
2-man overgrowth is there. The mech from Magnus keeping Solo alive, but then blasted by Laguna Blade while Jabs on the right-hand side, aiming techies. They do Astral up one, but the toss around means that Hellraisers can no longer fight. In we go, a double for Mikoto. Is he going to jaunt forward? Is he going to go aggressive on Kiyotaka? He's thinking about it. Looking for that continuation of the team fight. But another fight where Hellraisers lose 4 heroes and there's no trade.
It's not even close. These fights, Talon, full aggression. They can easily kill these 2 supports. Puck and Solo kill them. Does have a Witchblade available. And he's bringing another item. Like, there's just the fleet of couriers coming to Talon, bringing items.
Yeah, we see that Hellraisers didn't use a single one of their ultis. Just getting Silence caught out. And there's the toss back.
That's a 15-minute Blink Dagger on Tiny with Tumbler's Toy, so he can easily get in, even get out of the trouble with the mech, with Living Armor. I saw them pinging out Roshan even. Jabs.
Oh.
Needs to be careful here.
Nearly connected. Now Miero gonna get jumped on. The Magnus launched into the middle of Talon, and they've got the Silence on it.
What a beautiful spell usage there.
Just perfectly chain disabled. Silence can't do a damn thing.
They pinged out Roshan. I think they might lack a little bit of damage. If they also want to play it safe, they could wait for 23 to finish off his BKB.
Yeah.
And look what he's doing. He's stealing the enemy stacks.
Oh, yeah, say goodbye to your Ancients. Hellraisers, they're just having to bunker down on their side of the map now. Every time they look for a fight, Talon are 5 heroes strong, ready to match them every step of the way. But this kind of sneaky move that they're looking to play into the top lane might work out for them. Mikoto has TP'd up there, separated from the rest of his squad. And Antares looking for him, blast off. Mikoto doesn't get the dodge, and plenty of damage coming his way, but yeah, there we go. Sanity Eclipse straight onto the back of the Puck's head, and a big kill to take.
Big silence from Techies. Kiyotaka got the last hit, and they're gonna find another one with the Blink Dagger.
Keep that ball rolling. The steamroller's here. Urangi gonna get some stacks up now. A little bonus kill for themselves.
Uraji 1. That's what he has right now. 1 stolen.
Uraji, my Agi.
Good one, Gary. It was a good setup. So 2 kills.
What, the kills or the joke?
No, the joke. I was talking about the joke. In the end, Kiyotaka will go for Aghanim Scepter, 2,000 gold away. Still far away from it, but having 2 Astral Charges. And we've seen different builds on Lina when it comes down to skill. Some people tend to prioritize LSA. Some get 1 point in it, especially when you play against Rubik.
Yeah, don't let him get that maxed out Light Striker rate. The OD. Toying with the Tiny a little bit there. Not really a go, just a, hey, I'm here. Don't you dare farm the next wave. And Hellraisers pretty close to this Magnus Blink now. But 150 gold away. So Miero going to get that farm priority. Swings up top, will clear this wave, and I would expect Hellraisers with this blink to smoke up, right?
Yeah, for now he's only been Magnus, because Mac is the only item that he had. Now with the Blink Dagger, it's going to be much easier for them to reinitiate, reposition them. And I see big steal from Solo, having that living armor.
Ooh.
So half duration left on it.
Yeah, on a roll now, Lacoste, woken up. 20 minutes into the game, the puns are coming.
Yeah, it's 11 a.m. here, I'm good to go.
Jabs and Ollie holding hands up in that top lane, making sure it's not pushed out across the river. And a jump on Q in the mid. Tiny, reasonably tanky, but with the OD and techies here, they will blow him up with the mines, with a 3-man coil. Lina gonna be popping that BKB to output the damage, kills the techies off, and the kisses are landing. OD in a bit of trouble. Rubik will fall on a double there as the jump in from Q. Makoto finds the triple, dodges the skewer. Miero's
it's
out
time
there.
To go for Roche. They just cleaned up, and you talked about it. These heroes, like position 4s and 5s, having buybacks relatively early on. Q understands instant buyback. They have a tier 1 tower on the mid lane, because something that Hellraisers doesn't have is the damage onto towers. So they didn't take a single tier 1 tower, especially against the living armor. And Mikoto, he's still looking for something. I think he caught a glimpse on Slark there. But we'll finish off the Roche. This was a big power spike. Lina with the BKB. Hero still has RP available.
Are they thinking about going? I mean, Talon are retreating. So it looks like with Hellraisers all respawning, Talon realizing it's not really a brawl they want to get involved in. I do have all those ultis available, and a skewer back on the tree. That's going to catch out Ollie. Quick kill there, and no buyback for 30. Roshan a half health.
This could be a big comeback. Yuragi's pinging it out. Less than half HP with Empower. He's going to start to do it slowly, but the rest of the team ready to go. Mikoto,
They've got
coil available.
In a second, the stun onto the slug. Light Striker ignites to the pause. Oh no! Tiny's disconnected.
Bit of a lag.
Is Yuragi dead? He's pretty dead, right?
Silenced for another 0.2 seconds, I would say. Q does... Oh, man.
Stunned. Kisses on him.
Q is the one who disconnected, so he didn't use any of the abilities. So Avalanche... Let's see what's flying. Where's Snapfire? I mean, she's right in the middle.
There's no shard on Rubik or anything, right? There's no telekinesis. Has mech been used on Magnus?
Yeah, he already popped it. So OD does have Astral, but he's silenced for the same duration as Slark.
And watch Roshan get a bash on Slark and steal the kill right now.
If Tiny gets Avalanche, they do...
He's already, that's what Script's pointing out. He's already been bashed up by Roche.
He's already been bashed? Okay.
Yeah. That's a Roche bash.
And he's been stunned by a cookie as well. All right, the Slark looks pretty dead.
He does. That's going to be a
didn't
real
even
rough one for HR.
Use his coil yet. So if he gets a coil here on Antares and on Kiyotaka, I think they're going to clean up. Lina, BKB available in 15 seconds. We'll keep the distance. Does have Laguna Blade available.
I mean, it's a very aesthetic concave here that Hellraisers have, right?
Everybody got silenced. I see 3 heroes that got silenced.
Yeah, they all got caught by that Mikoto initiation. I mean, if the Slark had, 100 more HP, you could really see here Hellraisers have the ability to get back into this fight. But with no buyback and the Slark dead, probably just a duck and run for HR. Let's see if we can get Q back in the game. Press F9 and then press Q.
Let me press F9 real quickly to see what happens.
That's illegal. You stop it. We'll leave that to the admins. But yeah, what's the next move then? You kill the Slark and you keep on chasing, right? You just hunt for kill after kill.
Yeah, I don't think they can take this fight. OD does have ulti, but Lina having BKB in 15 seconds, I think this could be a very disastrous fight. There is a shard, so that we didn't talk about this. I didn't see because he was kind of struggling to get the gold going. Slark, Blastoff is available.
Okay. Is Antares, wiggling his butt like the cats do when they're about to attack?
If he gets coiled, he's not going to be able to use it.
Well, there he is. Decent RP. And they do get in with a Blastoff, trying to get a kill at least here. The Sandy's Eclipse is dropped. Oh, that's plenty to kill off Jabs in 23. Makoto, he's going to get telekinesis back up in towards Miero and Antares. Hellraisers actually hold the fight. Roshan's still alive, Lina dead. The jump back in from Q though. Makoto, he can do a lot more work now. They will kill Q, and Makoto gonna try and poke at Solo. He can't keep chasing though, wants to just chill out a little bit, move back towards Ollie, find the Rubik instead of chasing the techies. So still an overall victory for Talon, but Hellraisers did incredibly well.
They did RP plus a blast off on 2 of them. Ooh, gotta be careful. Sneaky mines placed there by Techies. So once they respawn, it's gonna be enough damage. Roshan sitting at the 2000 HP, so they should rush into Roche Pit and take it.
Get straight in there. And Ollie already planting himself in the pit. The lone sentry on night watch, making sure he can see if anybody's coming. Kiyotaka now working on the Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, can he get a solo kill? Yes, he can!
Oh my god!
That's a big one. Antares, 700 gold. These Techies players. But while all this was happening, Mikoto, like he needs to find an item for himself. Like he needs to be able to get the spells off. And now he queues up Aeon Disc immediately.
Yeah, he needs it. And Antares Techies, absolute nuisance. Has that shot, yeah. The additional bit of stun. Working out wonders for him. And there's a reason why Antares Techies was very often second phase banned against this team. Irritating hero to deal with.
Whether they win or lose on Talon, I think Techies is gone next game.
Yeah.
Like he's been starting to cause some issues. Level 14 now has full Glimmer Cape and going into BKB. He wants to be able to get that coil snap. Doesn't need to care about it. Doesn't care about silences and the root, so he can actually get the blast off.
Smoke here for 23, and Q's jump will find Solo. Well timed with a Light Strike array, knowing exactly how to execute that gank. So they claim the northern jungle. Starting to aim for the tier 2 there and create that pressure point on the map that Hellraisers will have to contend with a little later down the line. They also still have that Treant down bottom, yeah, just holding out, making sure, like you said, there's only... I mean, they've not taken any towers, right?
Nope.
Everything's still up, so he's making sure every tier 1 is still alive.
Towers are almost full HP. Oli also found Philosopher's Stone.
Overgrowth Cookie. Yuragi does get off the Dark Pact and jumps away with a pounce.
Not quick enough.
Had to use the Shadow Dance as well, though, for that additional bit of safety. So 50 seconds here, potentially, where Talon could be on the move.
I'm usually not a big fan of Dagger of Bristol as an item, but on Lina, it's a great item, considering the amount of attack speed that you have.
Yeah. When that what, bonus 40 damage?
It's not Brigand's Blade, because it's not as good, but on certain heroes, it can work. The only thing about it is you need to click it. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah,
I'm not even kidding. Like this item, for some reason, it's not just me. I've also seen professional e-gamers not clicking it to get the damage.
Like, where's my neutral hotkey again? What button am I pressing?
No, for some reason, it just doesn't look clickable.
It's like Tumbler's toy is clickable for sure. You look at it and you're like, yes, I'm going to tumble. And with a dagger. A little bit weirder. Well, there's Talon. Moving into mid. Still grouping up as 4, knowing they've got that global protection from the Treant. They'll toss back the Magnus. Not quite getting the combo perfectly executed this time, but still, a kill is a kill. Immediate snap TP top.
Oh, Solo.
Oh, Solo.
He's in danger again.
Yeah, they're cutting across, sweeping through that top jungle. And the Rod of Atos. Avalanche toss as well. Catching out the Techies just above the Solo Rubik. The Cookie from Jams looking to chain disable Techies up. Both supports about to fall. Blast off there to the right-hand side, but cleared up by Mikoto.
He will finish him off. Mikoto, almost a perfect game. That one death from Techies, and now he's on a mid lane because they have all the tier 1 towers, as you mentioned.
There's no way to respond to this. Kiyotaka just going to double Astral, throw some spells out there, try and blink away.
Kiyotaka also picked up the Aghanim Scepter that he was going for, and also picked up the Shard, so people will be able to run away, try to reposition themselves, and this tower, it's gone already, so they're going to be able to take out the outpost.
So much smoother from Talon. What we expected coming out of the end of that draft. A 6k lead, Aegis in hand, outpost grabbed. And a lot on Hellraiser's plate here to try and out-execute them in the team fights.
We still haven't seen Slark in full action. He's relatively tanky, going for a BKB next. That's his big item timing, but for now, only sitting on 300 gold. Ollie
does get scouted.
Nero actually finds him.
Yeah, pop the dust as well. And Hellraiser just going to be looking to defend high ground at this point. Find the little pockets of farm on the map that you can. Maybe push out bottom a little bit. a very difficult prospect for any of these heroes to individually show on the map. With the amount of catch that Talon has, you see someone, you kill them. Magnus now working on a BKB of his own after the Ether Lens, just to increase his initiation range.
They have 4 BKBs queued up. Solo definitely not buying a BKB
sorry?
this game.
Solo has BKB queued, does he?
No. The other 4 have BKB queued up. I mean, considering that he died 8 times, he still does have a 4-staff, which is not too bad.
Yeah, reasonably impressive. Jabs. Pounced on, Q's nearby, but it looks like the Snapfire is about to die. Oh, pops the Greaves, back to half HP. And now the Gleipnir in as well. Antares trying to turn this, but the kisses come. The projectiles launched, artillery strike, kills off Miero. Uragi dipping southwards, and Antares looks like he's hidden and protected by the tree line. While in the mid lane, Kiyotaka gets the kill on
Mikoto's
Jabs.
still not done, does have a coil available.
They've got the Gleipnir catch, and there we go, onto Kiyotaka. Yes, you killed our off-laner, but we killed 3 of you!
Talon is so quick, moving around the map.
How is he there?
I mean, he did have haste. They also have tier 1 towers still available, so it's relatively easy to set things up. Every single time, like, they need to keep the distance. Problem is, they don't have this front line on Hellraisers. Slark might need to be that guy that runs in, gets saved by OD, and then they take a fight. Like, try to create a bit of a chaos, make them use some abilities, save from the Astral, and then Magnus plus Techies, they rush in. If they can drag this game, Gary, for another, like, 3 to 4 minutes so that they get BKBs, things are going to get much easier for them if they can farm it.
Because we know the Hellraisers, they can execute like they're doing now onto the tiny mid. The trouble being 23 was too close, and he will be able to take out Miero before the Techies even dies, before the Tiny even dies, and Q jumping back in, nearly to the mines. Solo, Overgrowth, rooted up by Ollie, cleared out by 23. Another double kill, and Rubik with a buyback.
DD on Slark.
Wants to fight DD Slark, that's why. Blast down Q, but the Techies is gone, and 23 with his BKB up with a triple kill. Out of mana now, though. Has a 4-staff to the low ground and repositions himself nicely. Uragi still giving chase, though. Slog wants in, but I don't know for how long. Depth Drought is there. Saves him from the coil.
Oh, they didn't get much out of these buybacks. 2 supports using a buyback. They try to take a fight.
Mikoto, he's back in. Jabs, gonna try Scatterblast and Cookie. Kill off so low, and a dieback there for him. 23 can now unload the damage. A wicked 6 streak for Alina, while Antares and Uragi tail between legs, thinking about where they're gonna hide next. No way to reinitiate.
There's way too much damage, way too much control for them to take these fights pre-BKB, and we see Lina 6,000 damage, more than the whole HR squad.
And it's down to the 4-staff. Yeah, she's able to force the low ground, regen a little bit, come back in for that kind of second, third wave of fighting.
And finished off the full Hurricane Pike now, having Paladin Sword, extra damage, extra life steal. With that Gleipnir as well, this is something that they don't like to play into, especially Magnus and Techies pre-BKBs.
Yeah,
I said like pre-BKBs, like it's normal to buy a BKB on Techies.
This is Gleipnir into Dream Coil. Very irritating tools that HR are struggling to deal with. Well, Antares going to clear out that bottom wave and TP out. Looks like he's successful.
Very sneaky.
Fast Roche spawn.
It's going to be 30 seconds. BKBs on side of Talon will reset.
Let's see if they can.
And this is what I wanted to see. I was looking at the neutral items.
Mikoto caught. Skewer and the Astral are trying to shockwave and pounce, but it pops the Eon disc there, and Mikoto is perfectly fine. Pretty long cooldown to expend, though, just to push out an additional wave mid. And HR didn't have to spend too much, just a couple of low cooldown spells.
No Eon disc this time around. It's going to reset in less than 2 minutes. Both teams using a scan. They caught a glimpse of them inside the Roche pit, but should know something is up, because it was there for only a second.
Oh, big one. The coil, the Gleipnir's there, and the OD shredded. Techies rooted, and Jabs is going to make sure, covering fire to blow him up, fizzles out and dies off. And a godlike Lina, another double kill. Every fight, it feels like she's getting 2, 3, 4 kills. 23 Savage having a spectacular game. 15, 2, and 13. And all this set up by this Puck and Tiny.
They've been playing with no mercy. Like, they find an opening instantly. It seems like they play with a lot of trust. Someone goes in, the rest of the team is ready to follow it up. Jabs using Mortimer's Kisses immediately, and now they're gonna pick up the shard.
I just TP up top, why not? Force the glyph, early days. Makoto was already here setting up for the shove up high ground.
They don't have the best heroes to use shards, so they're gonna give it to Puck.
Okay.
Not the best one, because your Treant already bought one. Snapfire did have it for a long time to have this extra AoE damage against Slark pre-BKB.
I mean, 3,400 HP. What is that, 30 plus armor on the Lina? Living armor helping out. She's incredibly tanky, so doesn't even feel the need to go Satanic or anything this game. She's got a Hex queued up next.
Yeah, big fan of that. I think they, even with the control that they have, but having this instant initiation or either Slark or OD, I think they want to take out OD first because he's the one who's causing a lot of issues with those saves. They still manage to clean up. So now you have OD with the Axe and Shard, you have Slark with Axe and Shard, so a lot of these saves, and Solo, not again.
Solo, please, run away. They've got the Gleipnir catch. Poor little Rubik trying to force staff himself deeper into the trees. He's got the ward to see them coming, and he's actually TP'd.
Okay, bought some time.
Very well done.
So yeah, Treant has been holding Philosopher's Stone, farmed his Shard, farmed his Blink Dagger, then gave it away to Tiny. I'm a big fan of Philosopher's Stone on Tiny because it does allow you to get another item.
That's the first time I've heard you say Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah, I can't force Philly all the time. Big boy Philly.
What do you mean you can't?
Retired it for a couple of days.
That's
I'll
fair.
bring it back.
That's fair. We'll hear it tomorrow.
I just said it.
Well, yeah, okay.
This one doesn't count, though.
Not really, no. It's like a half. Miero getting an extra wave bottom. It look like Talon. We're going to come down here to try and track him into the tree line. Makoto moving up towards enemy Ancients with the rest of the team, though. And booting Yuragi away from the Ancient camp. And this is where...
are getting close.
Hello. Miero. TP cancelled. Rooted up, and the swarm is arriving. He'll skewer across the tree and try and make a bit of a gap between himself and the rest of Talon. But Ollie will overgrowth him and allow them to filter in and kill off the mag. Dead for 50 with no buyback.
That's a tier 2 tower right there. How many roots do you want? Yes. You have a Gleipnir, you have Treant Protector with the Shard, even popping the ulti there. Kind of a nightmare for Magnus to play into that pre-BKB. Okay. So, second BKB done now on Hellraisers. OD just finished off his. Magnus really far away. Techies needs to farm another creep wave, and then he'll have it.
It is relentless. No matter where you are on the map, you're getting hounded by Talon heroes. Solo, he's going to get avalanche tossed.
And this is what I talked about.
Kissed into the ground.
Tiny initiates. Snapfire immediately using Mortimer's Kisses. It's the trust. So still left less than 2 minutes on Aegis. Hex completed on 23.
Do you think that Mortimer's Kisses are anything like Avo's Kisses? Jenkins' Kisses? They had a go last night.
Yeah, they really did.
The sliding session had a bit of fun. Very hot.
Yuragi, he might be in trouble.
Oh yeah, did get off the Dark Pact and the Shadow Dance. Yuragi pounces away and didn't have to spend BKB.
Can Miero find something here?
Mikoto's looking and Miero's going to blink away.
Luckily for Yuragi, Lina was not there because they caught a glimpse of it, and if she manages to get the Hex off, he's dead.
There's that tier 2, quite simply done. Talon now smoking, trying to obscure their movements up towards top.
It's being pinged out, but they can see Guardian Greaves' aura on the creeps, so they should probably know something is up.
Clever. Yeah, clever. They know they're nearby. And Jab's going to absolutely show himself there with a Scatter Blast. Still a difficult task in some regards, pushing high ground against Magnus, OD, techies like.
But look at the mines. This is it, Garrett. This is how you come back. You have Telekinesis and you have Skewer.
Into the demilitarized zone. Miero skewering the Tiny.
Anti-combo.
Tiny is about to die to the mines though, right? Shockwave back in. The Lina comes forward. The toss back. They're going to kill him off as the overgrowth allows them to shred the techies and the Rubik. Kisses forcing BKBs. Yuragi and Kiyotaka needed to. And jabs. He can't save the Treant. 23 getting first hit, bash the RP there. The
Aegis is going to run
into
out.
the base. Aegis soon to run out. 1 second remaining, but 23 gets down to the low ground. Jabs Mikoto onto Kiyotaka now. Take out the OD and no buybacks from Hellraisers.
They have another skewer and the horn toss available. Gotta be careful. There's still plenty of mines in the base. Looking out the damage. Slark, he's still not done. Gotta be careful. Like, this is where Slark's gonna be super effective. Mage Slayer, against all this magic damage that they have, has a bit of a status resistance from Titan Sliver. And with that Aghanim Scepter, with the shard from OD, I think Slark can go ham. I think he needs to be the one creating the chaos now in the front line, setting things up for his own team.
He's got to be active. Needs to be involved.
It's a 20k gold lead for Talon, but if they're the ones sieging, especially with no Aegis, you gotta be super careful. I'm also glad that Jabs is going for a scaling build. Wants to be able to, like, he finished off Guardian Greaves, which is a support item. So now with level 20 Talent, with Ghost Rider uses your attack damage, has Crystallis, going into Daedalus next, playing for that level 25.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Timeless Relic.
Who's that for?
I gotta check.
I mean, they get themselves Spell Prism and Telescope on Hellraisers.
Oh, it's for Puck, because why not? Mikoto's going to be the one holding it. Even more damage, Arcane Rune, Kaya Sanj, a lot of Spell Amp.
And Lina even tankier with a Trickster Cloak. 23, close to unkillable. As we saw in that fight, even if you're getting RP'd and skewered, seemed reasonably fine.
I was about to say that they need to have some kind of a dust, some kind of a vision for this Lina, especially now that Trickster's Cloak is picked up. So Solo buying a gem, giving it to Yuragi. They want to get rid of any vision, and it will smoke.
It feels like Talon are the ones who want the fight outside of the base, though.
Oh, Yondeski's on cooldown on Puck for 20 seconds. Gotta be careful.
Big one.
Gonna go inside the pit.
A Radiant Vision sees them coming. Roshan potentially 50 seconds away. Talon in the better position here. Radiant side playing top jungle, as is natural. And looks like Hellraiser's trying to shift down bottom to maybe get a bit more damage on that tier 2. So simple though for Mikoto to clear out their mid wave and rejoin the team without too much danger.
This is where Puck becomes one of those heroes that you're like, what am I playing against?
Unmanageable.
What is this Mr. Ice Frog? He's not even level 25 yet, but getting there shortly, and you can upgrade your Blink Dagger, Overwhelming Blink with Timeless Relic, extra duration on the slow.
Another smoke. HR are coming. Mikoto has Eon Disc back up. He's going to scout Yuragi. Phase shift and Blink is ready. So it looks like Mikoto should be okay to play aggressively, in fact, on the OD. Oh, the side comes in. They got the Hex. The kill is there.
Buyback is available.
Dead. 70 seconds on the sideline, but you're right, does have buyback. Solo being focused. Destroyed by the stuns of Lina and Tiny, while Miero's caught up and taken down by Jabs.
Man, 23 tried to TP on a tier 1 tower just to be closer to a fight, because they still have tier 1 tower in the mid lane, full HP.
40 minutes in.
With no mag, like Magnus does have buyback. There are a bunch of mines available, but they will need to use those buybacks to defend. Yuragi cutting things out.
Getting jumped on. No coil, so no kill attempt. But yeah, it feels like it's either give up this lane of barracks or buy back now and try and fight. It looks like it'll be the former rather than the latter. And they didn't use any of their ultis again. Sans Eclipse, RP ready. Techies jumps in, but the immediate side gets the Life Strike Array in onto Antares. Mikoto pounced upon, but they've got the ways to get him out of there.
Yuragi trying to save him there with Depth Shroud. Not going to be enough.
Oh, Tiny got into the mines. There's a field of them, but Solo, long range hits from 23, takes down the Rubik and forces an early buyback from him. So melee racks claimed up, gem traded. HR holding on for dear life.
They lost the gem. Tiny was the one holding the gem. I think they need to give gem to somebody else, because like, maybe they think Tiny has enough defensive items to defend himself. Yield Scepter, Force Staff, like even Flicker. But if he dives into tier 4 towers, he's he's definitely dead. Does have buyback available. For Hellraisers, they need to make something happen right now. This is a big one. Roshan respawned with Aghanim.
Mikoto straight into the back lines, trying to force it here. Jabs aiming for the OD and the Rubik, killing him off, and Miero's gone. No RP, has to buy back now, and the OD in trouble. He's into Astral, he's got the shard, but look at Uragi, destroyed! Jabs at 23, just punch him into the ground. They've all got buybacks, and the RP on the puck might secure them a kill.
No damage.
Mikoto dragged under the tier 3 towers, under the tier 4s now, and jumps away. Phase shift, and Blink is ready. Away we go, no catch from HR, trying to blast off into the puck, not gonna work out. And with a Tiny arriving, Miero's in trouble. Slog pounces in, but the 3-man overgrowth. Uragi's gonna dog back it off. HR reset, and they blow at Mikoto. The big sanity's eclipse.
He does have buyback. Lina was not there. 23 is trying to solo kill off the Roach.
So he is.
I don't know if they have enough time. This Roshan's dropping super quickly. He's going to be able to pick it up. Aegis, someone pick up that Ags.
Ags for Snap. Cheese for Snap. Hungry Morty needs the items. So no buyback techies. Rubik and the Magnus.
He's getting in.
Gobbled up and spat forward. Straight onto the slog. Needs the force staff away. The OD comes back in. The Slice the Voice is there. Kiyotaka in trouble. Laguna Blade from 23, aiming Uragi, focusing multiple heroes as they take down Antares. This OD. Oh, it's a dangerous time. The double Astral into BKB Blink. Maybe can get away, but the timing's not there.
Oh no, he tossed the mid-cookie.
I thought they had the cookie, but Kiyotaka's still going to get coiled and cleaned up by 23.
Will still get a kill, and Mikoto used the buyback there, so they need to try to end this game. There are no mines at this bottom part of the map. Magnus, no RP. Skewer, however, is available.
Try and get up to high ground. The 2-man Skewer with the horn toss. They've got BKBs up though, and 23 can stand his ground. Jabs dropping lower, but Cookie's away from the Slark now. Gets himself down to the low ground, tossed back in, Greaves up. Well, 23's going deep. In the base, Puck and Lina going wild.
They need one more hit.
One more touch will kill off Kiyotaka, dead for 100 seconds.
Mikoto still not dead.
Trouble as well.
Later is 23. What a dominating game from Talon.
56-19, 42k lead.
It was a bit of a, I think this one goes to draft the Hellraisers. They had a couple of these weird drafts, I would say. This OD, we really haven't felt the presence of the hero. He was the one, trying to buy a bit more time. This was a 4th pick OD. They finished off with the Slark. A lot of control, a lot of AoE damage. Talon very quick with the rotations. One downside that they had on side of Hellraisers is not enough tower damage. Only managed to kill 1 tower throughout the 43-minute game.
It was a real rough one, and it's definitely one of those situations where it feels like Hellraisers trying something a little bit fruity with this OD pick, trying to get the Antares techies to be a nuisance, but it just looked like Talon had the meta, the signature heroes, everything was comfort, so it kind of just played itself almost.
Yeah,
you needed HR to make some magic moves.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the power of their lineup once they were defending the base with the skewers being annoying, resetting multiple times. It didn't work out. They were down way too much in terms of net worth. Their BKBs were very late because they lost the laning stage. These fights between 10, 15, 20-minute mark, they were very difficult to take. One coil, Q, he's been playing amazing on this Tiny, finding the right openings, playing with the jabs. They did dominate the lane, not allowing Slark to get to his item timings when he wanted. Like, you could always feel that Uragi needed that one extra item in the fight to be able to do what he wants to do.
Like when he got the Basher and he found the Lina, it's like, okay, maybe this is it. And you could see the elements of HR's draft there look pretty decent in the way that they could flow through the fights with that Blink, Skewer, Horn Toss, blast off with a mine set up in the base. But you're playing these long, drawn-out fights with Slark and OD and wanting to extend things longer and longer. You're playing into Puck, who really thrives in that kind of situation.
Yeah, he definitely loves to take these fights. And Mikoto, one more time. We said he won 6 out of 7 games. Now make it 7 out of 8 on Puck. You might start to consider banning it out. They first faced 2 cores, which is something that we usually don't see. Lina plus Puck look a little bit awkward. But for a team like Talon, it definitely works out.
Well, there's game 1. Talon taking a solid victory as we head you back to our panel.
Thank you very much, Gareth and Lacoste. And indeed, it was a very solid victory. Talon coming out of the gate swinging here on game number 1 versus Hellraisers. And we're going to tell you exactly why that was, even though a lot of it, I would say, might have already been covered in the draft, because that early on, it seemed like Talon had their comfort. And Fog, nothing really coming out of Hellraisers made you feel a little bit confident in their idea about the game.
I wanted them, I did talk about like early when we were talking about panel about the teams, I wanted them to pick more of an early centric kind of early pushing, taking towers, getting advantage. They picked such a greedy lineup. They have Magnus, they have OD, and they have Slark as their 3 cores. The game is going to be really slow. Techies also takes a little bit of time for Shard and stuff like that, but lineup super slow. The OD pick for us, we were talking like we're like trying to theory craft all this kind of crazy stuff. Maybe it's like a pre-counter pick to a potential tide or something. We had no idea why they went for it. It got completely countered. Talon, very good comfort heroes. They got Lina Tree also. I feel like if you're a very good team, you can give away Lina and Tree sometimes because you have some ideas. HR, I don't think they are that like very good team that can do this. No. I don't think you can give Lina and Tree, especially not a Tree in the second phase too. Felt like there was just tons of holes.
Tons of holes indeed. And I think, Sheep, you had some words about the Slark. A little bit not happy with that pick.
I wasn't going to flame him. Whoa,
were you not?
Whoa, no. Whoa. I just wanted to talk about his woes and struggles and the ways he tried to deal with it. In the laning stage, he played against that Snapfire. He's getting scab blasted every time he walks up into lane. I think he's so kind of poor at trading in that situation that despite having a strong support in Rubik, it's just not really enough, especially with the Tiny. So he goes Bracer. He goes Raindrop. He even goes Belt of Strength to like build into his treads instead of going for like the Agi item. So he just tried to survive with those items to get to his 6, and then they tried to catch him back up with the Empower. And he rushed an Ags, which meant that he couldn't really take part in fights that well early, but he was using it to be able to farm sort of deep, because they didn't have like reliable stuns on the side of Talon. So he could just kind of farm lanes and then get out and then just like use this leap away. And that's how they tried to play him to get back into the game.
And then they couldn't, Jenkins. There was no way back.
All I can think about this game is the Magnus. I'm trying not to be biased. I mean, this is one of my favorite heroes right now.
We saw a great Magnus yesterday. Didn't win, though.
It didn't win, and that's what I'm saying is that, like, I feel this same thing that we saw in this game, the same feeling of the skewers are there, the RPs are there, and then you just lose. Like, I don't know if it's a good hero. I feel like it's a good hero if you're Collapse. And otherwise, it just kind of seems like a weaker Tiny for what you want to like accomplish with it. Yeah. Tiny has a lower cooldown stun. You have more guaranteed setup with like the tossbacks. Sure, you have the Empower, but most people aren't really playing around the Empower even. Like if you watch Collapse play, he's maxing Skewer. He's not even empowering his carry for the most part.
This isn't a melee carry meta.
No, it's
right.
Yeah.
It's a range carry meta, so
true.
It does feel like for that, the Mag does feel a little bit awkward in a lot of situations, but. Honestly, Mag maybe was a little bit of a risk kind of pick, but I mean, there's an OD, right? Like, it's the first pick of the tournament.
I thought maybe there's like some imprisoned skewer backs that are we're gonna see. We didn't really see it. The Blink Dagger was a little confusing to us. Like we were trying to figure that one out. Like you're gonna
blink. They made it work a little bit. It seemed like at some point they had a couple of pickoffs in a row with it.
Sure, but imagine you're like a Storm Spirit or a Blink Puck or something like that, like we saw on the other side. Like these things make sense. Like you can come up with what the combo is for what comes after the Blink. With OD, it's like Blink imprisoned into what?
It's also, it was a first 2 Puck. And they picked the OD into it, which is, I mean, Puck loves to play versus OD in the grand scheme of things.
It's a lane counter, but not a game counter.
Yeah, and it didn't actually even win the lane. It was like kind of even. The Puck did fine. Like Makoto is super experienced in all these matchups.
They're afraid of Makoto. That's what that says to me. They're afraid of losing the lane to Makoto, and he still got a ton of farm and then did the typical stuff that he does on the Puck, which is dominate.
Yeah, and on top of that, they're not even coordinating their spells well during the game. Like, remember when they went top with a bunch of heroes? They walk up and try and RP the Puck. He just phase dodges it. Then the Techies wants to use his silence on the Puck, and then they astral him at the exact same time. They were just spellcasting really badly in general. I think Hellraisers really like dropped the ball in this one. I don't like their draft. I like Magnus, by the way, to go back to your point. I just think that with a Slok that gets owned in lane and an OD as your 2 other cores, it's like really hard to play.
Yeah, you probably want a more active mid laner if you have Mag in a side lane. Like he's like a +1. If you have an Ember, not only can you like empower the Ember, and he's not farming with the Empower. I don't even think that's what Empower is about nowadays. It's about just giving your melee cores more damage in the fight. So you can empower an Ember, and then the Ember is going to do a ton of damage, and you set up for the skewer back. And I think there's a few other heroes you can pick in the mid lane that, I mean, okay, not a few others. There's a ton of other heroes.
Yeah, I was about to say, like,
over the OD. Like, I get why they would try it, because I know mid laners try to fit this hero into the meta every single patch. And some patches it works, and it's a top tier hero eventually, and other patches it just looks awful. It feels like with OD there is no in between.
Mm-hmm. And it's always just, it's specialists who like to play. I mean, Depressed Kid Kiyotaka, he does really like this hero. He does like to play a bit more of these like cheesy style mids. That's why we do see even like the Brood come around. But yeah, I mean, I just didn't understand the OD pick overall. And yeah, I think it hurt the entirety of the draft. I think that's what like, you're talking about, like the mag switch. I think it makes the mag look worse, and it hurts the mag because
it does.
There's no enabling factor between the two of them.
100%. It feels like two drafts. Like you either draft around having a mag or you draft around having an OD mid.
Yes.
Not both. And I think also that will make their game easier to play, to not have two separate styles of Dota that they're trying to do at the same time. And maybe part of that is because they're trying to counter the Lina that they allowed. Like you.
Well, you have to pick your poison, though.
I think they have to. I think you have to ban. Honestly, if you're HR, I don't really want to see this Lina going through unless you're going to be taking it yourself.
They tried it. It didn't work. Just ban it.
Just ban it.
Maybe after some scrims, maybe after some practice, you can 5-man counter like Shopify did. Sure, but not now.
Hold up. But the problem is they banned Batrider, Nature's Prophet.
Yes.
I don't
first
know.
pick to talent.
Yeah, I don't think I would want to let either of those through. I think I would rather play against Lina.
I would. No, there's no way.
Okay, well then
there's
what about
no way.
What about a second phase ban of at least like a tree then? Because they banned Tusk, DP, and Undying. So I mean, yeah, the DP and the Undying I can get, but then giving tree as well when you have 0 building damage in your draft.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think they hit a building until 20 minutes.
Okay.
They had second pick. They probably could have drafted tower damage, though. I think this OD pick just would completely drop the ball.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I agree.
If you're going to try to ban things out that you don't want to see, we did have the Puck 4th pick, as in second pick for Talon. I think Mikoto's Puck, I mean, you heard Lacoste say the stat at the end there, out of the 8 games he's played, he's won 7 of them. Mm-hmm. He makes it look really good.
That's then where's the Lina? Like, you know what I mean? Like that is the issue, is when these teams, we saw the same issue with Gaiman, where teams are trying to ban like Quinn's Leshrac, for example, and it lets these heroes through that you have to have an answer to, like a really, really good answer, and it doesn't feel like there's enough. I would personally rather answer the Nature's Prophet than the Lina. I feel like it's a lot easier to counter that hero.
I want to say that I think Hellraisers should just try drafting Disruptor. I think it's something that would help them deal with this Puck potentially, and if they want to play with like Magnuses and ODs even, both of those set up really nicely for a Disruptor role.
It's a solo specialty.
It is a solo
It's probably his best hero other than Bane.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this would be something that I think would fit in nicely and work well against Talon's heroes.
Yeah, I agree. I think Disruptor would be good, and it's a really good patch for Disruptor too. This is like an A tier. Position 5.
All right, so who's going over and...
Do you want me to? I can run. I used to do running in school.
Just don't pick OD, honestly.
Believe that.
I'm going to just go down and say, just don't pick OD.
Yeah, plus.
I'm cool with... I think Disruptor can work with even better with all the other heroes that we're talking about, like the Embers and stuff like that. That's why I'm like, yeah, I just... Don't give me...
That is true. That your Ember or your Disruptor point is good, but then also with the better heroes on the mid, it would also be nice, because it would, work the same way, but with a hero that's not bad.
Yeah.
Does it mean that all the problems...
My voice is cracked instantly.
All the problems that we see for Hellraisers, is that like all draft? Because we didn't really get to see Hellraisers play proper Dota. Do we feel like a draft would have had them win this game, a better draft?
I think you can go back to draft because of some of the gameplay mistakes. Like the Magnus, for example.
Yep.
I think there were some mistakes there that can be... If you're just playing a hero that you have a lot more comfort on, you're not going to make those mistakes under pressure, even with a weird mid laner like OD.
Their draft is just, it's hard to execute as well, too. It's greedy and hard to execute, and then when you look at talents, it's not greedy, and it's extremely easy to execute. The whole draft plays itself. I think Gareth even was saying toward the end there, you just kind of cast your spells. Like a lot of these heroes, yes, you just like walk up, you get your coil off, the tiny blink toss avalanche. For the side of Hellraisers, it's like 4D chess that you're taking these team fights. It's like, okay, techies, you got to set up these mines in this area. Magnus gets the skewer off with the RP. Okay, we Astral this other guy control. Like, these fights are complicated.
You know what the funnious thing is that the best fight I feel like they took in the entire game was after that pause.
The pause, yeah, it was. It was.
Because they could theory craft everything.
Like, all right, you use this spell in this way, this way, this way. We killed like 3 heroes. Let's go.
Yep.
Yuragi instantly dies and the fight goes extremely well. Not instantly, if you include the pause. But that's like pausing time, you know?
Yeah.
So in the game, it was instant. I don't know where I'm going on this tangent. Back to you, Sheeper.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but what?
Well, we talk a lot about how Hellraisers could have improved on their game, on their draft, on everything here for the second game. But I feel like we should talk a little bit more about Talon as well, because we did see them have an incredibly comfortable time in this game. Yes, they had a comfortable draft, but also in game, they felt like they were on the same page. I enjoyed seeing Jabs, which again, yes, he got the last pick, as he does on his Snapfire. He's offlaner, but he did not really care that he was an offlaner. He's like, you know what, level 20, I'm going to get that talent and going to carry the game from the offlane fog.
Yeah, they all played really well. Everybody did their job, it felt like. I think Q did some heavy, not like heavy carrying or anything like that, but this Tiny, you saw there his stat. 33 assists, that's pretty absurd. He was part of, 38 of their kills, so. Yeah, they just got way too many comfortable heroes. Way too clean of a draft, way too easy of an execute of a draft. I want HR to take a completely different approach. Go back to their normal style. The Rubik Mag, it can work for some teams, but for them, I just don't like that style. It's too greedy, it's too slow. I want faster paced draft, want easier execution. I want them to be able to hit towers, especially if you're going to give Tree. Please.
Okay, and that goes back to banning Lina, though, because the Rubik Mag is the response that people are picking to Lina.
Yeah.
I actually wanted, I'm glad I wasn't here day one, because I was going to come into the major being like, I know the counter to Lina, it's Rubik Mag. Because it's like working in pubs and stuff. It is not working in these games.
No,
it looks horrible.
And if you're going to give Lina, maybe you want to also set up for the Nature's Prophet that we're talking about. They did ban, right?
Yeah,
maybe they can actually go back, because that's what a lot of people
Yeah,
are
if you're going to ban out, you just don't ban out either of them. You're going to get one of them.
Yeah, get yourself something that's like we've seen as, quote-unquote, the counters to solve the Lina part.
Sure.
This is a very important moment for Hellraisers, because they are a very young squad. Even with them not having a actual safe laner, obviously Yuragi is a stand-in. But for the other four, this could be a, what do you call it, a personality-making time. This is a elimination match at the first major. A large portion of their team is attending, and you need to be able to perform at your utmost best coming into potentially the final game, right, Sheep?
For sure. I actually don't think they played the worst in the game one, especially. I watched some of their fights. It's nice to see how Yuragi's playing around it. They're trying to go in and out. They're not just super overcoming and dying. I think the tools they had just made their fights look really awkward and difficult.
Yes.
But they had some really nice moments and how they tried to use their spells, skewer backs and then Astrals try and pop the puck, Eon Disc and then back off to reset and so on and so on. I see
it's so hard.
There's potential.
It's really hard.
What you're describing is just the most complicated puzzle.
Yeah.
Exactly. They made it hard for themselves with the draft, but their gameplay was actually pretty solid.
Okay, well that sounds like Hellraisers could easily force out this third game here. I think a large portion will also depend on who has first pick, who has second pick. Which we obviously don't know yet, because they get to choose, and whoever chose first doesn't get to choose second. And I don't know who chose Dire or first pick in game one. Tala had first pick, Hellraisers had Dire. Both are coveted positions, generally. So it will be a little bit of a wait for us to find out what the answer is to that question. But we are soon going to be finding out that, because hopefully we get into a draft very rapidly. And going into that draft, I mean, I can't help but think ahead, because did we have Enigma completely ignored? No, it was first phase ban. I forgot about that. Normally we don't see a first phase ban. You have a second phase pick or ban, but it was indeed first phase banned altogether.
I can get that after yesterday. I know Tundra obviously lost, but the showing that you can dominate, I mean, they dominated a team that ended up beating them with Enigma into two of the hardest counters in the game, which was the Silencer and the Tree, by going a completely different build, which of course the Greaves and the Pipe are not different, but the Aether Lens and Force Staff were very different. Aggressively using the Force Staff to force the enemy range carry in. It was really cool stuff from 33. And I think everybody was watching that and thinking oh shit, if they can play this into the two hardest counters in the game, this hero can be played into anything. So that's when it moves into the first phase.
I got a piece of the puzzle. Talon has chosen first pick. We do not know yet what Hellraiser has chosen, but I can only imagine it will probably be Dire.
I can get why they took first pick if they think they're going to get Lina again.
Why not?
Why not? Why not?
Why not? Just do same bands. Go run it back. If they're able to get the same setup, they'll
there's no way there's going to be the same opener, because I think we talk about it. There's like no fear and solo are gonna have fleshed this all out in the 15 minutes they had.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Right?
Just
don't ban anything.
I thought this about Beast Coast game yesterday, and then they did the exact same.
I was gonna say, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some of these players are pretty stubborn. They've got their ideas, and no. It wasn't the draft. It wasn't our ideas. It was the execution, guys. We just gotta do that. We just gotta execute the OD imprison into skewer back combo a little bit better.
It's a typical player thing, right? If you ask any team, you're like, whose draft is better? They're like, oh, ours. No matter what, they always will say theirs.
70-30, but yeah, it's ours.
Yeah, it's ours. Yep.
That's when you see like they tweak the second phase bans a bit, and then the end of the phase. That's when you start to see the differences come out, which changes everything. But the openings, I mean, the openings is what you put the most focus on as a team, right?
Yeah.
You got to flesh those out. You have, you know, exactly what you want versus each hero, and you have to believe in that. That's the foundation of your draft.
Yeah, it's going to be the exact same. I just got confirmation that Hellraisers indeed gets Dire in game number 2 as well. We're going to have to wait and see. Well, let's put that on hold. We're figuring all teams, both teams, were playing well. Is there anything you'd like to see improved on the side of Talon? Yes, they won. Yes, they were comfortable. But is there anything you'd like to see different? Because they did feel like they had an easy time.
No, I loved it. I loved all their plays. I loved the early buyback queue, right? The team fight around Roche and stuff like that. Early buyback.
Yeah,
I think their team fighting was really cool, clean. Game's easy to execute when you have such a good draft, of course, too. But they did play it pretty much perfectly. So yeah, run it back.
Wait, there was a moment where Mikoto died to a solo techie top lane.
That is true.
Yeah, that is true.
That was embarrassing.
Okay, yeah, you changed that.
Check yourself. You're trash.
That is embarrassing. You don't want to die to a solo techies.
It was entertaining to see them pick up the techies, and I would not be surprised to see techies picked up again because he did fine.
It was great. I think the techies was not a problem at all.
Yeah,
I think he was the best one. Actually, he had the best performance of the team.
For sure,
I felt like.
for sure. I don't think you could want a better play than that for techies.
I don't think so either. We're gonna find out if we're gonna have a techies in game number 2 because the draft for game 2 coming your way right now.
Game 2 about to begin. We're back with a draft panel. Hellraisers Game 1 draft does not quite work their way. We question marked the OD, and it proved us right.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole draft was a little bit odd, to be honest.
Thank God Lina's banned. We talked about that the whole time.
Techies, so they were annoyed by the techies.
So they're banning out the 2 pretty popular heroes that we have seen coming out from Hellraisers, and let's see what the adjustments are. Nature's Prophet will get picked up. See what Hellraisers goes to try to respond.
They've been doing this Nature's Prophet off lane during the group stage. Though. They didn't even do one game of carry Nature's Prophet. And yesterday I was talking about how, in the last series, I was talking about how like Nature's Prophet, when he loses, like in the games that I was watching, like it's usually on other roles, on mid and on off lane especially.
I'm already so much happier, infinitely happier. We've seen this duo smash through games, early game, late game, etc. It gives you tower pressure naturally, which they literally had no tower pressure last time. I'm much happier now with Hellraiser's pick already.
Right. These are 2 meta heroes as well. Yep. The DP has had a lot of success, particularly for the SA teams. EG has loved using this DP. What is your take on it, Winter? Some people used to flex it to the offlane. Now it's less popular that way.
I feel like you should definitely leave it as a flex, but I do prefer DP on the offlane a lot more than on the mid. Because of how the items that are good on the hero, the aura items. If you play the DP mid, you generally want to build. You might want to build other items, and I feel like the hero without mech, you don't really have other armor items on the hero, and I feel like the hero struggles when you don't have the armor items.
This is cool. I mean, 2 times now, Talon, right? They just putting it out there. They're like, yep, we're just gonna show our 2 cores. It's good games for it. I mean, it's like a cover also too, because the bat's gonna get banned. Nature's Prophet hates playing versus Bat. They just kind of protect everything, and now they can ban the heroes that they don't want to play against versus that Bat. So they'll take out that like Queen of Pain, maybe the Zeus, +1, something along that style.
The DP doesn't like seeing the hero, and generally when you pick DP and the opponent gets a Bat, you want to have like safe heroes like the Oracle, the Baden, something to dispel. And right now they already have a tree, so it's very weird to have tree and protector plus those kind of another save like Oracle, Abaddon. So it's very annoying for them to deal with that in the game.
What do you think, Winter? We've seen Geek Slate actually do something similar where the SCA teams are prioritizing the cores as the only important part of the draft, and they just pick supports that enable their cores much more.
Yeah, it makes sense because if you don't pick Bat Rider at 8, you're not going to get it later.
Yeah.
Because they pick 3 and DP, they are going to ban it for sure. So I feel like it's a very good move here that they snag it right away and try to just figure out what kind of supports are going to fit in the draft later on. It's a very good way of drafting in the first pick in general, because I always value the pick number 8 where you try to abuse by picking a win condition hero or a core that allows you to just play around in the game. And even though they're already open with MP is kind of like a win condition. Like if you open with MP or Lina, generally at number 8 you see a support like a Tree or Undying, someone to make the first pick stronger. But in this case, I feel like the Bat Rider has a lot of merit here.
We've seen, the South American teams actually had some success in the lane with DP, with a much more faster rotating DP against the Bat Rider. Is there any fear of that happening to Talon here? What do you think the matchup comes between the two mid laners here, Mikoto and Depreskid, or I actually forgot his new name now.
Kiyotaka.
Kiyotaka, thank you.
I don't know. I think there is I like the DP versus Bat. Actually, it's not too bad in the mid lane. You just have to be a little bit careful, of course. Like mid game, sure, it's terrible. You know, this Bat's always hunting you, but that's just the nature of the matchup. But in the lane, you can actually trade decently. I just don't think he's that type of player. He likes his heroes.
Okay.
Right. So I mean, he's probably gonna stick with his guns. I don't think he's gonna. I think this is probably just likely a straight up off lane.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't even think he's going to be a DP? You think it's the Greaves DP that we see
Greaves
on the
DP off lane, yeah. That's what I'd very likely imagine. I don't think Kiyotaka would like to play it.
Okay, that's what Talon thinks as well. They're banning the Co-op, the Storm, all the matchups that are very, very good against Bat Rider. I think Storm is a very, very strong matchup in the lane. It's very hard for Bat Rider to kill you. And in the game itself, Storm is very good against the Nature's Prophet as well. So I like that ban a lot.
I like all 3 bans. I mean, they're very kind of telegraphed in a way, right? Quap and Slark versus Bat. We've talked about that so much. But yeah, the Storm, it's like a double dip, right? In the lane, it can actually do decent versus Bat versus the Nature's Prophet too. So
you win the lane, actually, I feel, against Bat Rider. I feel like it's very... You always have a full one charge, and it's very hard for the Bat Rider to go on you, because every time he tries to kill you, he's going to eat like 1, 2, 3 remnant damage, and he's gonna struggle in terms of trying to last hit against the Storm as well.
Right. Yeah, and if he dives, which is usually what ends up happening, the Bat dives that mid laner, there's a Vortex, and you actually just do get fully turned on. So yeah, cool. And looking at the bans, Hellraisers, a lot of supports being targeted. Undying, Rubik, Tusk, all taken out. Trying to have better laning prowess. I think last game, I mentioned it a bunch of times, like very greedy draft from Hellraisers. I think they're really trying to fix that, trying to make sure they have a better early game so they can actually get into that mid game and stuff. So I'm cool with this. I like Talon's opener a little bit. I still like Talon's opener more, of course, but I think Hellraisers, they're adapting and making some good changes.
Wow, I like this hero. CM is a very, very underrated position 5 hero. I feel like she gives a lot for your team. She's pretty decent in the lane, and later in the game, she's a very strong team fight presence. She has a lot of damage with the ulti and all her other nukes, and like overall, I feel like this pick also makes the Tree and the DP stronger with the aura. And because when I feel like when you pick Tree and Protector, you want the other support to be able to do a lot of damage in a team fight, like something like a Phoenix, Snapfire, and CM does feel that build.
And they probably just assume that it's a Jab's Nature's Prophet, right? I mean,
because they've always played an MP on the off lane.
So in the lane, you know, you Crystal Nova these treants and stuff like that. It's actually really, really effective. So this is a pretty cool pick. Talon, run back to Tiny. Q popped off last game. He was 38 of the kill, involved in 38 kills. He had 33 assists, probably one of the higher that we've had at the tournament. He was incredible. So perfectly fine with them running that back. Double forms of initiation and multiple positioning displacements versus Death Prophet. So something that she kind of hates playing versus ways to break either the Siphon or just putting her completely out of position.
I mean, what is Oli gonna play here though? Like there's no Undying, there's no Trian. I mean, there's the Elder Titan, which we don't really like.
Not for this game either, right? Last game you at least justified because of the puck, but this time magical damage is...
Bat Rider is kind of like puck. Like you do a lot of magic damage. You can abuse the aura a lot.
You think you can combine that then?
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely possible. But
does he Shadow Demon at all?
I mean, he plays the hero, but
he used to, but not this season.
Shadow Demon is very good here. It's very good against the DP. It's very good against the Treant.
Because I always like I like Shadow Demon versus Treant DP quite a lot.
But the lane is not good though. I feel like the lane is not stable. Like I would prefer them trying to pick a position 5 that's much more laning presence. Because if you look at the previous series where they were having trouble, especially the game against Liquid, they were struggling in the laning phase.
That's true.
Right.
I agree with that. Yeah.
But their lanes in general look a little bit weaker. Like, you're right. Hellraiser is concentrating on lanes, and they're kind of the opposite. Even with the CM now, if your lane is NP plus Tiny, like, the CM Crystal Nova stops both of you.
Yeah. He will go
ET.
the ET.
Okay. I'm point Winter.
Interesting. I mean, it's... The one thing I do like about ET when you're playing with Nature's Prophet is the vision aspect that you're able to bring. You have tons of vision now in your team fights. You have ways to connect with Wrath of Nature, even on like the backline targets, and you are amping up all 3 of them pretty nicely. The magic damage is pretty substantial, so pretty cool. Scouting Tree, excellent too with Spirit, so pretty nice.
How does Hellraisers answer? Now that there's a little bit more lane presence on Talon. Actually, do you lane CM against ET? Would that be a solution for them? They can always put like 4 or 5 CM, right? Or do you want to keep it in the NP lane?
CM struggles against ET unless you get like the Frostbite at level 1 to try to
deal with
some of the physical damage. But overall, if you're laning CM and Naga, I feel like you should be okay.
But Naga is one of those high armor Agi heroes that usually ET counters.
I think maybe they were thinking that they're going down this route, perhaps. So
but it's good against Bat Rider in the lane.
Yeah.
I think they specifically pick it against Bat. They feel like it's more or less going to be, there's a chance like Bat might be off lane, so they're preemptively picking cores that are already good against Bat in the lane.
Good against both, right?
Yeah.
Good against the NP in lane if it's there, good against the Bat in lane if it is too. So, yeah, the pick is cool, at least versus those, but ET now, I went up in stock, right?
Yes.
Ali's now like, hell yeah, let's go, baby. I got potential now, too. Yeah, this is cool.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I feel like if I'm the ET, I might prefer to lane against the Naga and CM. If I look at the overall setup, if I'm allowed to, I would prefer to go there.
Okay. We have one final mid pick here for Hellraisers. You talk about his hero pool being his heroes, right? I think they're getting rid of them, unless he goes back to his Void Spirit, which is trash, or the hero, not the player.
Yeah.
What does he have left? Got rid of a Timberzard just in case the DP actually goes mid as well. As a Miero special.
Yeah, I think he gets to decide last though. Talon has to pick first, so he has the luxury to wait and see what Talon goes for here as the carry, and then decide.
Do you keep the flex of the bat to make sure that they don't know the matchup entirely?
I mean, I prefer MPS carry.
I do too. This is Talon though.
Yeah,
that's the one thing. This could just be like Jabs just is like, all right, give me this last pick that looks like a carry, and then we're just gonna throw it off lane and just meme on you a little bit.
I think maybe he might be thinking about Pudge if he wants a carry against Naga, like he can deal with the illusion, and you have a pretty decent lane with Elder Titan. He can stomp, and then you hook the hero under the tower.
Okay, they take
wow.
That's a good call. I liked it a lot. The heal reduction as well too versus DP. If you get to that point, it's pretty crazy, and it's amped up.
Yeah.
Everything amped up by ET. That could have been a cool pick. I like that call.
Another carry, semi-carry that would be good is Lash, but I'm not sure if they play it. Lash is very good against the Naga. In the game, it's very good with ET aura.
What about Terrorblade?
Yeah, Terrorblade's good too.
That's a classic
Savage
Savage hero.
That's a classic hero against DP. You build Skadi, you can kill her.
I thought the Naga core-to-core was pretty bad for TB.
It's better for the Naga for sure, but I feel like they have a lot of answers. At least they have like the ET that's going to be that extra answer in a way. But,
But I feel like with the draft, right, because the other cost...
I like that better.
Okay.
Alright, Sniper is kind of similar to Terrorblade. You outrange the DP. You are very, very strong in the lane. I think the primary focus here is they didn't want to get bullied in the lane because Terrorblade is way weaker in the laning phase.
I don't like that hero right now. I was just suggesting because like we've seen a lot more of it. I'm not a TB fan whatsoever.
Right.
But Sniper looks great. He has a lot of bodies this game. He's got the ET, the Tiny.
I love Sniper with ET. He can abuse the aura with the Shrapnel. It does a lot. And ET overall in the game, he protects any range like carry very well in the team fights.
Now with the final mid pick, they need something that actually gets onto the Sniper. It's kind of difficult right now to jump him. It's really only...
They need like a Primal Beast kind of hero.
Right. Okay.
I'd actually like if they do that. If they actually switch and just put the DP... Now you put the DP Mac mid and you pick this like gap closer that gets on top of
Primal
Sniper.
Beast.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm cool with either, honestly. I like the Primal suggestion.
Dark Seer instead. So they do put DP mid.
That's decent too.
I think this is the right choice, at least for them, to the way they set up. It's very aggressive, very early centric, and it's much more well-rounded. The draft actually makes sense. It's much easier to execute than that last game. Still prefer Talons, but I could see chances here for Hellraisers better than last time.
Okay. There is definitely a very good chance we go to a game 3 just based on drafts alone. Talon has they have very OP heroes, but HR has a lineup that can deal with the OP heroes.
Nice. Okay, so you guys actually have pretty good hopes for Hellraisers this game. What are the strengths of Talon's draft that they have to be wary of, though, in game number 2?
I mean, they've got incredible Tricore, right? Like they literally have like some of the 3 best Tricores in my opinion at the moment. So they have to stabilize. They have to stabilize early game. Can't lose lanes too hard so that you can actually play with this Naga Siren and Darkseer early. Lanes. That's a big thing I'm going to be looking at for HR. Talon. I mean, their draft is just, it's clean. It's nice. I like Talons, but I think Hellraisers, if they're able to get some stable lanes, they could be able to take some later stages.
If the Darkseer gets too good of a start, I feel like Talon can actually just get run over by the Darkseer. They have to make sure that the Darkseer is in control.
The Darkseer is the key point, you would say, of Hellraiser's draft right now. He's the one that deals with the sniper. He's the one that sets up the tempo in the game. Do you expect an early blink for this Darkseer, like Grease blink right away?
Team items first, I guess. You get a mech. I feel like you want to get a mech. I'm not sure if the DP mid is going to get a mech, but if I'm going to choose, I probably rather the Darkseer get a mech and the DP go for core, like you rush BKB or whatever. And if the timing is right with those items, I feel like they can actually take control of the map and get Roche and take control of the game.
Okay. Well, we'll see if that's true. We do have a casting pair that reminds me a lot of the mechanism because they work together like clockwork and they heal me with their soothing voices. It's Gareth and Lacoste.
Thank you so much, Alma. That's right, here we are as we get ourselves into game 2. Now, so far, we've had 4 2-0s and 3 2-1s in the playoffs. So we need this one to go to a third game to balance things out. How are HR's chances to make that happen?
Much higher compared to the previous game, where they have good scaling lineup. They have much better laning stage. Darkseer was the last pick. With Treant Protector, I think in this matchup, if someone can match up against Elder Titan, who sometimes can be difficult to deal with against certain heroes in the lane, they can definitely punch back. You have Ion Shell, you have Treant Protector with the high damage, so he's going to be up there hitting Elder Titan back, which not many heroes in Dota can do.
Yeah, usually Darkseer's early laning stage, like levels 1 to 3, can be a little bit tricky.
Yes.
But with Leech Seed and Living Armor, you obviously make things much simpler for the Darkseer to play that lane. But away we go. Game 2 here in this best of 3 as Talon take on Hellraisers. And already we've got these little treants and even the ET himself to try and scout out some of the early vision of HR, who are yet again playing on the dire side.
They needed the last pick hero that deals somehow with the sniper, something that can close the gap, so having Surge on your Death Prophet, like Death Prophet later on will probably buy a Blink Dagger anyway, try to get on top of him, and you also have Surge on the Naga Siren. She can try to get close with the illusions, maybe with the song post BKB.
Yeah, definitely plenty of tools to try and get that done. And like the panel was saying, this Jabs Nature's Prophet, we've seen him time and time again be basically a carry from the offlane, whether he's Furion or Naga Siren. He's getting a lot of farm and transitioning.
So far, he didn't lose with Nature's Prophet.
Ooh.
He won 4 out of 4 games, and he does scale. We've seen a couple of times where Jabs kind of takes over the game. They even played the greedier stuff, Naga Siren from the offlane, going for the carry items.
Yeah.
It wasn't as successful, but it was still okay. They have this idea of 3 scaling cores where they hit their timings with like 3 BKBs, and then they're going to take a fight. It's a good sniper game overall. He has a very good front line. You have Batrider causing chaos, ET to kind of save you. Even a simple tossback could make it work. And Q, one more time, he will be playing Tiny. He did pop off completely in the previous game.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of assists, very high, very active, and also not afraid to use buybacks 15, 16 minutes into the game.
Yeah, just keep yourself rolling. Keep being involved. Now, in terms of item build for Jabs, just going to be that Maelstrom into BKB, you reckon? He can get away with that rather than the Aghanim's Rush we've seen sometimes from offlane Prophets, right? Bottom Bounty Rune, HR.
I thought something's going to happen. I'm a big fan of Aghanim's Scepter on offlane NP, even on mid. Even better. It sounds like you are hitting an earlier timing. We'll see what he decides to go for. I think going for both items is also fine. They do have multiple abilities that go through Magic Immunity, Treant Protect Alt, also Death Prophet, so might opt to go for more tanky build, which Aghanim's Scepter is. It gives you a lot of stats, and you gain a lot of stats per level anyway.
Yeah, so we can think about that kind of Gleipnir, BKB, Ags, Assault Cuirass, try and tank up as much as possible.
We'll get BKB eventually. I think BKB third item is completely fine.
Yeah.
Depends how the game's going to go. Mostly looking at this bottom lane. Sniper plus ET, you have someone to frontline for you. Sniper starting with the headshot, a lot of peeping. These are 2 melee heroes, so they get close. They didn't cut down the trees on the side. They did some, but not all of them.
He doesn't have the quack. A little bit sad, and there's Q with an immediate courier kill. Doing a decent job at keeping them at bay, but of course we've got this lane dragging being done by Miero, so he'll be able to secure himself this full wave of creeps.
Something you said, Darkseer, not really the strongest hero level 1. With that Ion Shell, you want to get him to level 3. This is where the hero kind of hits the peak. And another courier dying.
Yeah, revenge is sweet. Antares and Ollie trading out those couriers. They do manage to meet the waves in behind their tier 1, so everything looks pretty solid for them there. They're always going to be annoying with a Treant lurking around in that tree line, hiding in the forest, trying to come in with a couple of denies. And of course that top lane, Q and Jabs against a Naga Siren and a Maiden. Might be challenging for Solo, very slow hero this Maiden, so if he's out of position even by an inch, could get caught by a toss back and some Treant blocks.
Yeah, Crystal Maiden does have now level 2, Frostbite is available. Crystal Nova deals well, could be annoying for these Treants, but if you get a tossback Crystal Maiden hero that doesn't have much HP, has 1 stats available from the branch queue, now looking for something, still holding a point whether he wants to get Avalanche or Toss.
And going for the tree grab level 1 for that trade potential, always feels nice as the Tiny. And you can secure range creeps and of course just keep whacking into the Maiden, even tossing her into the Vool camp.
That's a big
Solo
one.
Back.
Reducing the healing as well for a couple of seconds. It's a lot of healing reduction. I believe it's 70.
Yeah, you have a Tango or a Salve going, you're like, oh, where is
75, okay.
75% healing, wow.
Plus the damage that you receive. These fellas, it's 31 damage. It's not a joke.
Yeah, got some colorful frog venom poison on their arrows as they do toss back Solo. There's the play on the Maiden. Jabs looking for that final bit of damage. Will get it and secure the first blood. Well, 23. He's died down bottom to the tree and Darkseer. They hit level 2 and played aggressively.
Vacuum. No surge this time around. Treant was able to close the gap. Does have Leech Seed available. Ollie lands a stomp. 23 will come back. Has 2 shrapnel charges. And now he has boots as well. So definitely needs that to be able to run away from Treant.
Yeah, a little more difficult now to get on top of the sniper in this lane. And Ollie going to salve himself back up so he can continue playing that bodyguard role for 23. And CS-wise, looks like every core is doing well, but Batrider is starting to come out on top. And this is no surprise. Makoto has been a star player for Talent for quite some time.
He really has been. Player that does tend to play aggressive, creates a lot of space. Ollie trying to protect his sniper, a bit low on regen here. Yeah. Only 1 Tango available.
23 just gets chased for 3 or 4 seconds, and that's, what, 60% of his health removed.
Everybody's playing lanes right now. We haven't seen position 4 or 5 moving to secure the water runes. Mikoto might be able to get another one. Does have a point in Flame Break. Yotaka.
Yeah. I mean, Mikoto dropping very
ground.
low. Sticky Napalm stacked up on the DP, and he goes straight for the kill. Makoto takes him out in the 1v1. I mean, DP in that natural lane feels pretty good with the Spirit Siphon because Bat can't dive you onto tower, but once you go for these runes, it becomes real nasty.
He had no Spirit Siphon charges available, and Mikoto played it nicely. Broke the Spirit Siphon, the last one, and also Flame Break had already a couple of Sticky Napalm charges. Ollie now needs to be a bit more careful. Treant running him down with 2 points in Ion Shell.
Antares.
Way too deep.
Yeah, far too deep. Losing a lot of his HP while Q and Jabs having a poke at Yuragi top. Back down to bot. We'll see the Treant get chipped away out here. He kind of wants to die at this point. Nothing left for him to give, so wanting that reset back to Fountain.
Ollie providing vision in the trees with that Spirit. He's now level 3, so he can also punch back.
And net up top on Jabs. Yuragi and Solo get on top of the Nature's Prophet, as in the mid lane. Lasso there on Kiyotaka, needing Solo's rotation to help the Death Prophet. 5 stacks of Napalm though. Let's see if Makoto can keep on going with a Frostbite holding him back. It looks like that should be the end. Oh no, he's going for it. Doesn't get the finishing blow, but there's the damage. Makoto takes down the Death Prophet again, twice in a row.
Even had a Flame Break available. Batrider will cause a lot of trouble throughout this game. They did go for Dead Prophet on the mid lane and picked a different off laner, but so far it has not been working out. They're trying to break the lane. Solo also TP'd to the mid lane, which means that there's going to be some serious pressure on the tower. Tiny with the tree grab, they're going to even pop the glyph.
Yeah, Hellraiser's getting outlaned across the board. Even with that sniper's death down bottom, he's third in net worth, ahead of every member of Hellraisers. And of course, Bat and Furion up at the top. Mikoto's about to hit 3,000 net worth of 6 minutes.
This would be a big one. If Mikoto managed to pick up that haste rune, they die on the top lane. This is double kill.
Absolutely would be. Especially with this amount of pressure coming from Q and Jabs just on their own, even without the bat. They catch out Uragi, toss him into the Nature's Prophet, give him the punches.
They found the real one.
They try to kill Q, but he's fine behind the tree line while Uragi gets up north. He can cut through the trees and get away. Q not able to find the Naga, but there's the chase. Mikoto moves forward onto Solo. A killing spree for him, and already a tier 1 tower. Lacoste is only 7 minutes in.
They opened up the map so much. They broke the lanes. Exorcism is available, but they're going to defend. Now you have Nature's Prophet who can TP mid. Tiny also does not want to stay top anymore, so he's going to be the one moving. Hellraisers, they need to play with this Death Prophet. They need to bring numbers.
Yeah, and so often is Death Prophet from the off lane, from the mid lane especially. These exorcisms are incredibly important to utilize. Either it's a core kill or it's a tower. You can't be using them willy-nilly just to try and find a support. And it's down to Kiyotaka now to really get on this tier 1 mid, make life difficult for Talon.
Both supports rotated from Hellraisers. They want to take this tower.
Yeah.
Nature's Prophet, if he hits level 6, he's going to be the one trying to deal damage. Maybe they find an opening. Mikoto, he's up there. Level 8 Batrider, 7 minutes into the game.
Well, there's the Exo and the dive. Ollie frostbitten, but he's going to get a stomp off here before he falls, but a lot of damage from Kiyotaka secures it while Mikoto's in. Does lasso him up, and the 2-man avalanche toss under the tier 1 tower, going to blow them up. Kiyotaka falling in the sprout. Mikoto's dominating, and Hellraiser's falling short. Every step has multiple hurdles, and Talon securing the tower defense, getting big kills, and looking real smooth here in game 2.
Talon also brought numbers, and this might be even a full tower. They do have a glyph available. We'll pop it immediately. Hellraisers, before they died, they managed to set up some vision. One observer ward behind the tier 1 tower, and also one scouting out things near the outpost.
Q,
there's no way.
Hello?
That's a solo.
Well, he just wrapped in behind the darks here. Well, now Mikoto with his DD rune, considering his options. They want to kill the tower, but they'd also love a juicy kill on the DP or the tree here.
Jab, this is the second tower he takes. And we were wondering what the item build is going to be. Decided to go for Maelstrom. First item, already has Javelin. He's the one who can farm the triangle, while Sniper can take over the farm near the outpost.
That makes a lot of sense.
They're going to defend it, like next Exo, they're still going to be able to defend. Also for Hellraisers, they are the ones that have Treant Protector, and they lost 2 towers already.
Well, that's a great point. Yeah, they can't hold on to those areas of the map. Now Q saw them coming bot, while 23 gets dived in mid. Help down bottom, comes in with the avalanche toss, and Q looking for Miero as Mikoto over the top of the docks here. Flame breaks him back. He's slowed down and they get the kill. Okay, they lose 23 Savage, but Talon have 3 carries in this game. You lose 1, we've got 2 more. A double for Q, make that another. They've got 4 carries with this Tiny popping off.
I don't mind the Q's getting the kills. We saw him getting 15-minute Blink Dagger in the previous game. A lot of drawing on a minimap. Hellraisers, they're like, we need to play this part of the map, but they also need to open it up. 25 seconds until next Exo. This Death Prophet has been completely shut down.
Yeah, absolutely. 0-3-2 for Kiyotaka. 20 seconds for the next Exorcism. Trying to get a bit of chip damage on this tower down south. It looks like Talon are thinking about responding. They get the D ward in the jungle. Observer ward's hard to keep up here for Solo without a D warding that's coming out of Talon supports.
Mikoto already has Boots of Travel, has Arcane Rune available. So I think this tower is not going to be defended. They're thinking about it. Q.
Waiting up on high ground to see if Hellraisers want to invade the jungle after the tower take, it looks like. But this is chill time for the rest of Talon. Farming mid, Mikoto's there.
Protecting Sniper pretty much. If Hellraisers are going to smoke, this is where they break the smoke. They have Avalanche maxed out. 2 points in Echo Stomp. Sniper, only one shrapnel charge available.
Go on then, Solo. You want to pop your head over the ramparts there. Down in the trenches.
Blocking the entrances. What a play. I don't think I've seen this play for a long time. They've been here for more than a minute.
Yeah, I mean, now they're making the play down bottom. They let tower fall, and they wait for stragglers. Hellraiser's leaving Miero stranded, and Antares might be in a spot of bother himself, you know. Gets dived upon, Makoto continuing the streak.
This is a big kill.
Oh, it's a huge one to take down the bat. Kiyotaka's there. Plenty of money lining his pockets now.
Exo still up and running. They're not done. They want to maybe get something out, but the amount of control from Talon, these two supports, having so much control, having so much stun, jabs. He's like, I don't care. I'll be on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
I'm just going to continue farming, have that Maelstrom. Sniper also getting the farm on a mid lane, finished off his Maelstrom. So double Maelstrom against Naga Siren. These illusions are not going to have an easy time.
I mean, Jabs is so chill, he's bringing his courier out to deward sentries on high grounds. Again, you know, we see Ollie removing one of these obs wards. He is under a sentry there.
Needs to
He's
be
smoked
careful.
up, but Q not quite getting the combo with the Earth Splitter as they would have intended. And up towards top, Jabs getting gone on. Uragi will be there with the ensnare. Catching out Jabs, Sprouts himself, can't TP. He's stuck and killed. Big moves from HR to take down these core heroes of Talon.
Stayed there for a way too long. He's been, as you said, like he's drawing on a minimap. This is where I've been. The other one is like they're probably gonna go smoke inside the triangle and try to evade, get something done.
He's looking at his Google Maps history. This is what you did today. Went around the large camps, popped your head into the jungle top.
Q still gonna have a, yeah, we see the heat map. This is where he has been. Showed up on a mid lane, took that tier 1 tower, but might need to swap things around now.
I love that trail, right? The little spots trailing up the triangle and up towards top. That's beautiful to see. But Hellraiser's definitely fighting back, creating space for Uragi. It's a 2k lead, even though it's felt like domination from Talon so far. Hellraisers still have avenues back into this game with the scaling they've got.
Yeah, Uragi almost the most farm hero in the game. He will take over in the next couple of minutes. Nature's Prophet can't really be the one, because part of this farm is being taken out. You have Batrider in the triangles from time to time. Sniper also gets there.
Antares guarding Miero. Q tumbles forward, gets the avalanche and the toss back for the overgrowth. Oh, illusion rune, vacuum cancelled. Lasso's there, kills the dogs here. Kiyotaka and Uragi, they want the tiny. Looking to kill off Q with a Spirit Siphon, and Hellraisers have brought 5 heroes down to that bottom lane, expecting a full-on brawl.
Mikoto immediately points out, rest of you guys need to push out the mid lane. Top also needs to be pushed out, so Jabs one more time, goes to that top lane.
Smooth smoke in here from Hellraisers.
It's a farm game. Talon, they don't care too much about maybe dying on one support.
They're catching Mikoto. The Frostbite. It connects, and Kiyotaka with the damage. They've killed the bat again. 23, his HP just being removed. The freezing field, Solo gets the kill. Sniper down, the Earthsplinter comes. Nature's Prophet falls as well. A double kill for Kiyotaka, but Q's back in. The Solo stop them. He's fine now. Kiyotaka gets away with the help of the living armor, but he doesn't have TP.
What a freezing field from Solo. Also this TP from 23, way too aggressive. He should have TP'd inside the trees.
Look at that damage from him.
The most, what is that?
Over 2,000, 2,400.
His HP just disappeared. He TP'd in, and I think he got clipped 2 times, maybe even 3 times by that ulti.
Yeah,
Mikoto needs to be a bit more careful. I think with how this previous fight went, needs to farm up a BKB.
Oh, absolutely does. There we see it back.
He TP'd right in front of them. If he TP's maybe slightly to the north.
Crypt Swarm, and what, 4 hits from the freezing field? The wolves howl and the sniper dies. And then Jabs is trapped there as well.
They definitely need BKBs. Mikoto, just a recipe away, but Hellraisers keeping this game pretty even. Now, Uragi finished off his Manta style, which will amplify his farm even more going into Heart next. He does not want to die. We see different builds on Naga Siren. Most of the time, it's either Orchid, or if you feel like you need to reduce their magic resistance. I keep forgetting the name of that item.
The Bloodthorn, the Mage Slayer?
Yeah, Mage Slayer.
Sorry, I was looking at gold graphs and thinking we had a 4.1k net worth lead for Talon not too long ago. Now it's down to 700-800. Very tight game, you're right. In terms of the metrics.
Managed to recover. Second on now even taking over.
He's top net worth.
Yeah, those last two exorcisms have really been on point. They got what they wanted. They got the tower and the bottom. Now top mid towers actually half HP. And Kiyotaka, he hit that level 12, so 2 points in Exo. Plus Arcane Rune, they want to take a fight.
It's all clicking into place for HR. Greaves on the docks here as well. Every piece of the puzzle seems ready in their timing. It's about to hit. Talon trying to make a bit of room down bottom for jabs. Q is here as well. And Snare, the blink, avalanche, toss, catches an illusion. So Yuragi only loses about 30% of his HP.
They need an extra hero.
Yeah. So Naga can stay down there. And they're losing traction on the map now, Talon. Can't stick bot. Difficult to play up top. And Hellraisers smoking across that southern jungle.
Kiyotaka, he would definitely love to pop Exo with Arcane, and will use it.
Straight for that tier 1. Talon with no response just yet. It looks like they want to try and get some vision down, but they see nothing coming, and that front line from HR is too beefy to bypass.
Very tanky. You have Dead Prophet with the Yule Scepter, Guardian Greaves done on Miero, plus Living Armor, of course.
And Yuragi getting bigger and bigger. Invade enemy triangle. I don't know if they can quite just pop into Roche yet. It's being pinged by Talon as a possibility, but Hellraisers, they want the simpler objectives, which are the small little neutral camps.
They know that Exo's down, so I feel like Talon might decide to smoke up and get something done, because BKB on Batrider was just picked up. They would definitely love to have a Gleipnir on NP. He's so close to it, needs another 100 gold. Treants will farm it, so he can TP back with the down of portal and come back into a fight with teleportation.
And there is Miero with a casual cloak now as well, so beefing himself up even more. Jabs Gleipnir delivered. Well, they aim top. Antares. He's invis and hiding. They get on the DP though. Q makes the jump and finds the catch. Kiyotaka destroyed by jabs.
It's time to go for Roche. 40 seconds without Dead Prophet. Try to make something happen. Let's see if they decide to go for it. They didn't use anything big other than Nature's Prophet ulti, and now we see this Gleipnir in action. Dire, they also thinking what I was thinking, that Roche might be on the menu, but Talon, they have different thinking. They might even want to get another one.
Yeah.
Here comes Jabs.
Coming in from the back, the TP onto Miero, pops his Greave, the toss back there, the Naga Siren being focused and controlled, the lasso with the damage looks good, but Yuragi, he's not going to get out of there alive. Solo with a huge freezing field, but the BKB from Mikoto keeps him safe and sound. Does get rooted up for now, but Solo getting peeped out by the sniper will take down Hellraisers.
It's going to be a full team wipe.
Now, and Talon, they get the wipe.
Dead Prophet was dead for so long. Level 13 Dead Prophet. Talon finds another opening, and we see the power of this Batrider once he picks up that BKB.
For sure.
Plus Nature's Prophet. They can keep the distance. The Sniper was completely uncontested in the previous fight. Has Brigand's Blade available, so that's going to be a lot of damage from distance.
Yeah, and it really felt like Hellraisers. This was their one big timing. Now you're kind of waiting for that Naga later down the line, whereas Talon, they've got this staggered timing with the BKBs coming out on multiple heroes.
Also, ET ulti's been on point multiple times, landing on multiple heroes, and this Batrider, the only pretty much thing he cares about is the overgrowth.
Yeah.
Might need to be careful about damage from the Exo, but Dead Prophet was not in that fight.
Well, HR thought they were potentially in Roche.
This is a good move from HR. Try to play around the Roche pit. The Exorcism is available. Maybe even try to force it before the BKB comes back online. But 10 seconds and it's going to be available, so a bit too late.
Yeah, no lasso for 40. But Yuragi thinking about the go. Gets the ensnare and a chase back. Even a song.
For position 5.
Yeah.
He does have a Force Staff. I don't think he's getting out of the trouble, but might buy some time.
Yeah, delays the inevitable death of himself.
This is Exo, so let's see if they decide to run inside the Roche pit.
They have to.
And try to force it. Yeah, I think you're going to lose Roshan if you don't do it yourself.
Straight into the pit they head.
You have ET, one of the better heroes to defend Roshan with. Unfortunately, he's dead, but the Shrapnel, also very good tool. they know that there's no song, so I want to see Talon go in, get stuff done. It's being pinked out, but Roshan's very low.
I mean, Q can't jump in to steal because there's a Naga illusion on him, and Roshan just dead here to HR. Yeah, no play for Talon to actually make. Jabs was busy shoving out bottom lane, and even though they've got Makoto on their team, who has done a tremendous job in previous games of stealing Aegis and all the goodies, doesn't want to risk anything this time.
I thought Talon's going to contest even without Elder Titan. Scouting's out with Nature's Prophet. You have BKB, you know that EXO was running out. So now for the next 5 minutes, Naga Siren will be able to get a lot of farm. I don't think they can just burst it down, especially because he went for second item Heart, and it's about to be finished.
Yeah, we're still waiting here for the BKB arriving for 23. So they do have that kind of delayed timing after the Batriders won, but there's the catch on Miero. Just Q again. He finds himself in these positions where he just spots a core and takes them down. Naga's Courier. Oh, that was the heart recipe. That's gone as well.
That's a big one. No heart for 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
But he will get in there by Vitality Booster. Recipe is the only thing that died.
Still up at that top lane.
Double BKB going to be available on Talon.
Almost,
triple BKB.
Almost triple, yeah. Jab's not too far off of his.
Whenever EXO is down, Talon can take a fight.
Living armor against Treant. Who's going to take it down?
That
it's
range
the
creep.
little Treant. And Q still lurking around in mid. Invis Mikoto finds Miero yet again. They've got Avalanche Toss to secure this kill. He gets off the Greaves, buys some time, the vacuum into the wall as well, and surges away. Now they've got a song. Oh, Solo, let's see what you've got. Let's let it go with the freezing field. He's waiting for it, buying time, delaying the BKB. Makoto just dying the physical damage of the Naga Siren, but he's going to get down into the river and up the staircase. Jabs will be here to bodyguard and help them retreat too.
It was close. He knew that this ulti from Treant is going to come out as soon as he pops the BKB. But a bit of a lacking in damage department. Miero has been caught so many times. You said like the casual cloak on him. Try to survive this burst damage from Tiny and Batrider.
I mean, there you can see Batrider 18k damage, Tiny with 10k. Doing an awful lot across this map. Quite evenly spread across Hellraisers. Crystal Maiden with the most damage this game. But they do toss back Solo. Let's see if they can do the damage to her. Ooh,
and Sniper ulti has a raindrop and a cloak. He'll be fine.
So much long-range damage you've got to consider, though.
It's also level 1 ulti. Even with level 2 ulti, he would not be able to kill him there.
I like to imagine it was closer than that.
Q does have a 4-staff available. Tumbler's Toy. Q always finds a farm, especially when playing on Tiny, going for these even solo pickups we've seen not just in this game, but also a previous.
Oh, Yuragi's Courier about to respawn, so that Heart of Tarask will be coming sooner rather than later. And it's been a farming Aegis though, hasn't it? A minute and a half left on it. So far, Hellraiser just trying to hold out on the map. Still 4k net worth behind compared to Talon. But absolutely looking like Yuragi could carry this game for them.
His next item going to be Scotty. He still doesn't have Heart. Courier did respawn, is bringing the item to him right now. Managed to farm up another 2k gold in the meantime.
Well, this is what we like to see. Smoke into smoke, straight on the DP. No, Kiyotaka lassoed up through the BKB. But where's the physical damage? It's lacking, it's not there. There's no sniper, no Prophet. They're coming in now, filtering into the Radiant Agents area. But Kiyotaka retreating without wasting Exo.
That extra 20% status resistance kind of messed him up. You check the items, but in your head, this Avalanche Toss combo lasts long enough. So Batrider a bit late. Yuragi?
That's the real Yuragi. Just walking up onto Jabs. Half HP Prophet, dragged back with a vacuum into the wall, the song, and the kill. Yuragi baiting them and finding the bat as well. Oh, this is trouble for Talon now. Mikoto going to Firefly off to the left. They can't connect on anybody.
What a way to initiate. Run in as Naga Siren.
I'm an illusion!
He did have Aegis for another 45 seconds, so wants to die, and he's also super tanky with that Heart, with Surge. You give him like Living Armor plus Guardian Greaves, and now they're inside the enemy triangle trying to maximize the farm. Talon, it feels like they need another set of items, or they just need this Aegis to be gone where they can try to take the fights. The big upgrade will be Mjolnir on Sniper, so more procs, more damage. Batrider going into Blink Dagger next. He wants to be able to separate the fight, stay away from this Treant Protector. So there's no Surge, nothing to save him after it's done.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like there's a lot of focus. They have to go into killing Yuragi once, never mind twice.
One thing I'm happy about is Oli's the one holding the Philosopher's Stone. He has a Force Staff and also going into Aghanim Scepter next. So eventually, if this game drags for another 15 minutes...
We're going to see it again?
We're going to see it again. There was a game where he managed to farm it, had Mask of Madness, had Basher during the group stage of this major.
He was a beast. Absolute monstrosity on that ET.
Everybody wants to scale. I'm looking at the items. Oli. No, sorry, Q going for Echo Saber on Tiny.
So he is.
I'm not sure if he wants to commit to it, though.
We've seen a lot of these 4 Tinies. You know, Kataomi comes to mind, right? Going this Blink, Force, Aghanim Scepter, Daedalus. I'm not sure you need the Echo Saber, but we'll see what direction he opts for in a few minutes' time.
I would love if that's a Dispel. Big fan of Lotus Orb here against Crystal Maiden, against Treant Protector, Overgrowth, and also Ensnare. So, seems like both teams want to take out the Tier 2 tower.
Yeah, Hellraisers still finding themselves in a prominent position. Even coming back to defend their Tier 2 top with the help of the Living Armor. Pings from Talon knows it's coming. And the high ground vision, this Radiant Observer Ward is going to scout them coming. Yuragi tries to slip into the trees. Antares not going to be there in time, so Cube is away. Overgrowth wasted. And Talon still sticking around. Jabs is in the bottom lane, but he can be here at the drop of a hat. And I just need to find that swift opening.
Kiyotaka might be way too difficult to burst with Kaya Sanj, BKB, Ogre Seal Totem. A lot of these items tend to add up. So now sitting at the 2.4k HP with Living Armor, physical damage, pretty difficult to kill her through all of these and pick up a Blink Dagger, an item that we mentioned at the start of the game. So will be another tool to close the gap, potentially on this Batrider who pops a BKB, tries to get out of trouble, and also you can get on Sniper. But 23 already prepping for that.
And both these teams right now just edging towards Roshan, thinking about that next move into the pit.
It's a big one.
Eyeing each other up across the river like, yeah, no, you sir, you go first. You go into the Roche pit. No, you go into the Roche pit. It feels like whoever makes that first move puts themselves at a disadvantage. That's just tremendous team fight from both of these teams. You know, in one way, Hellraisers have that overwhelming AoE with Song, Vacuum, Overgrowth, whereas this single target focus from Talon with the catch and kill potential through Tiny and Batrider.
Mikoto does have a gem. Oli bought it for him. Another blink in a couple of seconds. Trying to scout things out, but Antares running away. Also looking at Antares' item build. Going into Hand of Midas, holding Philosopher's Stone. He's playing it for super late game. We've seen other position for Treants trying to do the same thing.
Scale and scale and scale. I mean, look at the Prophet, man. He's got Assault Cuirass finished, Satanic queued up, so we're not going to see the Aghanim Scepter just yet this game. He's going all out, position 1 carry build.
There isn't that much burst damage on Hellraisers, so with Satanics, Kiyotaka initiating with the Yule Scepter.
Silence and Snare trying to force the BKB. Important here, Makoto holds on for as long as he can as Q jumps in, Avatos, and Kiyotaka half health. Spirit siphoning back a little bit of that. Multiple Force Staffs and Ogre Seal Totems flopping around in the team fight while Makoto's back in. They find the Treant, blow him up, but he's got buyback. Snap uses it while the Song.
BKBs are still available.
Vacuum. They've got them dragged back in. Where's the damage follow through? They don't have it. The toss back around. Doxy is about to die and Kiyotaka might follow him. Oh no, Hellraisers, what have you done?
It's a disaster for Hellraisers. They even used the buyback on Antares. So this is going to be a free Roche.
They walked into the pit, thought they had it.
I like how Mikoto's like, I don't care. This Treant Protector has had my number throughout the game, forcing me to do stuff that I don't want to do. Pop a BKB and run away. So he's the one who's initiating, getting a kill. And now that's going to be another Roshan, another Aegis. But this time it will be for Talon, plus Shard. So Sniper will probably pick it up, have that concussion grenade.
I mean, 23's had a very quiet game, hasn't he? Died a couple of times in lane, but so far has just been farming up a storm.
It's also a good tool to deal with Naga Siren illusions, and we see the how he manages to get on the high ground. Kiyotaka, like the pretty awkward fight. He blinks in, uses Yule Scepter, then pops a BKB. Rest of the team, like these Treant Protectors providing glimpse of vision, so Mikoto gets a jump, and then Song vacuum into what?
Hey, it looked like there was miscommunication there as well. It looked like one player was pinging to back into the wall, another one saying ping to the right-hand side. I didn't really have a combo or anything. Well, Jabs, like we've been saying throughout this tournament, in this game, in the drafts from Talon, he is another position 1 carry. They've got Sniper, and they've got Nature's Prophet.
They're going for the same items, Gary. Maelstrom into Mjolnir / Gleipnir. You have the double BKB, and they're also going into Satanic next. So that's going to be very, very difficult.
Jabs has found one. It's Uragi.
No Song for 10.
This is huge if they can kill him off. The Sniper's coming to try and peep him down. Flame Break's there, push him around, slow him with the tree throw. They need this surge to get Uragi out of here, but they've got the lasso. Don't care about Lotus Orb. Just push the damage forward, kill the Naga. She's dead for a minute.
She's tanky but lacking damage, and they caught Darkseer.
Jabs TP's forward and finds a bonus kill. 2 big ones for Talon.
Lotus Orb and toss from Tiny. Fun to see.
Grasping back control of this game.
Mikoto, he's not done. He wants to kill this Treant Protector, who's been very annoying for him to play. But Antares, and this Hand of Midas, it feels like it's never gonna come.
Just delayed and delayed. And now Talon in a pretty good spot. Holding Aegis with Sniper means that you're able to potentially go high ground, just chip away at towers. Got to break past this tier 2 mid first, of course, as Mikoto was hunting.
This time around, he has a big rune. Like, usually Illusion is not that rune, but just for the Dispel
against the roots,
it's so good.
It's huge.
He also does have Octarine and Quickening Charm, so Flaming Lasso on cooldown for 74 seconds.
And the gem to deward that high ground. Vision now lacking for HR. One observer ward out on the map for Talon in that enemy triangle, and another one up in the top jungle as DP moves forward onto 23. Good freezing field from Solo, and the vacuum back will kill him off. That's 1 death. Can they get another kill on the side?
Does have a grenade.
Back in. Avalanche toss, Solo's down. 23 will stand his ground. Kiyotaka from the high ground atop the staircase is BKB and runs into them. But Jabs is there. 23 with a BKB on the run as well. Kiyotaka cannot find him. He's just jumping around. Away over the cliffs, out of the Roche pit.
There's so much
escaping.
kiting. They do find Jabs. Finally, they managed to bring him down. Kiyotaka, he's still not done. Does have a Yule Scepter.
Q will get caught out. Hellraisers have spent so much to find this fight, but another shield totem gets him out of there.
Mikoto was thinking about maybe getting in, using Flame Lasso. That Prophet, this fight went completely ham. Isolated. For a second, I thought Solo was way too aggressive, used the Force Staff, and they find Sniper, delete him immediately, so he's kind of forced in an awkward fight in a place where he doesn't want to be.
I mean, Kiyotaka has had an exceptional game, especially if you take into consideration his laning stage. Died a few times in that mid lane, and now more than recovered, working on a Scythe of Ice, which could recover this game for HR.
Getting very close to it.
Still always going to be a difficult one, though, to execute against this tri-core of Talon.
I like what I see on Uragi, going for Nullifier. Against these Force Staffs, they've been causing so many issues.
It's a Radiance,
no, it's a Radiance, never mind. I saw him have it for a brief second.
What's the Ratty for, then?
I guess the mischance, a lot of value. Like, your illusions are super tanky. We see that illusions are not dying in a fight, so having a mischance against this double core that rely on dealing heavy physical damage. Like, eventually, there's probably going to be MKB done. Right now, 23 has Daedalus queued up, but as soon as he sees that Radiance, we'll probably make a swap.
Oh, Midas! Yes!
Finally, 35 minutes, recovery Midas.
Oh, the BKB needed, but he jumps with the lasso. Mikoto finds the grab into the Earth Splitter, but a speedy Death Prophet trying to create a bit of gap here between him and Talon. Another Scythe, this time on the bat with an Overgrowth on top. Antares destroyed by the Sniper though, and Jabs, he clears up another one. HR don't get a single kill. Solo attempting the TP home, but they've got an Avalanche and a toss there as well.
This time around, Talon, much better positioning. Sniper uncontested, and also he does have Satanic this fight, so He can do pretty much whatever he wants. Almost 5,000 damage dealt in that fight. Hellraisers 2.5k. They found, but it's only the illusions. Q in trouble now.
But in comes Sniper. And HR, okay, they're going to have to song this. Wait, whoa, hey, Kiyotaka pops Exo, still might die. No BKB, no Yules, getting caught out in the Sprout. Kiyotaka's dead and used Exo. It's a disaster for Hellraisers.
Can they close the gap? Can they find another one? No lasso for another 10 seconds. Kiyotaka has been out of position so many times this game. It feels like he thinks he's much more tanky than he is.
And now it's high ground time, hey? Talon just going to chip away at tier 3s.
Observer ward ready. Mikoto looking to find something. BKB, Flaming Lasso ready.
No buyback on the Death Prophet. 50 seconds out of the battlefield. And Talon up to high ground, looking for their first lane of barracks. Nullifier is here for Jabs, as we can see.
Great against.
Mikoto finds the jump, catches Tree, drags him back in, and pew, 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 down he goes. 23, aiming Miro now.
Sell your Midas, get buyback. Just kidding, doesn't work that way.
Can't do that. Yuragi irritated by the Sniper's attacks. They do drop the wall in on top of Jabs and 23, but Miro dying. Nearly falls
Needs to
while
get
Jabs,
out.
BKB TP's home, sprouted and saved, while 23 stands there, walloping the barracks. Buildings are down, and Hellraisers lose a lane.
It's a one-man army, one man who peeps. Got the melee barracks, needs to get out now. Every single time this Treant Protector dies, it's a lot of team fight. They're really afraid of the roots and also the overgrowth, which kind of forces them to use a BKB, and they don't want to do that. So this Nullifier that you mentioned, great against Living Armor, great against Surge, Ion Shell, taking a lot of tankiness and a lot of damage.
That's huge. Jabs, second in net worth, surpassed now by 23. A real carry, taking his rightful spot at the top of the board. Satanic's not too far away for Jabs right now, as HR trying to find a little bit of breathing room on this map. They killed Mikoto's courier that had the Shivers recipe on it.
Didn't have enough money to buy it anyway. Very far away, needed like another 1,500 gold. Does have another illusion rune on Batrider.
Oh,
He's
man.
been blessed.
Yeah, he had one earlier as well, like 10, 15 minutes in. Popped it to get out of overgrowth. This is his third or fourth illusion rune this game. A tier 1 for HR looks like a freebie. Talon not bothered about defending. Just let them have these little bits of room on the map.
Talon's controlling pretty much the whole map. The only thing that causes issues are these Naga Siren illusions. Yuragi with Radiance wants to play a bit of a drawn-out game where maybe Treant Protector can't get to his refresher, where Darkseer gets another item, gets that Aghanim Scepter. Dead Prophet also, ooh, that's an interesting one, going for Wind Waker.
Oh, that's nice, yeah. Yeah, save yourself, save your teammates. Incredibly expensive item, but a lot of utility in it. Tiny getting caught mid. Oh, that Riptide. So much damage there from Yuragi. Who, like you say, is trying to draw this game out. Doesn't have much room for scaling herself. There's a few items you can buy in here with the Axe and the Shard, but a move to high ground. Kiyotaka straight up onto Jabs. BKBs galore. Earth Splitter's out. Hellraisers walk straight into a danger zone. And Naga Siren getting destroyed.
Sniper
23
uncontested.
with a double kill, just stands there and takes them all out. Mikoto dominating, and Hellraisers in all sorts of trouble now.
Mikoto's not stopping. Surge available. They're
Feed
gonna
the
lose
trees.
4. And Roshan is gonna respawn in 5 seconds. Perfect timing. They can't get on top of 23. He's uncontested in most of these fights. Can do whatever he wants. Hits level 25, and they see Roshan respawn.
The soulless dark eyes of the Treant. What is my purpose? Stand there and scout Roshan.
Elder Titan also dealing massive amount of damage in these fights. Does have Aghanim Scepter available, so he's going to be another one that scales.
19,400 against like the 3K of Hellraisers. Really struggling to output any serious DPS.
Trying to fight the high ground. Going high ground in Dota is always going to be a tricky one against ET, Batrider, and Sniper.
With no vision, yeah. Well, an impossibility there. Very risky maneuver from HR, but they're looking for any opportunities that they can find.
Every single hero. This is 5-core lineup at the moment. Tiny did go for Echo Saber, going into Aghanim Scepter next to deal with Naga Siren and the illusions, because you don't micro Naga's illusions. They're usually in the same spot, so if you take them out immediately, he almost has it. And now ET, he can get on top of Naga, remove her armor, and Mask of Madness is done. This is the build that that we mentioned.
That's what we like to see.
You can't outscale them. This is pretty ridiculous, Gary.
It's literally 5 cores. Like, we started the game saying there's 3, now there's 4, now there's 5. Just keep building up and scaling forward. Looks like Makoto's Invis is going to wear off, so no sneaky jump from him. But yeah, look at the tremendous amount of damage there across the board from Talon. ET, the only one that's below 20k damage.
Makoto looking for an angle, does have Refresher Shard available, so double BKB, double lasso, very close to level 25 as well. We mentioned that Sniper hit his level 25, Jabs also looking to get 25 here, bottom.
A very oppressive map state for HR as well. You can't come out bot, can't move into mid, you are stuck in your base.
I don't see that big item on Hellraisers that could make a comeback into this game. It's also like, if it was a previous game, maybe with the skewer, maybe with the lift into mines. This time around, there's nothing like that.
Tiny Ags time. Cue the Daedalus now, please. 23, you're gonna Satanic, get away from the ensnare. Try and trade some hits with those Naga illusions. And Tiny waiting by the trees. Also has the Sprout to help him out as Batrider jumps in. The Lotus Orb Lasso reflects it
They
back.
need to force him.
Makoto's nearly dead. The Force Staff to the low ground. He survives. Oh, that was close. And back in we go with the Sniper and the Prophet, killing off Antares. The song will slow things down, and a Yule's there from the DP keeps her off the ground. Dangerous times for HR. They lose a hero, and the tree has no buyback.
They gave him back the Refresher Shard, so he's going to use it.
6v4, jump in with that initiation by Makoto, and Naga Siren just being burnt alive. Yuragi has buyback, but another lasso there. Makoto finds a bonus kill.
Double buyback, they're going all in.
6v4.
If they manage to kill him here, that's game.
The toss back on Yuragi, and Talon have done it. Down goes the Naga Siren. Your only hope is Hellraisers.
She gets tossed on top of ET, loses her armor. It just becomes like a normal hero, not tanky at all.
GG's call. Talon have done it.
We'll call it 2-0 for Talon, keeping the Sea Dream alive.
They absolutely do. Moving forward into that lower bracket round 2. And well done by Hellraisers. Definitely a surprise of this tournament in the group stage, getting to playoffs. And showing here that they're no slouches, but against Talon, there was just too much resistance.
Talon, way too good of a performance today. They came here to play 5 cores, pretty much. Aghanim Scepter done on Tiny, plus Echo Saber, and then you had ET with Mask of Madness, plus Ags. Pretty much everybody had Ags in this game. I thought that there's not going to be enough farm, but with Nature's Prophet farming the other side of the map, Batrider also a hero that can easily farm anywhere. They tend to make this work. What a performance. I don't think I've seen 5 cores scaling like this in a very long time.
Well, you've not seen it work out in a long time.
That's the thing.
Yeah, we've seen drafts try and go this way. Very, very well done from Talon, and this is their style, right? Give Jabs not just a semi-carry, but an actual hard carry from the offlane. And of course, 23 on that Sniper took a little bit of ramp-up time to get to a position where he was comfortable, but this ET...
So many heroes in the front line. ET was on point with his stomps to be able to prolong the fights, stop that Prophet from getting in. They had multiple ways with the Avalanche, with the tossback, trying to stay away from Kiyotaka so that this exorcism, like once you use it, you're committing. While Talon, they don't care. If they misused Lasso, they will have it back up in another 70 seconds, especially with all the CDR that they had.
And not to forget, of course, Hellraisers with a stand-in. Yuragi couldn't carry them to victory here. A 2-0 win for Talon, moving them into another position where they're against another Eastern European team. Team Spirit awaits them.
A stronger one, most definitely. More experienced one. So that's going to be a difficult task for Talon, but if they play like they played today, could be a very interesting series.
Yeah, some real crisp stuff there from Talon. I mean, Makoto, yet again, one of those real star factors that gave them the upper hand against Hellraisers here. But I think there's no shame in Hellraisers. They came very far in a short amount of time. They scraped through the DPC to get here. They looked pretty decent in group stages. A great achievement to get this far, regardless of what happens next.
Them being very happy for a good reason. What a performance today.
Yeah, spot on stuff from Talon. And 23 going to be incredibly happy with the sniper gameplay there. Good solid drafts all around, and showing that with this ability to pick 2 cores in the first phase, not getting countered, having those bans to kind of buffer out the draft as well, looked very good. As I believe we can have a quick break before we return to the panel.
Take this series. It's a 2-0 for them. They take out Hellraisers, who will exit the Lima Major. We're going to break it all down, but better than us breaking it all down, how about we start with Jabs breaking it all down with Avo?
Yes, we're here to break it down. Jabs, how's it going?
Yeah.
Happy?
Yeah, it's kind of happy to win.
Just a little bit? Just a little
yes,
happy?
a little bit.
So, let's, we have a lot of time with you, Jabs, because this is the pause major, so I would love to ask about everything. The conditions in the booth, I was just asking you about it. I hear most teams saying it's quite hot, but for you guys, it's a little bit cold?
Yeah, it's a little bit cold, so we have to turn off the ASD to play, because when it's cold, our hands cannot perform.
Right.
Because yeah.
So you like the heat much more?
Yeah.
Is that an SCA thing? You think all the other SCA teams would do that too?
Yeah, it's gonna coincide.
Let's talk about this series by Hellraisers. How was the when a team goes from upper bracket to lower bracket, right? There's usually, I know you're the captain. You do a lot of the talking in that sense. How does the team recover from a loss and then get straight ready for the lower bracket?
I mean, the loss is kind of bad, but like they're kind of good. Like they are good teams. Like there's a lot of things to learn. Like that match, like we lost to them. Like I think like we learned a lot from like that series. So like we after that like we adjusted into like play style and like everything. Like yeah, it's cool.
So you're confident coming into today's series?
Yeah, we're really confident.
Okay. How was the prep against Hellraisers for you guys? Did you watch the replays? Did you prepare special drafts for them?
It's normally like me and Sunbi that like prepare the draft, and like the rest are like the watching league player like just play their game.
So you and Sunbi are very much the tactical voices of the team.
Yeah.
How's your team's confidence in you? Do they just trust you fully to do these things, or do they have suggestions too?
Normally like we ask them like, yo, what do they think? Like this, like that, and then like they're confident.
Okay. I hear Savage is very vocal about his carry picks. Is that true, or you guys sometimes decide for him?
Sometimes like we decide for him, and like sometimes it's like pick me this, like I will carry the game.
That's a very savage way of speaking. Yeah. What about this game? I want to talk about some of the picks, particularly you guys had. I know the offlane and MP has been working for you guys a lot. That's an SEA special. The Axe build came from that region. Is this something that you particularly value, the idea that you can carry from the offlane? You've played Nagasar and offlane a lot. You have a very unique pool of heroes. Did you practice that for the major specifically, or it's your playstyle in general?
I think just like we practice it, and like it's my play style too. So like we kind of like try a lot of things if it's work or not. Yeah.
Do you value the ability to scale as an offlaner?
Yeah, like nowadays like offlanes just kind of like just scale and like get fat.
And do you like that better than the old days when you were just the aura tank person?
Yeah, I like it, but now it's like kind of same. Like you sometimes you're just gonna get that grief.
Okay, sure, yeah. A lot of people tell me that the offlane role right now feels like a very deciding role in how the match ends up, because you control tempo, but you can also scale.
It's like it actually like you cannot lose the lane that much like in this meta, and like sometimes like you're just gonna play against like a strong lane in the offlane style, and like if you lose the lane, then like there's no game after that. Yeah.
Is that something you try to secure with your 4 and 3 picks as well? Is that why you keep your 3 pick quite later?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, a little bit. I don't want to reveal strategy. That's fine. Don't worry. Your next opponent is Team Spirit next.
Yeah.
I know you like to play against strong opponents. You told me in the DPC that you're a really big fan of just high-level games.
Yeah.
Is this an exciting game for you guys?
Yeah, I think like we're gonna like have like prepare, and we're gonna like play our base, and like let the audios like have fun.
Yeah. Is it fun to play on the main stage like this against sub teams?
Yeah, it's really fun. Like you go into the main stage, and then like there's people like around. Like it's kind of awkward. Like yeah, it's fun.
It's kind of awkward.
I mean, like we just been like sitting playing Dota the whole day, and then like when you go up, you have to like high five people.
You've done the walk-in, right? And you get to high five a bunch of people. Are you a high fiver, or you just keep your hands to yourself?
I mean, like high five. Like they came here like all the way, so like yeah.
That's nice. Have you met any SCA fans yet? Like people have come all the way from SCA, or is it too far away?
I think it's too far away. I'm not sure.
Okay. I do hear that it's the 35-hour flight for you guys, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, Jams. Fair enough. Now coming into the major in general and how your run will continue, do you guys, once you're in lower bracket, do you take it match by match? Is this your mentality, or is there a bigger picture you sometimes look at when you're looking at a major?
I think it's match by match, and then like we're looking to like improve like everyone as a player. So like even if we didn't do it or anything, but like going to like the next major and the TI, like we kind of want to like improve everyone.
Does the first major give you that vibe then that you actually have a little more leeway because you again have the second, third major, like you said?
We're not like taking like easy, but like we just like try as hard as like we can, and then like just like want to improve like as a team.
Yeah, a lot of teams tell me that's the most important part of this major, like learning to gel, figuring out what works and doesn't work for the team.
Yeah.
Like the learning is very important.
Yeah, and then like because like we just like being together as a team, and then like learning other people like personality and like build a team.
Yeah, you think you guys are meshing together very much after this experience?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think you're going to be even stronger next CDPC after this major, regardless of the result?
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, you ready? You taking the first place this time? Okay. We'll be watching you, Jebs.
Okay.
And as we get ready for that next game, we do have to go to the panel. But before that, Jebs, there's a lot of fans that are watching you like 8 a.m. or actually, what time is it? 2 a.m. right now
2 a.m.
for SCA. What would you like to say to all those people that stayed up for you, that are big fans of Talon, that just want you to succeed?
Just thank you, like whoever like sharing and supporting us. Like I know it's kind of rough there, like it's kind of like at night, and like they're still like waiting to rooting us. Thank you. Like we're gonna keep like do well every time we play. Like bring like a best game.
Okay. Congratulations, Jabs, on your victory.
Thank you.
And hope to see you again very soon. Back to you, Shiva.
Thank you very much, Avo and Jabs, of course. And indeed, I mean, actually, Thailand is the exact opposite of the globe. If we have a globe, it is Thailand that is the it's the furthest distance away. So 34-hour travel time for Jabs there. Whew. But he is doing it to get some points, to get some money, and of course with this win, they are in the top 8 of the major and therefore are getting some of those points and some of those dollars. So congratulations on this victory. Now, how did they get to this victory? That's why you got these people right here. We got Sheep, Jenkins, and Fogged. This game actually started out with the draft being done where we thought, well, actually, I have a quote. Jenkins said, this is going to be a very short game.
Oh, no, you're doing this again. You're doing the quotes.
Oh, they're the quote.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you were sitting right there.
I did say that. I did say that. Yeah, I mean, it was like a retrospect thing.
Okay.
It's not like, we're the smart panelists. We predicted this. It was like when the game started, we realized that if you get Batrider in this patch, it counters Natures, it counters Death Prophet, and it counters Treant. So, other than the Lina, if the Bat is not getting countered, which people aren't really countering with like the Queen of Pain and stuff, because honestly the counters kind of suck. It's good against all of the other first picks. So you get that, and it's like it almost doesn't even matter what they pick because it's either a bad hero or it's a hero that's bad against Bat that's a good hero.
Mine was they crushed all 3 lanes. HR did make a little bit of a comeback right afterwards, which I actually was astonished from because they were already like 5K behind after laning phase, and I was like, honestly, game's over at that point because me and Winter were saying on draft panel, like, well, like this Darkseer has to have a good game. The potential for these like lanes to go poorly is kind of high, especially in the mid lane and the off lane. They could just get punished if they make a couple mistakes. Those mistakes happened in laning phase. DP died. Darkseer had a really slow start. Honestly, Miero the whole game had a really struggle time. And even top lane lost. I was like, I'm for sure top lane, at least for HR, will win. It's a Naga Siren CM versus Nature's Prophet. They do very well versus Mitch, but they lost that one too. They had a little bit of a swing comeback, but majority of the game, Town was just kind of cruising. They have these double range cores versus a melee core, which we've seen struggle and struggle and struggle. These poor melee carries, just unable to really play. And it's a Naga Siren versus ET, so everything is just amped up so much more as the game progresses. So.
Oh, you like the ET then, huh?
I liked it quite a bit this game, yeah.
One of the rare scenarios.
Yeah.
we had a question about that. We're stupid. I'll let
Why
you.
are you making me?
Because we were questioning it. We were questioning it.
Is it when you use the Astral, it's the magic that is on the Astral, right?
Yeah. Okay, so the main guy is the physical.
Yes.
Which makes the Ags
So
build.
we were right.
We were right. So that makes the Ags build way better. And the Ag Shard, he can get in there and stop the Naga from having any armor.
It's also like the itemization is, if you're not really used to playing versus hero, that's why nobody plays ET, right? So when you're playing carries, a lot of times when you're playing these agi carries, you default. You're like, okay, I'm going to buy my Heart, I'm going to buy my Manta, I'm going to blah, 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 blah. You have to buy AC. We didn't see that. When I saw Yuragi cure up Uradiance, I'm like, this game is now absolutely over. Even though they had like some forms of like these little bit of comebacks, you need to get an AC, you need to itemize to deal with this hero. He didn't do it. Ali, sure, it's not like he had this like pop-off performance or anything like that, but these things add up. If he's able to get on top of the Naga Siren in these mid-game team fights, she just gets eviscerated.
Man, that's so sad. I was going to praise the Radiance.
Why did you like it? Why did you like it?
Because you're playing into Elder Titan, so the idea of playing Naga traditionally, buying your Manta and trying to just walk in there and hit is not going to work. So I thought the Radiance play was kind of nice because then you're doing damage from range without putting yourself at risk. You're also able to stick illusions on these ranged heroes like Sniper and Nature's Prophet, who are relying on physical damage, so you're putting evasion on them that way, as well as canceling blinks for like Tiny by using the Radiance too. So I thought it's nice. It kind of needs like a secondary carry though to work.
That's what I was thinking. Like. Yeah. If you go Radiance on Naga, I agree with all the points that you made.
Thank you.
I actually like Radiance on this hero, especially when you're like playing into counters. But then who kills Sniper?
Yeah.
The Death Prophet, the hero that is hard countered by Sniper? Like, what do? You blink on them?
I wasn't trying to say that the Radiance was so horrible. I was more saying, like, at the state of the game where it was, like, they were already starting to fall
behind. You knew that that was when it was over.
Yeah, I knew that, like, if he gets an AC or something like that, if they have it in some of these timey fights, maybe the rest of the lineup is a little tankier and stuff like that, because it helps the DP.
Because he got a, like, third item or something, right?
The thing is, too, is it's not just about yourself also, right? Like, the game, the way that the Press Kid, the way Kiyotaka was playing, he was playing like he was immortal, which he absolutely was not in this game. So imagine they have, like, this AC aura as well on top of it. It can actually make him perhaps be able to walk into some of these fights. But clearly this game, like, you could quickly see what was kind of happening, even though there was, like, these states of HR maybe getting some forms of some comeback. Even if you get to late game, let's say, like, even if you're trying to push and you do have an advantage, the game is still super hard. You're pushing into Batrider, you're pushing into Tiny, and there's a sniper and an NP. So great heroes that just sit from the back. They can toss you in. And then you're playing into ET also, so the late game just gets actually progressively worse because you're playing solo core Naga versus an ET who just deletes your armor.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Naga Siren was picked after Elder Titan.
I have the draft open. I'm just
I have a question mark
stupid.
above my head right now. Why? What would the reason for that be? Because
okay.
Seems a little weird.
What me and Winter were saying on panel at least was it's about a lane thing. They were like, okay, let's say if the NP's off lane, we have a great lane versus it. Also, if they like flex and put the Batrider in some type of aspect off lane, we also have an answer. That's what we thought.
Yeah. Right.
But the lane actually did not go in favor of
I thought, like, with Naga, you play so much around the illusions that maybe there's the argument for it doesn't counter the Naga as much as maybe it would counter a hero like, I don't know, an Anti-Mage or a Morphling. You know, like you can play to shove the waves. And he did get a Radiance, which usually that's when you're playing around the illusions. It's just that when you do that build, a lot of the time the Radiance is what comes first. That's your first or second item, not like, you know, post-Heart Scotty Radiance. Yeah. It could have been like somewhat of his answer to the minus armor. It's like, oh, I'll get evasion, right? Or I'll get blind. And that way it's like, yeah, I have no armor, but they're all blinded, so they can't hit me. But yeah, obviously that was not the case.
It was not the case indeed, as we see here, comparison between the Sniper and the Naga Siren. I must say, 23 Savage played a great Sniper, of course. Towards the end of the game, I mean, he felt like a sturdy carry, which Sniper, in my head, is still not supposed to be, but he obviously had a great game, and he could just stand high ground and just peep everyone.
Yeah, they played some pretty nice positioning as well. The Batrider was always willing to go in first for him, so you'd see sometimes Sniper coming in the second half of a fight to sort of clean up, and like him and Elder Titan were given the space to sit back and just throw their stuff out. So I think they played really nicely around it that way, not kind of putting him out front to just die, and then later they just have the net worth advantage.
Yeah,
I liked Makoto's item build too. Right, he went. I'm not on drugs, right? He went Shivas, yeah. So I like the Shivas build a lot because then he acts as this pseudo frontliner as a Batrider, where sometimes you're just a bit fragile. This made him so much tankier. He just made all the space in the world. I liked it a lot.
He would get Tree and ulti and just stand there and be kind of fine.
Shivas versus DP to reduce the healing too. It made a lot of sense.
Yeah, I liked also. I mean, 23 on the Sniper was making some pretty flashy plays with like the concussive grenade out of the roach pit.
Yeah, I remember.
Like there were some situations where he was very close to dying, and he's just kiting. Like I think he did like concussive grenade to start onto a low ground, gets chased into the roach pit, staffs himself in, and then concussive grenades himself out because it's off cooldown. So it was just flashy Sniper play.
Now, we also talked a lot before the game started on the adjustments that we would see in the draft, specifically for the first couple of picks. And Sheep, why didn't it work out the way they wanted to? Because it felt like they gave away everything. Period. Like having the Bat and the Nature's Prophet on Talon, how could they get that out of that? Was it really that important to ban both Lina and Brood?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think it has to be like a personal preference because these bans were so different from game one.
Yeah.
It clearly didn't work. I mean, the Batrider is just insane because it's so good against the DP. I think forcing that matchup.
They could have taken it themselves, right?
Yeah. But then it gets counted on 8, but I'm not sure by what. But it's
Queen of Pain, the epic Queen of Pain pick.
Maybe
that is what would have happened, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if they
Talon banned it.
If they did Bat Tree, Talon insta pick Squab.
Oh no, they could have picked Puck. Wait. Yeah, it wasn't banned, right? I think they might Puck against the Bat.
Puck would have been good.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, they could definitely have done Puck as well. They had options.
Yeah, I think stealing the Bat doesn't necessarily be 3. I'm guessing they just wanted this idea of like we have DP, we have Trio on top of it, we allow her to go run in and fight. Because I really like the CM pick.
Yeah.
I thought Solo's movements on this game was what made them look pretty good early.
Mm-hmm.
Because he maxed his Frostbite, he was able to come bot lane. When Bat was overextending with his boost of travel, they were able to just Frostbite him and kill him and take him down like that. They had some nice fight like on bot as well near the tier 2 tower, I remember. So things looked kind of good for a while when they were bringing lots of numbers.
There's 2 things I still wanna talk about before we head in. One is gonna be we have nice view on the Spanish broadcast, and you guys missed it, but they had an MVP for this game. So I'm very curious if you guys agree. If you were to give one MVP on the side of Talon, who would you give it to?
No, you're gonna make us guess first.
I know exactly who I'm giving it to.
Right.
Go.
Mikoto.
Mikoto.
On the Bat
Wait, for the whole series or for just that game?
I don't know which one it was. You can choose. You can do both. See if you get the same.
I would say 23 for the whole series and Mikoto for that game.
Okay.
I'd say Mikoto.
No, they went for a tiny, for Q.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
A bunch of support players, that's why.
Yeah, maybe.
They're just supporting the supports.
likely.
It's a support group.
Had great toss backs.
In the series, he did play pretty godly, right? I think he
Yeah.
had one of the most assists in the tournament in the first game, but second game, I mean, Mikoto solo killed the Death Prophet and forced rotations. He killed him twice.
You're basically
right?
saying they wrong.
I mean, I wouldn't say they're wrong because he did own like 8, 2, and 20. That is very impressive for this like support. And he did. I mean, both supports actually transitioned into cores in the game on Talon, but I think the Bat was the hero and the player.
I mean, I think you could argue for Jabs too, dude.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you know,
He was off-lane Nature's top net worth, and like every single fight, they were using everything on him, and then he would die, his team would kill 4, and then he would chat, we'll feed the trees. So I feel like he was getting to them, you know?
Everyone's the MVP.
It's a mental game.
Everyone's a
Everyone
winner.
wins.
No,
Okay,
everybody
no,
but the position
apart from
5 ET.
Hellraiser.
No, I wanna push Mikoto. I have a grand point that leads into another point as to
Hell
why
yeah.
he's so good.
Okay.
All right.
I'm down.
Do you remember the Roshan fight where they get the like song into vacuum type thing? Okay, so okay. Now here's the thing. That fight sort of begins with Batrider getting gone on by a Naga net, and DP is like running at him. Do you know what he does? He does not use BKB. He lets the net wear off. He's getting chased down by DP. He runs away. He's kind of getting a little low health, but he still doesn't use BKB. And when he escapes with his movement speed, it means that when this fight ends up resetting and they get the song and they get the vacuum, it means he still has it. And also, they still saved it on Nature's Prophet. So as a result, the song ends, they both BKB, and they just do a massive turn and just kill them. Like, that level of patience and knowing the limits of your hero is one of the reasons why he was able to push Batrider so hard this game. And he did that multiple times.
I agree. Itemization, super good. Really good plays in lane, really good plays in mid game. And yeah, I love the Shivas. I think that was super clever.
That's a man that's played a lot of heroes against Trian in this patch. A lot of BKB heroes. Because you BKB and you get overgrowth and your whole BKB duration is just gone. Like you have to be that patient, but then you also have to have the itemization in like Shiva's Guard, Lotus Orbs on your other heroes, maybe like 4 staffs, which is why that's such a popular item. Because yeah, the moment you BKB, it's not just like, oh, I'm free, like, you know, Tree ults you and you die anyway.
Yeah. That's very true. I will accept your case, and I think we're all on board with giving Mikoto the MVP for this game in particular. Again, not all winners. It's Hellraisers that has to fall here. We could take a look at the bracket, see where that puts us, because Hellraisers falling also means that Talon move forward, and Talon is the only Southeast Asian team left in the competition. They already have their opponents. I believe it was Team Spirit that they're up against, but we could take a look at the brackets and see if that is indeed correct, or if my memory is that of a goldfish, which sometimes is the case. I guess there will be no brackets
It's not
today.
Team Secret because...
Oh, the brackets.
Because they're not in here. And that sounds very similar to Team Spirit. It is Team Spirit.
It is Team Spirit. I got good memory. Woo! We have got... we've got our top 8, guys. We have our top 8, and that means that everybody that is still in the competition right now gets points, gets money, and unfortunately for Hellraisers, unfortunately for PSG LGD, and Beast Coast and Tundra, they get nothing. Nothing left for them. Now, we are going to move away from this lower bracket, and we are going to start having some upper bracket matches going into this afternoon. It should be a great series. Of course, at the very last series of the day, we got Shopify Rebellion taking on Team Liquid versus going to be Gaming Gladiators taking on Entity. But we want to give a proper goodbye to Hellraisers because we did see that upward trajectory throughout the group stages. They fell flat here, but even throughout this series, we saw them stepping up in that second game. And we sure will see a lot more of them during the next DPC tour. But before that, let's learn a little bit more about them as we say goodbye to Hellraisers.
I'm curious, when the post-VP era for you, most of your teammates, they go and they form and they do the reshuffling with a lot of I guess, big names, or not necessarily big names, but old names of the EU scene. But you, for a while, have actually been really bringing up newer players, even if not always successfully. Like when you were playing in Div 2, I think it was a year ago. No Tex, yes, that's the one. What led you to that situation? Why did you go in that route of I'm trying to raise new talents and not necessarily play with the same old reshuffling like other people did?
We had a really nice way with my VP teammates, but everything has ended.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And I had tough times with the teams, and personally I was playing not so good like in VP. I had bad year in Dota. But now I'm super happy that I met these guys. I'm very proud of my team. This is just the beginning for us. It's our first DPC season, and I hope we'll play much more. I want to play with these guys.
Do you like the role that you're filling now of like the veteran with these like young new mechanical talent? Yeah.
I feel responsibility for these guys.
A lot of people they comment on you being like a very respected figure within the scene. Do you feel that way? Do you feel like you employ that well, or do you just feel like one of the guys?
No, I'm the same. I'm the same guy. They're all the same.
Yeah, they still rip you, they insult you, and they make fun of you like normal people.
Every day.
They ever call you old man? Is that something they do in this team too?
Every day.
Okay, all right, fantastic.
A mí me dicen o me llaman el rey Midas de la cumbia. Hola, soy Nilber Huarac, comunicador, periodista profesional colegiado, bausatino. Inicialmente, pues mi vida estaba vinculada al folclore, a la cumbia, al nacimiento de la cumbia tropical peruana, la chichera. Desde los años 70 estoy vinculado a la música en todos sus géneros. Inicialmente, el folclore se cultivaba, se desarrollaba, se consumía en solo dos escenarios: en el Coliseo Cerrado del Puente del Ejército y en el Coliseo Nacional de la Victoria. Y como yo era proveedor joven de los elementos gráficos, iba a cobrar, ¿no?, mi volante, mi cancionero, mis afiches a esos dos escenarios, y le cobraba a los artistas. Y poquito a poco me quedaba en esos dos escenarios y consumía la música. Al finalizar 70 y comenzar la década del 80, entonces surge en Huancayo, en la zona andina del centro del Perú, un grupo musical que se llama Los Chapis. Allí empieza mi labor como productor musical, manager, coordinador y también como empresario de música tropical andina. Bueno, yo diría que no tanto con la llegada de la chicha, de la música tropical andina, sino con la llegada del provinciano a la capital. Entonces, ese fenómeno social hace de que el provinciano que vive en Lima, los hijos de provincianos que viven en Lima, ya comienzan a extraer, traerlo, importarlo de la provincia, sus raíces, sus costumbres, su música, ¿no?, sobre sus tradiciones. ¿Quiénes consumen la chicha, la cumbia en el Perú? Consumen todos los sectores sociales, el A, B, C, D. Pero respecto a la juventud, ¿cuál es el comportamiento de la gente joven frente a este fenómeno musical? Es muy positivo. Ahora vemos conciertos de Pipirinais en el Jockey, Davis Orozca o Marina, Grupo 5, entonces lo consumen todos y todos los sectores sociales. Es muy bueno.
Lima Mayor para mí es ese sueño que todos compartíamos, pero que siempre nos dejamos llevar por la clásica narrativa, ¿no? De todas las personas que decían Perú no está preparado, no estamos listos, nosotros como empresa somos pequeños todavía. Yo soy Marco Andrés Danilo Espinosa Oliveros, tengo 29 años, la gente me conoce como Blue. Y llevo siendo caster más o menos 7 años. Sin embargo, en ese transcurso también he sido publicista. Y bueno, por eso también estoy aquí hablando un poco de los temas publicitarios de 4D. Una temática para nosotros y para los organizadores de torneos en general es casi un concepto, es qué es lo que va a transmitir tu evento. Por ejemplo, para mí la temática, a pesar de que tiene todo este adorno chicha, no es la cultura chicha del Dota. La temática es la celebración del dotero peruano que ha esperado por tantos años este evento, ¿no? A esto se le suma el extra que es en Lima, ¿no? Y Lima tiene, pues, una cultura muy particular porque no es una cultura propia, sino que es una cultura alimentada de todas las partes del Perú, porque todos sabemos, ¿no? El movimiento migratorio súper fuerte de los 40, finalmente se tangibiliza en los 70 incluso, entonces Lima de por sí es la tierra de todas las sangres, vamos a decirlo.
Bueno, ¿cómo me siento yo sinceramente? Actualmente, si te soy sincero, me siento un poco estresado, pero creo que mucho más es la emoción, ¿no? La emoción. Para los que no sepan, mi nombre es Alonso Martínez, mejor conocido como Gillex, para curiosos, porque nunca me ven en cámara. Esta es la primera vez que van a ver en cámara probablemente, y quizá la última. Pero soy el mago detrás de la cámara, como así me han llamado. Para mí, el arte o el diseño, cuando tomamos conceptos o insights muy profundos de nuestro Perú, es como poesía, rima. Entonces, en el Dota, en el caso del Dota, hablamos de jugadores que vienen de distintas ciudades muy rurales y que buscan una oportunidad en la capital, porque quizás en sus ciudades o en sus pueblos no tienen la infraestructura para poder desarrollarse como profesionales, como jugadores profesionales. Para nosotros, como 4D, ¿no? Aceptar este reto que es desarrollar la Major, lo hicimos con bastante respeto y con mucho orgullo, ¿no? Porque no es algo que ha sucedido de la noche a la mañana, ha sido una oportunidad que hemos buscado por años, no solo nosotros, sino cuánta organización ha existido aquí en Perú, y que se nos haya dado la oportunidad a través de Valve de poder hacer esto, pues nos pone un peso muy grande, ¿no? Que es representar una región, no solo con los jugadores profesionales, sino también como una producción. Que esto a los ojos del mundo pueda demostrar que Sudamérica no tiene nada que envidiar a otras regiones del mundo para poder organizar torneos internacionales, ¿no? Y a la comunidad quiero decirles que estén completamente seguros que estamos poniendo alma, vida y corazón para que puedan disfrutar de inicio a fin.
for some upper bracket matches. That is correct. You're watching the Lima Major, and we just knocked Hellraisers out of the competition. Well, we didn't. Talon did. But we are going to watch some matches, 2 of them actually, that are the upper bracket semifinals. These 4 teams that you're going to watch, they are guaranteed top 6 at this event, and that's nice. But all 4 of the teams do not want to be just top 6. All 4 of these teams have their sights set on the grand finals and ideally on taking the crown at the end of the event. We're going to first start off with Gaming Gladiators taking on Entity, and for that I am joined by Sheep, Effie, and SVG. Good afternoon. SVG, how are you doing?
Absolutely phenomenal.
Looking forward to the games?
I am looking forward to everything today. Everything possible. There's a nice ocean breeze coming in.
There is.
It's very refreshing. I don't feel like I'm dying in the heat, even though I should be used to the heat.
No, I think that's
tough.
It takes a while to get used to the heat.
Why does Avery always sound like he's being held at gunpoint? It's not
You,
hot.
what, you don't see the guy behind me?
I don't know. Yeah, the little red dot on the back of your head. I do see it now.
I'm sweating, and you're like.
That's just how my voice sounds.
I'm like, this is the hottest part of the day. It's 1:30 here. The ocean breeze is there, I will say that, but it's only ever so slightly. But some refreshments here and there are indeed nice. And when the breeze does hit, it is very lovely. Now, also very lovely is going to be Gaming Gladiators and Entity. Before we see anything, before we talk about anything, I just want to establish who my panel thinks is going to win. So, Sheep, I know you're biased for both, but you got to choose one.
No!
Yeah, I know.
I brought my Entity jersey and I forgot to switch into it.
Unlucky.
So does that mean you're thinking Entity is going to take it?
No, they just bought my affection, so I was going to chill for them a little bit.
Okay, that's
fair.
fair.
I asked Quinn for a jersey. He said, no, leave me alone.
All right.
Gave you his laundry bag.
Mira, who do you think is going to take it?
Well, now that I'm in this position, I have to pick a team.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to say 2-1 Gaming.
All right. And SVG.
I think Entity will win,
Okay.
but I think Quinn is going to win our hearts.
Wow. And hopefully, regardless of who's taking it, it's going to be a close series. Now, to get this series on the way, we do need to get some teams onto this stage behind us. So it is time for Gaming Gladiators to come up and take their seats. Gaming Gladiators, they'll take this stage first indeed, just like they took first in their groups, because Group A, they were on top of the charts, and then also coming in swinging in that first round of the upper bracket. They 2-0'd their opponents like it was nothing. That's right, they of course were able to knock down Aster at that time. And looking good, looking confident, and I will say, they got Quinn on their team, so Sheep, they got the fans on their team.
Of course they have the fans on their team. Who doesn't love watching Quinn stream? It's filled with entertainment from minute 0 to the end. But this team, I think, is filled with a lot of really lovely people, including their coach. I really like how they're able to just combine their ideas together nicely. You don't tend to see these guys beefing with each other in interviews. They talk about how nice and pleasant it is to work with each other. Their scrims have been going nice, so I think as a whole, they're just very happy with this current iteration of the team, and it's looking really good.
It's looking very solid. They seem to click together quite nicely indeed. And with the addition of Quinn and CY, which are the new additions that they got after TI, of course, they seem like they are extra comfortable. They're extra like themselves. Also, no nerves, nothing. It feels like they are on their way to reach their final form. I won't say they have reached it yet, because I'm sure that they always, Effie would feel, any professional player would feel that they've got stuff to improve upon.
Of course, I'm sure. That's just part of the competitive process. But I think they're feeling good right now. They've played exceptionally well during group stages. I think they had an 8 wins in a row streak or something until they dropped a match. Or was it 7? I'm not sure exactly, but when you talk to the players personally, all of them have really high expectations for what they can achieve. And I think that being in this positive state of mind from the group stages till now can only help you, because a lot of teams may underperform during groups. but they didn't at all, so confidence is there.
And confidence is there for Entity as well. And here they come, Entity. When we talk about gaining confidence like we do when we talk about Gaming Gladiators, I think the same can be said for Entity, maybe even more so because the man on that screen right there, because Watson has shown up big. I think the question mark for Entity was, is Watson going to be good under pressure? Because we know the rest of the squad of Entity can perform under pressure. We have seen it in an over 2-hour game on the main stage of the International 2022. But Watson seems not phased at all, and is able to perform on the highest level, especially when he gets his hand on his Lina. I will say his Lina, because he was the OG Lina core player, and has shown when they were able to knock down Evil Geniuses in the upper bracket already, and now they're in the upper bracket semi-finals. Also, they got that clean 2-0 under their belt, so confidence, SVG, not lacking.
Not at all. I feel like I was like a WWE entrance or something with the gates and the swagger these guys are walking in with.
They do walk with swagger.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's some low-key swagger, though. It's not cocky swagger. You know, you're not looking at this Watson guy like he thinks he's the 13K MMR player in the world, but he is, and now he's ready to play Lina. They're probably going to give it to him. That's what he's thinking. Why not? You know, I'll destroy you again.
Yeah.
These guys got all the swagger, all the confidence in the world. I also feel like Watson has been getting better every time I see him in this tournament. I think it started off a little shaky for them, maybe some land nerves, maybe getting used to the team in a team environment, but it's been clicking, and he looks really good on the main stage, at least that last series. How much of that was EG giving it to them? A little bit.
I think there's a little bit of choking on the side of EG, but as far as upper bracket series go, Entity did have the most convincing 2-0 of all the teams that have played. Like, from the start to the finish, from the drafting phase until to the lanes, to the mid game, they had it all underway. They made very minimal mistakes. So this team, I think, has just been on the up and up for a long time, but you can really see how over the years, their LAN experience and the long games that they've played and the nerve-wracking situations that they've been in have only served to make them better.
It really has had a big impact.
Yeah, over the course of the DPC as well, it was really nice to see how they gelled and improved. Like, for example, I think Watson wasn't very good at active carries at the beginning. Like, when he played Nature's Prophet, they would win a fight, and instead of sort of being more aggressive on the map to take objectives, he would go back to his triangle and just farm more and stuff. And then over time, he's gotten much better at that, being more involved, being more aggressive, and now his style feels a lot more versatile, and it feels like he's really clicking with his team in terms of teamwork.
Well, you can go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Avery.
No, you.
No, you, Avery.
Panel skills.
Avery, please.
I was going to say.
Less importantly.
Yes, the less important point that I'll make is that I think when your mid is popping off, as a carry, your life is easy. I think historically, you know, when Fear won TI because Sumail popped off. That shows you how much, when your mid is owning, how much weight you can carry, right?
He's right there. How can you make the dude about dirty?
And so
he waved back. He doesn't know.
And so I think when you look at this tournament, I feel like Stormstormer is one of the most explosive mids in terms of he can just take a game over. If he gets a good start, if he gets this matchup, his direction versus Quinn, they share a lot of heroes. We were talking backstage, there's like this Bat Rider crossover, Puck, Lesh, DP, which one of them is going to get what they like in a matchup versus the other. And if the other one has an explosive start, takes the game over, then I can see the difference between Daracho and Watson coming out in terms of the game just gets set up for you, right? We call them plate setters, and then someone comes and eats everything that gets put at the table.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you brought that up, because I think it's important when you talk about Entity to talk about how important Storm's role is in this team. Because when you play with greedier side lane players like Toby and Watson, who tend to play these slower heroes, tend to play like an elongated game, like Toby on his Darkseers and his Enigmas, and Watson on his TVs and his Slarks and all of these things, you need someone like Stormstormer to make every action in the game happen. And they've been kind of enabling him to do that by always saving him the last pick, right? They tend to give this last pick to him unless they can clutch one of his good heroes, like a Pango versus Brood in the first phase. So I think Entity themselves are highly aware of how important it is to give him draft priorities so that he can actually make these games go to the late game.
I kind of feel like when we're talking about both of these teams, I see some of the most improved players coming out cheap over the last year or so. That obviously we knew you've known Stormstormer for a very long time, but when you were in a boot camp with him, did you expect for him to be playing on the main stage of a major?
Of course I did.
Oh, of course you did.
I'm an alumni of the Wagga camp.
Yeah.
Stormstormer was my personal trainer.
Why are you here then?
Why am I? Because I flourished so that I could analyze his god tier plays.
Oh, there
I
you
didn't
go.
want to try and overshadow him. The respect that I grew for him in that camp, as I lost $1,000 a day, was off the charts. I mean, holy shit.
No, but isn't that crazy? Because he did, I don't know, he came into this whirlwind of improvement with his squad as well.
Yeah, no, genuinely, I think like when I first met him, he has remained the same person throughout the time. He is very humble. He is very kind. I think someone with that sort of attitude it's so easy for them to improve because they're always looking to better themselves. There's no arrogance there. I mean, maybe there's arrogance, but he's hiding it very well. And yeah, just he's been going on these like littler teams and then finally made like a big break, and it just worked really well in Entity.
But what happens when the unstoppable Storm meets the immovable Quinn?
You tell me. Paint a picture, a story, if you will.
Once upon a time, in a mid lane far away, there was an unstoppable laner known as Quinn. Am I actually just telling the whole story?
Yeah.
What is going on?
I'm so ready.
I'm invested.
I have my glass of milk.
I think it is a point to consider because I think Quinn's strength as a player is the first 10 minutes. This guy is a beast on mid and understanding the small timings, understanding the lane matchups, going and studying these, figuring out the details, figuring out when he wants to support mid. Does he want a 4-minute rune? Does he want a 5-minute catapult? Does he want a 6-minute rune? Does he want an 8-minute runes? Where he wants his obs, where he wants his sentries, what camps are getting blocked, when he wants his hero pick, what his hero's relationship is to his supports in terms of invading an aggressive jungle. I have listened to this for years, so now you have to listen to it.
Okay.
He's very good at it. And what that means is when you throw a playmaker like Stormstormers that you might be dependent on versus a guy like Quinn, if Quinn shuts him down, they're in trouble. That's how I see it. Because then those greedy side laners become liabilities. They become food on the map. Quinn Batrider might just run around. Quinn Pango might run around. The first mid player to get 10 kills in this game is winning it. That's what I'm saying.
Yesterday, was it yesterday? The last time Gaimin played at some point in this tournament,
Tuesday,
Aster, they did a really good job with Baboka of rotating him to Quinn's lane. Like Quinn fed mid at least once per lane in both games and struggled in the mid game as a result because of the pressure the 4 put on them. So I think if Entity can replicate that, then it might be good, unless they're going to put more things in place to try and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, another 2 players that we don't really talk about that much at all. Well, okay. I mean, Celery and Toby, they used to be on Viking GG together. We talk about Celery when we're talking about Triad and Enchantress because he is the best on those 2 heroes, and we talk about him only then. But if you talk about improvement as well, Viking, when Viking was still around, they removed Toby at some point. They replaced him. And then Toby's like, you know what, I'll show you. And here he is facing Celery on the main stage. I think those 2 players also, I mean, they're a lot less flashy. Toby actually still pretty flashy at times, especially with some of the heroes coming into the meta this time around. But I think we should shine some light on those as well, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, so Celery, in my opinion, is one of the most mechanically skilled Position 5 players. I recall last year in the DPC when Celery was just kind of solo carrying games on his Position 5 Bane because he was doing so much with this hero that no one else could. And he actually got to 11k playing Position 5 at the time. So that's just really impressive. So he's always been able to secure the lane for his carry. He's always been able to play a really solid game. So I think Celery has, of course, gradually improved as his team has improved, but it hasn't been as significant an improvement as Toby has shown. I think Toby, over the years, has gotten so stable. He's gotten so dependable, and I honestly believe he has a better understanding of a lot of the popular heroes in this meta than some of the other offlaners, or most of them, actually. Like, I think Entity are probably the best Enigma team in this tournament. They play it the most convincingly. They understand its timings the best, and that's on the shoulders of Toby, right? And I would say the same about his Darkseer. Sometimes they'll do, like, the 24-pick Darkseer for Toby that people just... they see it coming, but then they just don't deal with it well, you know? And then he's like carrying these games, like getting these 5-man back walls, like punching people, catching people, pushing out these lanes, being an absolute menace. So I really think that he has just improved so much that I can't even highlight how good he's looked recently.
A very clear evolution, or like showing of that evolution, is in how Brewmaster was like his most played hero during the DPC, and it's something we would consider his comfort on an offlaner, and yet he hasn't played it yet in this tournament. He's not depending on his comfort. He's very happy to just go into the meta. He's playing the Enigma, he's playing the Death Prophet. He's playing some weird shit like Silencer 2, which I don't want to see.
Wait, what?
Yes, he played a Silencer offlane.
I want to see it.
I don't want to see it.
Didn't you predict correctly, literally like 2 days ago, that he said it? You said he was going to do it, and he did it.
Yeah, after the first time, yeah. I thought they were going to play. I think it's good.
You think it's good? All right,
I think it's kind of cheesy good.
Yeah? Explain.
Well, for how they play. Because they always have like 2 or 3 other sustain heroes that are going to ball up, which is what Silencer likes. Because he's super clunky on the map. He gets split push, he gets ratted, it's annoying. And then he just buys Greaves anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to buy Greaves on an offlaner, buy Greaves on an offlaner with the most impactful spells you can find.
Okay. I think the issue with Silencer offlane is it's good when it comes out because it looks kind of funny, but it does a lot, right? But it has to come out really late in the draft because you can punish a Silencer offlane pretty easily, right? You can just pick heroes to kill it, and then all of a sudden you just have a feeding Silencer on your offlane.
I 100% agree.
So yeah, so if you pick it, it comes out like really late into the draft, so you can't pick it early and like flex it to your supports in your offlane because then they just counterplay it pretty easily.
No. You see the carry. You pick that hero when you see the carry. You have a melee hero like Tiny or something that can set him up on the lane. It becomes really obnoxious. And then in those mid-game fights, it debilitates some other core. Like you're playing versus Bat, you're playing versus Storm, something like this. I can see it being viable. At the end of the day, if a player's feeling some weird hero like that and you're winning with it and you get the momentum, sometimes people don't really understand what's happening with it, even if it's not the best strategy. I'm not saying offlane Silencer is broken. Not recommending you try it at home. I mean, if you're playing versus me, play that. I'll very much like it. But it can work in a way where people don't understand it. And I think if we're looking at these 2 teams, which share a lot of the hero pool, the Treant, the Undying, the Disruptor, the Silencer support, I mean, these guys are basically the same team in a draft sense.
Yeah.
Having something weird like that upsets that balance can be nice.
I'm not sure Gaiman played the sort of team fight so that Silencer would be good against to like prioritize it on an offlane. Because you have like a lot of Enigma picks on Entity, you have other teams prioritizing like Phoenix, for example. I don't think Gaiman are doing that. It's a lot of like low cooldown skirmishing type stuff.
Now, there's one thing that we talked about CY a little bit because he's a new coach coming into Gaming Gladiators, and we have heard that he is the one that makes sure that everybody's ideas are basically getting jumbled into one draft that they do with the squad. On the other side, it's Metrim, who is the coach of Entity, and he is the type of coach that has said his main goal is to make sure that his players, the only thing they have to think about is playing, nothing else. It's like, I'll do everything else. You guys just, be good at clicking your buttons. And it's working very well.
That's really interesting, actually, because it feels kind of not exactly like the polar opposite, but GG's coach, CY, he lets his players be involved with like everything from like the drafting to the strategizing to just the entire process. So yeah, it's kind of opposing coaching styles that I didn't really realize were happening here.
Yeah. Metrum does their drafts, he studies their opponents, and he gives them like notes on their replays and gets very involved. Him, Fishman, and Toby also really like stats. So that's sort of like the style that they bring to coaching there.
I mean, it's working out, that's for sure. Being here, top 6 guaranteed. And I think we mentioned it before, but I'll continue mentioning because it is just the way it is that the Western Europe region is just very competitive, and all the points you're getting now, you're going to need them because there's not that many to go around, and a lot of teams hungry for those points. There are still the three Western European teams are all in the upper bracket right now, so they're going to get a fair share of points out of that one. Right, Avery? That's important.
The points are the money because it translates to TI. So it's everything for you. The deeper you go, the more it counts. Then it takes some pressure off your next regional league. Because you feel like, all right, we're already in a decent spot. Maybe we get 3rd or 4th instead of 1st or 2nd. It doesn't matter. You got points at the major. So this match means a lot for these 2 teams because they're likely going to have to play each other for the rest of the year anyway.
Yeah.
So if you get a lead, then maybe you go into that next regional, you have a bit more confidence, a bit more leeway. Then you win that matchup, it snowballs out of control. Puppy's going to come back from Div 2. You don't know what's going to happen. There's going to be some other threats.
It could alleviate some pressure too, right? Like if you perform well at the first major, which, it gives less DPC points than anything else that happens throughout this year, but if you perform well, you can rack up some extra points for yourself, and that takes away some of the nerves and anxiety that a lot of teams face on these main stages. So even if the knowledge that you don't do the best in this major, you can do well on the second, and on the other hand, if you do well in this major and you don't do well in the second, you're still feeling pretty okay about that, right?
Yeah.
Because you get more chances. So this is like a really good time in the year for teams to just kind of get that head start and try to hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking early on in the year. Of course, they played each other in the DPC, but it was on day one. So a lot has changed since then. I don't know, if we can take anything from that series. It was a close one. Gaming Gladiators won, but yeah, 2-1 is still close. And again, it was the first week of January.
I don't even remember that.
No.
I'm gonna just put it out there. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm glad you're talking about that, because I wanted to bring it up, but I didn't know how to like.
Oh, thank God! Let's go.
Punch it into the conversation. No, so it's pretty cool because these teams have done something where like. Maybe they're not too afraid of giving away Brood here. I mean, definitely it's an annoying hero, but both of these teams have beat each other's Brood mothers.
Ah.
And you know what they've beat it with? Lina.
Yes.
So GG won with 2 Linas versus Entity. And in one of the games, Toby was on the Brood. And then GG lost the first game of that series playing Brood, and they lost to Entity's Lina. So I think between these two teams, Lina is probably going to be like the most highly sought after hero amongst the 2 carry players. So I'm actually really curious to see if they're going to end up giving it away or prioritizing the Brood over it.
I really wanted to talk about Lina just quick, is that it's both carries most played heroes from the group stage, which is, I was theory crafting why, I didn't do a deep dive into the drafts, but they play so many meta heroes, like between like the Nature's Prophet, the Enigma, and all this other cheese involved, you know, like there's the scare of like the Visage and Lycans and stuff too. I'm wondering what the priority is for the first phase bans, like Batrider for Stormstormer as well.
I can tell you, before you answer that question, I can tell you that it will be Gaming Gladiators that has first pick, and it will be Entity that has Dire. I don't know if that changes your answer or not, or your point.
I forgot my answer.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, no.
Avery, talk about the leader.
What I was just going to say is you have to think about a little of the cheese in both these drafts.
Yeah.
You got to think about the summons heroes like you were talking about for Entity, but I also think Gaming have a little bit of cheese that they play. Like you have to worry about this perfect Tide Hunter game for Ace. We don't normally think of Tide as a cheese hero, but I think when they pick it and they get it in the right game, it's like auto win. He just does not lose with this hero because it's a beautiful Tide game. He knows how to itemize it. They know how to fight around it. And I think the other one is the Huskar for mid.
And the
People
Lesh.
are going to forget.
Don't forget
the
the
Lesh
Lesh.
IO is a bit cheesy.
Don't
Yeah, it's an acceptable cheese. You know, it's like a cheddar. But that Huskar is some Limburger. You do not want to give that away in a last pick Huskar scenario because it's going to shut Stormstormer down on top of Quinn having a good game, on top of a hero they can play around. Watch out for the burning spears.
That's a really interesting point. I feel like that's something you should have in the back of your mind. We're watching out, Avery.
We're talking about a lot of heroes, and that's fun, and I like doing that. But what is better than talking about heroes is seeing heroes and seeing which one will be taken to the battlefield here for this upper bracket semifinal. So let's get ready. It's time for Game 1, Gaming Gladiators taking on Entity.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Western European Showdown. Gaming Gladiators versus Entity. And already the man of the hour on the camera right now, Quinn Callahan. Can't wait to see what he gets up to. But first phase ban's already underway. Death Prophet Undying taken out. Entity remove the Lina and Leshrac. First pick, Broodmother. Response, Batrider, Treant.
Yeah, we're speedrunning the first phase here.
Let's go.
I didn't think Brood would make it through. I didn't think Lina and Brood would make it through, but seeing that both of them really like the hero, Brood is a hero that rarely gets through, and these are two Brood teams. So like, I think Gaimin's really happy to get a Brood here, but Entity, they knew that this is going to happen. They gave the first pick Brood away, and they have the response ready.
Which is just Bat, or is it Bat and Trey?
Mainly Bat, I think, right?
Puck open against this Bat feels a bit bad to have the Batrider against a Puck on 8. If GG goes this way, it's a Queen hero. It's definitely a winning matchup.
And I think that's going to be like the big storyline here of this match, right? It's going to be like the mid laners. Quinn versus Stormer. I think whoever gets off to like a more explosive lead here will take over the game here. And I think Batrider is one of those heroes. We see it every once in a while in the offlane. It does have that flex potential. But I think for Entity, probably not going to happen. So they're going to just answer it right away. And this is a matchup that, you know, I've seen it go both ways personally. People like the Queen of Pain versus the Bat. Normally it does well in the laning stage, but if you do make a good rotation on the Queen of Pain, it gets behind. This is a hero that has an abysmal win rate.
So then what's the plan with this? Is the idea that you want to discourage Entity from sending the Batrider mid because hey, I've got first phase Queen of Pain. You want to send the Bat mid, I'm just going to blink out of all your lane shenanigans. Now maybe you want to consider it off lane, or Gaimin are just like, she's going to get banned if we don't pick her in first phase. Let's just get her now.
Yeah, I think the hero has a lot of value, especially in the mid lane. You can flex to the off lane, but it's not optimal. Some few teams can do it. Yeah, some few teams can do it with the Batrider. Maybe EG with Whisper, but I don't think this would be Entity style. So I would expect to go mid, even with a, let's say, losing lane. But you have the armor with the Treant, so you can do a lot of moves in the map. You can play really aggressive. You probably get a range 4 that's going to stack triangle for you, so you can recover on farm. You're probably like mostly playing for both side lanes. You're playing to stop this Brood aggression, so you don't care there's a co-op mid that you cannot solo kill her. You're going to have some rough time laning, but you can recover with the ganks on side lanes.
Some hotly contested supports between these two teams get banned out, Enchantress and Disruptor, which aren't necessarily setting the entire tournament on fire, but these two Western European teams have a very strong soft spot for those supports.
Yeah, and it looks like Queen of Pain has no wins at the major right now.
What?
Just checking out. 6 picks, 0% win rate.
Oh. But has Quinn Callahan played it yet? Because the Quinn of Pain is a little bit different.
We're going to say no for the storyline here. No. He has not played it yet, right? He has not played it. So this is... he's a very capable player, right? He's, NA's pride coming into this tournament here. Mid lane, going to carry the flag, hopefully to victory here. No bias whatsoever. But he is playing against a Batrider. It's a good matchup. He is definitely not one of those players that's like, I just want to win my lane. So normally every pick he does is very calculated towards like the whole overarching game plan. So I do like the fact that he is playing it as opposed to like someone else who's just like, I just want to win my lane, but I don't know what to do after that. So I think they do have a plan in mind. But what they do need more than anything is more stuns, I think, because Queen of Pain doesn't have any. Brood has none as well. And when you play a Brood lineup, right, you kind of want like that tiny, like Pango type of mid that rotates to the Brood, right, and kind of like opens up the map for him. You can do that with Queen of Pain, but it's still not going to be a reliable stun.
Yeah, and they need this winning side lanes because the game will be played a lot in the side lanes. It's weird that Entity, they go for the Enchantress ban because it's not a stun against this Batrider rotating, but it's a hero that could actually move to the mid lane. So they don't want a support that's going to move to the mid lane and take our tower when you're rotating. I guess this is explaining when you take Ankh out and you pick Rubik. It's one of the strongest laners you have as 4. Treant after Undying, or maybe together with Undying, the strongest 5 in the game. I wonder how GG can find strong laners against this support duo, and SD is definitely not one, especially because Entity has the answer. You have heroes like Beastmaster open, so you have all the Zoo open, and this can be a weak link, in my opinion, on a draft. Of course, it's a counter to the Batrider Lasso. I don't like SD so much.
It provides a little bit of a hybrid, though, because like it gives the save versus the bat, and it kind of gives catch, which is what you were hoping for, Fear.
I mean, it is a type of like TP cancel, yeah. I mean, it's not a lockdown, but this hero does have merits in the game. If you really think about like what the Shard can do, like defensively, you can purge a lot of stuff this game, right? You can purge some tree spells, you can purge the Napalm, you have a bit of a save as well for the Lasso. So there is like
logic behind why they want to do this. And sometimes I do harp a lot, like having a stun, having a way to rotate. But Entity has proved me so many times in that regard. And I think these Western European teams in general, they play really well without stuns comparatively to like some other regions, because like they know their timings incredibly well. They know how important the laning stage is, but they're playing against, you know, someone from the region that is very known for doing similar things. So I think Entity really has sniffed this out. And, you know, here you have Clockwork now, which is a stun. It is a way to lock heroes down, but it doesn't really lock down Batrider, right? Necessarily. He can just like fly out of it, so...
And I'm worried about the Zoo again. Like, they lack the lockdown, and they lack control against units.
Yeah.
And you know who has a lot of units is Illusion carries. Naga Siren gets picked up for Entity.
And that's like the classic Brood counter, right? Like,
yeah.
You see Brood, you want a Naga. Oftentimes we saw in the DPC, a lot of teams would go as far as first phasing the Naga versus the Brood. Granted, I don't think that one really works out as much, but yeah, what do you think? It's a pretty good Naga game, right?
It's amazing Naga game. Like, both supports do nothing against units, I think.
Well,
maybe GG, they know something we don't know, but I think it's a huge flaw that Naga is still open.
Shadow Demon gets to farm with the Naga illusions a little bit, but does not deal with the actual getting sieged by all these illusions.
I mean, definitely not here. I mean, they do need to address this, and it's not going to be from their offlaner since Brood is a very one-dimensional hero. I guess the second dimension can be played as mid, but that's already taken as well.
Yeah.
So they want a carry that can deal with it. So the Pudge, that's a good response. I've seen some teams go for like the Sven, Leshrax Bandit. Carry Lesh could work in a situation like this, but it's not in the pool.
That
yeah.
Monkey against Naga, but it's against Batrider. Feels bad.
Yeah, I mean, carry isn't generally the role that counters Naga the most, right?
Yeah.
It's normally your mid and offlaner that do like the heavy magic burst, whereas Naga, it's a high physical or just high armor hero, right? So it's pretty good against like just all the carries that do overwhelming physical damage, which is why Pudge was such a great ban, right? One of the few carries that does that magical AoE damage that cuts through the armor here. So they're going to have to make a choice here.
Battle for rebuilders, maybe Ursa, PA.
Duraccio loves Troll Warlord.
That's the hard part, too. It's like they're giving Toby his last pick, right? So whatever you pick here, Toby's waiting for you with this last pick to make your laning stage hard. So Entity, I think, in a really comfortable spot here, whereas Gaming Gladiators, they're going to pick some type of AoE here. It's really going to be or they're not. Okay, so this hero's terrible versus Naga as well. What they're playing for now is tempo. And I kind of like this switch up here by them because like they realize if they pick a Sven or something like that, their late game is probably not going to be a situation where they're comfortable going into. But if you have the Brood, you have the Quap, you have this NP, you can snowball this game really hard and maybe enter that 25, 30-minute mark.
Should Entity go the same route, some Lycan hero, take benefit that GG does not do well against units? Or should they go a hero like, I don't know, a Kunkka sort of offlaner that's just going to hold the map for you together with this Naga? I feel like they can go the aggressive approach, some Lycan. Visage, not that good, but the remaining Zoo.
So you want to
or Chen 3.
You like one-upping game and speed then, as opposed to, like you said, the alternative.
What about the Tide?
That would be, I guess, a more defensive approach.
Tide is the better Kunkka. Kunkka was a bad suggestion in that sense. Thanks. The Tide feels way better.
I was going to say Underlord, which is probably worse than both of those.
Some Timber, but
I mean, if they get the Tide here, we've seen quite a few times some Tide players versus NP. You have the Rubik in your lane. You could go for the Gush build, or you can go for like the 3 points of the Kraken Shell early and not really get tickled. You just get tickled by NP at some point if you survive the first couple waves. This hero can rotate over to the Brood lane in the mid game and just sit in front of the Brood and not really care too much. And then it gives them more team fight as well, so when they do hit that timing for GG, they're fighting into even more team fight. So it's a Toby hero as well, so you kind of have to fit his like preference.
Yeah, they could play for the lane with some Primal hero. It smashes NP, but then in the game against Clockwork, not the best. So many options here. Like, am I going to smash the lane? Some Primal. I want to keep the towers, go Tide. I want a fast tempo. You Lycan.
Yeah. So narrowing it down to Toby, he's not bringing out a Primal, I think. He's probably going to looking at that Lycan or that Tide here. Or he has something spicy for us, which would be a treat, but I'm thinking those are probably his two choices.
Or maybe Naga 3 and they pick another carry. Would that be also
Naga
spicy?
3?
Yeah, Pango seems to be...
Who's playing that, though? Toby does play it. Okay.
Toby plays Pango.
It fits what kind of a Tide wants to do. The only thing that I'm a little worried about is I feel like you can get crushed in lane quite hard against the NP. You do have the swashbuckle against the clockwork, so they're going to play probably a more defensive off-lane style here.
Which I guess is having faith in Watson ultimately carrying the game and just being able to keep all of Gaming Gladiators off your tower, which, I mean, Entity's pretty good at. Living Armor on the towers, Fade Bolt to draw away the creeps. But which one do you prefer, Fear?
I think I really like Entity's draft here. I think if Toby has a decent laning stage, this is a pretty free Naga game. Rotations to the mid lane are going to define this matchup for me. If Queen of Pain gets off to a rough start because Rubik takes some runes or Tree takes some runes, maybe the Living Armor will be the difference maker in getting a kill or not on this Bat Rider. And if you don't snowball his gaming, I feel like your late game is really difficult.
Estini?
For me, it comes who is the best carry. Is it Watson or, wait for it, Quinn? Because Quap has a way better game than NP, in my opinion, that game. So Quap will need to go godlike streak, 15 minutes to open space, otherwise they're losing.
And what was the win rate on Queen of Pain in this event?
0% right now. It has not won a game at the major.
Ooh, that is discouraging, immensely so. But again, we haven't seen Quinn taking it to effect, and they took the Nature's Prophet, so it seems like they have a pretty clear idea that they want to push. And when you get Broodmother first pick, really the game should be in your hands. We'll see if Gaming Gladiators can repeat their Western European dominance, because during the DPC they were able to beat Entity, but Entity has grown a great deal since then. Will it be enough to take a victory in this game number 1? We'll have to find out with our casters. It's Avo and Jenkins.
I think the panel is doing a huge disservice to Quinn by saying that his match on Queen of Pain will determine if he's the better player than, you know.
Yeah, that's not fair.
It's not fair. I think that hero is looking really bad. We casted a game with Nisha playing Queen of Pain. Nisha's undoubtedly a great player, a good Queen of Pain player as well.
Yep.
Zero impact.
Yeah, he had a lot of items and no impact.
Yes, honestly.
So,
that's kind of sad.
And you know, I also think for Entity, it's a pretty free Naga game for Watson. I'm really feeling this Naga pick, and I don't think the Nature's Prophet has answered it.
Hashtag Tofu big fan. Stormstormer knows the meme.
What's the meme?
So,
for anybody that doesn't know.
Okay. So Tofu, he has when he started playing, not many people would watch him. He was in the Div 2 team, right? And then it was his friends mostly that would watch him.
Yeah.
And they didn't know Dota, so they didn't know how to comment on his games. So they would just post hashtag Tofu big fan in the Twitch chat, thinking that would support him, because they didn't know what he was doing. They just said, we're big fans of Tofu. And then people started copying, and then the meme became, if you like Tofu, you go hashtag Tofu big fan.
That's good friends.
It's a very wholesome meme.
Great friends.
Yeah, it's a great story. We have an interview about it, but now I ruined it, so you know that's one piece of content out, Richie.
Yeah, well.
Not like we're putting any others.
Yeah, nobody watches us anyway. I mean, or those, really.
But the producer just said I paused the game for you just for that. Okay, you're getting called out. You can think, but you can't hide.
What is jacuzzi?
Okay,
is that how to spell jacuzzi?
No, but it seems like they have a good vibe. These two teams, right?
They're hanging out together.
Yeah, that's nice.
Which means they know each other's picks.
Right, because that's what you talk about in jacuzzi.
Right.
Draft.
That's the jacuzzi talk.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wonder where the Queen of Pain and Bat Rider fall into that.
I mean, they must have known Stormer's Bat Rider. That's a classic.
Yeah, of course.
You've been talking about his innovative build, right?
Yeah, I mean, as innovative as you can get on Bat Rider. At the time, everybody was maxing Sticky Napalm because, you know, that gives you more damage for kills, but the cooldown on the Firefly, it decreases quite a lot per level. So he was maxing that out, just playing entirely to farm and getting these like ridiculous early Blink Daggers and Boots of Travel. People basically realize, like, this hero is a late game hero. Bat Rider, like, if you can get to the, you know, the Octarine, the Refresher, like, you legitimately do like 10,000 damage in a single combo. So, of course, you can play for the late game.
Against the Queen of Pain, you must play for the late game, because the early game is actually the one part Queen of Pain is useful for.
Sure. I don't expect to see him go for the Firefly max build, just because now, that was before the Sticky Napalm had any damage on the application of it.
Right.
So now the application damage is pretty good.
Early kerfuffle here in the bottom lane. It's not going to lead to anything, though, unfortunately.
No.
There's not much kill potential on either side.
Gaiman did secure 3 runes out of that, though, so they're going to be pretty happy with that.
Oh, yeah. So I guess Entity overvalued their own early game potential. It's a really hard game to steal runes against Clock, Queen of Pain. Even just Prophet's Treants are very annoying early.
Oh yeah, for sure. Clockwork is like the biggest one. There's so few heroes that can man up against a Clock level 1.
Yes, 100%.
This, by the way, speaking of level 1, I think this is when you can put a lot of pressure on the Queen of Pain with the Batrider.
Okay.
I really like that he's doing this, just zoning on the first creep wave, because the dagger's not that effective, and this way you get level 2, and maybe you can kill her before she gets the blink. Like if he gets Firefly here, Quinn does have to be a little careful.
Okay, but do you go Firefly? Because I thought Flame Break was the better build to just be able to harass and keep the Queen out of lane.
Against Quap? That's a good question. I would say probably Firefly, because like going Flame Break would be playing to like win the lane and pressure the Quap, and I don't think you really want to do that against Quap, but he's holding the point.
Okay, he's holding the point, so he doesn't quite know that yet.
No.
The Firefly also allows you to recover later, right? Which is definitely the most important part.
Exactly. It's a farming tool. So bot lane, 2 melee heroes versus the Clockwork. Nature's Prophet as well. Yeah. Dyrachyo is going to have a fine time down there.
I mean, Pango is fine against Clock, but Pango is not meant to win the offlane, right?
No, he doesn't win off lanes, but he will farm. Like, he's going to... I think this hero's better at 50-50ing off lanes than people give it credit for. Just because you've double nuke, right? Like, you can push the wave. Especially if you're playing with a really strong hero like Tree that's going to heal you and body for you.
You think that's a good partner to pair him with, or do you like any other nuke? Like, I know the Rubik Pango, for example.
Rubik Pango's better, I would say. Right. But it's like, this is Entity. You know, they're going to get their Katomi Tree if they can get it.
Right. That's interesting. I've noticed they don't actually swap lanes their 2 supports as much.
Yeah.
A lot of other teams, they will just put their 4 in the off lane, or their 5 in the off, and they don't really care.
Right.
But this team is really consistent about their supports positioning. Why do you think that is?
Usually that's just because the supports are very comfortable with their lane.
Okay.
They maybe feel like they're a team that they get some advantage, some edge in the lanes, and like play off of that really well. And so they don't want to like mess that up by sending a 5 position into the 4 position, because there are these little edge cases that maybe you don't know about as a 5 if you're playing 4.
Sure.
Even as a very, very solid player, it's like, it's trend based as well, right? You got to watch replays of 4 positions to know how to play 4 position. It's only so much time.
Yeah, it might not be worth it to actually commit to that. There's also the fact of laning partners, right? Fishman seems to be the scout for the carries of this team.
Yeah.
So it does feel like it's a good idea to always pair him with a new player.
You want to keep the bubbies together. You want to keep that synergy there for sure.
Right. Yeah, this offlane's worked really well for a while. Toby and Kataomi seem to really understand each other.
Yep.
We could say the same thing about Gaming Gladiators, have been together for quite a while.
Oh, yeah.
Quinn has 6 Napalm stacks on him. Still no points on anything else, by the way, on Stormstormer. He's not put anything into Flamebreak or Firefly, just maxing Napalm first.
Yeah, and you know, he's doing pretty fine in this lane. The thing is, Quinn has 2 bottle charges left and Stormstormer doesn't, so even though the CS looks good for Storm, he's still having a pretty rough one. Like, he's trading all of his HP for this farm that he's getting. But it's what you got to do against the Queen of Pain.
Right.
Like, you can't just not hit creeps, right? Because she's going to dagger you.
No, I understand that. What does the Queen of Pain do, though? Like, I understand the concept of the lane, but what is the best way to maximize this trash?
Good lane rotation, honestly. I think you get, like, the 6-minute rune and...
Oh, they're going to kill him, actually? No, the trait didn't get the last punch in.
Yeah, 1 more hit.
Claps. Good TP, good TP.
Yeah.
Everyone appreciates it.
That's such an annoying thing when dealing with a Nature's Prophet, is the fact that TPing out like that, he can just TP back. Quinn is not a blink, actually.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he needed that TP from Tofu. But this is not what you want from a counter pick. You don't want to have to TP your supports, because this is what happens as a result.
Yeah. Now they're going to take down your Broodmother, and that's going to be the first blood given to Entity. Watson with an auto attack down bottom. They try to steal that first blood, but unsuccessful, as it was a little bit too late. And also as a result of that, I mean, again, the difference between Quinn and Stormstormer is not very high, considering it's a counter pick.
Yeah, Stormstormer is just playing this one really well. You can tell this guy has played this matchup a lot. Like, the way that he was pressuring on the first wave indicates that. Quinn actually blinks in on Stormstormer mid.
Yeah, with the Shadow Strike as well. A little bit of damage, but it is an early level Queen of Pain. You don't really want to dive. There's still the support TPs available.
And he's fully maxing the Shadow Strike, by the way. So he's committed entirely to dumpstering this bad in lane. His rotations are a bit weaker because of that, and so is his farming. If Stormstormer just leaves and goes and farms stacks, Quinn might be kind of sad.
Because then he loses his purpose, his life right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure. What's the first rotation then? Let's say that he doesn't do that. Oh, maybe the rotation is mid. Fishman. is now covering mid form, as Stormstormer did exactly what you said. Go farming stacks. Fishman, there we go. Down to the low ground. They see him, there's a Rubik, they ping him. Let's go, Tofu. And with Disruption, sets up for this kill. Quinn low on mana. Tofu eats a mango for himself because he knows Shadow Poison a little bit stronger. Queen of Pain still done nothing right now. It's mostly Shadow Poison that's bringing him down. And he's fine.
Dude, Rubik has 6 armor at level 3. This guy's actually just so tanky.
Oh, okay, maybe they catch Toby. He is out of mana as well. Only Orbital Corrosion finally breaks the cogs, but the Treants don't body block him in time, so Toby will be fine. As a TP from Niches Prophet in the mid lane, Stormstorm covers the trees with fire. And now he is down. He is out.
That's a great rune to get for Stormstorm. I think that's like a farming rune. Well, I say that, he actually picks up a Smoke of Deceit. So I'm curious what he's going to use that for. Sometimes people will use it on bat to farm up stacks, and yeah, I mean these are big stacks. I think that's going to be a farming smoke.
A farming smoke?
Yeah, you smoke so that way your sticky napalm application doesn't. Oh, never mind. He's just going to farm it.
Okay, just going to farm it normally.
Yeah.
So is that common? Like so you use smoke to what?
Right, because if you sticky napalm and you're not smoked, the creeps aggro to you. If you're smoked, they just stand there, so you can kill it a lot easier.
Okay.
So he might use the smoke to farm ancients. If his supports do one more ancient stack.
Oh, I see. That's a very clever, it's like the Blur PA technique to farm ancient.
Right,
stuff like
exactly. You can do it on Pudge with Rot. You can do it on SF with Raises.
I see. So when you do that, do you like smoke like 3 people and then 2 go gank and then 1 sticks to the ancient stick?
Yeah, you can definitely do that. Or like a support can go put wards down. That also works.
Okay. As I talk about support, Celery is a support in trouble right now. Treant, though, has a hard time hitting him, and Celery, quite tanky. Now with the rotation from Stormstormer, he's really committed to this. Goes the long way. Shadow Strike to slow him, but Sticky Napalm will catch Celery. But Sonic Wave now. Stormstormer cannot get close to Quinn. A little tip by Celery. He knows what he did there. Forced a nice kill for Quinn.
Yeah, that was a bit of a debate. Stormstormer, he thought because he had the lasso that maybe he could follow up with a kill on Quinn or like TP out, but yeah, Quinn just did a little bit too much damage there. So a bit of an overcommitment, but you know, a kill for a kill.
Oh, watching this replay, okay. I mean, it does seem. What do you think is the right play there? So Stormstormer just leave? Is it even possible? I think he was dead once he killed Clock.
He got baited in by the Clock.
Okay. Broodmother is now in trouble though. Lasso plus a couple of hits from the illusions. And Ace also falls. In exchange, they want to try and go for this mid tower, but your main pusher just went down. They have good vision in this mid lane. It's going to be Celery trying to go from behind. They have Cogs, but not in time till against his immediate. And Fishman, he's safe. Okay. That did not work out in their favor. Quinn hunting down Stormstormer. He knows his job this game is just to bring down this Bat Rider. The auto attacks are coming in. Quinn has a haste rune, so Sticky Nails doesn't bother him. Scarlet Scream of Pain, plus the auto attacks. One more hit, and it's actually going to be Quinn that gets it. Thanks to the Shadow Strike, Disruption continues this fight. Fishman is the target, and thanks to another Scream of Pain, Fishman won't TP back home.
Yeah, so this is the type of performance. This is what we want from Quinn. If you're a Gaming Gladiators fan, if you're a Queen of Pain fan, like Astini said, he needs to go 17-0 in this game to make it work, and
he's not far.
Yeah, it's looking good. Like I really do like that he's following Stormstormer around. You know, we talked about the Shadow Strike build. It's kind of a laning thing in a way, but it's more so like if you're just on the Bat Rider screen and you Shadow Strike him, he can't farm, right? And you can even kill him. So Quinn's just following him around, realizing that that 1-to-1 matchup is so good for him that even in the jungle, he can basically like quote-unquote lane against the Bat Rider.
Right, true. And as long as he does this, he accomplishes his role, and then you can just rely on the rest of your team, and just particularly to carry you through the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you'll see this quite often, like when there was the meta where it was Bat Rider and Slark, Bat was played as like an offlaner.
Sure.
If Bat ever rotated out of the lane, Slark would go immediately to where the Bat is and then just farm there, because then the Bat can't farm there and the Slark can farm there. So he's kind of doing that from the mid lane.
That's true. They even saw that during the time when Slark was actually playing mid as a Bat Rider counter. Remember that?
Yeah. You always follow the counter.
Yeah.
I've never seen it on Queen of Pain because people usually just like go gank other lanes, right? But this is it's definitely working out for him here. I could see other co-ops doing this in the future after seeing this replay. Just follow the Bat and make his life miserable.
Celery's trying to make the same play again, but he's learned. Telekinesis is going to be dangerous, and Kataomi's nearby as well. They're really committed to protect this tier 1 mid. Tofu. That's the wraparound as well. Don't have vision up in the high ground. They just check, but the smoke got detected by a ward nearby. Tofu, he got the wrong warding spot there. Watson knows.
I don't know if they're looking for Stormstormer or Watson, because the Naga's a tough kill.
It is. You do have the Sonic Wave now.
With the DD on Quinn, that's the factor I think that makes it possible to kill him right now.
Yeah, Naga has a lot of armor though.
Yeah, they're not going to go for it. They don't want to chase him into the triangle. It's a little bit too crazy.
And Stormer's already swapped jungles. He's done dealing with the Queen of Pain. They find him though, hook shot. And with the cogs, he's stuck. Stormer can't fly away for 1 more second. Sonic Wave has been used, and that stops the Pango as well. Sprout won't annoy him, but Toby knows he has to leave. Double damage hurts a little bit too much. 3 kills for Quinn.
Yeah.
Steenie might have not been far off.
We can also see in that fight why the Queen of Pain is pretty good against the Pango, just disrupting that roll and letting people get away. Like the fact that he's able to Sonic Wave it and it stops the roll for a little bit, a lot of the time is enough to let people like disengage, especially when you get into 4-staff territory. And then Queen of Pain obviously doesn't really care about the roll. She just blinks away from it. It's really difficult to chain stun her. If there's any Queen of Pain game that it's going to look good, it's definitely this one, barring the Naga. The Naga is definitely good against the co-op and the tree.
Yeah.
It's good against the 2 cores, the Bat Rider and the Pango.
The push is actually the thing that Queen of Pain enthusiasts talk about the most, right? The push Sonic Wave to disengage, not just against Pango, but in general.
Yeah, it's like a pseudo center ult in a way, where you can like use it. It does a bit of damage, which turns the tides, makes them uncomfortable going in. It pushes them away. You can blink out. Your team can walk out.
Yeah, it's a kind of repositioning. Not a spell people usually think about repositioning, but
I can't believe we're talking about good things with regards to Queen of Pain right now.
Well, because Quinn's dominating, so we have to.
Yeah, he is.
The hookshot gets blocked by a range creep. Celery, angry with the creeps. He's a support. They've never been friends. Now he cogs, but I think Celery's going to die here, Jenkins. In the trees he goes, but there's a Trim Protector who wants to protect those very trees, and Fishman will actually steal the asset. Look.
I like that his team just completely ditched him on game in there. They're like, yeah,
Sorry, what are you doing?
You hooked a creep, bro. You're dead. You're dead. Whatever. I don't think it's necessary to feed your life away there, but I also don't think Gaiman really cares that much about him dying. I mean, that's kind of been the whole Gaiman Gladiators like motto since Viking GG and Team Tickles is Celery going in and feeding, and then they don't really care.
Back in Viking GG, they were the only team that played Venge, and you're like, oh, I'll stop you, bro, and then you die.
Ace feeding, though, that's a different story.
Yes, he has mech for now, but between Overgrowth and Rolling Thunder, he's stuck in a rut, and he's going to be squashed. They even have spiders off him. So they changed spider breed.
Right.
This is the ones that eat the mother when they explode, not the prey.
Exactly. The question is, where do the spiders come out of on the broodmother herself?
Right, that's definitely...
It's a really good question that we need to have answered here,
It's
Avo.
from the head, actually. I researched this before the cast, just in case.
That's very disgusting.
Yeah, it's from the head. Because there's the most nutrients there.
Yep, speaking of head, Duraccio, hopefully this Ancient Farm doesn't go to his head because he is getting pretty fat here, top of net worth. Going for the Mjolnir, which I think is pretty common against the Naga. Honestly, the Gleipnir's not that bad because you can Gleipnir the illusions, but...
It deals damage.
And it deals damage, of course. Naga's going to get a Manta, though, so it's very difficult to catch her out with that.
Okay.
And the Mjolnir lets you turn and trade the Naga, right? Like, she can hit you, you can pop Satanic. The Gleipnir is going to kill all of her illusions. I've even seen people do both. The Gleipnir plus the Mjolnir. It sounds stupid, but it's actually not that bad. I doubt we're going to see it, but I have seen it.
Sure. What other... Well, actually, wait a second. First we see if Toby's going to die here. He's not a target for Quinn, but it could be a target. He's fine with it. It's a carry. Or, sorry, it's a core. Hook shot. To a spider of all things.
Oh, no.
Celery. The creeps are the bane of his existence. And Snare now, Celery, ruining the day that he was born in this creepless world. Celery just wants to go home. He tries to go to the low ground, and he does accomplish it. Nice job hugging the wall there, but unfortunately, there's a flying Bat Rider that can just jump over it and hunt him down. This poor guy is not, he's not having a good game.
No, it's looking rough for him. His team is farming just fine, though, so... You know, like these times where he's going in, it's kind of like they're looking for kills to like extend their lead. But it's not like Entity is punishing it in any way right now. They're not getting anything other than the Celery kill off of these. So it could be way worse for Gaming Gladiators for sure.
Stormer. Okay, there is the lasso used onto Quinn. Despite the fact that Stormstormer's slow, can they still get Quinn? Stormstormer might just die. Sonic Wave to finish him off, but Quinn does fall in exchange. Toby's the next target. They're thinking about it. Ace, though, does not want to dive to tier 2. And I'm going to let both of them go. No reinforcements ready. And Duracho, he wants to keep farming. Probably made the call. Guys, I'm close to Hyperstone. Let me be.
We can see in that fight why Gaming Gladiators picked the the Shadow Demon versus the Batrider.
Yes.
It was so difficult for Stormstormer to get on top of Quinn and actually get that Firefly damage out. I think if he did get on top, if he wasn't slowed there, Quinn actually would have died. That was a nice play from Stormstormer, but just an even nicer play from Gaming Gladiators. Like Quinn, that was very close to one of those missed Queen of Pain ultis where they're like so close to you that you don't hit them, right?
Right,
Because there's like a little bit of the cone in front of you that it doesn't hit. So if he doesn't get clipped by that, that's actually Stormstormer killing the Queen of Pain. But the SD, he's going to remain a problem for Stormstormer, even when the BKB comes out.
Yeah, that's a good point. And even when the lasso comes out and you actually don't stop him, he's so slow that the idea of pushing someone away is impossible. You can't force stab him because it's dispelled, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So it might just be the counter to the Batrider, that between that and the Queen of Pain.
Dude, all these force staffs are coming out. In pretty much every game, we're seeing like 2 to 4 force staffs on both sides. I could actually see Shadow Demon being picked up a lot more. I have seen the pub win rate on it is pretty high.
And you think the logic is the constant purge is just really valuable?
I think it's the constant purges, and I think it's also the prevalence of Black King Bar. And it's like BKB on these crazy snowballing heroes like Batrider. Like or movement heroes, right? Feels really good against them.
Sure. The only thing is Tofu this game has not really managed to amass any sort of net worth.
No.
I mean, he's a really poverty-stricken support, and usually you want something on the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
He got shard at least.
It's a little rough. He's about as farmed as Celery right now, but I really like the shard pickup. That's another reason that the Batrider is countered. It's going to constantly purge the napalms as Fishman might soak the gank here.
Oh, hook shot. This is for Fishman. There's a Rolling Thunder blocked by the cogs. Fishman might just die to the spiders. They don't even need the Clockwork here. Rolling Thunder, though, inside the cogs. Celery, though, happy that he already got the kill. And thanks to the mech, Celery will actually survive for a while. Now the disruption saves them, and they want to punish Kataomi for this play. They will accomplish it. Double kill for Quinn. What's the scoreline right now? 5-1 and 2. Not bad.
All right,
bad.
good start. Good start.
People love Quinn here. Every one of these fans have been insulted at one point by Quinn.
Duraccio just got solo killed by Watson on the bot lane. That was just a straight up solo kill. I think he tried a man fight with the Mjolnir.
Oh, I see. And it did not work out.
And it did not work out. I mean, the panel talked about it. Like, this is a completely free Naga game. They picked the Nature's Prophet into the Naga. It's not a good matchup. Having to go for the Mjolnir shows that it's not a great matchup.
How else do you solve it? I mean, you talked about the Gleipnir and Mjolnir. What other builds? Do you go AC, perhaps, to mitigate it?
If you want to, if they do end up losing this, then draft is one thing. Like they did.
Sure, that's not a solution. Solution in this game.
They did have the carry counter, but yeah, I mean, in this game, the eventual Sheep Stick from Quinn will be good. Shiva's Guard as well. Just something to like go and isolate the actual Naga, and then Duraccio on the Nature's Prophet can just do single target damage and take out the real Naga. Monkey King Bar also, because Duraccio, he wants the magic damage. Naga's got huge armor.
Right. What about the, I mean, it's a crazy pickup, but for a late game option, the Revenant's Brooch.
Revenant's Brooch. It is actually good. I do think against Naga and Terrorblade in particular, it's pretty good. But it's a very late game pickup. Like, people don't even go Witchblade on Natures anymore.
True. He's going for BKB now, which is what he needs to survive the Naga.
Yeah, yeah. The good news for Entity here is they did just pick up a Philly.
Oh.
That's a pretty important item, especially when you have a greedy support like Rubik.
Who has it, though?
I'm going to take a wild guess and say Katomi's going to take it because he's the 4.
Oh, yeah, he does. He just took it. Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, a tree with items is quite effective. Like, you get a Refresher, you get a Blink Dagger. It's really good. Like, this hero actually scales with items.
What do you go for? So I get the Blink Dagger, right? Refresher, and then is that just double overgrowth is the whole concept?
Double overgrowth, yeah. I mean, you can like.
Is there anything else that you like? Do you go for utility here?
Just all of the utility items are great.
Okay.
You know, you can get a Greaves, you can get a Force Staff.
Oh, so you're a good aura carrier in general.
Yeah, Tree's a great aura carrier. I've seen lots of Tree players do that. Let's see, do they have a Greaves buyer? Toby is not buying Greaves on the Pango.
Okay, so he could be the Greaves buyer.
He could buy it on Katomi, yep.
I mean, it does feel like the Refresher build against a Demonic Cleanse doesn't feel amazing.
Yeah, that's true. That is definitely true. Even just the Imprison is pretty good against the Tree. This is a great SD pick. The more we're looking at it.
Tofu's, he's got smarts, he's got looks. What else do you need from him, man?
I don't know.
He can make songs?
Yep. I was going to go there. I was about to go there.
I knew it.
You caught me in the act.
I had to stop you.
Yep. He's a fantastic DJ. He really is.
Yeah. This tier 1 is still standing for Entity, which is impressive. But more impressive, they've had the tier 1 for Gaming Gladiator still standing in the mid lane without a trip protector.
Yeah. Because, I mean, Entity is just showing up to defend their tier 1, and they're not really
attacking.
They're not really attacking. I mean, not like, you know, which one of their heroes is going to siege? A Pangolier? Yeah, right? It's like these are not great sieging heroes. Gaiman's not much better if Duraccio doesn't want to show up to these fights. And it's hard for Nature's Prophet to show up against a Naga Batrider. Gaiman is taking it slow. I think this is the way to do it.
Tofu, though, got caught here, and I think he's going to die quite soon. He does at least get his spells off. Oh, nice disruption to, get a little bit more time for the team. They did rotate like 4 people here, but they stole disruption on Fishman, which is a huge steal.
Top lane Stormstormer was going for a kill on Ace.
Oh, no. He still has Lasso, but there's no chance for him. Duraccio just stands in the fire without Mjolnir. It's very difficult to deal with him.
Yeah.
That static charge can be brutal against DOTs. Quinn even going further as well. Thinking of Fishman, this hook shot actually lands on a hero. Celery super proud of himself. And able to finish off Fishman, and Quinn is tanky enough. He can survive that overgrowth easily.
So that's going to be the mid tower, finally, after they get these really important kills.
The team without the Trin.
Yeah.
They took the first one. Very impressive stuff.
And you asked about, like, how did
Celery? Wait. Celery is having a support fight here. There's Naga nearby, but they force him to the high ground, and Kataomi is the one who's going to get stuck. Because Celery knows the true support is but a punching bag for his scores.
So I realize now Watson has an Orchid now. Watson is quite farmed. Orchid is definitely the time you want to start showing up on Naga. I've seen other people like wait until they have a heart. But anyway, going all the way back to what you asked about, how do they counter the Naga?
Sure.
Ace is going for a second item Sheepstick. He's not going for a pipe this game.
Oh.
Not a Wraith Pack, nothing like that. He is going to play to catch out the real Naga. That's what this says to me, is that they've identified what we have as well, and that's that they picked a draft that is like good in the game, but not good in the carry-to-carry matchup. So they're dealing with it with items.
I like that. Don't you think is it dangerous at all that you're not going for a pipe against Batrider, or is he already countered enough?
He's countered, man. He's less net worth than Toby on the offlane Pango, so I don't think they're very worried about Batrider's presence in this game. I think this is definitely the play. Watson is the saving grace for Entity here. Like, this is the guy they need to play around to win this game.
Right.
So countering him is great, and Quinn is going for a Shiva's Guard as well to isolate and show who the real Naga is so he can get sheeped.
Can Toby scale at all with his Pango offlane? Can he become that secondary carry they desperately need?
I think so, yeah. I mean, he's gone the build for it, right? He didn't go for the Greaves or anything like that, so Pango late game is definitely a force. But it's not a true carry. It's not a true carry. You're never going to outscale like a Nature's Prophet or a Naga Siren.
Yeah, I guess MP is a very big point there, where there is a moment where Sprout leashes and Pango feels pretty
right.
bad.
Even if you destroy the trees, you're still stuck rolling in the where the Sprout was.
Yes, exactly.
It's not very fun. Well, it's actually great fun if you're the Nature's Prophet.
Oh, it's amazing. It's a great talent.
Yeah. It's
for everyone that plays Natures.
Yep. That one's getting removed. I can already guess that in the patch.
It's too stupid. Why is it Pierce BKB?
It might be like a 25 talent. They might change that or remove the BKB piercing.
Yeah,
element.
I think if you just remove the BKB piercing, it's kind of fine.
Yeah, definitely, it is.
It's like Nature's Prophet is a better puck right now.
Yeah.
Why would you ever
Puck
get
is pretty good though. Puck is pretty good.
So imagine if you're a better puck and puck is pretty good.
Yeah.
How great is this hero?
And this is a good hero.
Yeah.
It is. It looks good on some players, on most players, like most of the players at this tournament.
Yeah, you keep talking about this because I've seen you have 700 games on MP. And you want to talk about how difficult it is.
I believe...
You said on panel you need 50 games to learn this hero as carry, and Monet did it in 3.
If you are not a tier 1 carry, I think this hero could be confusing for you if you've not played similar heroes.
Right.
Like, you can TP in and just die. You have to be very careful with the fights that you're choosing. And some carry players, they get items, they just TP to the fight, show up to the fight. They win the fight because they have items. This Nature's Prophet's not like that.
To your credit, I will say that, Duraccio, they cancel his TP, they will, Katomi. Just wants to annoy him. This is just a cheeky TP cancel. He's leaving.
Yeah.
They don't have Gleipnir. Middle lane, though, is where the real fight's happening. Tofu's been silenced and ensnared. He's done. That's pretty much a doom. He's gone for. As now, the Queen of Pain. Luckily with the BKB, she's not taking too much damage. Queen is surviving this, and they still hook shot. They can reset the fight. Duraccio gets in as well. The song is being ignored due to the BKBs. They're going for the supports first. Watson's the next target, but Queen on the Queen Cannot quite get close to him.
Oh, there's the Hex.
They're going to go for Stormstormer first. That's the easier target for sure. Toby's in nearby as well. Low on HP. Toby's dead. Stormstormer joins him in the grave. And now it's Watson. That's the real target. Fishman trying to distract him. Look at the TB from Duracho. Super aggressive, but Sprout doesn't actually catch him. They go for the support
That's
instead.
a dieback.
It's the easiest kill they could get. Duracho gets away. Everyone distracted, so Watson gets away. Everyone distracted them so Watson can get away. And now they can take a tower instead.
Celery absolutely made up for the creep hooks earlier.
He did a great hookshot initiation.
That was such a good hookshot. Like, not only did he catch 2 heroes, he caught the back line. Like, he hooked through the front line into the back line. It separated the fight in a way that Quinn could survive despite being Treant ultied, and I think he got lassoed as well. That was a beautiful hook shot.
Are they going to lose racks here? They don't have Song. I mean, at least one lane.
There is so much pressure on Watson to do some hard carrying
Rolling
here.
Thunder is available at least. Okay, Rolling Thunder, go for Ace first. There is no overgrowth. Sonic Wave pushes the Rolling Thunder away, and he's leashed. He's into the trees, didn't even realize it. Toby just got destroyed. The Queen of Pain's working, Jenkins. Quinn's the only map that can do it this tournament.
It is, and so is the Nature's Prophet. The fact that they got 3 kills in the previous fight instantly boosted him to that level 20. Toby was not expecting it because prior to this engagement, Duracho did not have that talent. That is the first time he saw it. Quinn actually tips his bubby on Duracho for that very nice Sprout in that fight.
Yes, that was fantastic Sprout. And
the pressing of the Q button and then pressing that on the Pango.
Wow.
It was beautiful.
I mean, and then pushing him into the trees, and Pango realizing, surely I'm out of the Sprout.
Yeah.
I can't be leashed now. No, that's not how the talent works.
No, it's not.
I would actually love to see how that's coded. Okay, they caught Quinn. He has an illusion room? Yes, he does. Okay. They were definitely not expecting that.
Yeah, that's a very convenient timing for him because his BKB is on cooldown.
Yeah.
He could have actually died there.
I mean, Quinn knew that's why he was playing so aggressively.
Let's watch this fight. I want to see the push into the Sprout.
Look, he actually got pushed out of the
Sprout. He kind of rolled back into it, but you can't stop that because
you're in one direction.
It takes so long to change the way that you're rolling. They're just kind of ignoring Watson in this game and killing his illusions.
Yeah, I really did think they were going to go for Watson multiple times in those fights, but every time they hit him a couple of times, they kind of realized, oh, this is too tanky.
Yeah, he walks away, but then does nothing.
He Watsons away.
He does. Yeah, that's going to be a euphemism for losing the game while being very farmed quite soon.
Wait, Jenkins.
He's got
They
Graves.
have a last-ditch smoke attempt. At least get a kill on Ace. It's again the Sonic Wave disengaging. Quinn's not letting them get close to his teammates. He hits BKB. He wants to go for the Batrider. They hit the hookshot as well, but they can't get the cog. Stormstormer for now. He's fine, but here we go. The leash. Lasso immediately to stop the MP. They're carrying him away, but Duracho's happy with this. He's in the middle of the fray, and he's just hitting whatever he sees. They're finally going for Watson, but Watson's a bit too tanky. The overgrowth trying to reset the team fight. They force-step away Duracho. Duracho's safe thanks to the disruption. Cogs. It's very difficult to get through. They can't get to the range carry. They're going for Toby instead. The damage is high, but not high enough. They can retreat in time. Gaming Gladiators will survive with their carry. Their mid laner's fine too. They get the kill on the support and a courier for free here, but that's not what they were looking for. They almost lost Toby there. 25 HP.
Duracho's in.
Back. Sprout for vision. And Quinn's joining as well. Watson is just not an easy target.
Not the target.
They've
Not the
given
target.
up.
Yeah, not the target. What a strange fight. It was just so separated by the Gaming Gladiator supports. The Clockwork Cogs.
Celery is a god.
Yeah, he's
his Force Staff was also the one that
to the low ground to save Duracho. Yeah, absolutely. And then also Tofu. He had the disruption. Like, they're just completely kiting the entity heroes in this game. We're seeing why melee heroes are not so good in this patch. It's like you'd think, okay, people are getting Force Staffs to counter the ranged carries. It counters the melee carries even more.
Yes. The poor Naga doesn't have a moment to just 8-click the ground.
No. And a sheep stick is not enough to deal with that.
No.
Like, it doesn't keep them in the same spot with the Force Staff. You need a sheep and a nullifier.
Right.
Or an abyssal and a nullifier, like some crazy combination of items.
And they're the team without the demonic purge, right? If they had it, they'd be much happier with themselves.
Yeah, I mean the stocks on this hero are definitely rising. I love the SD this game. We've talked about so many reasons that it's strong.
Oh, that's an ending smoke. This is the nail in the coffin. That's what Gaming Gladiators is hoping for.
Yeah, Roshan is up, so a single kill here. Even just dewarding the high ground and securing this area would be good.
Yeah, Wrath of Nature, hookshot as well. Going for the support first. Fishman, dead. Toby rolls in. They were actually going to kill 2 supports at once, and they got him with a Sonic Wave. They more or less guessed where he was, and the area was enough. Quinn's following after Stormstormer, who activates his BKB just to go to the high ground, but the Broodmother just chased him down. Luckily, Toby's capable of blinking himself to safety, has a TP. He's not going to die.
Yeah, I mean, that should be Roshan for gaming. And let's see, is that the second Roshan? I don't remember. There's been so much fighting. Yeah, that's the second Rosh. So Aghanim Shard, who's going to get that? Let's see.
Yeah, it's good, it's good. Who needs Rosh when I can see Quinn's face instead?
Oh, Quinn for sure takes the Ag Shard. He has it queued up. He's earned it. He's winning a game with Queen of Pain, 9-1 and 10. You can give it to Duraccio too. This man's 26K net worth. He's got 10K on Quinn. Nah, Quinn's going to take it. He's got it queued up anyway. You know that he wants it with this build.
Yeah. It's too good. He already went for full tankiness. Like, you got it. You got to be able to get in the middle of the fight.
Yeah. It's another thing to, like, eventually if they decide that it's worth their time to kill the Naga, it's more AoE damage to help them isolate who the real one is.
Okay, I guess that's true.
If they decide that they want a feast after the appetizer of the rest of Entity.
Right.
Then they can go for Watson.
But the appetizer is like, it's a great, delicious, like, beautiful taco made to perfection by the best chef in the world. And the Naga is like a plate of plain white rice.
Yeah, you know when you go to a restaurant and it's like unlimited salad or soup?
Yeah.
And it's just so good, and you just keep getting it, and by the time you get to the main course, you're not even hungry.
Right.
That's the situation Watson is in right now. He's like the spaghetti bolognese. It's just like, dude, somebody eat me, man. Why do I feel so worthless right now?
Yeah, but there's breadsticks upon breadsticks upon breadsticks, so why would you ever touch
and
the
the
bolognese?
bread is so delicious and fresh.
Yes.
Anyway, back to the game. Double damage rune for Quinn. Maybe, no, he's going to take it for himself. He's the big boy this game.
I mean, he's feeling himself. I'm okay with that. It's like, guys, I'm actually winning on Queen of Pain in the major right now.
Yeah,
This is a bigger accomplishment than winning the major itself.
That is right. He's taking this very seriously because before the game, I did ask him during the draft what they're going to pick. And he removed me from his friends list. So
he blocked you, actually.
Yep. There was a bit of a blocking situation. So he's taking this very seriously. So that is not a feeling himself DD. That is a, I'm trying to win this game.
Okay.
At any cost. And I'm the one that's going to carry this.
Even at the cost of your friendships. That makes sense.
That's right.
Smoke for Entity, because they're taking this equally as seriously. This team, they had an incredible match against EG, and they don't want to give up on this one either. It's their first time. They were telling me that they actually won an upper bracket match. They really want to keep themselves in the upper bracket. This first game of the series would matter a lot for them, and they just could do it, give them that leeway.
They're going for like the long wrap around here.
This is what they specialize in. What can they find?
This is the fight.
Maybe Tofu, but Tofu's in a really good position. Never mind, he's in a position to be caught, and they want him actually to die. Goodbye, Tofu, as Quinn tries to block this overgrowth immediately, but they fleece the Pango. He's stuck in his own pinball zone of demise with a Sonic Wave. The ball's down. The song plus TP, they realize what they have to go is to leave this area. Entity got 1 kill, and they'll have to deal with that.
They got the Rubik.
You know what? Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose your Rubik.
Well, thankfully, Fishman has no items, so he does have buyback. He's been saving his gold, realizing that at some point, they're probably going to need 6 heroes. Like, Fishman's going to need to walk in first and die if they want to win a fight. I don't know if they can do it on this barracks without Toby. Stormstormer's trying to cut the wave. The mid wave is pushed out as well. Yeah. So there should be only 1 set of racks if they can kill this current wave that's in the base.
Okay, the tier 3 should fall. Now going for the racks next. Entity, they don't want to use their buybacks at all here, but they also have nothing to just cheekily defend, poke and prod, sprout even for vision in case there's something lurking in the shadows. Now look at this, everyone's going through the low ground, but Celery walks through the high ground as Duracho realizes they left a range racks there.
So
he's out of boots.
Backdoor,
he's very slow.
Backdoor is not going to kick in here.
Nope.
The mid wave was not cut by Watson.
Duracho? Oh, he's already turned. They have a 4-step just in case. Rolling Thunder, okay, from behind Stormstormer. And with the Rolling Thunder, the 2 cores are stunned. Duracho's stuck in the high ground, or maybe they're stuck with him, actually. He's taking over the enemy base. He's actually going to kill the Naga this rate. Watson is no longer that scary. Stormstormer dies in the backlines. They actually find Toby as well. And these 2 cores who thought they were cutting the team fight are now dying. Sonic Wave missed. It's actually just a celebratory Sonic Wave because Quinn knows he just took this game down. Fishman dies, spawns a bunch of Spiderlings as they try to turn him into a pig. Ace will be allowed to live. Watson's too afraid. Stormstormer nearby as well. He's thinking, how can they get this last jump to be worth it? They have lost the Pango. Daracho might be slow, but he attacks way too hard. And the lasso, even if it's off cooldown.
Yeah, he's got 40 seconds on Aegis.
Okay,
they gotta go.
Could be a good no, this overgrowth meant nothing. The BKB just ignores it. Ace is saved by a Force Staff, and that Song of the Siren luckily stops the fight long enough so they can call the GG. Entity,
man,
they got dominated here.
The weirdest, strangest thing of this game is Watson is 6-0-4. He didn't die, Alvo.
He did a Watson.
He did a Watson. It really happened. That is something they're going to have to break down.
Yep.
How could our carry be completely ignored and we lose the game?
Melee carry, I think, is not the way to go.
It seems like it's not. And, you know, the panel talked about it. It's a free Naga game, but these other heroes, they just seem to be so strong that it doesn't matter. Gaimin focused on countering everybody else but the Naga, and they just ignored her. Like, is that the counter? Did they just know something we don't?
I mean, it seemed like they had the perfect lineup for this, though. Between Sprout, Cog, Sonic Wave, you had pushback, and a lot of ways to be able to block the pathway, right?
Yeah.
So it was really difficult for a melee carry to hit anything.
Right. Just the unit blocking things on the ground.
It blocked Celery in the early game, and then it blocked the Naga in the late game.
And Pango. The Pango roll, too, is it's really annoying to play into these things. And the Batrider, I mean, I love the SD pick. And Tofu played it exceptionally well. It's kind of a boring hero. Like, it's not that flashy. You have to be in position for just like one good save in a team fight, and then you die. But that save is so important. It's so high impact. Or to like press his ult on the right target. And you could see that Entity, they started focusing him eventually because they realized how much he was doing in the game. It seems like a good Batrider answer. I really like this as an answer. Gaimin has done their research.
Yeah.
And it really paid off here.
Yeah. I mean, again, when you win with Queen of Pain, they know something we don't.
Yes,
and that something is this hero actually has utility in the meta if you use it right.
Right.
I'm also curious about the Trim Protector didn't seem to have the impact we're used to seeing in this game. We talk a lot about the Bat, but it felt like the Overgrowth didn't matter this game whatsoever.
No, I mean, the Demonic Cleanse, the Guardian Greaves, the Disruption. I don't think Clockwork really cares if he gets Overgrowth.
Right.
And Quinn is like the one hero that would really care because he's Queen of Pain with the BKB, but he had so much net worth from his lane and from playing the game well. He had the Sanjakaya, the BKB, Illusion Runes. Like, he had ways of taking off the Overgrowth, so we just saw no impact from the tree.
Yeah. Well, much like you dispelled the Overgrowth, will be dispelled from this cast, and instead we'll show you your way, blink away to the panel.
Poof! You're here now. That's how blinking works. Welcome to the panel. Indeed, we're going to break things down. I just realized Tsunami was on this chair, so I had to move it down a little bit. We're good, though. We're going to break this game down into exactly why Gaimin Gladiators took this first game and exactly why Watson never died, even though he was on the losing team. I'm joined by SVG, Sheep, and Effie. And I think this game, it really starts with one thing in particular, and it is the mid lane. We talked about it before the game started. SVG is nodding hard because Queen of Pain versus Bat, it's a classic. Normally you remove the Queen of Pain. And to be honest, Queen of Pain has been losing a lot this tournament so far. How did Quinn make it work?
I mean, the Queen of Pain is a different beast. This guy, okay, I remember years ago when we were playing versus Bat, Quinn said, I'm pretty sure this Quamp can destroy this hero. And he was one of the early players who started playing that matchup one-on-one in lobbies, grinding it out, figured out it was insanely broken. He's extremely comfortable in this matchup. If I were to pick one player in the world who's going to win a Queen lane versus a Bat as hard as you can and make that matchup work, it's him. Not only that, he understands and likes playing this hero scaling into the late game. I think Queen destroys Naga in the late game. I actually think it's one of the more unplayable matchups if you get there. What we've seen at this tournament is Queen has struggled to get there. But you're supposed to win the lane this hard so that that's not an issue. And this is what the game flow is traditionally supposed to look like. After that happens, again, Entity lose their playmaker. Gaming's is online. I feel like it's an way easier game for Daracho than it is for Watson. Sure, you don't die, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue with Queen of Pain is she's just not a very good hero right now. So a lot of teams are hesitating to pick her to play into a Batrider because, I mean, you have counterplay as a Batrider. You don't have to play for kills, right? You can just play for stacks, play for rotations, just try to get as much as you can out of the lane. Actually, in this game, I really hoped that they would just flex the Bat to the off lane and play the Pango mid. I think if they had done that, that would have been better, but Toby just doesn't play Batrider, so they couldn't really do that. They gave the favorable lanes to Gate. But I think that's selling. I want to emphasize how he played around this mid lane because it felt like he was the one who enabled Quinn here, right? He rotated mid, he killed the bat, he killed the bat again with his hook shot, and Quinn got to clean up the kills. He also like got TPs on himself, he made a lot of space, he died in really effective ways, so a lot of this was just Celery enabling Quinn as well.
It really was. What a story of the game for you, Sheep?
Story of the game?
Story of the game.
Ooh,
If you
probably
don't say Quinn, I'm kicking you off the panel, by the way.
Don't worry, he doesn't have that power.
Oh, thank God. Okay, well, in that case, I really liked map control. That was the aim of my game. Usually, you're meant to be able to play half the map on each team. And, you know, that's how we see those, like, swinging around as the game progresses as you take the tier 1 tower. But that just didn't happen this game because of Brood. And they won all their lanes, which meant that it was really hard for Entity to ever contest map space. Like, you would see them take heroes top to try and go fight the Brood, and then your Nature's is TPing in. You have Quinn on Queen of Pain, very mobile, able to cross the map in short space of time. It was very difficult for them, and they're under-farmed because they lost lane. So it's just they were just losing these fights, losing these engagements. I really loved the item build on Doracio as well, and the Nature's Prophet. He didn't go for the Gleipnir, he went for the Mjolnir after Midas. So he just hit so fast, using so many Maelstrom procs, and they made up for the lack of lockdown due to that by buying a Hex on the Broodmother pretty quickly after Greaves.
Yeah, I really like that you bring up the Broodmother because I thought the way they played around it was really cool, right? So because this Queen of Pain goes Kaya-Sanj into BKB and he just plays like the tankier version, after the laning phase, they just like bring 4 heroes to the Brood lane instead of kind of like letting it do its thing for a while. And they let Nature's Prophet just handle the bot lane until he farms up those item timings, right? Until he gets his Mjolnir. So they're playing around the Broodmother. Quinn's kind of like baiting this Bat Rider to lasso him, but he's lassoing him on a Kaya-Sanj, and there's like a Shadow Demon behind him, and a Brood just farming those camps too. So even when this Queen Pin gets lassoed, and the Bat Rider just got purged, maybe they get the kill on the Queen, but they don't really get much out of it, right? Because they just have control of that entire area. So their farm distribution was really cool. I thought their itemization was great on all of their heroes. The Hex that you mentioned on the Brood was really good. I liked the AC after the Satanic on the Furion too, because even when they were lassoing the Furion, they couldn't kill him. Like the Naga hit him and it didn't feel like anything, right? They were just like right-clicking him when he got lassoed that one time, and then he was just like, hey guys, and then his BKB finished and they still couldn't kill him. And then it didn't matter if they killed Naga or not because they were killing the rest of the team. And then they just ended.
So all the lanes were won by Gaming Gladiators, which is obviously very good. But are you all saying that when that happened, it was basically over for Entity? Did they not have a good way back into the game, SVG? They got the Naga Siren, you know, you got a late game potential.
The Naga is pretty slow to come online and have impact in this game, so I think it pretty much comes down to if you can fight around Pangolier. If you get some early skirmishes going with Pango, he can fight and get the bat back in the game. I think your skirmish power is pretty strong. The downside for Entity in this type of matchup is their supports usually play very stationary supports. So if you lose the side lanes, their supports are not going to roam to mid either. So then that kind of compounds because Quinn is getting a one-on-one. He got the matchup in the draft. Normally to counteract this, you either are going to win side lanes harder or roam to mid, try and disrupt the power runes. You got so many arcane runes this game. It's not a coincidence, right? When you play these treant support duos that are static. Is it a coincidence?
Coincidence.
I think not.
Coincidence. Coincidence. I like that.
I think it's something Entity have to think about in this particular team matchup because if you're not going to give the matchup pick to Stormstormer, then having some supports that can at least skew that mid matchup are nice. Or just win your silence. I think this game is very... I don't think it's that hard for those lanes to go better for Entity either. I don't think the silence are some impossible setup for them.
Yeah, I mean,
you just have to execute.
I agree with you. I just think that the Gladiator supports played really well, didn't they? Right? Because they have the Shadow Demon on the 4 that's a more slower to move hero and a more stationary hero. They just like go for the Celery Clock, and he's the one playing with his Queen of Pain, and they're the ones making kills, right? And then because they're starting the fights with these hookshot, then Entity have to react, and they don't necessarily have the best heroes to react. Because I can think of this one moment where the bot was hookshot, and then they just went on him with the Queen of Pain. She blinks in, and because she Sonic Waves, she also She Sonic Waves the Pangolier away, who was like rolling in, and he couldn't get himself in the cogs to do the bouncy ball thingy that Pangas do when they're there. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So I just feel like every little thing that Gladiators did was so cool. And I think their draft was awesome. I don't think Entity expected them to pick that Nature's Prophet when they already had the Naga, right? Most people look at that Nature's Prophet and they're like, what is this pick? Is this not a strange pick? But the way that they played it and the way that they played around it was really ingenious, in my opinion.
I will say, Nature's Prophet is, together with Broodmother and Lina, is one of the hot commodities so far this major. If I look at the lineups, I'm like, how on earth are Brood and Nature's Prophet on the same team? I kind of do feel like that's an oversight, especially since Nature's Prophet is so flexible that you can play it multiple places.
I think they were happy. I think Kennedy were happy when they saw it. They were like, what? We have this Naga, and we have this bat. We're going to play it. They wanted them to pick it. That's why they didn't ban it, right? But I think Gladiator's approach to it was something that just worked out for them, especially in the way that they played versus Entity, right? And by having the Shadow Demon for this Bat Rider, their Bat Rider couldn't do the heavy lifting that he needed to do in the early game. And Nature's Prophet had free reign. There was no bat threat on the Nature's Prophet at any point.
Avery, I have to know, after a game like this,
this sounds ominous.
How high does Quinn's ego get after a win like this?
Quinn has no ego.
None?
No, he lets it all out on his stream.
I see.
When he goes on those ban tirades and he bans half his chat, that's him expunging the ego from him. It's his cathartic release. Then he goes in a competitive match and he's mode zen.
Mode humble god.
The whole world opens up. To be honest, all I'm learning is that I held all these guys back. That's all I'm learning at all these tournaments. Like, I played with them all for years. The second I stopped playing with Snay, he wins a TI. The second I stopped playing with Quinn, he looks like the best player in the world. It was me. I was the problem.
Or
you guided them to success.
I taught them everything they know. That's the other way you can look at it.
Or could it be that leaving North America yields positive
Both
outcomes?
Quinn, did you ever try to play outside of North America?
Oh, yeah, like that.
You have to be high skilled to leave North America.
Yeah, exactly. It's tougher. Okay, in all honesty, it's harder for captains because it's rare that a team recruits a captain.
Yeah, because normally you start a team from scratch.
Yeah, so like my players are going to Europe, and then it's like, oh, what am I going to do? But no one's going to me like, oh, we need a new captain. It's pretty rare a team kicks their captain. I think it's happened only once or twice in the history of Dota. And so in that sense, it was a little tougher. I always wanted to go to...
Definitely happened more than that. I know 2 instances last year.
Okay, it happens a decent amount in Dota. But then you want to go to a team that kicked your captain. Now you're thinking, oh, what are they going to do to me?
It's true. There's no faith. You know? Yeah, that's fair.
But I do think going to Europe was the move for him. I told him to do it. He was going to do it this year pretty much regardless. He was not going to play in NA again. He felt like the competition wasn't good enough. The scrim value is not high enough. Even when we were playing in NA, it was always East Coast and scrim Europe on ping. We played Europe pubs for 200 ping for years. He cried. I remember his tears. Now he can play them on less ping and still cry because he gets ganked.
But he's still crying.
Yes, but
So
that's
the
part of the
tears don't
cathartic
end.
release so that he doesn't have the
Okay.
ego in the competitive match.
Okay.
I mean, I talked to Quinn at this tournament. He said a couple interesting things. First thing that I thought was interesting is he said, I asked him, are you adapting to the European mindset or are the Europeans adapting to you? He said that they are adapting to me, that already most of his team is saying wholly based where they weren't before.
I don't. Sure. Yeah, continue.
I just feel like that didn't happen like in verbatim. The holy base.
No, that's what he said. They are literally saying wholly based
Oh.
now. And that's his
Oh.
vernacular.
Yeah.
So basically the team is taking his vernacular and starting to say it. They are assimilating to the Quinn hive mind.
Bro, everyone does that. Like I caught myself saying "Holy gracious" the other day, and I was like, I gotta and then you catch yourself at the last second. You try and change it, you turn it into like a holy moly, and you're like, this is still Quinn influence. I hate myself.
Yeah.
I've seen it happen with AUI when he was joining as talent for a while before he went on to win TI or something like that. He influenced the talent, and now everybody says, this Nature's Prophet hero, this
I
Lima
hate
hero.
that so much.
Right?
I hate Americans.
This.
Wait, what the heck?
This
NA always
Eddie
says
hero.
that.
Yeah, it's NA, and now everybody does it. This Dragon Knight hero.
Listen, I think that this X hero
What did I
is
do?
misunderstood. No, listen, guys, I think this is a misunderstood phrase, right? Because when you say this Zeus hero did this, it's different than saying Zeus did this, right?
That's true, but
like,
then you have to use them, both of them, and now everybody only uses this
right,
hero.
Because I feel like there's a different context. So like if you're saying, so this Zeus hero in this game, so you're complaining about the state of the hero, how this hero is in the current like patch, like what it does. But then if you say Zeus in the game did this, I'm talking about what the player playing Zeus did, right? So I think there is a distinction that is very undervalued and it's a
Yes,
misunderstood
there's a
phrase.
historic significance.
I do think there's a distinction, but I will say that people forgot to use the other part of this hero. What is the historic significance?
At least when I talk about a hero and I say this Nature's Prophet, to me, I'm looking at Nature's Prophet over 10 years of Nature's Prophet. So my brain is going, this version of Nature's Prophet can do this. That's how I think about it.
I feel like it's a distinction, right? So, for example, Alex, I tell you,
Hello.
Lena
Hello.
got a triple kill.
Yep.
I'm telling you the story of a Lina in a Dota game, right? I say, this Lina hero just gets triple kills. Does that not feel more...
But you could just word that in a different way. You could say, Lina often gets triple kills.
No, but it doesn't have the impact of I'm completely
And also, you're talking about
Lina,
a specific Lina.
Right?
Yeah, if
it's
we
so
were,
easy
it's
for a
context.
Lina to get triple kill.
Yeah, there's also the context. Are we watching a game together? I can just, like, if we're just randomly chatting and you tell me Lina gets triple kills and we're not watching a game, I can pretty easily tell that you're not talking about a game.
Yeah, I need to base this Lina.
I need to bring it back a little bit.
God,
because
you guys are festering right now.
Oh, no. I need to bring this back a little bit because SPG, you did say that Quinn told you two things.
Yes,
One,
I have another.
they have picked up his vocabulary.
It's Rashidi the Gladiator.
Man, that guy is ripped.
He is wholly based.
Wholly based.
Oh, look at that.
See, now you're saying that is the Quinn influence.
There you go.
They're in the booth right now. They're like, what do you think about that Quap performance?
You know,
Ace says, holy base,
I'm
that
sorry
Quap
for
was...
derailing host.
It's okay. What other thing, SPG? What other thing
I had
did
another
Quinn tell you?
actual point.
Go ahead.
Yes. That took a very long derailment, longer than I expected.
I am sorry.
So, in the rest of my conversation with Quinn, I asked him, are you happy with your team? Do you feel like you're in a good spot with your team relative to where you want to be in your career? And Quinn said he would not accept an offer from any other team on the planet right now, no matter the conditions. That is how much he likes this team for him at this point in time.
Okay, but like if Liquid us, you know,
He would say no. I brought it up.
$1 million deal.
I said you get paid $1 million and you get to play with 4 niches, and he said no.
4 niches?
He refused.
Holy shit.
Genuinely.
No,
And he genuinely means that this team, he feels no pressure, he feels no stress, they get along, he's very comfortable to play with them. It feels like they're all working towards the same goal together and they're in the same spot. I think those types of identity mechanics are very valuable in a team. You don't want to feel like you're the guy who has to step up all the time, or you're the guy who's behind, or you're way ahead of everybody else. If you're all on even footing, you're working towards a common goal, these teams surprise people. And I think it's part of why Tundra did really good last year going into TI.
You asked him verbatim,
Yeah.
how are you doing right now based on where you want to be in life? What kind of conversations do you have? It was very, very deep.
The kind where he knows he can use the answer on the panel.
Yeah.
That's what I do with Quinn too. I got some juicy stuff out of him.
That's just the friendship of playing many failed years of NA Dota together.
It is.
You fail together and your bond becomes just that much stronger.
You know what I used to call it?
What?
I would tell my boys that it's the crucible.
Okay.
You all get shoved into the crucible of pain and misery, but it forges you into a diamond, and when you come out, you're shining and the world can appreciate your beauty.
So more people who are failing at Dota right now need to move to NA.
Yeah, do you feel like this is the crucible where he's now in being
he
forced in a
is-
diamond, like
he
the
is
whole
on
team
a
is?
beach resort right now compared
So
to...
the crucible was NA.
Yes, it was playing with me, but now he is out of the crucible. Life is easy.
Okay.
He's chilling. He gets to go play Queen and yell at people.
Well, we do need to talk about the second game that's coming up because I'm curious to hear from you because a lot of what we talked about circles back to the draft, as is the case for a recent couple of series we've seen. But that also means that Entity should have a good shot in this second game because all they need to change is a draft. Effie.
So the thing is, I think Gladiators had an ingenious draft, but NAD's draft was good too, right? I don't think they had a bad draft that they need to correct. I think there are some little things that they could have done differently, but they couldn't by nature of maybe Toby's hero pool, right? I think flexing Bad and Pango, like switching those two heroes where they were playing in that game would have made a huge difference. I think they weren't prepared to deal with that Nature's Prophet. That's the part that caught them off guard. And maybe they thought their solution in the end when they got that Pango, they were rejoicing. They were like, guys, they left Pango in the pool. But I don't think their draft was bad. You look at it and there really aren't any glaring flaws. It just feels like they weren't ready for the style that Gladiators brought into that game. So I think this is a pretty convincing defeat, draft or not.
Yeah, I will tell you that with some little birdie told me that it's going to be Gaming Gladiators once again first pick and Entity once again Dire. So that there won't be any change from that. And we see Meteormorty taking a chair. I like that he forces Storm to stand up.
Yeah, get the hell out of here.
Get out
Instantly
of my
sits
chair.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's because the draft is very soon upon us. Any final words before we head into that one, Alex? I know you were wearing an Entity shirt. You want to give them power to at least force out a third game. You love these guys.
All right. Let's not force the Bat Rider when Quinn gets a free counter pick. Let's, we got multiple strats. We're a strong team. Let's go Storm! Woo!
All right. Will we have a third game to the series? Let's find out. We're heading to the draft of Gaming Gladiators and Entity, Game 2.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 2 of Game and Gladiators versus Entity. And I want to see, will Broodmother make it through? Yes! Fear, what the hell is going on? Why would they give it 2 times in a row?
They have a strategy. They can counter it.
Okay, that's a different strategy this time, though. It's not the Bat Rider. This time, they take the Leshrac.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
They want to steal a Queen Hero, so instead of stealing the Bat Rider, they steal the Lash now. The question is, will he go the Bat, or they go for another counter to the Lash?
The Bat
got banned, so that was the change.
Okay,
Lash
so
was
they
banned.
Bat.
Yeah.
So we need to see what's the Lash counter here.
So I want to backtrack a second, though, is this being stubborn, or did Entity really have 2 responses to Brood first pick?
Yeah.
Because, this hero has been permanently banned against most teams, right? And I feel like you bust out, you're playing versus first pick Brood, right? You know what's happening. You bust out your best strategy, right, to begin with, I would imagine.
Game 1.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
No,
so they're going for the B strategy here. But, it might work. Brood is a very powerful hero right now. Leshrac versus Broodmother. I don't see Lesh being a hero that really deals with the Broodmother in so many ways, but it is a block pick, and I feel like they're kind of in a situation in the draft where they have to address Quinn. The Bat did not work against Quinn because he was able to take the Queen of Pain there, and then they probably feel like, all right, so we got to take the Lesh now. They do play a great Lesh on Stormstormer as well, but it kind of feels like Gaming Gladiators do have a strong hold of how they want to take this drafting phase. It is, yet again, a second pick draft for them.
Estini, would you have considered the mid lane to have been the biggest issue for Entity in that previous game? Because, is the problem the Broodmother, or is the problem that Quinn just balled out of control?
I like the idea of letting Brood through again. I thought mid was a huge issue. Cop opened so much space that it felt like was like the analysis on first game that Queen would be the carry. I got this feeling. He created so many space for his team, so they target him with the Bat Ban plus the Lash Steal. And you can see it's a good approach. When they choose Rubik on the 8th pick, it means there's not a clear answer from his hero pool against the Lash. So it's already a good showing from Entity that they understand they want to take this approach, and they understand what they did wrong on the first match, and they can fix for the second one instead of okay, we couldn't ban Brood, now we try to ban Lina, or to beat Lina. So it's oh, we couldn't beat Brood, now we know why we couldn't, so we adapt.
Sure, and we'll see if Gaiman want to take it one layer further, where they're okay, fine, if you took the Lesh, then we won't have Quinn be the ultimate carry. We'll let Duraccio or Ace maybe do it, and that's why they picked the Rubik at this point, just to hide the rest of their cores.
Yeah, I do want to see where Entity is going with this. I think the last draft looked promising. I think the Naga could have carried the game. Everything looked great, but I think we're all in agreement there. That Pango last pick was probably just not the pick for them. Yeah. So they probably took a discussion in the backstage. They've been everything was fine. We can play versus Brood. The impact, we stopped it for the most part. But maybe we could just do a better last pick. At some point, this Pango was supposed to make space. They couldn't really do it in the game. And as the game progressively got longer, the leash talent came online for the NP. And it really just felt like Toby did not have a game, which is very uncharacteristic for him as a last pick player generally.
I feel like not only Toby, but the entire offlane didn't have impact. Here they had a Rubik instead of the Tiny.
Yeah.
And the Rubik had no good steals. So now they have a Tiny that has a game, but they give a really great steal for Rubik. It's already such an amazing Rubik game. Right. You have the Lash Stun with Shard is amazing. The cast point on all 3 on spells is huge, so it can steal all the spells. Tiny Avalanche is just broken with Rubik. This Rubik's going to have such a blast playing this game.
Definitely will.
Yeah, I'm glad that they decided to first phase it because Gaiman have found a great deal of success on it.
And now you want some anti-healing hero on GG side. Maybe a case for the AA once in a while, but nah, the hero is just bad.
Just convince yourself out of it there.
Yeah.
Maybe I want to see it, but nah, we can't do that.
Skadi buyers, Shiva buyers, Draw Ranger.
I was going to say Drow Shard purchasers.
Yeah, so then a melee plus draw.
They're going to steal the Pango, but I think this will not be an offlane Pango.
Yeah, it's going to be
it's Queen.
the mid Pango, and I notice a lot of mid players do like this matchup, and I don't think it's necessarily for the laning stage. It's more for like the mid game, right? Lesh gets online, does a lot of magic damage. You just roll in their magic immune, can kind of deal with it at those like pivotal points of the game where Lesh normally takes it over. But I do want them to see them deal with the Bloodstone / tree and heal play as well. I think that'll be very nice for them. I think they do want to pick a Drow, but it's like how early do they want to pick it is going to be the question. And I think if they don't pick it now, there's a high likelihood it will not get through the second phase bans.
Yeah, but then they're leaving
third phase
the
bans,
5 for the last pick, like the 23.
Yeah, I don't think they want it, right?
Yeah, and they want an enabler for that Pangolier, but Undyne's banned. Treant is already on the enemy side. Hoodwink, dual range support.
Yeah, for what it's worth, Tofu and Celery have both been playing the Rubik, so it looks like Tofu's going to get his hands on the Hoodwink. And that has been, in my opinion, the most deadly lane duo with Broodmother. Broodmother Hoodwink was being first phased as a duo earlier in the group stage.
Yeah, I personally, I love playing Hoodwink versus Treant because he's always hiding in the trees, right? And you can't really target him. Just throw a Bushwhack in the trees, you catch him, it gives vision.
That's true. So in this situation, will you cut the trees in lane if you're the Brood Hoodwink? Or do you want the trees so you can Bushwhack people to it?
I think you destroy the first set of trees because it's just too valuable to just not have Treant there. And I don't think level on Bushwhack is kind of a weak spell, right?
Sure.
So I think you just don't have to worry about like when they grow back around the 3-minute mark to have to cut them down again, right? And Brood and Hoodwink, they can pretty much just chase the tree through the trees as both heroes here. So looks like they have definitely a good idea of how to deal.
What hero can survive here? Slark, Monkey.
I mean, they pick a Naga again, but there is a Pango this time. So we did talk about
Slark's banned.
Yeah, we talked about the Naga last game, and Watson, I guess the casters did. He didn't die last game on that Naga.
Yeah, true.
He had a really good Naga game, but they just lost. But he's not going to go for that. Very good Morphling game. They don't have a lot of like reliable stun for him, I would say, or at least these stuns are kind of easy to get your shift off beforehand. Or if he does go for the shard, if he's stunned, he can cast it. You can see it's pretty good versus the Brood. The only issue they're really running into right now is the same as last game. Looks like Toby will get last pick again of the game. Will he choose a hero that can check all the boxes? Because they don't have a hero that can really go into Brood's lane right now, because Morph gets kicked out eventually, right? When the spiders come online. Lesh might be able to make the rotation, but that depends on how well mid lane goes, right? Because Quinn might just follow him. But if you do have like a last pick, like I'm going to bring it up again, make the Tidehunter type of heroes. You mentioned Kunkka. However bad these heroes may be right now, they need something like that to kind of like deal with the game. Or you mentioned Lycan. That is also not a bad choice, and you can kind of like ignore the Brood and create your own pressure.
Yeah, I make a case for both these heroes again. It's like the same situation.
Similar drafts.
Morphling is not gonna feed in the lane, but there's a time he cannot hold his tower, even with a Treant. So you need a hero that's gonna TP and defend the tower. That's why like the Kunkka Tide suggestion. Maybe not Tide against the Hoodwink.
Yeah.
Kunkka is super weird, but would feel a bit better. Or just go, instead of Lycan, I would make a case for Nature's Prophet, because you can find Hoodwink in the trees, you can leash the Pangolier. We've seen how strong this matchup can be. You have a melee 4 with a Tiny, so Prophet with Tiny can be a strong lane.
But fool me once, will they let Gaming Gladiators get Treant in that slot yet again? Is going to be the real question. Because like I do really like the fact that like when you are in a last pick position as an offlaner, you want to be able to abuse your lane. But there's two heroes in Dota I feel like you can't abuse. One's Lina, one's Nature's Prophet. So I really think that ban was incredibly important.
Yeah, because they would pick beforehand,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
However, your original suggestion, Drow Ranger, they picked the Morphling. Hypothermia is even better now. You're good against the Bloodstone on Leshrac, you're good against the Living Armor on Treant Protector, and you're good against Morphling's Attribute Shift. So we'll see if Entity also want to final ban that, but they do take out the Nature's Prophet. And Gaiman, Toby gets targeted with the Viper and Entity ban, Viper and Enigma bans.
Yeah, I could see maybe a Seeker if Draw's banned. I really like Seeker against Morphling. Morphling's going to be low all the way through the lane, so Bloodseeker just perma-buffed. You also have Rupture against Slash, because this Slash Treant, he just want to run at you with the extra armor, and if you Rupture him, you kind of break his momentum. They cannot like hold position and just hit the tower. They need to run at you with this Tiny following, Morphling following. So could be a hero to break this if Draw is not available.
That was a very high skill suggestion. I'll give it 2K suggestion. Anti-Mage, let's go. You're against Morphling, you're against the Leshrac. It could be a good anti-Mage game. I don't want to see him pick it, but it is good versus those cores specifically.
I suppose.
But he will get counter picked. So I do like the Bloodseeker. I think that it's much more stable. As we saw in the last game, NP is not necessarily a hero that countered the Naga, right? But if you do have enough gold lead in this current meta, those things don't really matter. You can like buy items to counter pretty much any hero in Dota right now. Like Morphling, he gets countered by Scotty. Just maybe pick a hero that's a good Scotty purchaser. I would be fine with that.
What would be that hero? Because I see the ranged heroes like Sniper sucks against the Morphling and it's banned. TP
is Ursa in the
also
pool?
sucks
I mean,
against
Ursa
Flash.
doesn't buy Scotty, but Ursa is a hero that can burst a Morphling. He can burst the Leshrac.
Yeah.
That I would be okay with something like that too. But then Toby, he's very known for picking toxic heroes. And Ursa doesn't like laning versus those. So they have a choice. There's their Scotty purchaser. I did think that, but Darkseer got banned by Gaming Gladiators themselves in the second
one step
phase.
ahead.
This is like, 5 heads over here.
Can we see Brewmaster for the first time ever?
Ooh.
I think he plays it.
I think he plays it. It's a great game for it. Dispel magic against all of TB's illusions and against the Broodmother summons.
What other offlaners against this TB?
Or are they going to go crazy and pick like some Pugna mid and throw the Leshrac off lane? Some Zeus mid could be okay. Oh, the classic Toby Silencer. You never see it coming.
Okay, well, it seems good in the lane, but it doesn't really seem like Global Silence disrupts too much of Gaiman's team fight. Their team fight is pretty much Terrorblade presses E, and everyone stands behind him.
Yeah. Well, I think last game I kind of went for Entity's draft as a whole. But this game, I'm flipping it entirely. Gaming Gladiators really showed up. This TB looks like it has a really easy game. Silencer has to really just go ham this game, and I'm just not seeing it.
I'm gonna go for the mid carrying, but this time on the Lash. I like the Treant armor on him. I think like Lash can open so much space. He can take early the towers. I'll give some trust, even though I hate Silencer against units. So I'll go with this Lash just to have some copium for
so you're betting against Quinn.
Yeah, it's true. So, like, in game number 1, you liked the mid lane on one team carrying against the carry of the other team. You think it's the same situation here. It's Stormstormer versus Duraccio kind of thing.
Yeah, and now I feel that Lash can do this. Lash super strong in the meta, especially with the armor from Treant. You can focus on going some, like, BKB really early on. So you have Bloodstone, BKB, you're kind of unkillable with the armor. I really like Lash in this match.
Yeah, and they did fulfill the requirement of getting the Scotty builder, though. Terrorblade seems to have been a pretty strong last pick, and Toby not really able to do very much on his previous last pick. The Pangolier was not the force to be reckoned with that you'd assume would come with a final pick, but maybe this time things will turn around. It's a Western European showdown. Hopefully it goes 3 games, but if not, that means that Gaiman will move forward, Entity down to the lower bracket. Let's see how it all goes down in game number 2 with Avo and Jenkins.
Game 2 is upon us, Jenkins. Gaming Gladiators versus Entity. Entity needs to win this game to stay in the upper bracket. They still would get a chance here. And, I mean, Gaming Gladiators, by picking Terrorblade into Morphling, might have helped them a little bit here.
Yeah, okay. I will say, for their sake, I have heard some...
Really
there's a lot of Quinn fans.
It's the one dude. It's the one
it's
really big
it's the
Quinn
one
fan.
guy. It might be a family member situation
That's
going
true.
on
Yeah,
here.
Yep, sure.
Quinn has some Peruvian family. But the TB into Morphling, okay, the one argument that I've heard against it, or for the TB into Morphling, is that TB outfarms Morph, and he's a Scotty buyer. So you do have a timing against him. However, Morphling morphs into the TB, metas, and is a better TB. So a lot of people consider that to be a counter.
Especially with Ags. It's like,
yeah, you can't get Ags. You cannot get Ags on TB against Morph. It's rough.
Yeah, that's my question. Like, I'm surprised Agi carries. I thought what the idea was. So when Winter always mentions this, he always says you can either go Lincolns or Moonshard, right? To prevent the Morphling morph with Ags if you're an Agi carry.
Yeah.
Moonshard is just consistently better, but it still doesn't feel great. Because you still get the attack speed slow. It feels like you're wasting 4,200 gold counting their item.
So Moonshard, because that way
you don't lose attack speed.
I see.
It's just that simple. It really is that simple.
Okay, so you're talking like the Morphling Ags.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I'm not talking. Winter's talking.
Sure.
Through
sure.
me.
I've seen people not going so much for the Ags build in this patch. But
against Agi carries though?
Against TB, I feel like it is still pretty good against the TB.
I think you do it. I think Watson's going to do it.
He's going to do it. Yeah, for sure.
There's no chance. Yeah.
In this matchup, you're going to do it. Oh, they caught him actually.
They did catch him, but he does have attribute shift. It's only level 1. It's pretty pathetic, but level 1, everything's pathetic.
It's good poke though. Like this is the sort of stuff that wins you lanes. It looks like they're gonna actually try to make him TP here.
Right, since the creeps don't aggro here.
Oh my God, they're doing this thing. They're doing this thing again.
What is this thing?
Where
oh, nice.
That's a good deny from Fishman.
That is.
So what they're doing is they're trying to bounce the lane. They're trying to push the lane into the tower, and that's going to cause it to bounce back and be in front of your tower if you are the Radiant. And it's a good Morphling counter because this hero's really strong at level 1 in terms of denying, but not in terms of anything else. So you just make sure his first wave is horrible by doing that. First, second, third wave. You punish this hero early.
So it's specifically against the Morphling of all things.
Yeah, we've seen them do this twice against Morphling.
Okay.
And I definitely agree with it. This hero is not good early, so you punish it by pulling the lane out as soon as possible.
And you get an experienced bonus as well, so you can keep training with him as well, effectively. Yep. That's why deny matters so much there.
Yeah, level 2 Morphling is not good. He's got like waveform, or maybe like adaptive strike. I doubt it though. I doubt you're going to take adaptive strike unless you're really dumpstering.
Right.
But if you do this range creep thing, you're not going to be dumpstering.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. We'll see how that evolves. I'm kind of curious about the other lanes. I kind of want to go to the bottom lane, but first let's deal with mid. Pango versus Leshrac. Oh, there we go. We got bottom. Thank you, observers. The Toby silencer. We've seen this many times. He's obsessed with the hero. He's a thing for it.
Yeah, we keep casting these guys, and they keep picking the Toby silencer.
It never looks that great, though.
Well, we question it, and it doesn't look great, and then they win. So
that's true.
I mean, we're just idiots. We are the Rick and Morty of Dota.
That's true.
And those guys are idiots.
Yeah.
Other than the old one.
It only takes a high IQ to understand them, though.
It does.
Only high IQ
That's
can do
right.
that.
And Toby's going to have that this game unless he goes down here.
No, he is definitely
blood.
going down at this rate. Look, he took the wrong trees, but they're cutting everything around him. And Toby will be the first blood given to Duracho. So no high IQ for him this game.
No.
He's never going to understand Rick and Morty like this.
No, he's not going to. Yeah, the Rubik lift back into the TB level 1 meta. I don't know why the heck this ability gives you so much damage at level 1 now. I really preferred when Terrorblade didn't have damage at level 1. Meta is such a strong level 1 ability.
I mean, the silencer is made, or every time we've seen it, has been against like at least 1 melee in the lane, maybe even 2 melees. And this time it's silencer versus a double ranged lane with kill potential.
He's melee now.
Well, sure, I guess that's true. I guess during this time he is vulnerable to the silencer somewhat.
Yeah. You're going to get right-clicked by a silencer for sure, but he's got...
No glaives, though.
Yeah, he's got Bracer, too. This is something that we're seeing a lot of Agi carries do, is just pick him an early Bracer. And what that says to me is people think that offlane is just about harassing, which is definitely true. I mean, it's especially look at this one, like tiny tree grab and silencer just hitting you. Of course, the Bracer's amazing.
Okay, further that concept, what do you mean offlane is just about harassing?
I mean, I don't know if I agree with it necessarily, like because for me it's like my thought process is like I'm playing my pubs, right?
Sure.
And it's still kind of like 2 weeks ago meta. This says to me that in their scrims and in their practice they're realizing like a lot of the offlaners that people are picking currently, which presumably are the ones that deal with the ranged carry meta, are harassing heroes, and so the counter to that is picking up a Bracer.
Oh, I see. So as opposed to like I guess like offlaners that push the tower early or offlaners with kill potential.
Right. It's not kill threat through like just jumping you from full HP. It's kill threat through slowly harassing you down until you die.
I see. Silencer is probably the king of that, honestly.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to go for on him.
I understand. That does make sense, and that would explain the bracers. I've always thought that agility heroes would always buy bracers as the most effective HP item compared to strength heroes, which should buy wraith bands.
Right, because they already have so much armor.
Exactly.
And attack speed.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. I think it does make sense, especially against pure damage and magic damage.
Yeah.
It makes a lot more sense to just go raw HP.
We can move to the mid lane now. We talked about the side lanes now. Pango versus Leshrac, though. How does this matchup go? Who's supposed to be favored here? Lesh?
Probably Lesh a bit, because Pango has to get into melee range to press his nukes, but both of these heroes are just going to nuke out the waves. Quinn's got to be a little careful. He's got wand charges.
He does have wand charges. He also has a high gun now, but look at Stormstormer asking for a high five and hoping for a kill. However, Quinn has one less bottle charge, and that's going to be enough. Stormstormer misses the split earth, and Quinn maybe going to punish. Swashbuckle hits him fully. Even gets the creep there. Stormstormer's forced to retreat a little bit.
Yeah, he's a bit upset he spent the mana on that, but if he did get that kill, it could have been very disastrous for Gaming Gladiators, having a Lush snowballing early. He just predicted the wrong path. There was like a 1 in 2 chance he gets that. It's a good play to go for. Ace again on Broodmother. Having a pretty free game.
It's a good lane. Later, the combination of Broodmother, Hoodwink, and Rubik, she's able to kill the Morphling and really hunt him down, right?
Oh yeah, it's tons of damage. The question is like, can they catch him out with the Rubik lift into Bushwhack? Because a lot of the time I have seen these Morphlings get off the strength morph if you don't like perfectly chain the stun. But yeah, Hoodwink against Morph is, I mean, sometimes you can catch him when he's just low HP and kill him with only the ult.
I've seen a lot of Morphlings do this thing where they like always attribute shift a little bit in strength while they're going into the jungle.
Yep.
This might be one of those games where you have to do that so Bushwhack doesn't catch you from the trees.
Yeah, it's like you toggle it on and off, so if you do get caught, it stays on. Yeah, I've seen that quite a bit. I think that's a reason a lot of people aren't going for the Ag Shard, by the way, on Morph, is because everybody has started doing that as well. You just see a good Morphling player do that, and you're like, oh, why don't I do that every game? It makes it so much easier to play this hero.
Yeah, that's true. Also, Ag Shard is such a weak build-up for this hero that requires so many good items.
On Morph? And that's Toby dead again. To a solo Terrorblade. That
hurts.
That hurts a lot.
Offlane silencer question mark. Offlane silencer still a question mark here.
Yeah, it is. So Duraccio having a very solid game. Pretty much getting a kill in every meta.
Was in the mid lane. Quinn's also attempting a... No, he has no reinforcements. He's just harassing actually with that Rolling Thunder. Doesn't want to die either. Fair amount of damage though done. As bottom, Toby level 4 versus a level 5 TB. Which I think about to hit is level 6 as well. Once he gets the Thunder, he never dies in this lane.
Maybe he can get caught up by like a silence. They do have good stun for him.
If they rotate, maybe.
Yeah, if they get a rotation from Stormstormer, for sure. But Toby's he's looking for that global silence, and I mean, good lord, he's 2 levels below Duraccio. This is a disaster lane. Maybe a kill here will help.
Celery is tanking quite a lot, though. Remember, he has a really high armor pool, and that last Word plus Arcane Curse won't bring him down far enough.
No.
That cape gives him so much armor.
It really does, and he has a salve, too, so he's going to salve up, even dropping his branches for some efficiency there. And Quinn is just sitting mid and farming. This is...
not looking good. If you're Entity.
Yeah, if you're Entity, for sure. But Stormstormer, you know, I mean, also... Leshrac is the type of hero. He's perfectly okay farming his Bloodstone as well, I feel like, so...
Down bottom, Karaomi as a target once again. Do they have any stuns? They don't. The Illusion will chase, but they like a little bit of damage at the end. The Fate Bolt, Telekinesis something. Duraccio didn't have meta for this. Kataomi, however, has not found a purpose in this lane yet. He couldn't even cut lanes because they deal way too much damage. Now he's rotating mid. Rolling Thunder also used by Quinn. And there's a rotation coming in from Celery. Is this going to be enough to kill off Stormstormer? First the Fate Bolt, another Rolling Thunder stun, the Bushwhack hit, and they stop Telekinesis. They don't even need it. Swashbuckle, and Stormstormer falls.
That was kind of nice from Quinn. I think, like, I'm not even sure if he intended to get the kill there. It's more like he just presses the ult on the enemy mid because it's 8 minutes, right? The rune is about to spawn.
Oh, true.
So he's kind of just ulting on, like, every rune spawn to secure it, which is... that's pretty cool. I mean, if you're going to sit mid on Pango and not use your ult in the side lanes, you should use your ult for something. And if you're securing the runes, then probably Lesh is not going to go to a side lane either.
Down bottom, and the Rubik is alone this time, and no amount of armor should save him from this. They throw a tree to his face, and they get the kill, giving Silencer no intelligence because he hasn't skilled Glaives of Wisdom yet.
Great kill from Entity, recognizing that Gaiman is in the state where Duraccio just wants to go jungle. This hero, Terrorblade, farms very quickly in the jungle, doesn't really want to sit in lane where he's vulnerable, so they're trying to send their support down there to get that farm. So yeah, good to punish that. You don't want to give a support a free lane. Not in this patch.
Go. Toby is full recovery mode right now, which feels really bad on the Silencer. And Duraccio is actually going to try another solo kill. Look at him. He just activates meta, walks towards Toby, and Toby... He's been forced to go in the wrong direction. Duraccio, he does have vision of him now.
He does have TP, but Quinn is there.
Quinn is there, but he doesn't actually get to him in time. And he even acknowledges this by turning in time. Going for Kataomi, trying to take advantage of his Rolling Thunder. It might just work. We still have a shield crash. No, the slow finally ended. Kataomi free to go into the trees, free to toss back Quinn. And Duraccio realizes, I'm a carry. I don't need to do this stuff.
So Gaming, they did not have vision of Stormstormer there. They just assumed that because they had taken so long for that rotation, that he was probably going to get there, and he...
Ace did get killed on Train Protector, though, top lane.
Once again, you just have these position 5s who are trying to take the lane. They end up going down, which is natural. A Tree versus Brood is a weird one because, you know, you want to sit in the trees as Tree and like protect the tower, but I feel like with Brood, I mean, she also can just walk over the trees freely, so it's a very solid counter. Your Tree and Armor's not going to save you. Your Leech Seed's not going to save you.
If you go mid lane, maybe it seems easier, right? Because the angles of attack are harder.
Yeah, well, also the other heroes can TP in to help you, and it's not as much of a you're committing to that area. Because from the mid lane, if you TP there, you can go anywhere else on the map, and it's the middle of the map, you know. So you're gonna get there quickly. So yeah, Ace is gonna just poke the tier 2, force some heroes up here because this is not where they want to be. We'll see if he succeeds in doing so. I think. They would need Leshrac to come up to defend this, if anybody. Oh, in the jungle, Duraccio. Entity smoked up.
Yeah. It's a tiny bit of Lesh. It's a fair amount of damage.
Man, this is like...
This feels bad. This feels really bad. The smoke was so close to getting Duraccio.
That was really good game sense from Duraccio. That was some like Yatoro TI-10 stuff where he just walk away like right as the smoke is about to connect. But it's close enough that they like waste time. Like, oh, there's this illusion. Go get him. He's there somewhere, right? So they wasted this time, but they're going to rotate to the bot tower and try to take that instead.
Oh, telekinesis in the mid lane. They want to catch Watson, but he does have to accurate shift in time. Now, under the tower, the reinforcements are coming. With a sharpshooter, though, is that going to be enough damage? They miss it, so it doesn't really matter. Watson's fine. But the Tiny might not be in the same position. Kataomi being chased down by a bunch of Spiderlings. He is going to die as Stormstormer tries to chase down the Spider.
He has a haste.
Mechanism used. He's concentrating the Hoodwink, and thanks to the haste, he'll be able to get away with the kill. As the rest of Gaming Gladiators commit to this tower, they don't care about the Train Protector right now as Ace has joined them. There's too many Spiderlings, too many heroes, and Entity will just be forced to let this go.
That's a full 5v5 mid, by the way. Literally everybody showed up to that. We exist in this like weird meta where because there's a tree, like whoever's against the tree has to bring more heroes to deal with the fact that there's the tree armor. And so the tree wants to defend the tower and their team brings more heroes.
Right.
And it's just a domino effect. You have all 5 heroes mid. It's some Herald pub action, but in, you know, tier 1 major level Dota.
But it's in Gaming Gladiators' favor because that's what they're looking for. And they have the more net worth anyway. They have a superior team fight.
Yeah, for sure. They're the ones that want to fight right now. So if they're bringing the entirety of Entity there, then it's like, okay, well, that's a fight. That's good for us.
But, Jenkins, we just now got global silence on the silencer. We actually can use it. He's found to use this game, at least an R presser.
And speaking of pressing buttons, he does not even have Glaives of Wisdom.
I think he's given up on scaling.
Yeah, he has.
You think he's going to change his build? Usually see Greaves into like Hurricane Pike used to like?
No, I don't think so. Not for Toby.
Still the Falcon Blade? He didn't even go that this game.
Yeah, he did not go for Falcon Blade. That is true. I think the Mana Boots is just too value if you're leveling the nukes, but I don't know. I think he'll probably play to scale eventually. It's just like he needs to support in the early game, get a couple of kills in a team fight, and then I think he'll be back.
But eventually, right? Eventually.
Yeah.
In this game, if it lasts 60 minutes.
Yeah, about 59 minutes, maybe you can go for the Falcon Blade.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
that's the timing.
That's
for
the
Toby.
timing. Yes, exactly.
He's level 7. If you told me the Silencer was a support at the beginning of the game, I would believe you.
Yeah, he's only a bit higher than Celery here.
That's Celery.
Yeah,
he likes to die for his team.
He does like to die, although he's only died once this game.
No, that's not good. Tofu, what a push!
Nice
catches
double.
2. I wanted to say supports once actually a core, and he's already dead. Kataomi in a similar position. One last avalanche, tosses the Spider away, just using all his spells before he falls.
Man, Arcane Curse on Rubik, very valuable, very high damage. He actually has level 4 Arcane Curse before he has level 4 in any of his own abilities. Yeah, he does a lot of damage. It's a great Rubik game. There's so many different things he can steal. He wants to get his hands on the attribute shift, so that way he can, continue tanking for his team.
Is that actually worth it? Because you lose all your armor with that.
Oh, come on, for sure. You're running around 2,000 HP, you get 1 chainmail, dude.
I guess that's fair. I guess you just buy armor items.
Yeah,
but look, he bought Fluffy Hat, so what if he just goes full Agi, buys 6 Fluffy Hats?
That is genius.
Right?
You should let Celery know.
Yeah. Let me knock on the booth.
Right. It might fall over if you do that.
No, we have good tape this
Oh yeah,
today.
the duct tape
We
is
bought the
solid.
right kind of tape
yeah,
today.
of course.
Do you know that Talon actually turned off the fans in the booths? Because
Yeah,
they were
I
too
saw.
cold.
I saw that in your interview.
Isn't that wild?
And they said they think it's just an SEA thing, that they're all going to be turning off the. Well,
there's no more.
It
SEA
is
team,
only Talon,
so
so
it's
we
just them. Yeah,
we
yeah.
can't verify really, but you know.
Gaming Gladiators, they're going for a smoke. This includes Quinn. He's a haste room. Haste room obviously does not affect the Rolling Thunder, but it'll affect him for now. Watson, that bushwhack actually hits.
Max range.
Yes, that was incredible by Tofu. Global Silence to turn this around. Going for the squirrel, Overgrowth. Now she's the one stuck in the trees. She's gonna suffer from her own medicine. Entity. Don't know, I mean, they're continuing this, but they don't have the Global Silence. They don't have the Overgrowth. They do have Watson turn into a squirrel with bushwhack.
Another one.
Next to their support. But the armor on this Rubik is absurd. He actually stole the attribute chip. Sorry, not the armor, it's actually just the HP in Watson. He faced himself now because of the attribute chip Rubik. Now Watson's in trouble. Maybe overextended Kataomi, saving him a little bit with the avalanche. Swashbuckle, all the nukes onto Watson. Is he gonna finally die? They got him. They throw spotting to Train. That's gonna give vision of him, but Toby is the real target. Don't let the silencer get any smarter. He has 0 intelligence right now, Jenkins.
Man, you know, honestly, the worst part about that fight is not even losing Watson. It's the fact that Celery got Avalanche. Like that is
yeah, and attribute shift in the beginning.
And he got attribute shift. Like this is just going as like the perfect Rubik game for him. He's gonna be very powerful for the next few minutes with this ability.
Kataomi. Tofu's gonna get another long range pushback. There we go. He knows. Oh, never mind. This one misses. Hunter's Boomerang will slow.
Celery doesn't want to die here. You don't want to lose Avalanche. It's so important.
It really is kind of a broken spell.
I've seen so many Rubiks, like good Rubiks, just spam ping their abilities. Like, guys, I have this. Like, let's go fight because we have this ability now. I think it's what differentiates a lot of the good Rubiks from like the okay Rubiks, is understanding that it's a timing to steal abilities.
Sure. And here we see the power avalanche into telekinesis. Unfortunately, needs something more beyond just Rubik to kill the Morphling.
Yeah. The thing is, the higher level of your spell steal, the better this gets, because you get the stolen debuff amplification. So it is only level 1. It's not as devastating as when this hero has max level arcane supremacy, so you've got the cast range.
Right.
And then the debuff amp.
Okay, this could work. Avalanche, Splitter. They combine it nicely. They need a root of some kind. Toss will do the trick for now, but Ace. There we go. Finally, the Overgrowth forced out. Entity gets the kill at the expense of a valuable resource, though, but a very necessary kill.
Good patience from Fishman, waiting for the Guardian Greaves to come out, because obviously he could just very easily dispel the Overgrowth and run up to the high ground, and the Guardian Greaves aura is going to protect him. So yeah, good patience from him.
Yeah. Does he have Shard yet? No. Okay. So he didn't have the initial root either.
Yeah. This is Fishman here. This is not a Katomi tree. He does not have the Shard yet. He is he's sending a fluffy hat out, I believe. Oh no, just 2 Sentry Wards. Yep.
Well, true support life.
And I feel like every time we have the camera on Duraccio, he's just been farming an Ancient stack here. Does this man do anything else?
No, I mean, he likes TV, so does that answer your question? These guys are the ones that they shove out lanes with illusions, which is just farming, but they call it different things. And they come up with different terminology to make it seem like they're more impactful than they are.
Yeah, that is
Ghost
really
pushing.
Right, that is really important. Yeah. Poltergeist shoving.
Poltergeist shoving, I've heard that one too.
Yeah.
All terms made by Awi 2000.
Right. So they're gonna go for the Roche here. Stormstormer has a Bloodstone. They can maybe make their way over and fight, but it looks like they're either not aware or not interested.
Well, they don't have Overgrowth for another 15 seconds. They do seem aware considering their position in the map.
Okay, now they ping it.
Yeah, they ping it. They know. But Stormstormer is doing the speedrun strat, trying to take a tier 1 instead from the trees, as the Roche will fall.
Not a great trade, I will say, but...
Especially because the operative word here is trying.
Yeah.
He didn't actually take it.
Nope.
Operative, sorry.
Next time he'll get it, but, you know, more often than not on this patch, we actually have seen a lot of people not valuing the first Aegis that much. It's just very difficult to push high ground because of the tier 2s and all of the fortifications that you get, as well as the Treant armor that you're going to use to protect the high ground. So yeah, it's not really that big of a deal to give up the Aegis. I imagine that was kind of the comms. It's like, guys, first Aegis does not matter that much on this patch.
No, but this fight does matter. Here Kataomi, they're trying to take the H's away from Quinn. Heaps of damage with Split Earth. Maybe that's enough. Thanks to the last word as well. How much is the int differential? It is. Pangos are stupid. They're dumb animals. And because of that, Quinn just lost his Aegis, and Entity didn't even commit that much.
No. And that's the typical first Roche Aegis of this patch.
Wow. Yeah.
That is
good stuff, good stuff.
That is how it typically goes. We're going to see some fortification changes in next patch. There's a lot of teams just giving up that first Aegis, and then a lot of teams on the flip side just kind of running in and dying with it on their mid laner.
Sure. I don't think that was intentional. Maybe you could say it's a great play by Entity.
Yeah, but it is very common to give the first one to your mid. Like, Dracio's like, no, hell no, I don't want it. Like, bro, what am I going to do? Siege? And die? Like, why? Why would I want to do that?
That's true. They were at least hoping to force a resource. They didn't end up forcing anything big.
No. They're going to go for a smoke now, though. Dyrachyo has his Scotty. I think this is a pretty big timing against the Morph and the Leshrac. Both of these heroes like to heal with the Treant armor as well.
They found Toby, that's for sure. They need the Hoodwink nearby. Toby is so slow, so weak, so killable. He's going to die to the Acorn shot in a shield crash. Stormstormer, though, not as weak, not as killable, but it seems like this time they might just accomplish a sharpshooter to the face, and Stormstormer's dead. Entity have no space to play, no place to farm.
No, they don't. He died with a haste rune, by the way. That was just a...
oh, did he actually?
Yeah, he had a haste rune active.
Wow.
It was just a perfect chain stun from Celery into Quinn's Pango roll.
Right.
And Celery also stole the Splitter, so that's even more stun coming out in the next fight. This has been a really amazing Rubik game from him. He's played this beautifully. He's going for the Ag Shard next, too, so that way he's going to have some saving potential from like the Treant ulti, the Tiny Avalanche, and then also when he steals these spells, he's going to get the Aghanim Shard upgraded version of them. The Lesh Stun will be very nice to steal with this Ag Shard.
Pango Ags now. Even more damage. He also got the level 15 talent at the right time. That plus Ags is a ridiculous damage boost for the Pango.
And Dyrachyo, this whole time, he just has not...
He doesn't know he's playing.
He has not shown up. Yeah, this man's playing World of Warcraft right now.
Yeah, PV, full-on, Diablo, whatever you want to call it.
He's questing.
Guys, I'm ghost pushing, though. It's all good.
It's all about that Poltergeist, all right?
Yeah, the Poltergeist, yeah.
Oh, that's a double damage. Okay. And he's going to go use that to farm Ancients. That's a classic.
That's a carry move, yeah.
That's a carry move right there.
But Entity, the smoke actually gets discarded. It's going to be Ace. He's not even afraid of the smoke. Target Quinn. Global Silence on top of this, Quinn. How long can he tank? Apparently damage pretty high. Quinn is going to die here. At the same time, though, Toby will fall to the sharpshooter. Stormstormer is tanking everything else, and his Bloodstone's not healing enough because of the Scotty. So even in a good fight, Dyrachyo manages to turn this around. Gaming Gladiator showing who the real carry is here. Fishman, oh my god, 3-4 hits, and he's down. And now Watson stuck to the tree. The Scotty doesn't let him activate shift enough. He's dead. All of Entity, they're being squashed like bugs.
Another great play from Celery in that fight. He had a big double stun with the Lesh stun. This off-lane silencer from Toby, it is getting exposed this game.
It is.
By the Rubik and the TB.
Look at Dyrachyo. He actually has this chewing gum.
He doesn't have to do anything in this game.
I think this is what Bing Chilling means.
Yeah, I think they are definitely Bing Chilling in this game.
Look at Toby. Look at poor Toby. He shows himself, and he dies.
Yeah. Tofu's also been a bit of an unsung hero this game. I feel like he's hitting a lot of max range bushwhacks.
It's kind of insane.
It's insane. Like, so much so that Watson is not getting the attribute shift up because he's like, it's not going to hit me. Why would I shift?
Right.
And then it hits him.
In the last fight, was he not shifting?
He was shifting in that fight.
It's just the Scotty was absurd.
The Scott, yeah, it's a great Scotty timing. I mean, especially when you pair it up with that double damage from Dyrachyo.
Yeah. What chances do Entity have of getting back into this game after this absolute stomp?
Oh, man. Oh, it's so hard to come up with something. Like like a Lesh stun with the Ag Shard into Treant ult, into the Lesh stun again. Like something like that on important heroes. I think you can kill the supports. And that's a good catch to start.
Yeah, it could be.
Never mind.
No, not a good catch. In fact, I think they might have killed... Yeah, they killed Fishman by mistake.
Right.
That wasn't even meant for him. It just happened.
He caught some strays there. That is right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, catching Tofu out there would have been a good start, but Game is doing a great job protecting each other. They've got the Rubik lift now with the Ag Shard, so he can always save people from these tiny avalanches, and then Celery was also able to steal the avalanche in this fight. Interesting build from him. He has only 1 point in spell steal. Level 12.
Huh. So what is he taking instead?
He's valuing the telekinesis with the Ag Shard.
Okay.
That's pretty cool. I have not seen that, but I've also not watched that many Rubik replays.
But to be fair, it is Celery, the save specialist from Europe, right?
Yeah. It is also possible he leveled up as it was on cooldown, and I know a lot of people don't like leveling the ult if it's on cooldown. We'll see what he goes for his next skill point, out of curiosity.
For now, though, the fact that you're analyzing the Rubik skill build, it feels like you just avoided the entity question completely.
Yeah,
you
go
said,
ahead. What was the question?
How did they come back into this game? I mean, they're holding on because of something.
Okay, I said...
Wait. Oh, they can kill the support. That's what you said. But they're going for Ace. He's not a support, but they can kill him instead. This would be pretty huge. Ace, how long can he tank? Apparently long enough. Even with a global silence, Ace is fine. His Greaves saves him. Sharpshooter now. Stormstormer's pretty low. Fade pulled with Avalanche. Catches both of his 2 heroes from Entity. They die quickly. Gaming Gladiators are not phased by this.
Oh, man. Toby almost died in an instant there. Getting caught up by the TP. Not getting caught up by the TP. Getting caught up by the TB as he was TPing.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this is a stomp, man. This is just... I would not have expected this from these teams.
Telekinesis, goodbye.
Watson is dead.
Watson, I thought for a second that was the Hoodwink, and I realized, nope, he's just as squishy as the Hoodwink. Gaming Gladiators, they take no prisoners. They destroy Entity in this series. There's actually no chance in the second game.
I gotta say, man, like, adding Quinn to this team should not make them this good.
No.
They just exposed Entity, a team that has also looked incredibly good throughout this tournament.
Yeah.
There is some secret sauce going on here. Maybe it's Gaiman's new coach. You know, I know he's been doing a lot of work as well. Like, something is clicking for this team right now. They look like a totally different team. I would not have expected this result. I thought this was going to be a very close series. This was a complete stomp. This was one of the biggest stomps that we've seen in this entire tournament.
I feel like Entity, they did get baited a little bit into that Silencer off lane that they've been running in the group stages. We didn't love it because it didn't look that great, to be honest.
Yeah.
But they kept winning with it. It seemed more like they won despite it.
Yeah. It makes you wonder, did they just... They picked the hero. It looks kind of bad to us. We're stupid. But then they win, and then they're like, all the other people on Entity...
stupid.
Well, all the other people on Entity were so busy playing their heroes that they didn't realize that Toby's game was actually real bad. And all these.
Right.
And Toby's like, guys, it's fine. I mean, their read on it, clearly, I mean, at least Gaiman, clearly they read this.
Right.
Like, they knew running the Rubik and the TB into the Silencer, they knew they could just kill this guy.
And they had this in mind. The only thing that comes to mind is not that Silencer itself is a horrendous pick. It's more the idea that, like, Brewmaster seemed so good here.
Yeah.
And it's a Toby hero as well. Like,
it is.
That was a surprise to me. Maybe he thinks it's really bad right now.
They're maybe getting a little too cheeky, but I don't know. Gaming Gladiators, I feel like they just, all of their players played extremely well. Duracio didn't really have a chance in that game to play well. He's 6-0-7.
Right.
He just kind of farmed. But Tofu, he was hitting all these like long-range bushwhacks. He was kind of using it as like a vacuum to pull people back. Celery, he was getting all of the steals that he needed. He was stealing the really important spells, the Lesh stun, the Tiny stun. I liked what Quinn was doing on the mid lane, just using the roll for runes. He's like, well, you depend on runes. I don't. Well, Panga's pretty good with runes, but I'm just going to roll on you every single rune spot. You're not going to get the rune. What do you do as a Leshrac?
I mean, and then they combine that with, like you said, rotations, right? Because, as you said, they adapted to it. First, you get a bunch of Rolling Thunders. First, you stun him a bunch. And then he goes, okay, he's doing it for runes. The support comes in. All of a sudden, he's doing it for kills. How do you even predict this? Chickens, you're on camera. Stop waving at Quinn.
I'm waving at Quinn.
Stop waving at Quinn.
Good job, buddy.
Stop.
That cast is over.
You know what? We're gonna go to the panel. Stop. Panel, take it away, please.
Thank you very much, Avo and Jacobs, and indeed, that is Gaming Gladiators having an incredibly sweet and smooth 2-0 over Entity, and I think all of us on the panel were maybe even if it was going to be a 2-0, I personally thought it was going to be even a little bit more close, but Gaming Gladiators definitely styled upon Entity and knew exactly what was coming for them. We're going to break it here down. I'm joined by Sheep, Effie, and SVG. And Sheep, this game, Gaming Gladiators, was looking more...
Just waving at Quinn.
more convincing for Gaming Gladiators than it was even game 1.
Well, yes.
That's very rough.
It was very sad. It's not a good day for Entity.
You know what?
What?
When your team loses, the thing you do, you don't throw them out the window. You gotta be there to support through the good times and the bad.
Okay, yeah.
Are you able to celebrate in the good times of Entity if you didn't stuck with them through the tough?
Yeah, Sheep.
Fake fan. Fake fan.
They're right. They finally got me. I was rooting for Gaming the whole time. Quinn supremacy.
Bandwagoner.
Strikes again.
Bandwagoner.
How dare you?
You casters cursed Entity on purpose.
Wow. How did we not see through that before?
What can I say, guys? Master tier panelist, part of the cabal. It's all coming together.
No, you're not part of it.
Okay.
Well, before I let the rest of my panelists talk about this game in particular, people waved at him plenty, but now you can wave at him too because it's Quinn standing by for an interview.
Thank you very much, Shiva. And indeed, we are here with Quinn Callahan, mid lane extraordinaire for the side of Gaming Gladiators. Good, sir. Top 3.
Top 3.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's been 3 years since you've been on the main stage now, right? So
yeah.
You've now gone back-to-back wins. Most of the time that your main stage debut hasn't necessarily gone so well. So talk to me about this, right? Emotionally, how different is it playing with the European team where things are going really well versus the NA times where it's gone well in NA but not so much on the main stage?
I mean, it's honestly so relaxing. I'm the least stressed I've ever been playing main stage matches. I'm like super chill. I'm in like a really good headspace. I'm like thinking clearly. I'm playing well. It feels amazing. I've never gotten top 3 at a LAN before or at a major before, and I don't know. That was such an easy win. I don't know. It felt so good.
Coming obviously from the DPC, right? Y'all came second, just only behind Team Liquid, and at the time people were like, well, are you just experiencing this honeymoon period? Is it just a situation that you being added to the team makes everyone just feel good? Now that you have come top 3, guaranteed, no matter what, right? Do you feel it's time to put those doubts to rest? Do you feel like the team is actually top 3 caliber overall?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think anyone who thought that was just like a joke. I think there's no way you can look at our results and like I don't know. Even like the random online tournaments, I think we're consistently doing quite well. I think it's pretty apparent we're a strong team. I mean, everyone on my team is just a beast. I'm honestly just so grateful to get to play on this team and be a part of like a good team after such a long time of like sort of being in the depths. I'm just really grateful.
What is it about your team you think that allows you to be able to perform so well and perform at the maximum? Like, what do you guys do together that you're unable to do when you're separate from each other?
I mean, I think everyone just takes a lot of responsibility for their own gameplay. Like, everyone is super, like, on about their heroes and what's good for them and, like, what they can do in the game, what items they're buying. Like, everyone takes a lot of responsibility, and they own up to their gameplay, so everyone just can worry about themselves. And whenever everyone's able to worry about themselves, and sometimes you do extra stuff whenever you feel able, like, it's just really, you just sort of do your part, and it's a really comfortable environment.
Talk to us about, like, going forward into the tournament, right? Because now your next opponent, obviously, you're the first team in the upper bracket final, guaranteed top 3. They're waiting pretty much for the result between Rebellion and Team Liquid, and then you're going to be versing one of those teams, right? So firstly, who do you prefer to play between them? And how do you prepare specifically for whoever that opponent's going to be?
I mean, I prefer to play Liquid because I think they're the other strongest team at the tournament, and I don't know, I think it's just, like, you should want to play the strongest teams. I think playing against Nisha is always fun. Dude's, like, arguably the best player in the world, and I think that's always, like, I don't know, it's just cool to pit yourself against the best players. So I would rather play Liquid, and, I mean, you just do the standard prep you do for every team. You respect their gameplay, you look at what they do, look at what they like, and you try and, build something or create a scenario that's favorable for you.
Speaking of Misha, actually, one of the things that he mentioned in an interview in the DPC is that you're one of the people that he feels is really hard to play against in the mid lane, right? And even on the panel, we were talking about how you in the particular first 2-3 minutes of the game are super, super good. Can you talk to us about what it is that you do specially that allows you to be so good in the early laning phase?
I mean, I think I just have a lot of reps, honestly. There was a period where I grinded a lot of aspects of laning, like, individually, and I think I was like a garbage laner before that. I think I honestly kind of just put the time in. I think that's a lot of what laning is, just putting the time in and, like, thinking about stuff. And, I got some help from people along the way. I've gotten tips from Samel and whatever. Like, it'd be a sin to not mention, like, how much I've been helped over the years. But I think at the end of the day, it comes down to putting the time in.
Putting the time in, and you certainly have done so, and that time has paid off. You've grinded for many, many years to get here. Top 3, congratulations, good sir.
Thank you.
Cannot wait to see you in the upper bracket final. That is, of course, Quinn, CCNC from the mid lane here from Gaming Gladiators. They've guaranteed top 3. They're waiting for an opponent. Shiva, we send it back to you and the rest of the gang. Go, Quinn!
Thank you so much indeed, both Quinn and Snare. Yeah, it's great to see Quinn with a big smile like that, top 3 at a major. Definitely amazing. It is quite a bittersweet statement when he said he climbed up from the depths. As the depths are sitting next to me. I'm so
Everyone
sorry.
point and laugh. He sucks at Dota.
No, I mean, that's kind of,
Okay, well, what I'll say...
You like seeing him win, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I'll say on this is Quinn is one of the guys I've come to know the most in Dota.
Yeah.
He's one of the guys that we struggled through a lot over the years. And I saw him grow. And honestly, I'm so happy for him that he's finally proving himself and doing well. And the only part of me that would say anything to it is that I wish I could have done it with him. Because that's how I feel about a lot of my teammates that go on to have success. And I think it's how a lot of people in Dota feel. And so I am happy that I get to sit here and see the guys that I knew were capable of greatness and that we worked so hard to get there. And he put in the time, he put in the work. This guy deserves all the success he's getting. I'm just genuinely happy to see him get what he deserves.
I didn't expect to be hit in the feels with that. That's very well said.
Now I feel bad.
Yeah. But we do break the game down a little bit there because this got out of control fairly fast. You heard Quinn say it, you know, the laning stage, obviously, especially the first 3 minutes, very important. And he did do well on the lane. That being said, if you compare game 1 to game 2, this time Stormstormer didn't get run over as much as he did in the first game. However, Effie, this game still felt more one-sided than the previous one.
Yeah, because this offlane silencer really sucked, to be honest. Like, it wasn't a good offlane silencer game. It was really quite atrocious. It was not good versus a Terrorblade. It was not good versus the Brood. Like, I don't understand what the logic...
Sorry, that Rolling Thunder was just very sad on that clip.
Yeah, no, I understand that Toby likes it and they've had success with it, but I don't know if this was the game for it because of this, TV got a free lane. Like, it was such a free lane for TV, and there was like no counterplay as he was getting stronger. The Brood was still led into the pool. So yeah, the Brood lane went even, but it's a Brood Mother. It took the tower, it kicked them out of the lane, it did all of the map control. It switched to the bot lane. Suddenly the top lane is like free taking for your carry. He's just been free farming ever since his laning phase because, you know, it's against the silencer. And then obviously we've talked about Quinn and how impactful he's been, how he was able to like get all the runes and make the movements, but it was so easy for TV to get to the point where he could fight the Morphling, where the Morphling could just have no counterplay, right? He got his Manta Scotty timing so fast because they just couldn't do anything because this offense silencer really riled me up in the wrong way, I think. I just don't think it's your game 2 hero before you like lose the series. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I don't mean to be like too harsh on it, but I think there were a lot of better heroes that they could have gone for.
We've seen it work, I believe, last Tuesday, but this one wasn't the case.
Yeah. I mean, this was not good because they played the lane really well on Game-In. For example, the things they were doing was using the Fate Bolt to lower the damage of the silencer Tiny, and then they just lost, they denied creeps together. So like, you saw pretty early on, TB hit like a 10 deny count, and it just kind of snowballed. They used them every time the meta was off cooldown. They used it to like pressure Toby out the lane. Yeah, he just couldn't do anything. Like he died, I think, on the first meta as well with a telekinesis. So it was pretty much unrecoverable from that point.
Mm-hmm. And the time that they did win with the offline silencer, it looked like a pretty decent offline silencer game, right? Because he was playing against the Clock and a Shadow Fiend.
Dude, Avery was hyping it. Yeah. He believed in it.
I just like seeing it.
Did you like seeing it this time?
Did you like it in this
No,
round?
this is not an offlane silencer game. I think he would have had to win his lane very hard. You have to kill Terrorblade a couple times here for the silencer to snowball, and then maybe you feel good. The Brood interactions are way too debilitating for this hero. You're going to get spiders run at you. You have to. The second you throw your curse on spiderlings, your teamfight impact goes out the window. You have to rush these ore items, but you're getting them slower than the enemy is, almost guaranteed, because your farm rate's not as good as their offlaner. That's why Brood's so valuable in this meta. You're getting to those ore timings first, which means you can force the objective sooner before the enemy is ready to respond. If you ever die on offlane silencer, your game is completely screwed.
I feel like it's good to be an offlane silencer, like if you see this safe lane and you can play into it, because it does pressure heroes and it does scale well and it can build Greaves, right? Because it has a very flexible item build and it has like a global presence with its ultimate ability. But in this game, so TB and Rubik, I can't imagine a scenario in which a silencer could win a game versus these heroes. Like all it takes is one telekinesis and then TB just presses reflection and then just hits you with metamorphosis.
Actually, I
can't really fight back into it.
I think silencer has decent scale versus Terrorblade in a weird way. Actually, I'm not worried about that matchup in the very late when silencer has a bunch of items. I think the global can mess with Sunder a lot in the fights. I think once you get enough int stolen or just enough stats, the glaives actually destroy Terrorblade in the late game. You can sit there and man fight him and you chunk him for like 200 or 300 pure damage a hit, and it's crazy. That aspect of the game, I think, is actually okay for silencer, but getting there versus the Terrorblade. If you mess up and you fall behind, he just takes over the map. You have to deal with illusions. You're kind of bad at that. Then it turns into this weird map control game state that is not favorable for Silencer at all because he's a very slow and clunky hero.
Yeah. Was it literally just a Silencer, though? Because we talk about that hero a lot, and obviously it didn't work out, but surely it wasn't just the one hero. Was it? Because then you would think it's close, but it wasn't.
Well, the whole Silencer thing is a whole one thing, but this game was very much the mid lane show. It was so much heavy emphasis put on it. Every single support in the game was mid for the 6-minute runes, doing little skirmishes there. At the Gaming Gladiators, they had 2 wards put on mid to one on the top, one on the bot, so they could see everything that was going on. I think Stormstormer made a pretty bad mistake around 8 minutes where he wasn't, I don't know, he just wasn't ready. After the 6-minute rune, you think everyone's coming back for the 8-minute rune, and they did. The 2 supports collapsed on mid very quickly and killed him as the 8-minute rune hit, and he died to it. He died to a roll, and I don't think that should have happened.
Where's the help for him, though?
That's true. Where is the help?
That's what we're saying. I think these entity supports are too static on the sidelines to play in a matchup where Quinn is likely going to have a small advantage off mid, and he loves to snowball those advantages. If Quinn's like 100 net worth on the enemy, he's going to tell his whole team to come mid with him because he's going to end the game.
And I mean, that's just the nature of these 2 teams going up against each other. Like, you were talking about this, Avery, in the starting panel, about how the mid lane's going to dictate so much, because we've mentioned time and time again that Stormstormer is the player that actually moves the game for his team. He's the one who's creating 100%. The rotations, creating the ability to play into the mid game. But when his supports can't do that for him, and he's getting heavily focused, and he's not getting any runes, there's actually just no counterplay. You hope that there's some kind of fuck up. You hope that maybe there... Oops. You hope that there...
She said a bad word, guys.
Guys, she said a bad word. We can't have that. That's literally no.
We're done.
We're done. Yeah. So
done.
Entity is not out yet. They just get dropped to the lower bracket. Gaming Gladiators guaranteed top 3. Moving to the upper bracket finals, they need an opponent, and for that we have another matchup coming our way. It is, of course, the other semi-finals in that upper bracket. Shopify Rebellion taking on Team Liquid. Blockbuster again, we get 2 in a row. That is quite the treat indeed. And Entity, again, they are waiting for their opponent. We first need to see Talon versus Spirit, and the winner of that will face Entity later on. But this series is complete. 1 series left to be played today. We're going to take a quick break, but when we're back, Shopify Rebellion taking on Team Liquid, so stay seated.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final series of today. It's Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid. My name's Tsunami, and my panel for this series is going to be Purge, Effie, and Lyrical. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to possibly the most English crowd favorite series of today.
I guess so. I mean, it's going to be amazing, right? We have crowd favorites, basically Liquid, the best team in the tournament so far. We got Shopify Rebellion, which normally I'd be like, I don't know how it's going to go, but after coming after that hot performance in their last match, I'm really excited to see if they can bring the same power. So I have a lot of excitement to see what could happen here.
Okay, there's one performance in particular, though. Am I just riding the Arteezy train too hard here, Effie? Because I've been disappointed with him for, well, okay, I won't say disappointed. My expectations are exceptionally high for him, and he had not been matching them, I feel. I want Reddit clips every single game. And he delivered in the previous series by delivering 2 Reddit clips in the same game. Is he going to be able to maintain that momentum against Liquid, or was he just gifted that in the previous series?
Is that how we're going to measure his success this series? How many Reddit clips he can
Upvotes.
conjure up
That's
today?
the only metric.
Okay,
I don't even care if he wins. I just want him to get upvotes.
Okay, then we need to assess this overnight then, after Reddit has done its thing. But no, I think he played exceptionally well. His Aegis steal was one of the best plays I've seen in a really long time, honestly. It was ballsy, it was well delivered, the BKB was perfectly timed. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, he just kind of 1v4 blinked into an Aegis versus Spirit, stole it with Shadow Fiend and got out. So that was one of the coolest things I've seen in a while. But yeah, I think he's been delivering. I think his hero pool has been very versatile. I think they've been placing a lot of emphasis on him in Shopify's drafting, where they kind of go for his hero in the overall last phase, and it's showing that he looks a lot more comfortable, he looks happy. I think their team chemistry is very good right now, and yeah, high expectations for them today.
Yeah, I would say so as well. And I mean, I think the thing that's interesting for this team in particular is that it feels like it's the tale of 2 different Shopifys. After the group stage, there were some lingering issues. They were dropping games that felt like they shouldn't have. They got 2-0'd by Liquid, and it felt like ever since then things have changed a lot, where that series I think taught them a lot about how to play, and they haven't lost only that one game against Team Spirit since. They've been looking really, really solid. So I'm wondering if that's been enough of a power-up that now they can face them again and come out with the W. I'm not sure though, because Liquid's monsters.
Yes, Liquid is still the gold standard. I guess they weren't fully tested in their series against Talon, aside from how late they can stay up and play Dota, which is, I suppose, one type of test. But other than that, Talon kind of played what they've been doing throughout the entire group stage. They've been running Naga Siren left and right. Liquid should be no strangers to that. The one thing that did impress me about Liquid, though, in that series is that it looked like Mickey was kind of carrying more than usual. Usually it's Nisha being the be-all, end-all, but in that series, I feel like Mickey was peeping it up.
Yeah, peeping. His sniper game was very, very good. He had a bunch of triple kills, a lot of close moments where he would barely survive, kind of a thing. So obviously that's not just him. His team's backing up with auras and buffs and things like that, and they played very well. But I mean, it wasn't, the second game especially was not easy for Liquid necessarily. Their net worth was always pretty high, but Talon was taking some good fights. So they have potential vulnerabilities. They can be out team fought at times. Maybe Shopify Rebellion can take it to them. They're very good players. Maybe Liquid you can find some cracks, but it's going to be hard because all their players have leveled up so much lately, and they added Nisha on top of that, so it's kind of just perfect circumstances for Team Liquid to win the tournament.
I think Mike is a beast. I think Mike is an exceptional player, and it showed in DPC Tour 1, where Nisha, of course, played well, but so did Mike. He stepped it up. He was outperforming most of his teammates because he was set up to do so, right? He's finally being set up in a way where he can carry the game, where he gets farm priority, where his mid laners popping off their space for him. He has just been playing so incredibly well that I wouldn't be surprised if after today's showing, we kind of get a good picture of who the best carry player in this tournament is.
That's true. I have been hearing a lot of different contenders, because 4 positions and carries, I think, seem to be the most hotly contested of who is the best of the best. And I guess once we get even closer to grand finals, as now Game and Gladiators have secured themselves a winner bracket final slot, they need to find out who their opponent is going to be, either Shopify Rebellion or Team Liquid. And I think for Team Liquid, I don't think they're going to get shook. Winter gave me a hot take. He was demanding that Shopify don't stand a chance. But let's take a look at Foundation and going on Shopify Rebellion, I thought that he would be more solid. Am I being too critical? Is this rude of me to say?
I get there's validity in it, and that Superlight looked like one of the better offlaners in the world on his previous team. He really excelled there well, and so far maybe he's not looking the fanciest, but I think he's got the potential to grow here. Maybe he's just integrating with the new team and looking to adapt. He only joined them recently, so it could be something like that.
I think maybe we're being a little bit too critical of Saberlight because he's just naturally a sacrificial type of offlaner, right? Similar to Zai on that secret iteration that was kind of the best team in the world at the time. He doesn't get that much farm resources allocated to him because Crit's a roaming type of player, right? He likes to play around the map. He doesn't like to stay and just secure his offlaner's farm. And it's kind of what I would contribute a lot to their success right now is that I feel like this formula where they can leave their offlaner alone and he's going to do fine. He's going to find farm. He's just going to like kind of just take what he gets, and Crit can enable Abed has been doing so much for him because I think Abed has consistently been the best player on this team since he joined, and I think he's the reason why RTZ has been able to shine as well, right? We talk about how Nisha is able to enable Mike. I think without Abed, this team can very easily fall apart because on the shoulders of his lanes being good, which they usually are because he's so good at the game, they're able to enter this mid game with no issues.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, he's making his whole team better, and he's looking worse because of it. But you know, if they get more W's, like that's the piece that you need. So you have to give them the credit.
Yeah, right. You're just kind of like let's give Crit to Abed. Right? Let them do their thing.
It's like I'll sacrifice and look bad. Tsunami will make fun of me, but Abed's gonna have a really good game.
I think he was thinking exactly about that part too. Tsunami making fun of him.
Listen, he has not made any Instagram stories yet, and I know during DPC he was very active on the social media, very confident, and it's more muted now, and I'm disappointed because I found the self-confidence endearing. And now, has he also lost it, or was it his teammates were like, bro, you're making us look bad. Every time we lose, everyone's roasting us.
No, I think that they're still very, very confident here. And I think that like this is all intentional, it feels like, in a way. You look at that Nature's Prophet performance, you can hold on to those lanes in a way, pull the waves around. He's looking super good on it. And I have a feeling that as soon as they win the next game, he's going to pop off just for you. You should go tell him afterwards. It'll be great.
I should tell him. I gave him a very quiet, muted fist bump. I said, good to see you, and he said, good to see you. And the other backstage interaction that thrilled me was I saw Blitz, Dota, and Sam Bulba. I don't actually know how to pronounce. Is it Sosali?
That's what everybody says. I don't know if it's accurate. What's Bulba's last name? Sosali? Yeah.
Okay. Well, they met each other. Blitz was extending the hand, saying, good game.
Good luck.
Blitz then... Team Liquid walking into the arena. How adoring are the fans? How many handshakes will be exchanged?
Look at all those phones.
That is a lot of phones.
It's a lot of phones.
Oh my God.
They're keeping their distance though.
For now.
It's all business.
They're staying safe. Oh, Aiden. Good guy, Aiden. Love that guy.
Yep.
And on the topic of Aiden, I honestly think Insania has been playing the best that he ever has.
Yeah.
Like, I've been just watching him recently. You can tell that he just feels so good about his team and how well they've been playing that he's kind of like this burden's been lifted off his shoulders, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't feel like this pressure of, because when you're a captain and your team starts to do badly, you feel that on yourself all the time, and that makes you play worse. But that hasn't existed for him. It feels like he's just free to be himself, pick the heroes that he likes. I remember that in his interview in DPC, he was all like, you know what, pick me anything, Blitz. I'll play anything, I just want to win. I'm just happy to win, right? And for him to approach the game in this way is just really cool. Because last year, it felt like he wasn't bringing his A game all the time.
Yeah.
Well, I think also the other thing, we mentioned this last night on the panel, that when you bring in these like amazing heroes and the best players in the world, they elevate the rest of their teammates, and that very much is the Nisha effect again as well as Matamba Man last time around, because like you're talking about, that was even a moment there where he leveled up his game, and it's even been more so this year. So yeah, totally impressed with Insania's performance, and I mean, that's the thing, is that in each individual game that you watch from Liquid, you could point out a different superstar in that moment, whether it's Boxy, playing on these like roaming around heroes, Nisha with Aegis steals on Tusk. They get it done every single game.
It was interesting that Insania brought a blanket with to set on the table to play on top of. No, it's just a giant mouse pad. I've never seen one that big in my whole life.
It was a Lima Major mouse pad.
Oh, well, look, it was way too big. Way too big.
Why would he need that much mouse space?
Well, most importantly, he would add a second hand free to give high fives on the walk-in. So there's a lot of negatives here.
Should have draped it around himself like a cape.
Oh, that would have looked, yeah, that could have worked.
Guys, more space for big plays on a bigger mouse pad. Hello.
I like that.
Yeah,
he can put his mouse anywhere on the table, and it's still good.
But can I actually... So I really think that this matchup is pretty favorable for Liquid, because I think that Shopify have definitely impressed me with the way that they played in their upper bracket series in particular, and of course the group stages. But I look at their drafts a lot of the time, and to me it looks like a Liquid draft. Right? I look at it and I'm like, what is this? Am I watching Liquid? I feel like when Liquid started playing this Train Nature's opener, so it's Shopify, they kind of adapted that as their solution to like Linas and Broodmothers and whatnot. So I think that Liquid will have a very good idea of how to play against the heroes that they've been running. Like these two teams share a hero pool.
It feels like they share that like first order opener hero pool in particular, and I think like you talked about Lina, NP, Tree, that's like sort of one area of the meta where things could go to. Brood's sort of another tangent or enigma. And the one thing that I did see in that Spirit game that I liked a lot for Shopify Rebellion was like the global strat. So they had like Zeus, NP, and I think they had Spectre too, and that felt like another little change up that they tried to make to maybe give their draft their own flavor. But I think that you're right, like in a lot of ways that Liquid 0-2 series where they lost against them, it taught them a lot about what they need to do going forward. The question is, did Liquid teach them too much? Can Shopify now sort of surpass them? I still think no, but there's a chance at least.
Yeah, it feels kind of Liquid versus Liquid Light. This is what I was thinking coming into today. But I really hope that I'm wrong. Of course, there are some key differences. I think Crit's position 4 style is very similar to Boxy's, but they can play different heroes. I think Fly, in particular, is what sets him apart. I think he plays a lot more of Phoenixes and Undyings than maybe what Liquid would prioritize. But for the most part, all of the cores and the openers are going to be pretty similar. So I think that Liquid have prepared a lot for Shopify's openers, but I wonder if Shopify's openers are going to work versus Liquid, because I think Blitz has the same idea that I do about this, because he mentioned it once. I was like, they just steal our drafts, man.
I mean, it's very common as tournaments go on, right? Like, whoever's the top dog, you look at what they're doing, or what brain power did they use to, how do I beat the Broodmother? You might as well take those first openings and try to figure it out yourself. It doesn't always work when you do the reproduction, but it makes sense you're going to take those openings.
Yeah, and they're pretty, like you said, stylistically, you can get away with following the top dog if most of your players align that way. Insania and Fly like playing save supports. Boxy and Crit like not sticking around that much in the offlane and moving around a great deal. I suppose that Saberlight and Zai are probably the biggest different points in dynamics between these two. Saberlight I would consider to be generally greedier. Obviously, sometimes Zai will get his hands on a Snapfire and get a Daedalus, but usually I see Saberlight be given more priority in his team as opposed to Zai.
I think after years of playing with Yapzor, Zai has just learned to play with negative net worth. I think anyone in that position would just be trained to do the best with what they have. But now that he doesn't have to do that, now that his lanes are going well, and the rest of his team pops off, he's been able to just get a lot of net worth in these games too. Like I've never looked at any game of Liquids and thought, oh wow, Zai's really having a rough time. That actually hasn't happened yet.
That's true. But another outlier, I think that Boxy's another one that also vacuums up farm. He consistently, it's not uncommon for him to have just more net worth than the other four by like a wide margin. So he's probably also gobbling up the scraps. So Zai's truly just playing poverty mode off lane and still kind of keeping up and making good plays with it. So it's a good place to be in, and it really fits Liquid's dynamic.
Now, I think when talking about Zai, I remember for a while, and I still sort of hold by this, that I think there's, not an easy case to dismiss Whisper as the best offlaner in the world right now. Okay. But if there was one, it would probably be Zai because of how much he gets done with like such little amount of farm. And the heroes that he plays completely change out the game. I think if you give Brood away to Liquid, I think they're always going to take it. It feels like it's one of those dynamics. Maybe if Lina's in the pool, they don't, but that's the type of like strength and sort of security they get when they get them on as heroes.
How about the mid lane matchup, Kev? We got Abed versus Nisha. Nisha's taking people to school left and right, but Abed has had quite a few standout performances so far.
Yeah, he's definitely done really good, and there was definitely a time in his Dota 2 career where Abed was like definitely top 3 in the world definition, but I feel like he's dropped a slot or two. He's still really, really good, but he just doesn't play as flashy God tier as he used to. But within like lane mechanics and CS, and Abed is so consistent. Nisha also brings that, so they're going to do probably equal. But I think if you're comparing the two, Nisha's rated higher by almost all players.
And the last one, my boy Arteezy going up against Mika. Which one you favor, Effie?
Mika.
Automatically.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Did
you not watch the Shadow Fiend game?
No,
Did you not see the Reddit clips?
I saw the Reddit clips, Neil, and I enjoyed them, and I upvoted them. I gave them so many upvotes.
Thank you.
I am an upvoter. I just think Mika is so talented. Like, I cannot... For him to seamlessly switch roles whenever is required of him and just deliver S-tier performances on that role, that is something that is no easy feat. And he does that with very little practice too. Like, this kid is pure talent, honestly. And I've been so impressed with him in his DPT performances. I've been impressed with him at Lima. And I think having somebody like Nisha to enable you, and you have all of this raw talent already, like, the sky is the limit for him. So I just really have a lot of faith in him as a player.
Because even beyond playstyle, Blitz had mentioned that Matu was more of a draft mind, so he and Blitz would talk a lot, but apparently Nisha and Mike are just super buddy-buddy, which I did not know that Nisha could speak that much English before Team Liquid, because Team Secret did not really give him very many opportunities to speak, but now Nisha's out here with chat wheel lines, and apparently has the same Zoomer mentalities as Mike, because I hear that they chat quite a bit and have, a very strong friendship.
Yeah, I don't think Secret was necessarily holding them back. It's just Puppy is his own black hole in terms of content, and
damn,
not necessarily in an always a good way. But there's some bad. But
he's pumping out the interviews these days, though.
Okay, sure. But my point is that Nisha seems a little shy, and while on Secret, he's definitely eclipsed by a lot of the other players.
Sure.
And I'm happy to see him when he streamed. Everyone was like, "Oh shit, this guy's really funny." He's really good at Dota. He's forced to play line support one time, and he's still amazing, So I think him getting a little bit more out there personality-wise is only going to be good for his brand, and it fits perfectly with the org, too. That's the stuff they like.
That is true. But the stuff that I like is watching some draft action. So let's get into game number 1 of Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid.
Welcome one and all here to the draft panel for game number 1 between Shopify Rebellion and Team Liquid. We are going to be witnessing a top 3 matchup. Whoever wins this goes into the upper bracket final. These are two teams that have scrimmed each other a lot. They've already played each other in the group stages, so they have a very good idea of what to expect from one another. Stevie, let's start with you, because I think the heroes for this particular game that are going to be highly contested, Nature's Prophet, Tree and Protector. Rebellion didn't start doing this early on in the group stages. Liquid were doing it almost every game. Rebellion were like, this seems pretty strong. They lost against such a duo. Do we expect that to be highly contested in this matchup? Who gets the Nature's Prophet? Who gets the Treant?
Definitely. I would like them to let the Treant go, let it be in the game, but let Enigma open, because then they can counter the Treant with Enigma. Treant wants to choose armor on a hero that's going to frontline for you, either Prophet, DP, Lash, and Enigma will just black hole this hero. So I've seen many teams making the mistake of banning Enigma and letting the enemy team go Treant. I don't see much point in this Enigma ban if you are not the team that's picking the Treant.
And Fia, how do you feel about this coming into this matchup, especially given how familiar these squads are with one another? Are there any surprises that might emerge, or at this point, is it too late in the tournament to be pulling out surprises? Go with what's tried and tested and what's been working up until this point.
I still think Rebellion's like finding their identity, right? Whereas Team Liquid is a team that has kind of like found their identity, and they play a lot of different heroes. Like I can't even describe their identity like with full confidence because they just changed it up so much and it always works. But for Rebellion, things haven't been working the way they wanted to here and there, so they kind of been experimenting with new heroes like Artesium, the Shadow Fiend. It's a hero they didn't bust out at all until like the playoffs here, and he's been doing incredibly well on it since. So I'm hoping they diversify a little bit and don't just put all their eggs in one basket. They won with the Treant, they won with the NP, and they won with the last pick Shadow Fiend 2 times in a row against his Team Spirit here. But will they get those same heroes again? Probably not. So hopefully they did good prep here. You know, Bulba figured out like what they should be doing against Liquid, and they have a much better draft than they did the last time they faced off.
One of the things they're going to need to do is Dini, that man that was just on the panel, reclined in his chair, just chilling. The real carrier of the side of Team Liquid, Nisha, has legitimately been unstoppable. Like, I think there's no argument that he's been the best player at this tournament so far. If you are the coach right now of Rebellion, right, what's your strategy to try and deal with Nisha and to try and contain him in this game?
I would say not bring 3 heroes to his lane, because that's what they did the last time and they lost on that specific play with 6 minutes in. So try to just farm, be more calm, like have resources to answer to the Liquid moves. It's going to be better than you force the moves into this early stage.
To be fair, though, that particular game, Fia, where they did end up in a situation where they lost the game, 2 things I think stood out for me in that game. Firstly, Nisha had the Death Prophet, right? And Death Prophet, notoriously difficult from the mid lane to be able to rotate onto. The second thing is that Saberlight was playing Chen in the off lane, right? And because they made that rotation, he died like twice in the aftermath of those kills that happened in the mid lane. And it feels like Chen is one of those heroes. We saw it yesterday as well from the side of PSG LGD. If the first 6 minutes don't go well, the game's just over. That hero does not do anything. So had they had a different hero that had a bit more playmaking potential outside of a difficult laning phase, might that game have gone differently for them? Or was it just fated to happen no matter what?
I mean, the difference between LGD and, you know, Rebellion is they're not playing Chen as a core, right? So I think that's going to be a big difference as well as if you don't have a great laning stage. Crit is the type of player that has proved that he wants to roam a lot in this tournament. So if you do want to do that type of style, I mean, I like how you mentioned the Enigma for Saberlight's really good because it does give the freedom for Crit to roam around the map, make the rotations, and make something happen. But I think they also just kind of got surprised by Liquid. Like, they thought they had him with a Batrider first pick, this is going to work, then out of nowhere, like, the Oracle comes out from Insania. It is one of his more popular heroes, of course, but this is a hero that has not been in the meta for a very long time, and this is why Liquid is such a scary team as well, is because they just bring out heroes that are just like long forgotten, and they make them work, and they make them look OP. And it's a very scary thing to draft against Liquid when they have so many heroes that are at their disposal.
Yeah, it's interesting to me as Dini because Liquid at this point in time, they have, of the teams that are left, second highest hero diversity, right? But Rebellion is ahead of them. With the elimination of PSG LGD, Rebellion is actually the team right now left in the tournament that has picked the most diverse pool of heroes. It seems to have been narrowing, though, as we get deeper into the playoffs. Do you think it was a thing of them just trying to figure things out in the group stage, and now they have a clearer idea of what they want to be doing, and we're not going to see as much diversity from them?
I feel it's because they kind of changed the playstyle to adapt the teams they're facing. So against Liquid, they went this Batrider together with Treant, so it was like the opening, those 2 picks together. And when you open with Abad hero, you're not going to have the last pick for him, and he's the player that can play most heroes. So they had the Chen, going a bit back to the situation, Batrider Chen, and also the hero pool. It was the only option with Zoo, because they banned Enigma, they banned Beastmaster, Lycan, Night Stalker, not Zoo, but and Visage. So they banned all Saber heroes. Maybe they want to have this Lycan a bit earlier on. They want to have this Beastmaster early on and play a bit into counters and have the last pick for Abed, and then he can play 20 different heroes. Maybe that's gonna be a better way to use the hero pool.
Yeah, I can really see Abed doing that. Such a versatile player, pretty much does everything for the team. Speaking of Abed, for me, the most convincing games from the side of Rebellion that we've seen here when he's been playing this Leshrac. Leshrac paired with like Treant Protector, they've looked uber dominant. And I think there were other points where they were picking this like 8 times, 6 of them were wins at that point in time. Looked very, very hot on this hero. Are we going to be seeing it here today in the event that they do pick a hero up early? Because most Leshrac picks that we've been seeing at the tournament so far are emerging earlier and earlier in the drafting phase as well.
I mean, it's really going to depend on like what gets through. Because like if the NP gets through, Rebellion are going to prioritize that. But I think that is it's in their playbook for sure, and especially because Crit is the type of player right now who does prefer to play like this roaming position 4. And most of the games we did see Abed like go on a rampage of the Celeste track was on the back of like some Spirit Breaker from Crit. He's playing charging the mid lane. They're like sacking Saberlight on some Venomancer or some Enigma, and they're just going at mid, and they're making the enemy mid laner feed. And that could be a good strategy, especially because you are playing against Nisha, so when you really want to shut down, so maybe not give as much attention to Saberlight, focus more on Abed, and more importantly, shut down Nisha.
That's actually a hero that sort of fell off, right? Because they were picking it a lot in the group stages, getting the Spirit Breaker. But I know USDD, we spoke many times in the group stages about how you don't like how early sometimes Crit can rotate off of the lane, especially when Saberlight might need a little bit more help for another 30 seconds or so, or maybe that communication might not always be there. In the event they don't get Enigma, which can self-sustain, are there any other heroes that you can think of that will make you feel comfortable about if he's in the game and Crit leaves early so that we don't have Saberlight pretty much on his own on an island?
Brood, but won't be in the game. Maybe some Timber hero. The thing is, I don't really like this playstyle. I hope they change a bit, because by now they should have figured out these early game kills, they don't matter that much. You see teams going high ground with 4 kills. That means like you don't need to force those plays. The risk reward level is not worth it. You make like a high risk, very low reward play that if you die, your game is kind of over, because then you lost the lane you moved to and the lane you were into. And if you get a kill, you get like less than 1 bounty worth of gold. So hopefully they kind of adapt. Crit saves a bit more in the lane. That's what I'd love to see.
We're going to find out if that's what's going to be happening, because we do have the Game 1 draft underway right now. Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion, an incredibly hyped matchup. I think it's not too far outside the realm of possibility to say that the team that wins this probably in a really good position to get themselves into the grand finals. Gaming Gladiator is still a difficult opponent, but that's still down the line. As we get into it, Rebellion have themselves the first pick on the Dire side here. They do the right thing. Lina's open, but Lina is a bait. In this series, both in the NAGP sphere, we saw that Rebellion thought Lina was a bait. They left it open almost all the time, beat it most of the time, and Liquid feel the same way. That leave it open, that hero is a bait one. The right heroes have been banned though. No Brood, no Nature's Prophet, no Death Prophet, and no Treant Protector. So obviously Rebellion will go for this Enigma. So Saberlight already in a happier place than he would be otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a hero he's really comfortable on. I think Liquid is a team that kind of playing mind games here by leaving the Lina, because they beat the Lina last time, right, in the group stage from Shopify Rebellion. But I thought maybe Shopify Rebellion would think about taking the Lina there because the NP was banned. That was kind of like the go-to there. And Liquid, they banned the NP. Maybe this is a mind game. Be like, hey, we left Lina, but we scarred you too much. You're not going to pick it again. So they come up with a different strat. And they're like, oh, you're going to leave Lina. Okay, NP's banned. You're not getting it. Now we get the Lina. And they take it immediately. So I do think Liquid here might be playing mind games here, and I do like their opening, whereas, you know, we do see this Enigma early phase. Sometimes it looks brilliant, other times not so much.
When we were off panel, Dina, you were talking to me about how you feel Enigma is particularly bad into this Lina hero. So talk to us about why that is the case, and then talk to us about this Tusk and the Tiny. Where do you think they're going to go in the game overall?
I think so. The Tusk is together with Enigma. Tiny is a flex. Of course, Tusk can also be a flex, but you need a melee 4 with Enigma, and they want to secure already Tusk because Tiny is gone. I really think like Lina is gonna outpace Enigma. He's gonna win his lane, and like if Lina is winning the lane, you're already so behind. I guess they were baited with picking the Enigma. I really hate the choice of going Enigma over Lina here. I would love to see them going Lina. Also, I talk about like a good reason to have Enigma is because he counters the Treant +1 combo, and they ban Treant. So maybe I have a different understanding than them about this Enigma hero, but personally, I just don't like it.
Well, we'll still see exactly how they're going to configure this particular lane. We know that during the DPC, Abed was the one primarily playing this Tusk, and usually he was the one playing it from the first phase. They would just be like, you made the joke here that he's being spoon-fed Tusk every single game. They're like, here you go, eat your ice, eat your veggies. In this game, it can still be flexible. We'll see as time goes on. And now the other 5 positions that have been uber good with Lina have been banned out. There's no tree, there's no one dying. What's left now? Clockwork seems to be the other one that fares really well with this hero in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Clockwork is a hero that gets picked a lot. I think the other 2 you mentioned are spot on. People love the tree with the Lina, they love the Clockwork, they love Undying. Basically something melee, but Tiny's not almost, it's never one of those heroes, right? It's a boss fight. I do love that ban there from Liquid, banning the Shadow Fiend. I think more than anything, that's a respect ban. Because, you know, RTZ, he really popped off on that game versus Team Spirit, playing the Shadow Fiend, getting 2 wins. And I was kind of like sitting there, I was like, I hope they don't overrate the hero on Rebellion too much, but at the same time, Liquid don't even want to risk it. Like, there's no reason here for them to be like, oh, Shadow Fiend's just incredibly good versus these heroes, because it's not. It's just more like Arteezy is playing a really good hero that he's found his like footing on. He played like 15 different heroes in the group stage, right? Only playing Terrorblade twice. He comes into the playoffs, plays SF twice in a row. It's like, yeah, we need to stop this momentum right now. They ban it, so I think that's a really good choice.
Yeah. Rubik comes out right now from Team Liquid. If that is the support duo already, it could be, but don't really like 5-position Rubik, so it feels to me like we're shifting closer and closer towards Nisha being the one on the tiny.
Insania does like it, though. You don't like 5 Rubik, but Insania does like it. So there is a chance. Like, I mean, he does play Tree mainly, but that's not going to be in the game, of course. He does play the Crystal Maiden, he likes the Rubik, he likes the Snapfire, and the Mirana, which all those sound pretty good right now as well, if they do want to be positioned for Rubik there. I think. But they want to leave it open. I think that's the beauty of the draft, too, because you don't know if this Tusk is mid. You don't know if this Rubik is 4 or 5. You don't know if this Tiny's position 4. They're kind of like making their draft hard to read right now.
That's what I was wondering, because when you go Lina, you want this melee 5 being a wall for you. It's usually Treant or Undying, as you mentioned. And they banned Undying. Treant was already banned, and they had Tiny. There's even the small chance that like Tiny is this, maybe not position 5, but he's playing with Lina in lane, just to frontline for her. And then you have Rubik playing as the 4 or together with their offlaner. So can even be like a Tiny 5.
I mean, we have seen them do that before. I forget which game it was in the group stage, but there was a game where they sent Insania on the Rubik to the other side of the map to sort of do this sort of pseudo-4 situation. So it wouldn't be outside the bounds of possibility. Theo, talk to me about this Pangolier hero. We've seen him not necessarily do so well.
Right now.
Oh, you want Ember?
I am afraid they're going to get Ember right now.
It's banned.
Thank goodness. All right, that was smart. Okay. So anyway, back to the Pango talk.
They can get
be like a go-to option, I think, for Nisha, because he does play Lone Druid, but it's not like I'm just going to pick it every game type of thing. So I'm very curious on what he thinks. I think it's just Tiny mid, right? Puck. That's good too.
Okay. So some kind of counter towards the Pangolier, get some leash going, which is always very, very good. It's also a hero that moves around the map really, really quickly. I was kind of worried, if I'm honest, boys, about the Liquid draft, because one of the things that we've often seen from them is that they can play with a ton of sustain in their lineup, and they have you have a hard time just killing these heroes.
Right.
This is, except for the Tiny, one of the softer lineups, right? Lina eventually gets to like 4k HP, a million damage, whatever. But right now, Rebellion, even though they don't have that much out-and-out hard damage as Dini, it feels like they can still kill the majority of these heroes, provided they get the execution of their spells properly.
Yeah, so Puck is the answer to the Pangolier. There's a way to counter his ultimate. It's also great against Enigma. So you have like a counter to the big ultimates from Shopify. But it feels like they lack this front line for Lina. That's why I want to see some heroes that are going to wall for her. I'm not happy yet with what I see. I don't think Tiny is enough. Tiny is usually a jump. He's not a frontliner. Puck is a jump. Rubik is a backliner. So they need a hero to stand in front, but then against Enigma, and Enigma is great against all these high HP heroes because it has a percent HP damage, and it has a black hole if you have like a strong frontliner. It's getting hard to see how Liquid can fill in this draft.
Oh, I could tell you right here. I think the same reason I was worried about the Ember, the Puck, similar. This hero is not going to get caught this game. You're playing versus a Tusk, you're playing versus a Pango, you got a black hole, you're an inch. How are you going to stun Nisha? So if Nisha has like a good laning stage, you know he can take over a game, even banning the silences out here. Team Liquid's like path to victory here is just going to be Nisha getting farmed on Puck, being really annoying, and almost unkillable in this game. I'm not sure how they're going to, like we saw Saberlight try a couple of games, like trying to blind Black Hole in the series versus, that was against, what was that team that played last? Spirit. And then he just missed the Black Hole immediately on the Ember. It's going to be the same situation as you're not going to Black Hole this guy. It's a Nisha Puck. So they need to somehow get their carry to get some disable on this Puck, and I think that's going to be very difficult to do.
Can they DK carry?
DK carry.
The only thing I can see to stop this Puck. For like what's reliable stun from a carry, right?
I mean, it's just, we've seen Puck, we've seen how menacing it can be this tournament, and if you don't have the right hero to shut it down, it can carry, and it's Nisha. So I do like Rebellion's snowball potential here with like the Pango doing well, along with the Enigma and Enchantress moving around the map. but their draft just doesn't have a stun. And they're going with the Arteezy carry Marcy here.
Alrighty, Arteezy continues to be extremely versatile. Only played Shadowfiend on the main stage. Now is going to be busting out this Marcy safe lane. I mean, we have seen this coming into the majors, Dini. When I was speaking to a lot of players, right, and people were theory crafting how to deal with this Lina, a lot of them mentioned that they believe the answer is actually the safe lane Marcy. And this is the way that you deal with him. And eventually, as the Marcy, she gets farmed enough that if you get on top of the Lina, you can 100 to 0 her in a very short span of time. Do you believe in the same way, and do you believe in this Marcy for this game?
It's a good read that the BKB piercing is the way to kill Lina. And so you have Enigma with Black Hole, you have Tusk with his ultimate, and Marcy eventually will get a Basher. Yeah. That's when you can actually kill Lina. It does make sense in this lineup. I just still think like Lina will have a good lane, and it's really hard to stop. They need to be able to play some fast tempo with encounters colliding mid. That's how I see like Shopify having a space for this Marcy to actually scale in the game, because otherwise they'll just lose their map and Marcy won't be able to scale.
So certainly this is one of those games where Rebellion will be able to move into this mid lane quickly. Let's see, end of the draft. Timbersaw for Zai in the off lane. Alrighty, so that is the way that they're going to be rounding themselves off on the side of Team Liquid. Fia, talk to me about the Zai on the Timbersaw. Is this a good Timbersaw game for him? And what does the laning phase look like? Because both of these are teams that do really, really well in the lanes and tend to utilize that to snowball into victory.
So I've mentioned my concerns about the puck. They didn't really address it at all. What they could have done is maybe get the Enchantress to rotate to the mid lane, apply pressure, as Hastini said. But now Zai is going to be in a one-on-one matchup, Timber versus Marcy, which is not good for the Marcy. So I think this pick by Zai is like, you need to stay in lane inch now, which is going to force Nisha into that 1v1 matchup that he really wants. So I like this pick a lot from Liquid. I just don't see how they're going to deal with this puck now that they have to deal with the Zai Timber as well. And Steve said it best, like Lina still hasn't been addressed necessarily in the early game.
It's the strongest hero in the meta, and they didn't address Lina early game. They cannot take her tower, as usually do with some NP hero against her. You don't have that much repositioning, such a Magnus. You have like the Tusk when it has Agonies maybe. So it's really hard to kill this Lina early on, and I don't think they can stop her tempo. They can even play with some lane changes, maybe have like Timber play safe lane and 3 aggro against them. There's so many options to win lane here as Liquid. I see it's a really hard game for Shopify.
Does feel like one of these games yet again where we have a situation that Team Liquid might have gotten the upper hand in the draft, which has been the case for the vast majority of this tournament. However, coming into the group stage, they were not undefeated, and even in the upper bracket, they came close to dropping a game, so they could find themselves on the back foot here in the event that Rebellion perform above expectations and execute this draft to the maximum of their ability, to find out if Rebellion has what it takes to defeat the behemoths of Liquid, or if Liquid will find themselves liquefying their opponents. We send it over to our incredible duo. We have the cool, calm, and collected Cap, and alongside the scintillating SVG. Gentlemen, take it away for game number 1.
Thank you, Snare. That is the question, right? Can Shopify Rebellion stand up to Team Liquid? It feels like a situation that is David versus Goliath, which 2 years ago, leading up to the TI-10 season, you would never expected to hear that phrase. Once upon a time, this group of players, they were the Goliaths. They were going to major finals every single time. And ever since then, Avery, TI-10, TI-11, where they went out 9 through 12, they've been suffering.
Are you saying it's not too easy for Arteezy?
It has not been easy for Arteezy at all. But
is it easy for Marceezy?
That is a good question. I mean, we already heard from the panel, they're favoring Liquid when it comes to the draft. Obviously, Liquid is favored probably overall. They were probably the favorite going into this tournament entirely. Shopify Rebellion, they have made it one step farther than they did at TIs recently. They are in a position where they are in top 8 at least, but a win here would put them into top 3, and all of a sudden it feels like, okay, maybe this squad is actually back into form and can perform like they used to in the past. But it's against the toughest possible opponent and potentially a draft advantage.
Yeah, but they're North American.
Yeah?
So you're always the underdog. So what's new? You're against everybody's a giant compared to you. I don't know. I think sometimes being the favorite makes you not the favorite. Think about that for a minute.
Okay.
You know, all of a sudden you don't have any underdog status. Everybody's expectations are on you. All the targets are on your back. Everybody just assumes you're going to win this tournament. And then all of a sudden you have to play under that. And that is a different feeling than Liquid is used to. And in fact, we were talking to them a bit, and they were saying this is not the usual tournament we're used to in terms of like all of a sudden we're the favorites. Wait a minute. We're not supposed to be the favorites. It's the Nisha effect.
It is the Nisha effect, and it's something that they have definitely kept in mind. It's not something that has gone beyond them. They understand getting top 3 at last TI, and then going on to go pretty much undefeated, at least when it comes to series, in their in Western Europe, possibly the hardest region. Everybody's looking at these guys, and they're aware of that. They're trying to make sure they are not overly confident. They're trying to make sure that they stay ahead of their opponents. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion,
they're laughing it off.
Yeah, I feel like these guys...
Tor's having a giggle.
In some ways, I feel like they've gone under the radar. I mean, sure, you're always going to respect the caliber of players that are on this squad, but they're not in the conversation of being in the grand finals. They're not necessarily the favored team to be winning the whole thing.
That's definitely true. They have to get some of their stuff to get going again. They have to get it. The crit roam has to hit. You have to get the support duo that you like. I feel like they're back to a support duo that doesn't have a lot of team fight. Kind of an old Shopify classic here, so you got to make up for it somewhere else. But if you go into the mid game here with 0 stuns versus Puck, not a huge amount of gap close versus Lina, and your lanes aren't going well for you, I fear for them. Because Nisha can very well take this game over. And Marcy is very powerful in the late game in terms of these carry-on-carry matchups. It is a Battle Fury hero, and we know how much Arteezy likes his Battle Fury heroes. I thought it was a matter of time before he arrived on this one. I do believe in this Marcy to carry if you get there, but it is an uphill road to get there. Because I don't think you're going to just flat out win these lanes if you're Shopify, and already they're not winning the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a Timbersaw here up against a carry Marcy. That's just not going to feel good. Fly's going to do what he can with impetuses, but he seems to be already out of mana. Did he not grab a bunch of mangoes? He did. He went for a stick.
Which is some extra regen, but like you said, yeah, he's pretty much out of mana. They have to play for this kill, and they really wanted it at level 2, but they're not close. Our Tor's just getting out-traded.
Yeah.
And this is not great for Fly. When you go this impetus build and you devote all your mana to this, you want to win the early waves hard so you build some momentum. If Timber doesn't die, you don't get first blood for your core. This lane gets out of hand between 3 and 5. I don't think you're staying here if you're Marcy over the long term.
Okay, but what about this mid lane matchup? It looks like it's going really well for Abed, as he actually has a pretty decent CS advantage over Nisha, something that's pretty rare to see.
And I think that's the one key factor here for Shopify in this matchup. I think a lot of Liquid's wins, I'm not going to say they come from Nisha. I think that discredits the rest of this team and what they do.
Sure.
But there are some wins they get just because Nisha destroys mid and the game instantly snowballs, right? And the rest of the team is so solid that if that happens, then it's just instantly game over. Abed is not going to give you a to you. This guy is arguably, in my opinion, the second best mid at this tournament in terms of going up against everybody else and not getting rolled over. He's very consistent. It's very hard to solo kill him. It's very hard to steal all the runes from him. Difficult to roam on this guy. He is one of the strongest laners in the world still. So if I'm going to pick a mid outside of maybe Quinn to go up lane-wise versus Nisha and hold his ground, I'm going to pick Abed.
Sure.
And I think that's something that Shopify can rely on here. As Zai,
well,
he's going to claim that edge.
Rely on getting first blood. Liquid do manage to pick that up with Zai, killing Fly, and even getting a lot of damage on Arteezy's Marcy. So
I'm worried for this lane. I'm really worried for Arteezy in this lane. I don't think the long term is going to benefit him here. If you don't get the early kills with Marcy, it gets rough in general, but especially with that committal from the Enchantress. And then it's, again, what the panel is talking about. Okay, let's say you want to roam with Enchantress, you want to roam with Tusk, get that action going like Shopify likes to do. Can you leave these side lanes in their current state? Because Liquid set them up where you have kill threat on both by putting the tiny top and bottom and the Rubik top.
Yeah.
You can't leave Arteezy up here, and I don't think you can leave Saberlight bottom too easily either. You just get flanked by Tani, tossed into Lina, you're dead. So I don't know if this roam option is that easy for Shopify unless they drag everybody into that mid-skirmish area, which is perhaps where Abed can shine.
Sure.
But you have to get to that point. And it might be an early uphill battle for Shopify on these side lanes.
Yeah, that with Zai doing so well here in this top lane. And bottom seems to go in pretty well as they've been killing Eidolons nonstop. Maybe they haven't actually, killed the Enigma at all, but 26-6 on Mickey. They've been farming up Eidolons nonstop. An Avalanche, an LSA, and then a couple of right clicks, and they just get like the full wave. So as a result, Mickey...
They're out-leveling them.
Yeah.
This is uncommon for an Enigma lane, and you're getting pulls off too if you're Boxy. You're super happy with this. He's level 3. At 4.5 on your support in the Enigma lane, you got to start getting some of these kills going with the upper level Eidolons.
Oh, yeah. And Boxy looks like they should be able to get this one. He's got to throw out the Avalanche, but Saberlight did a nice job of moving his hero down to to avoid getting avalanched on top of everything
These
else.
types of kills are really important for Shopify because, again, if you want to get that mid-roam going, you want to get the deep wards out that are going to enable Abed, rune control. All this is dependent on when those supports can leave the side lanes.
Oh, chasing after him, Nisha. Ooh, this is so close, Abed.
The dance of death.
He does have some stick charges, so he's going to be fine. He also has the Orb of Corrosion now, so a big tank here, but also that Swashbuckle is going to be a lot of damage. But the Death of Zai. Oh, the Death of Zai. I wasn't expecting that to come out of my mouth, and it looks like Insania is going to take a lot of damage as well. So the Enchantress coming back with full stats was able to take it back to this Timbersaw. Mickey in a little bit of trouble. Nice snowball dodge.
He's in a lot of trouble.
Sticking on top of him. This tag team slowed him down so much. Really nice movement there from Crit. Staying in front of the Lina. And I think that was a call out right there. Said the tiny rotated mid to fill up the bottle. Go, go, go. Go on the Lina as soon as possible.
So Shopify striking back here. I like what their supports are doing. Skewing these matchups as much as they can. Your Marcy's still going to struggle a little bit in terms of CS and staying on the lane, but that kill is huge in terms of the XP. And now you can contest these runes. This is a product of what's happening on those side lanes, getting the supports to mid, which is what Abed wants in this type of matchup. You do not want Nisha getting a free coil on him into the other way around.
Now they're going to try and go and Sableye because the supports are mid. They do manage to kill Nisha, which I think is maybe a fair trade-off for Shopify Rebellion.
Well, you're super happy with that. I don't think this is a game I expected Puck to die at all, maybe. You're not playing into a lot of stuns.
Yeah.
And especially early with this Enchantress roam with a Porcupine. That's all you got? I guess the Acorn stronger than Nisha thought.
Well, Crit was also there. And it looks like Crit has managed to get 20 wand charges. So when he comes back down to this bottom lane, he's actually kind of scary, and he's going to put that to the test here. See if he can get off the wand. He can't. Chain stun for just too long.
So much for the charges.
He'll come back again.
Whose side are you on?
I'll say even more charges, but that can't be true.
Some death
Coil.
charges.
Okay, that's a level 1 heal, so I don't think it'll be enough, but we'll see. Nisha, we'll be able to get it with the orb.
Just fighting for the vision around this mid lane. They really want runes on both these playmakers.
Man, every single time a support leaves one of the side lanes for a moment, somebody goes and pounces. But when an avalanche and the 2-man LSA, they finish off the Enigma. And Crit, well, with the Shard and the Eidolons, maybe he can get this kill. It's a close call, but he does manage to pick it up. And now the Eidolons blocking Boxy a little bit for just a bit of extra damage. Obviously, no kill possible here, but...
Well, Crit's happy about that.
Yeah, certainly.
I don't know if Saberlight's too happy, but Crit will take that XP. He's almost level 5 on this Tusk. And that could potentially be a big deal in this game if you're looking at the single target burst that is going to maybe kill this frontline Timber, who is their only frontline, right? Zai staying alive in these early fights is going to be really important. If you have the burst to take him down off, maybe some extra Tusk damage from spells or tag team, higher levels on Abed, that's going to be the key here.
Oh, a regen. That would be so big for Nisha if he can hold on to it here. Phase Shift is going to be able to dodge one of them. And he has an orb as well. He's going to jump over to him with the snowball. Sticks on top of him. Abed does manage to hit him with a follow-up.
Oh, Nisha just 2 deaths in this early game? Did not expect this to come out, and this is huge momentum for Shopify.
Absolutely. The Fade Bolt, that'll only delay the inevitable as Abed picks up a double kill. I mean, you outlined this matchup really nicely because one of the things you said is Crit is back to a roaming position.
And he is roaming.
He is roaming.
2-1 and 4 at 8 minutes.
He's a rambling man.
Ask for more.
Do you think that's been the difference between Shopify? Again, we referenced their TI performances. Pretty lackluster, especially a team of their caliber. They should not be outside of the top 8. And this performance here, which is looking pretty good so far.
Is Arteezy looking good?
I don't know.
This is a nice edge matchup up here.
I mean, I can't believe fall Timbersaw into trees. That's just a scary prospect. Bye-bye, Saberlight.
This is a high kill game right here, and that's
really
the nature of
is.
these kill lanes. The second supports leave, it's the green light. There's a lot of green lights in this game. You're talking about this roam bringing Shopify back in a lane they're familiar with. This is their playstyle, right? This is why they have kept the Crit Abed duo together for so long. It's designed to do this. Have him roam, enable Abed, and then Abo creates the space for your farmers. That nice edge, a little too sharp for Artur.
Oh, the toss over to the creeps. That's a little awkward. Does manage to get outside of the range. Oh, that shard would have been one hell of a play. The snowball's going to still catch up. Nice timing of the LSA from Mickey, and Fly cannot get off the impetus.
At least you're kicking this Lina out to put pressure on the tower. Boxy's going to chill here. He's already level 6, so he has a lot of levels off those 4 assists. This is a heavy level support game in terms of what these two teams can do in the skirmishes. 10-minute rune up in 5 seconds. You want it here. Even Arteezy is coming to fight this.
Yeah, Arteezy just cannot play in that Timbersaw lane anymore. It's an Arcane Rune bottom, which
nice.
Looks like Crit is going to secure for Abed. The bottom tower does get taken.
And I think Abed is the X factor, not only because it's Abed, but if you're looking at that late game damage from this Shopify lineup, you can buff this Pango with Tag Team. You can give him the lifesteal off the sidekick. If this Pango gets an Ags off Roche, some late game basher, you just get on top of Lina, you will melt her.
Yo, Boxy. He was sitting behind that tower like you were talking about. Couldn't really do anything to stop it. Now he tried to poke his head out. Maybe I can get home. No. No, you can't, sir. He kills some Eidolons for his trouble, but he will eventually fall.
Shopify trying to pick up the pace. Of course, the net worth still favoring Liquid here in terms of just the farm they've gotten off the lanes, but it does feel like Shopify are finding the kills.
Crit is just a constant menace here. Nice steal, though. Insania managed to get the rebound to hop over that shard block.
And here's the mid collapse. This has to work for Shopify. If you take this fight and it doesn't pan out, you're going to commit a lot.
Oh, they're trying to get some stuns out onto Nisha. They throw so many at him, maybe they can kill him. But the orb, oh, they toss him over to the side. That's awkward, but he can jump over to his orb, so he's going to be fine. John's away. Boxy, nice avalanche on to 4. They do have Zai following it up. The black hole goes out, doesn't really grab anything, but Liquid's also a little bit low. The coil does manage to help secure 2 kills, so 1 for 2 exchange. Shopify do manage to back out, but that black hole, did it hit anything?
I don't think it did anything for sure. And that's a fight Arteezy comes to and just gives his life up on a way to a Battle Fury build. Very uncommon for him, honestly. This is definitely a play call they've pre-designed that we want to crash on mid and destroy Liquid's early map control, but Liquid are ready for it. They're happy to bring everybody the second that Marcy shows. I mean, everybody loves killing Arteezy, but especially in this game, when he's going Brown Boots Battle Fury, you're really happy to kill him.
Yeah, talk to me about Carry Marcy. I don't think this is a hero that can really jungle too much, but he was put in a bad match, like Timbersaw matchups all the time. Oh, they actually have this? Misha? Okay, he's good.
Wand is enough with the early treads, the early chainmail as well.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
It's a nice puck itemization in these matches where you're dealing with the physical. It's a similar build to when you play versus Ember Spirit and you're getting slighted. Just go into that Witchblade off the early chainmail. This puck's tankier than he seems.
Yeah.
I think Marcy is an okay jungler once you get to the item.
Right.
Until then, it's very awkward. And now I'm worried about him because I don't think Zai is the type of player who's going to necessarily give you that space. He's going to call this out. He's not going to give you the free lanes. He's going to push his hero, and Liquid can fight around him.
So you talked to me about Carry Marcy before, and you said, I think this is really good. We saw some instances in CDBC.
I hate this hero. I'm definitely not the one talking.
Well, you could hate it, but you could still respect it and think
Do
it's
I
strong.
look like an anime watcher, Kev?
Kinda.
Does this look like the face of someone who watches anime?
Okay, but. I thought this hero, I was like, why aren't we seeing more of this hero? I feel like this game is a perfect instance of showcasing why. This hero just cannot jungle, so if it loses lane, I think you're just going to fall so far behind.
It's a compound effect. He lost the lane, and then he tried to make rotations to make up for it, and those didn't work. And he was the one who died in them. Yeah, now you're really far behind. And that was his Timber counter pick. I think Zai had the idea, I'm not going to let you get to Battle Fury. I'm just going to kick you out of lane with my spam. Even if I go down with you, I'm going to drag you straight there. We're both going to be stuck. Except that didn't happen. Zai is top of the net worth here.
Yep.
And that is a good hero for Liquid to have top of the net worth because he is your front line for this draft. He is the hero that has to tank up some of these spells so the rest of your heroes can go to work in terms of initiation and backline damage. He is getting tanky, and he's getting past that threshold where can you burst him if you're Shopify? Or you just have to ignore him. I mean, Fly's up here, but there's no play options here. This is just a high five equivalent.
Yeah, pretty much. In some ways, his right clicks are just healing the Timbersaw.
This game slowed down a lot for Shopify in the last few minutes. You got to look at what item is going to let them skirmish back in this game. You're going Pipe first on Saberlight. That's nice, but I'm not worried about you staying alive. I'm worried about you killing the Liquid heroes here.
The Diffuser Blade pickup, timed with this smoke. They are all
So
in on
tanky,
killing
though.
Zai here. It's going to be a tough one, but they might just have him. He wasn't allowed to Timber Chain away, and they do get him. He took everything they had. They used the Rolling Thunder. They used Marcy's ultimate. And they use the Diffuser Blade timing, but it does end up
Conquer
going.
against
True.
lack of stuns. Very nice time stun from this Conquer to seal his fate. Now you're back into trying to find some momentum with this Pangolier. He hit that Diffusal timing like you said. Just going to get coiled.
Centaur chains and sides back and forth with the stolen enchant. Telekinesis.
Nisha overextended.
Close range. Nisha. Oh, that is a dead
Black
mid
hole
laner
too.
for Liquid. And the black hole being used. That's awkward, but Crit does die. The toss back. Boxy. Solly oops him over to Insania, missing the LSA.
He's going to juke him with the fog.
Yeah, tries to go into the pit for a second.
Can't
the
juke
stolen
that.
black hole. Didn't notice that Insania had nabbed that one.
It's because you almost didn't see the first one.
That is true. Saberlight, I mean, I'm not going to say fed a lot of Eidolons, but a lot of them died in lane. He's used 2 black holes that didn't do anything.
This game is not connecting.
No.
And sure, you can rush pipe here, but you have Timbersaw, who's one of the highest damage offlaners in the game. You have this Lina who's going to scale into the physical pretty fast. Sure, the pipe is good in the early game, but the later this game goes, I don't think Liquid care about it as much. And what can you do with it? I feel like this pipe on Enigma is only as good as you can force the issue to Shopify, which to me is Roshan, or the tier 1 mid. That tier 1 mid does not seem like an easy fight, especially when you don't have Black Hole. And Roshan is on the menu here for a Marcy Pango lineup, but again, your cores are behind. I don't think you can just force the pit when Nisha can throw an orb. You can throw a Fade Bolt in there. This Tiny Blink is coming quicker than you think, especially if you give up your carry on the side lane. Zai has had Arteezy's number. We saw him looking over in the booth earlier while they were drafting.
Yep.
I might have psyched this guy out.
Maybe. They've got a close relationship. Once teammates.
Maybe too close. He can read his mind.
Yeah, it does seem like it. Knows exactly what Artur is up to. At least Shopify do manage to get something in return, though. They take the mid tower, evening out the map state a little bit more.
That's nice. And the support gold is pretty even. Crit had that really good early roaming, so you are going to get this blink on Crit around the same time Boxy's going to get it, which is nice here because you don't want to fall too far behind in terms of initiation power, especially when I would argue the Tinies is way stronger at this point in time with the tossback disruption. Saberlight's trying to farm aggressively, and you can see Liquid do not want to give them the space here. He will be rebuked. Liquid being more efficient on the map right now and happy to just keep playing towards their timings around the Lina, who of course, we named this major after her for a reason, right?
True. Absolutely true.
Oh, even the Cobalt. Nothing is safe.
Nothing is sacred. 3,000 net worth lead for Liquid. They are going to be relying on Mickey's Lina to be able to carry the game, which is an interesting choice, I think. This is a team that has not been prioritizing this hero at all. They've been willing to give it away to other teams very often. In fact, the last time they played it was in the group stage against Geekslate. We're going to watch him get a nice little pick off there on Crit.
Bought out his blink off that creep wave, though.
Oh, that's
so
good.
He's going to be okay with that. That's why he was farming really aggressively.
Oh, they're going to keep making moves.
Take what you can get, and Artur did clean out this ancient stack. Should survive here. Why not so lucky?
Yeah.
And this is not a game Enchantress can front line.
Yeah, you've got
a rough one.
A lot of spell damage being thrown around.
And it's all burst.
Yeah.
It's not slow spell damage. It's not like you're playing versus Veno and you can just go max attendance and live through the fight.
Right.
You are getting chunked in this game. You're getting chunked fast. He's not even skilling the heal. So he's just going damage Enchantress, maybe going Hurricane Pike build in this game. Could be good if you get to it. You Hurricane Pike the Timber in the fight, buy some space. It's a significant amount of damage in the late game. But of course, for now, that is a pipe dream. And it is a very long and dark pipe that Enchantress must crawl through to get there.
Well, what I wanted to talk about was the Mickey Lina, because that has also been a very dark pipeline for Liquid. Because they lost recently in the group stage. They picked it once at this tournament. They lost against Geekslate. And then the last time they played it was their last game of TI. They played it in Game 3 against Team Secret for that lower bracket final. Fly's going to die once again. Both times they lost with it.
Yeah, but that was a different Lina. I mean, we're not going to put that on him.
I mean, it wasn't. Well, the group stage game wasn't a different Lina.
What is this, the ghost of Lina past coming to haunt him? I mean, come on, Cap. This guy can play
saying,
Lina. They're very comfortable with Lina. I'm sure he'll do fine.
I don't know. I'm just saying there's a little bit of history here, you know?
You know, all I heard for the last couple of years is that you're a Liquid biased caster because all your friends are on it.
No. All you heard is that I'm biased towards
correct the other way.
North American teams because I'm North American.
That's
Foxy.
You're biased towards everybody. Can you blink? No, you can't.
Okay.
And that's
this little
Roche
pick
open.
off kind of ensures Roche, right?
Yeah, it ensures it for sure. I don't even think Shopify were close to contesting this. Enigma's way too clunky on the map right now. And I feel like this was the objective Shopify wanted at some point in this game with that Pango Marcy dual core. Instead, Lina's just going to stroll into it without even having to use BKB. Level 15 online for Mickey here. already up to that 2100 HP on that ranged hero. Talking about frontline, might not need it at this point. You have to find a fight soon here if you're Shopify, or at least split the economics evenly. If you're not doing either, and you're giving up rune control to Nisha, I worry about your scale here. I'm not even worried about the Lina scale. I'm worried about the Puck scale. This is one of the better carries at this tournament, the later games go.
Yeah.
He's playing versus almost no stuns.
Yeah, and he's got the Witchblade into Kaya build, so...
He's just going straight scale.
Yeah, his red clicks are going to be doing tons of damage. Forget about his magic damage.
You're going to have to catch him and burst him off the Marcy damage, and that is a tall order.
Yeah.
So I'm worried about Shopify just pushing this late from a deficit. I'm worried about it if it's even, but the deficit is extremely hard. And Liquid are continuing to close out the map. Arteezy shows bottom, instant teleport by Zai. He's going to continue to match him.
Fly, he's going to be... I don't even know what he is. I was going to say the body to step in front of it, but he just gets blasted so quickly. They're still going to be able to catch up to him thanks to the coil, and he's going to die. Arteezy's gone. And this is going to keep happening until he gets that BKB. And even once he gets that BKB, I don't think he has the answer to Lina or Puck until he has Basher.
Definitely not. I just want to say, Zai has this man on speed dial.
Yo, Artur,
and he's
where you
repeat
at?
call. He's repeat calling him. He knows where he's at. He's pinging that location. And you can see because he just leaves Fly, right? It's like, whatever, you guys clean that guy up. I don't care. I know my target in this game. I'm going to make his life a living hell. Every time you show on a wave, I'm going to match you. If the Marcy can't get farmed in this game, my other two cores have free reign. There is no damage that's going to come out from the rest of this lineup unless you land some crazy black hole. And I wish you the best, Saberlight, because you're playing versus a lot of long-range stuns and a Rubik who can turn it around against you, who's already done it once this game. Again, you have to find a fight here soon if you're Shopify. You cannot continue to play this map. Your lineup is not designed to split push these lanes super deep. You are not the ones with the Puck. You are not the ones with the super mobile heroes.
Did Mickey go boots and travel? He hasn't. He still has brown boots. So that is another option, right? The Puck is really good catch.
Yeah, even more.
But he could even go bots if they do try and make a split push, which, you know, doesn't really seem like it's possible from what you're saying.
Smoke, showing Zai mid, showing Mickey super deep bottom with a skeleton push.
Catching
into the jungle.
Arteezy again. This was a clever move. The coil's going to hold him in place. Not going to be able to rebound over to Saberlight like he wanted to. And Zai even pushing Saberlight and Fly away. Another LSA. Mickey has the attack speed. So you were saying that was, they baited out they showed the Lina bottom with the Aegis while they made that move, right? They made Shopify think that they were bottom while they were rotating up to top.
Yeah. Aegis hero bottom, Zai their frontliner mid, and they're controlling the other side of the map with 3-man smoke. They've just not forced Shopify to group up, and Shopify's not doing it, but that's kind of their only way back in the game. So where else is it going to come from? Because a couple more Arteezy deaths and you're looking at game 2.
Yeah.
And probably not going to see Marcy for a while.
Or at least Timbersaw banned, if so.
That's the problem, though. These heroes, if you don't play them a lot, you don't know all these matchups. I don't know all the Marcy matchups.
Yeah.
And you pick up some random hero last pick that you don't even have time to react to or maybe help the lane. Timbersaw's a really cheesy offlaner in that sense, too. Gets really brutal really quickly. I feel for him. At the same time, maybe some Marcy justice going down for all the pubs she ruined.
May not be in this game much longer as another pickoff from Liquid. It just keeps on going. Shopify cannot seem to show their faces outside of the base for an instant before Liquid immediately pounce. Both supports down. Mickey begins assaulting the high ground.
You don't have the toss back here. You have a blink punch, and Arteezy has to commit with no BKB. So in that sense, I wish you the best, sirs.
Yeah.
I wish you the best.
I don't know how Saberlight gets a black hole. That's like one of the game-changing abilities.
I'll tell you,
right?
I guess it. You go next game and repick Enigma, and you have things go better in the first 20 minutes. That's how you get a black hole, because he's not getting one. Honestly, don't cast it this game, man. It's just going to get stolen.
Yeah, like Mickey doesn't, like Mickey is alone hitting these buildings. Nobody else is anywhere near him. So it's either try and smoke around and catch some other heroes, or you throw a one-man black hole on Lina.
Look at Arteezy right now, man. At least he's got some time alone in the woods to reflect on the state of the game.
Please look at him. This is a man.
He's taking time to smell the trees. enjoy the breeze. It's like, guys, can you all smoke down here? Because I don't want to show on this wave. Look at how cocky Insania is. No one's here. Arteezy's still hiding from him. That is the state of this game,
Oh, we
man.
spotted now. Oh, they're going to catch him. Insania is going to get picked off.
Aha! My trap card.
Spent 5 minutes in the jungle, but I finally got that position 5.
That is definitely one of those deaths. Insania's just like, why the hell were you in the trees?
What's going on here? Well, you guys can hit the high ground, I guess. Liquid poke at it just a bit, push the creeps in on both sides.
I think they're enjoying the hunt. Arcane Rune for Nisha. He wants blood.
Oh, the TP away. Sees it. It's a
saw-
long TP. Where
Why
was that
was it
TP
long?
going, Arteezy? Oh, they're going to toss him to break the coil. Just the added bit and flair for Boxy.
Oh, you feel, I mean, there's no emotions. It's just stone cold. Arteezy's not too happy about the state of this one. This is going to end up being one of those games you just got to write off.
See some heroes bottom lane. You could think you can push out top, but that's not the case. Zai is going to make sure Shopify. Oh, nice use of the toss there. Putting him over to the hard camp creep, farther away from his base.
This is
and
just
that's
so
farther
Mickey.
away from safety.
That's just so Mika can farm neutrals while he's killing heroes. Just the extra efficiency, you know?
That is beautiful.
Hurricane Pike done. This is where that Lina hits 3,000 HP. I don't think you had the damage before, but you definitely don't have it now. Unless you get some crazy isolation here in the big black hole.
Critid's dreaming of an Aghanim Scepter. Dreaming of one. Oh, now the dream just got a little bit dimmer.
Buy
Bought a gem instead, so he is the full amount of gold away from Axe.
I don't know if D-wards are helping you, though.
Yeah. What are you going to D-ward?
Zai will show bottom, so if you're Shopify, you do have some time to push out here because he does not have the bots. In fact, he went E-Blade. Pretty cool Timber build. This build's just designed to make Arteezy's life as miserable as possible between Halberd and the Ethereal. When your BKB is out on Marcy, you are absolutely useless, so you got to make a count. They do have it, so you have that window with Gem BKB on Arteezy. He's going to lead the charge. Got to find something. They'll find a Rubik.
Nisha's already going to be able to jaunt away over to the orb. Drops the coil to help Insania get away here.
Does have a snowball if he sees a neutral.
Crit does manage to get the shard. The
There it is.
snowball gets him. Look at that pull. Mickey pulled the hard camp
help
over
your boy
to give
out.
him the help. Nice. That's the Han duo right there.
That's the duo that has the most games played together.
That is
That's
true.
active. Over 1,000. That's why. Save your buddy. Give him a high five.
All right, Aghanim Scepter done for the Pangolier. I still don't think that changes much.
It's a lot of extra damage.
Yeah.
They just need damage now. They need any way to get damage on these liquid heroes, particularly as Timber is going to frontline. Problem is you already have BKB on Timber. You have your full kit on Lina.
What's the ideal situation here for Shopify Rebellion? Because the fight looks near impossible. So
Liquid runs up a ramp blind as 5, and
Okay.
you Rolling Thunder all of them continuously for 10 seconds.
you just get the back and forth on the
Yeah, they got a
the
clump.
two-man avalanche instead with the toss over as well. The Pocket's going to take full advantage of that one. Immediately throw the
They're on
good
the
plate out.
Lina.
They do manage to get on top of Lina, but they force tap him away from that rolling ball and get him a little bit farther away. The snowball rolls on through, but you know that's going to be a dead tusk. And now the coil. Okay, nice use there by Abed. Rolling up to be able to get out of the coil. Arteezy doesn't have that same kind of magic immunity, though, so Abed is going to be the only real survivor of that team fight.
And the gem gone.
And the gem gone, and your barracks is gone, and you're probably going to have to GG out.
Yeah, start discussing the draft for game 2.
Yeah, seriously.
This one's sealed. I will note, Abed 4-0-4, so despite a very despite a very one-sided game, Abed still had a pretty decent time, you know?
He hasn't died yet?
This guy's good.
This is one of the biggest stomps of the entire
It
tournament,
really is,
and he's got
but-
0 deaths.
I mean, he's played pretty well, considering. Got to his items. Had
All
a
of
pretty good early
Southeast
game.
Asia's like, guys, please let Abed go. We want him back.
What can you do? You got to look for the silver linings, you know?
Okay.
That's
What
what
is the
I'm
silver
trying to help
lining?
Shopify right now. They're going to go backstage after this game. They're going to think, what went well for us? Abed. Abed went pretty well for us, you know? The roam
Abed
helped
killed
him.
Nisha a bunch.
He killed Nisha. That's true. Mental damage completed. Maybe mission successful. You wore him down.
I'll be honest, though. I don't know if Nisha, I'm not sure how much he tilts.
I don't think he knows what that means.
Yeah. Never even heard of the word. Okay, all in to fight for Roshan. 2 lanes of barracks is down. It's pretty much no question. If Shopify Rebellion lose this fight, it's just going to GG out. So, going to try and set up any way they can around this Roshan pit. Unfortunately, Team Liquid isn't just blindly going into the pit and trying to take it. That would be the ideal for Shopify here.
Maybe the one area you can get that crazy Rolling Thunder I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
When I say you have to kill 2 or 3 heroes in Rolling Thunder, I mean that literally.
Yeah.
You need this Rolling Thunder to destroy Liquid in some clumped up area, and then that'll set up Black Hole on top.
Maybe
They will find Zai. Got
Only
BKB.
got the BKB. Is that going to be enough to save him here? It looks like it. He's only down to half health. In fact, he's going to turn around and help. They've got Boxy in with the Avalanche. Nisha and Mikame to
BKB's
be able
out.
to follow
They
this
got
up.
him.
They do manage to kill the Timbersaw.
2,000 gold.
Can they get away, though? Nisha's going to make sure that Crit certainly isn't making it up. Fly's going to be tossed back in the LSA as well. So a 1-for-3 exchange. Oh, maybe a 4th one.
That's the game.
RTZ, that's it. GG out. They got Zai. And then they're done.
Hey, they got Zai, though.
Yeah.
Taught him a lesson. Don't try and frontline versus me, son. Take you down with me.
I feel like Nisha was more concerned about those deaths than getting a Game 1 victory over Shopify Rebellion. You see that camera shot? Even in victory, he was just like, all right, whatever.
Honestly, I feel like Liquid expected more, maybe.
Thought they put up more of a fight.
I mean, sometimes you build up all this adrenaline. You go in this game, you're super focused, you're ready for a battle, up the bracket, super good. You go in, it's super one-sided, it's just over, you're like, you get deflated.
Yeah, I mean, you heard
Okay,
a post-game interview from Quinn earlier. He said, you know, I didn't expect it to be that easy. And it's kind of looking like the other semifinal here might be the same.
That was too easy. Because now you're putting Liquid in a position where they have all the confidence in the world. Like, hell, that was game 1. What's game 2 going to look like? They gave us Lina. They didn't really have a good answer for Lina. Maybe this Marcy was some super secret TI-20 technology versus Lina that Arteezy's been practicing on a Smurf and none of us know about it, but that Timbersaw pick just destroyed his entire game. Zai had his number. Says, thank you, my friend.
You ever stoic Zai.
It's been a long time since we played on the same team.
That's true.
But this brought me home.
Arteezy and Zai working together to get Team Liquid a victory here in this game 1. And, I mean, you can kind of excuse it just because I feel like there was a massive draft advantage off of the Timbersaw pick, right?
It destroyed them. Yeah. Marcy Ench versus Timber, unless you're killing them once or twice super early and then you roll into this super fast regen for Arteezy, you can get to the jungle, maybe you have a couple stacks, he gets to faster battle fury. He can have impact in this game, but I also felt as if Shopify, they seemed very pressured in this early game.
Yeah.
There's a lot of kills happening, there's a lot of chaos, but that mid move where they go with everybody, Arteezy joins that move as a level 6 Marcy with Brown Boots Ring, maybe Broadsword, and dies. That move feels very forced for what the Shopify team wants to do, at least historically at least. I don't know if that move is Marcy helping that move? In theory, if that move goes super well for you, okay, maybe you blow the game open, but that seems very low probability versus a puck you can't really stun, and a Timber who can just TP in and clean up the fight because he's the strongest hero at that point. He kicked you out of his lane.
Yeah.
That's where I'm reading this game. Shopify felt very pressured as if they have to win their early game really hard, and I don't think that's the position this team wants to be in. I don't think it's the position you want to be in versus Liquid, who arguably you are never going to run over.
No.
I repeat, you are probably never going to run this team over. So you have to match them in the mid game and go late with confidence, which I think is where Shopify should aim. Don't go for the lane win. It's not going to work.
That's their MO. That's what they love.
I know, but it's not going to pan out for you.
All right, well, Team Liquid, they put Shopify Rebellion to the test, and Shopify, well, they came up with all the wrong answers, but our panel has all the right answers for you.
Yeah, word on the street is that you're not going to run over Team Liquid. I think a very wise man just 5 seconds ago said that. But then what do? Shopify Rebellion, North America as a region, has been known. Lane superiority is the name of the game. That's how you win the early game, and then you convert it into mid and late game. But if you can't run over Team Liquid, what do you do, Kevin?
Ooh, I mean, their late game plan was good. Marcy beats this their range carry, right? You want to get on top of them. You out DPS the Lina, but if your net worth isn't close, it's a bad sign. So yeah, they lost the lanes. The Timbersaw was a perfect solution against the Marcy. They pressured well there, but I think the most crucial thing was that they put all this resource trying to smash Nisha, and he just kept avoiding it. He just kept messing with them. Yes. It was like we watched like 6 minutes of them chasing him around to the Benny Hill theme, and he just never died. So I think Nisha basically tanked so much that it just compounded their advantage and put Liquid really ahead, and then the game just felt like slow and methodical after that, and they took the win.
I think that this is a really scary spot to be in right now for Shopify because they had that first pick, they got the Enigma. It's something that a lot of other teams have feared against Liquid, but when you're in this matchup now against Lina, it feels so freaking hard. Like, I don't know. At least for me, I kind of came into it and I was thinking they're going to be able to steal away this Enigma, but there are still so many problems when you go up against Lina.
Yeah, for sure. I think giving away Lina when you have first pick is so wildly bad that I cannot even, like...
Oh, no.
No, seriously, not to be that guy. But I understand why, right? You have to ban out... I mean, your first pick... Okay, I don't want to sound overly critical. Right. I will not sound overly critical. But obviously, they have an idea, right? They wanted Liquid to pick Lina. Maybe they're not afraid of Liquid's Lina. I know Shopify said in a DPC interview that they don't value this hero that much. But then, wasn't it Crit who said it, that he, as a position 4, feels like he can deal with Lina rather well? But then they lost to TSM 2-0 in the finals. Yep. And then afterwards, they started banning Lina, or picking Lina. It felt like they learned to respect the hero. But I guess they had this idea with Enigma that they could beat it on lane, right? It's conceptually pretty good on lane versus Lina because you always have a lane to you, so she can't really kill threat you. But I think fundamentally in the game, it's not good versus Lina unless you're rushing like Blink BKB, which sucks in this meta as an offlaner because she will just right-click you when you're pressing Black Hole anyway. So I don't think that's like the main problem in this game, but I don't feel like the idea that they had approaching this Lina worked out at all.
But I think that that's the important thing, too, is that it's like there's so many of these things and ideas that you need to try and counter with Liquid. You know, you have the Lina, there's NP, there's DP, there's Brood, there's the Enigma that we saw right here. All of these heroes change the way that the enemy team has to play, and it creates this situation where you're looking ostensibly for that play that you saw right there, where Marcy's on top of a hero with a Black Hole going in and finding the kill, but if you don't catch her in it, it's just everything falls apart.
And then they didn't even do that much to protect the Enigma after that. There are layers to this. So they picked the Enigma first because they think it's an answer to Lina. And then Liquid, afterwards, there was no even second phase ban against Rubik. And so Black Hole got stolen. This Saberlight Enigma never really feels safe just going hard on initiating on just the Lina. And that also allowed Zai to get a much more convenient last pick because I thought that like, oh, they could maybe go Beastmaster if they're looking for a BKB disabling stun against the Black Hole. Don't really need to worry about that because I already have the Rubik. Instead, I'm just going to use my last pick to counter this Marcy.
Yeah, I think what Miro said about like beating the Lina, that's what they expected it to do. It's like winning the lane is what they aim to do. It didn't work so well. I think Tiny helped because whenever the Eidolons duplicate, they're like, let's Avatos, Light Strike Array this shit, get like 3 last hits. That helps them stay ahead. And unfortunately, Saberlight is just kind of having weak performances. When I talked to Misery when he used to be the TSM coach at Stockholm Major, he said Saberlight was untiltable. He was like kind of wowed by it, but he's felt off. I don't know if that's the case anymore.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even want to blame Saberlight entirely. Like, sure, he missed his first Black Hole and he gave away the second one, but that didn't really feel like the issue that game, right? This last pick, Timbersaw versus the overall 23 Marcy, like, they had to deal with this Timbersaw. So because so much attention was being, like, thrown by Shopify onto the mid lane to deal with Nisha, Timbersaw had free reign. Like, it genuinely had free reign, and the bottom lane also had free reign because you can't counter Lina, honestly. You try, but she always finds a way back into the game. And then after Nisha tanked all this pressure, these two heroes paid it back. Like, they just played so well afterwards. The one time that Timber did die or they tried to make a play on it, it took 5 heroes to do so. And you don't want to be put in a position, draft-wise, where you have to throw 5 heroes to deal with an offlaner.
Guys, I got an idea. I got an idea. Just ban the Lina, right?
Love that.
Nailed it.
You nailed it.
I don't know about this.
Well,
No.
they banned
too
Tree.
simple.
No, it's like, I think Liquid are just one step ahead of Shopify. I feel like they had an idea of what they wanted to do, and they exploited them. And I think Shopify's tendency to last pick their carry for Arteezy backfired here, because usually when you don't see the carry and you have 23 pick for your carry, I mean, you don't see the enemy offlaner,
Yeah.
you have to go with something like a Razor or a Doom, you know, something that doesn't really matter if you get counterpicked, it's going to have impact on the game, or something that doesn't really get countered on lane, like the Razor, right? But you go for this Marcy, because Marcy counters Lina, but how can your Marcy counter Lina if Marcy gets countered on lane?
Yeah,
right?
and the other ban that was in the last phase was Ursa, which is like the better version, more reliable version of what Marcy does to Lina.
Yeah.
So then they left them open to this Timber Saw. Imagine if you had Ursa versus Timber in lane. You're right off the bat would be in a much better place. So, I mean, ultimately, Liquid banning Brood Prophet in first phase instead of doing Brood Lina themselves kind of created this whole thing. They are the ones that did the weird thing, right? Almost every team bans Brood with the Lina when they're on second pick.
But also, Liquid is the team that loved to play Nature's Prophet more than almost anybody else. I mean, Shopify started doing it themselves afterwards, so maybe with first pick you can make the argument that you could take NP instead and then give the Lina to them, and then you feel a little bit more comfortable, but you don't have Treant at that point, which is sort of that armor defense thing that we've been seeing as the real answer for these like ranged cores. So it's kind of tough.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, you never want to give Prophet to Liquid. They are the best Furion team in this entire tournament. They're the ones that kind of like realized how strong it was and brought it to everybody's attention. And yeah, I would be more scared of their Furion than I would be of their Lina, but I think that their solution to it was not convincing. Because let's not make it too much about Enigma, right? Because there are too many things going on in that game to just make it about the Enigma. So I don't feel like it's kind of a disservice to Saberlight to hyper-focus on him here.
I can give another idea then. What was the motivation behind the Marcy as Shopify Rebellion returned back to the stage? Because when we see Marcy counter out the Lina, she usually has a +1, either in the form of a support, like the IO that was so popular as a Marcy pairing in the group stage, or some other right-clicker that makes sidekick useful. Here, Marcy's pairings were a Pangolier and an Enigma as her other cores. So what is Marcy really doing? She's not going to be able to solo carry.
I can talk about Marcy for a long time, so
Please.
I don't want to hijack the panel, so
Go for
Purge,
it.
if you had anything you want to say.
No, go ahead.
No,
Marcy
seriously,
show.
please
Nope.
go.
No, I really wasn't
Okay.
ready.
I am a strong believer in Marcy carry,
Okay.
but it needs to be enabled, and when you're picking it on 23, you're not enabling it. That's not when it comes out. You either like first pick it with your IO, or you save it for overall 24, right, before you get Timbersawed or something. Because this hero, fundamentally, versus Lina, yes, it's good, right? Because you get a Blink
Even
Dagger, you
just
get
by herself? Or does she need a +1?
Her damage is
She is better. She's better with a +1 because she has a lot of weaknesses that I want to point out. But I just want to say that like once you get to that point where you have like Blink, BKB, you get on top of this Lina and Basher, she cannot fight you back because Marcy's Unleashed has a BAT reduction, and that's what makes it so hard for anybody to fight back into her, especially any kind of hero that's relying on attack speed. So that's why she owns so much. But Marcy has weaknesses. She has flaws. She sucks at pushing out lanes.
Okay.
She needs to build a Battle Fury if she doesn't have a support like Io enabling her.
Yeah.
She can get caught out on side lanes because she sucks at hitting jungle creeps too, right?
True.
If you can't hit jungle creeps, you have to go to the side lanes and hit side lane creeps. But when you get side lane creeps, when you hit it, what happens to you? Puck comes and he coils you, right? How many times did we see that Marcy getting dream coiled by the Puck? It was so sad to watch. But that's what happens to this hero. You can't just pick it and depend on it. Like, especially if you go for this Battle Fury build, she takes a lot of time. And if you're lost the lanes at that point, there's no way for you to enter the game as a Marcy.
Yeah, fair points, but then I'm left wondering what Shopify Rebellion's idea was with getting it, because if their concept to winning the game was let's go high speed, because none of the cores are particularly greedy on Shopify. It's the Enigma, it's the Pango. These are heroes that are willing to get active early on, especially the way that Saberlight built here with the Greaves and the Pipe. Let's group up. But the push isn't that great from Shopify Rebellion. You have an Enchantress creep, and you have Eidolons, and then you just kind of have to hope that Marcy gets a pickoff and you can convert it into a building.
Are you talking shit about Enigma's push potential over there?
I'm saying
Did
it's
you just do
just
and Enchantress?
Enigma.
Just Enchantress and Enigma, Neil? Come on. That's like the 5-minute wonder crew.
It's so strong. And the other
Where
thing, too,
was it then?
I mean, it was gone. We were wondering where it's at.
Their lanes didn't go so well.
You gotta win lanes to
Gotta
push.
win lanes.
You gotta win lanes to push. How do you push if you don't win lanes?
You ain't
Don't
doing
leave
that against
Timbersaw.
Team Liquid. Yes, leaving Timbersaw I think was a critical flaw for sure.
Here's the big thing. I think that they just need to put that game out of their mind, try and reset completely, change up the first round bans. They're probably going to have second pick this time around on Shopify, I would imagine. I don't
Actually, I got word that they won the coin flip and chose Dire, so they're more interested in side as opposed to pick.
Wait, who? Liquid or Shopify?
Oh no, I've been lied to actually.
Okay.
Wait, I'm confused.
That's good.
So much lying.
Who has what?
Yes, we'll find out in a second.
Liquid chose second pick.
Liquid chose second pick.
Correct.
So Shopify have first pick again, which means they've still got a lot of different options. They're going to have to give up something here, and they're going to take something for themselves.
That is how they're banning and picking.
Yes, it is. But I think that there's like 5 key heroes that really stand out to me, and it's going to be between Lina, NP, DP, Brood, and Enigma again. And I think this time you give up the Enigma and you take the NP or the Lina. One of those two.
So you're also going to let Treant go through because Shopify banned out the Treant last time.
Yes.
Okay.
I think you can give up Tree Lina's spooky, but then you can take Enigma back at the end with the NP. So I think that's decent.
There's no way you give Trilina.
No?
No, don't do that. After you just lose to Lina, I mean, if you're Shopify or Liquid.
If you are Shopify,
No.
I think you can take MP with Enigma at the end, potentially, and give up Tree Lina.
I disagree because Tree makes Lina a better core-to-core matchup against Nature's Prophet when you just slap her armor on.
But what if
you counter the BKBs? It counters the black hole as well.
Okay,
no matter what, it like literally covers everything.
We can leave this speculation
Ooh.
to the draft panel.
Dude, I love those guys.
Those are great guys.
We won't get to talk to them quite yet, but we get to talk to them soon, so I will allow more speculation.
I think they just want it more.
Speculate
That's what I'm
away.
gonna say.
Can I just highlight that I really think that second pick is kind of the counter to Shopify and the way that they've been drafting around Arteezy. Because if you're able to counter pick Arteezy's like last pick carry that they've always been doing, it just makes that game plan so much easier.
But does that mean that you always have to save Zai for last pick?
I mean, ideally, yeah, but you can counter a carry through like other means if you have to. Like that's where like flex picks come in initially, right? So I just think that it makes it so easy because I remember watching. This was yesterday, right? Sorry, time has blended, but
You haven't told me the
Shopify
game yet.
played versus Spirit.
Yes, that did happen yesterday.
Okay, so there was like this game where it almost felt like certainly Shopify should have picked that Slark to close out their second phase to play versus Batrider.
Oh, right, yeah.
But they didn't. And then they banned out all the good anti-Bat heroes, and they still like last picked 24 this Arteezy stun, which didn't do anything. I don't know why they're so insistent on only picking his hero then, but I feel like that flaw can be exploited by teams that are able to identify this. And I think Liquid is, of course, one of those teams able to identify this.
It's possible they're just doing it because, as of the group stage, Arteezy's hero pool was super, super wide. He had like 14 or 15 different heroes played or something like that. It was kind of wild.
Was Marcy one of them?
I don't remember.
I don't think so.
It was not. I can answer. It was a rhetorical question. But you know what was Shadow Fiend. So give me back Shadow Fiend, and maybe we'll see it in this draft for game number 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid.
Welcome one and all here to the draft panel for game number 2 between Team Liquid and Shopify Rebellion. Game 1 went in favor of Team Liquid. Game 2, the opener seems very similar here as Dini. I see Rebellion go for the first pick, Enigma. They are on the dire side. Before we get into the meat of this draft, I want to just mention something. Team Liquid have literally not lost a single game on Radiant this entire tournament. Kind of incredible, especially considering that Radiant is 45% win rate up until this point. Game 1, you did not like the opener of the Enigma when we have a situation that the Lina's in the pool. Lina is gone. Do you like the Enigma a little bit more as a result?
It's not that bad now because I see Enigma doing 3 things. One thing is Black Hole. Last game he was countered with a Rubik. I see he doing Wave Shove. He's already countered by Alina with BOT. And I also see he buying auras, and he's countered with a Timber Saw that does pure damage. So it was Enigma that he was countered on the 3 things he's supposed to do. And when you pick him against Alina, that's already countering on this split with the BOT, is winning her lane also against him, so he's not taking the tower. He's not doing anything. It's like 1 hero less. So why your first pick is 1 hero that's going to be useless in the game? Now with Alina, the hero is not going to be that useless. It's already a better feeling.
Yeah.
But I don't see that much reason to prioritize this hero. I don't think it's super strong. I think it's a strong hero against Treant Protector. Treant always pairs up with Lash or DP, and Enigma is this counter. But they banned Treant, so I don't see why prioritize Enigma, honestly.
Well, they have still gone for it, and the response from Team Liquid, they have not gone for the Lina, of course, as it is banned out. They still stick with the Tiny, and they go back for the Snapfire. This is, just classic quintessential Liquid right now here. Fear picking up heroes that can be very versatile in the draft. They flex this Tiny between multiple positions. In the previous game, we saw Boxy play it in the 5 role, basically. We've seen it being played mid. Snapfire has been played in the 3 and in the 4. Probably can play it in the 5 as well. I think Insania did have 1 game on the Snap. So, very diverse opener. Question for you, why did they not choose to go for the Death Prophet in this first phase when it was available?
I just don't think they wanted to play into the Enigma here. I think Liquid's a team that really enjoy their flex picks. And one role you didn't mention for this Tiny is Mickey has played it in the safe lane against the Enigma. So, they want to be able to be one of those teams that, confuses you throughout the draft. You don't know where any hero is going, and they're going to get you with their last 2 picks and be like boom, boom. And we got a Timbersaw, we got the lead on the other game. They just want to be able to just outpick you really hard when it matters. And you're going to see DP might not even get banned, because I think Rebellion doesn't necessarily know what they want to do. But from the DPC, we did see multiple times, whenever they picked up that Obid Tusk early on, they always banned the Ember and the Batrider.
Yep.
So there is a chance that they're really thinking about this Tusk being a possible mid-pick.
I think they were probably feeling the pressure, Estina, from the previous game about, because it kind of felt like Arbiter was the only one able to make moves across the map. And I think that's generally not a strategy that's going to work out against Team Liquid. You have to be able to take the fights in multiple different ways, not necessarily be uber reliant on Black Hole either. So what other heroes do we have right now in your mind for the side of Rebellion to help them in that regard, so they can always close the gap and always ensure they have the advantage in the team fight?
Can be a hero, in my opinion. They can play the support hero. He can steal really good spells. Avalanche, all Snapfire spells, really great for him. Thompson, also one more reason to go for that Rubik. But they're in a very tough situation, especially for a Tusk mid, because you need potential to gank other lanes. And when Liquid goes for this opener that they flex the Snapfire, they flex the Tiny, they will choose to counter the 3-lane matchups. So you're gonna have losing lanes if they go as expected by Liquid. So it's a very tough situation that you're at here at Shopify. If they play Tusk as 4, they might also lose the lane. Undying is really great against Enigma in lane, although it seems like Enigma favorite matchup. You can just dive him when you get level 2, especially if you pair up with a hero with kill potential into Enigma. This hero can be a Dawnbreaker type of hero, a Kanka type of hero, Gyro. So there are many options that can punish this Enigma, so you don't have kill potential already in one side lane.
Speaking of side lanes here, where do you think this TA is going to be going? Arbit, of course, has played this hero before, but generally speaking, when Rebellion play a TA, I'm expecting it to be for the A-God in the safe lane. I feel a lot more comfortable here if I see the TA come in as the 18th pick, right? We've seen it before in the tournament, 18th pick TA leading into a very good draft, and then you can even have a super greedy safe lane, like a Draw Ranger down the line. What do you make of this TA here for Rebellion and the position in which they picked it?
I mean, I think it's decent because, as you mentioned, both Arteezy and Obid do play it, so they can flex it all the way to the end here, depending on what they see, because they need to match Team Liquid's flex picks with their own, so they can get it the best possible pick, and we got the Rubit that Steenie did want there. It is a good hero for Fly. He can play it, but normally we see crit on it. But you're not flexing your TA if you make if you make Obid play this Tusk mid either, right? So I think there's a high likelihood that this might just be a Fly Rubik, something that he doesn't play a ton of. He'll bust it out every once in a while, but we'll have to see where that goes. But I think just flexing this TA is their choice here. I don't see how it's particularly the best TA game ever. Maybe they're trying to protect themselves a bit against maybe the Snapfire going mid. I see TAs do pretty well versus Tiny lately in the mid lane as well, so
maybe it's
interesting to see where they're going.
Is a hero that does well against TA. Okay, Draw.
All right, Draw Ranger. That's a hero that we've seen a decent amount versus Enigma. You do have the multi-shot that can deal with the Eidolon spam. And nowadays you see these Undyings, they're valued a bit on their wave clear, because they are maxing Decay now, and it does a decent amount of damage to the creeps now if you do max that out. So if you're spamming Decay and you're also doing the multi-shot, you can actually take out these Eidolons in the laning stage. So a decent pickup there, and obviously versus TA, if you break through the refraction, you will have that armor that you can just pierce right through with the Drow ultimate.
I really like this response as well, Astini, because whenever I see this Draw Ranger, I want to see it in a game where the enemy team does not have that much gap close, right? She's even more squishy than Alina in many respects, and she becomes weaker in the fight as you close the gap, obviously, with the marksmanship. And now, because you have TA and Enigma already, feels like the Tusk can only really play support, and if that is the case, that means that it's going to take a while for Blink Dagger to come. The team just feels really slow in terms of closing the gap onto this Draw Ranger.
Yeah, they can go another backline hero together with this draw and play some fast tempo. They have a really easy Roche with Undying. Any hero they get together with Undying is going to do a fast Roche. So they can just group up as 5 and take objectives. Shopify won't have any jump. Tusk is really bad against draw because Gus is just way too good because you're just gonna you're just pushing the heroes away. They jump at you and you push them away. So this Draw Ranger is very protected here. They have a lot of trouble killing her. I like the Zeus ban because that might be the only way to kill her is like outraging. So some Zeus Wyvern made Coral type of hero can be the hero to do enough damage.
Yeah, they need burst.
I mean, sorry, I was just like, I got a little mixed up. Shopify is actually the first pick there. Had a little difficulty at the beginning of the draft, but they're not going to be able to flex this TA. As I thought they would be able to, if thought they were second pick there. They are first pick here, so they kind of like pick this TA, and now if they really want to, they can kind of choose the match. They're going to see what matchup's going to be, right? Because they're going to have the last pick on Liquid here, and then Zai is probably going to have his choice of the counter pick to Arteezy. So I really want to see Arteezy not put himself in a situation like last game where he's playing a hero that kind of needs to win the laning stage to be able to have impact in the game. Because Marcy's the type of hero where you really have to win your lane to be able to get the items, to be able to farm. And when you're on first pick, that just simply isn't going to happen if the enemy offlaner is willing to late pick their hero.
Right now, one thing that really concerns me as well, I look at this Liquid draft. The Tiny is fairly nice body. Enigma, no, the Undying can go fairly far forward. We already have the Snapfire, who presumably, if he goes offlane, can buy Greaves or whatever Zai ends up picking up. Just lots and lots of sustain in Shopify. They need burst. Outranging and outbursting is required here. That's a good Storm ban. Like, Albert Storm would have been very scary in this situation. Astini, where do you prefer this TA to go? Because now they have to reveal what lane it's going to occupy. Do you want to put this mid or safe lane?
Or you flex it. That's the only way they can get away with it. But there aren't many flexes between carry and mid. I was thinking some Razor hero. Doesn't really fit their lineup, but I feel if they show where TA is going, it's going to get countered.
That's kind of the beauty of the SF ban that they did as well, right? Because like, that as a hero, I think Rebellion really would rather have the SF instead of like the TA in this spot here. And they're just going to go ahead and show it. It's going to be an Abed Primal mid, a hero that can get on top of the Drow Ranger at some point in the game. Arteezy is now going to have to either deal with a counter pick here, or they're just going to play the Tiny Snap lane, which is pretty strong on its own regard, right?
Yeah.
Then Abed is going to get counter picked here by Nisha. And Primal is not a hero that I see tons of obvious counters to, and that's why they went for it. It's normally going to have a decent laning stage, no matter what it goes against. I can't really... Do you think of anything where you see Primal
Storm
mid?
is good, but
it's
they banned.
Yeah.
You don't want to puck into TA. The shard is just way too good against the puck.
Puck's banned.
Yeah.
Zeus is banned.
Amber's banned. All the spirits, all mobility heroes. There's just Quap here.
I thought DP obviously would do well, but do you want to play Queen of Pain if you're not Quinn? I don't know.
We saw something very similar to this, actually.
But then you can
Clock
just...
mid?
No, you can like Tiny mid and you have the Clockwork in your lineup.
Oh, yeah. They have done something similar to this on the side of Rebellion, where they put the Primal Beast Enigma lane into Lina, and I forget what the other hero was. We saw that during the DPC. So there's small potential that Primal is actually still a flex pick, and they're deciding on...
Depending
on the matchup. Yeah, between that and Tusk, and then the other one will go with Enigma. And now that they see Morphling, because this Morphling, presumably this is the Nisha Morphling?
Yeah, it's going to go mid. I think they chose to go with Greed here. They want to punish the Primal in the mid lane here. They realize, hey, we got a free lane for potentially a morph. Is that, am I seeing that correctly? Is Nisha playing it?
It's Nisha.
No, Nisha,
it's Nisha. Good. I thought that Mickey was on it for a second. It was going to be a Drow mid. I was like, no. But no, this is pretty good here because it's going to get a lot of free farm. It's a pretty slow lineup, though, because Zai's not really a playmaker. Undying's not a playmaker. They have no playmaker, so they just want to win all 3 lanes until they have their item timings. And it's going to be up to a lot on Boxy to make the space for these cores to come online. But Drow Morph, very strong combination. The Aura at some point with a 5-man with BKBs, it'll be hard to deal with.
One thing that really concerns me about this draft when I see this Morphling come out is that it compounds another issue. This is not an easy hero to kill, right? As the game scales later and later, and pretty much just Abed that's supposed to, or Arteezy rather, getting 0 to 100 to 0 hero very, very quickly. How do they make this work on the side of Rebellion here? In the group stage, you were always talking
He's
about...
gonna carry everything. He's gonna stomp, and Liquid will be Shoppified.
Are they gonna get Shoppified?
Because we get game 3.
I mean, I personally think that Saberlight is set up for a much better game this time around. He's got to bring the Black Holes this game. We didn't see him last game. He was saving them for this game.
Okay, saving the Black Holes for game number 2 here between Liquid and Shopify Rebellion. As it stands right now, Team Liquid 1 game away of getting themselves into the upper bracket final and guaranteeing top 3 here at the Lima Major. Of course, Rebellion, this is a squad we've seen come back from the brink of disaster before. We've also seen them fall apart after a difficult loss. Which version of Rebellion will show up? Will they be able to Shopify their opponent, or are their stocks just going to be completely liquidated as it stands right now? We find out, though, with the incredible duo. We have SVG, we have Cap, and for a game of this magnitude, there's no more alliterations. Just give us the hype, boys, and take it away.
Oh, we're going to try and give you the hype, but we are going to need some assistance from Shopify Rebellion because we tried to give you the hype in game 1, and honestly, there wasn't much to give. Shopify Rebellion really got stomped, and game 2 is looking pretty scary as well. I mean, Avery, you were referencing a stat. This is Nisha Morphling.
Yeah, it is, I believe, the second all-time hero player pairing in terms of win rate over 70 games, whopping 78% pretty much. In terms of win rate for Nisha on this Morphling. The only player to beat him out, I think, is Universe on Faceless Void, which was auto win back in the day. So if that's who you're behind, that's not a bad list to be behind.
He's got an average KD of 7.74 on this hero, 303 last hits, 21.91 denies. I mean, 617 GPM, 636 experience per minute. This guy's stats on Morphling are insane.
It's the best. He's the best Morphling in the world. People forgot about it. I used to play it back in those old majors where it was the Morphling Terrorblade meta.
Yeah.
Remember who was going mid with Morphling? It was Nisha back on Secret. So they're busting it back out here. He had a lot of picks though, right? I was thinking you could have picked Quap, you could have picked Huskar, you could have picked Tinker. There was a lot of cheese that could have came out. But he's going to go back to what he is most confident with, which is his OG hero, the Morphling. And why not? If Nisha asks for it, you give it to him.
Now, I don't want to stay on the negative, but I thought you made a really interesting point. You saw this Drown Ranger pick coming a mile away. You said, Shopify, you need to ban this. They didn't ban it. It gets picked up by Team Liquid. Yeah. Why is it so good here?
I mean, you're running into the same Enigma into the later pick Drow archetype, where suddenly you're Enigma and you have to play versus a bunch of ranged cores. On top of that, Drow is giving 2 tanky frontliners extra armor versus a TA lineup. I really don't like these Enigma physical-oriented lineups into Drow Ranger because not only is the spacing bad for you in the fight, but you can't kill the Drow's frontline because they're extra tanky with the Drow armor. Nisha's going to have a billion extra agi. He doesn't even need it. But this Psy Snapfire is also going to have a bunch of agi and armor on a strength ranged hero in the offlane. So you're really happy here if you got this Drow, if you're Liquid. Not only you have the Undying to pair with it as well. That said, I do like Shopify's chances better this game just because the one saving grace was Abed. And he's on a hero that can just take over games a lot more than the Pango in terms of acceleration. Like, this Primal Beast can go absolutely ham. Not having the greatest early start versus Nisha, though, that has me a little worried.
Yeah. He kind of needs that early. He did a great job in game 1. Let's not forget. Abed, 4-0-4 in game 1, despite, Shopify getting stomped by Liquid. So if he can have that kind of performance in game 2, you're saying, he could actually just kind of take over the game. What was preventing that in game 1?
The connections were just way harder. I think Mickey on Lina is also a lot less susceptible than this Drow, particularly in the early game.
Nice cookie. That might be first blood. Fly with the telekinesis and the wand charges will be fine.
You have to be a little careful in this lane. Again, they put the Undying in the off lane here to dodge that Enigma matchup.
Yeah.
It's a pretty rough matchup, especially when the lane gets super pulled back. So the second time Boxy Tiny going to the safe lane with his carry on a ranged hero, we'll see if Shopify can punish him as hard as they did last game. Because they did punish the Tiny early to a decent amount.
Yep.
Again, I don't want to let Mickey just sit down here forever, though. I want to see Saberlight eventually kick him out, gain some momentum, and that's where the Primal Beast can help with that. If Abed can get 1 or 2 rotations going to this side lane in particular, give them a momentum in the early tower, then you can collapse the space.
Oh, top lane, they got the Tombstone out. That's going to be enough to be able to kill RTC. Insania picks up the first blood. Tombstone traded out, but well worth it for Team Liquid, obviously.
At least you got the Tombstone kill.
True.
You can take that gold to your grave. This is a tough lane. This is not a fun lane. Snapfire Undying for what is basically a melee core in TA until way later.
Yeah, as seen from Fly, being expertly body blocked by Insania. Meanwhile, a little bit of roll away from Crit on the bottom lane. You know, so you were talking about, okay, Abed needs to have a good game. You want to see him rotate to bottom to shut out this Drow Ranger at some point in time. And I was thinking, oh, well, then Crit can roam into mid and have some impact there, and then they can roam back to bottom together.
That's
but then I looked at it, and it was
roaming. Too much roaming.
Yeah, it's a Nisha Morphling. You can't.
Yeah, you can't
roam onto Morphling.
That's why mid morph is so obnoxious. Yeah. Every mid player hates playing against mid Morphling because he sits there, he out CSs you, and you can't do anything to him. Bar a few really good matchups where you just completely destroy him in the early waves, which didn't happen. So already, all 3 lanes going Liquid's way.
Chasing after Zai. That was an interesting move. Nisha should be fine here.
I mean, you can get the damage on him, but it's just to prevent him playing aggressive on you.
Right.
I don't want to see Crit go to mid. I want to see you play these side lanes. I want to see you pressure the Drow, survive top. Maybe you get some Ancient stacks up for TA later and try and hit that mid-game timing. Again, similar to last game, if you can't force this Roshan with your Roche killers when Enigma has the auras, are you going to be happy on the map versus Morphling and Drow, who are in theory out carrying you here?
They got him!
They got him. Actually did get him. Okay. So once again, Nisha getting killed early with a hero I did not expect to see it on. Crit makes the rotation work.
Tombstone's going to be dropped here. Oh, the cookie used on the zombie. Not Undying, but Undying zombie. And they have the sentry out, so Arteezy had no way to be able to get rid of those. He was thinking, I'll go invis. The zombies will dispel. If they can't see you, they do go away. But sentry already laid in place.
Still, you get the return kill on Mickey.
That is really good.
And as much as Arteezy is suffering to these Tombstone kills, he's maintaining the net worth on the lane, right?
Yeah.
This is different than last time around where you killed Timber once, but Arteezy was falling very far behind in terms of just staying on the lane with regen and CS-wise. TA can always go jungle too. You get some stacks, you're going to be happy. Like Abed playing super aggressive here. I really like this. If he can steal enemy runes, being an aggressive part of the map, it helps make these connections. It helps make Mickey a little scared. Where is this Primal Beast right now? Maybe he has to play a little bit back. These are the little things that are going to set up the early aggression for this Primal Beast to get out of control, which is the name of the game.
Yeah, look at him. He's chilling so far back. Now, what actually happened was Abed TP'd straight back to Fountain. So he's nowhere near here, but they know he was last in that jungle area.
He killed all the creeps before he TP'd, right?
Yeah, he did.
So he doesn't know where he is. He knew he was around that area, but of course, Abed will show back mid. Decent off-the-map presence from him. And now it's a question of, can you keep this momentum going? Because similar to last game, I do think you want to go into that mid-game with an advantage here if you're Shopify. I don't think you want to end up in a similar scenario where Liquid just run away on all 3 cores.
This is an awkward timing on this rotation.
Yeah,
nice
really
try there
deep.
from Abed. But yeah, Crit's up here in the top lane.
Maybe
He's
not
trying to
too
make a
awkward.
move. Maybe they can still make it. Yeah, they're going to start getting aggressive. Crit pops out. Deal with the Tombstone nice and quick. Snowball over to Insania. Now, he is pretty tanky, but they have the Shard. Telekinesis, a little bit of overlap there, but it's fine. They should still be able to get this kill with the Meld Strike, finishing the blow.
Okay, so some decent XP going their way, getting Arteezy to the top of the net worth
Oh,
chart
he
here,
got
and he
him!
got him.
Abed got him!
Ooh,
Abed
okay.
is showing up on the main stage here. He
Look
said,
at
"I'm
that
sorry."
reaction.
Wait a minute. I thought this was the best player in the world.
Yeah, nobody told me.
Nobody told Abed.
Was that him on the voice line?
Snowball from behind. Zai's going to be caught up a little bit here. Now, he does have Cookie. He does have some wand charges, but it's not going to be enough against 3 heroes when his support is still out of commission.
The roam's going to work. Abed's going to work. I love when these guys get these huge game-changing kills, and it's the player cam, and it's just completely stoic. That is the most energy we've seen out of Abed in years. We can tell he is elated.
Well, he's probably been dead inside ever since, you know.
I mean, this is
back
good.
to back grand final appearances or something.
Yeah,
without a win.
All that winning does wear on you. I wouldn't know, but I've heard it takes a heavy toll. Now Abed
sneaking from behind. Zai TP'd out here, I think. So if he dies here, it's going to be pretty awkward. But Abed did not feel comfortable with that.
And this is good news for Shopify. That's what I was saying. Game 1, Abed still looked pretty good in that game, all things considered. And he killed Nisha early. So again, he's going to kill him twice here on a hero that I did not expect Nisha to be going down on. Nisha's having a rough day. I mean, about as rough a day as you can give this guy.
Yeah.
Honestly, he's still up there in the net worth and doing pretty well. But
it's a good sign for Shopify, and in particular Abed, I do think it's kind of a disturbing sign for Team Liquid, for everybody else, you know? I mean, these guys still thwomped game 1, and Nisha had a bad game. You know what? Like,
he's gonna find Mickey here too.
Okay,
Dodges the
nice.
Gus. This guy is playing out of his mind right now.
How did he
is
dodge
giving
that Gus?
him a really good chance to win this game too. Base boots, extra move speed.
Nice.
I feel like Liquid's a little off this game compared to last one.
Yeah,
maybe
so.
the dinosaur putting him back into the prehistoric age. That was the
Coming
best
to
I
my
could
world.
come up with. Yeah.
That was pretty good.
You know about being old, Cap. You can relate to Primal Beast.
Yeah, you could have referenced Jurassic Park. Looks like the T-Rex is out of the cage.
I think that's a little played out. I'll leave that to you.
Okay.
But now look, Mickey's kicked out of bottom. Now he has to go mid. He's taking the Morphline's lane. And Morphline is not a hero you can go and rotate and do the same thing Primal Beast is doing. Nisha is not top right now. He's not creating space. He's jungling a hard camp, which means free tower bottom, space for Arteezy. A much better segue into this mid game for Shopify off of what was arguably an equally good start for Abed last game, but they couldn't transition it. Now you're transitioning it. This is what you want to see, and this is the strength of this hero. He is the strongest early game hero in Dota. You have to look out for him.
Boxing
Every
may have
charge.
just given up his life to secure a bounty refill on the bottle for Nisha. Now, Trample is not quite up. He's going to have to dive into this tier 2 a little bit. Abed does still pick up the kill on Boxy.
Getting to that 007 license to kill. Already has the license.
Yeah, let's see if he can get a 5th kill this time around.
That's true. He got stuck at the 4 last time.
Yeah.
Though I think it's looking a little better for him. And now they're doing this mid clash. Kind of same archetype as we saw last game. Setting the Enigma and the Primal Beast connection into this aggressive jungle where you can start to backdoor mid with the Eidolons, not even committing the heroes.
This is where things went wrong, though, for Shopify in game 1.
This setup is better because I don't think Arteezy is going to come number 1.
Yeah,
He's going to AFK jungle with TA, which is what you want to have happen. And the Primal Beast is a lot stronger in this type of scenario.
He still got off the trample. Having a hard time, though.
The
Killing
toss missed.
Insania. Now he's going to have to just onslaught himself away. The snowball over the side here.
The Kisses trying to
get
catch.
away. The Kisses are also trying to catch Abed, but he is far too tanky and apparently a little bit too fast for that. Oh, and he got an Arcane Rune, too.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Present on the way out. You do lose crit there, and that move does not complete on the tower. Diving this tier 1 mid into Tombstone is really tough.
Yeah,
especially they
sure.
don't have an easy early game Tombstone killer, so I'm happy to see that Shopify did not overextend into that play.
Yeah, it's like once again it goes wrong, but it went wrong in the most mild way possible. Arteezy was still farming. Right, they only lost the support. That was whatever.
Arteezy is a little low level, but he can catch up off the Ancients. There's only 1 stack. Again, the aggressiveness from Shopify probably outweighs that Ancient stacking, so I'm okay with that trade too. And now you have a quick smoke off the Arcane Rune Primal Beast. It's been all Shopify this early game. They do not want to give any momentum back to Liquid. I can understand why. This is a scary lineup of Liquid if you give any pace back to them.
Yeah.
Now you're going to get a block on the Ancients. Pretty good Observer wards here. Man, look at the vision behind this tier 1 top. And that's where Mickey is. So now you eliminated his triangle. You're going to cut him off, go back for the tier 1 mid. This tower's gone. Really good pace here from Shopify early.
Oh, they're going to TP up there. They're going to fight this. They see Mickey. He got it after the tower died, and now Mickey is going to fall again as Arteezy and Abed get the final hits in to finish him off. Now, Arteezy is still in a bit of trouble here. The Tombstone out is a problem. They don't have a way to deal with this, but he can at least kill the undying. He falls. Zai's going to die as well, and apparently the Tombstone doesn't matter.
It's just gold for Fly, who stole Shredder. So now you have a Tombstone killer.
Oh, nice.
Normally, you're pretty sad about stealing Shredder on this hero, but this game, it's not too bad.
It's one of the rare times it's good.
Shopify have the entire map at 12 minutes. I said you can't run this team over. I think Bulba heard me and got mad.
Yeah, he says, I'll show you.
Screw you, I am going to run this team over. And he got run over.
Saberlight had a rough game 1. That was the best black hole he's had all series long. And that was a sneaky move. From the trees, getting a black hole to surprise Nisha's Morphling.
He's had a rough game on this Morph. And you don't have another playmaker, right? Who's initiating these fights for Liquid compared to last game?
Yeah, maybe this is a little too greedy from Liquid.
Might be. Maybe they're their own Achilles heel. Shopify taking advantage of it.
They're going to try and TP down to bottom lane to help out Boxy here, and they saw the TPs coming on the side of Shopify, so they're like, okay, we forced a reaction. That's good enough.
Look at how far away he is from Blink compared to last game, though. We're at 13 minutes. He's 1,100 off, and there's not a lot of space to get it on the map. Shopify can really accelerate in this period and get into that early Roshan. which they didn't do last game. They're still controlling enemy triangle here versus Drow Morph, a double carry lineup, and you don't have your Ancients. This is brutal. Brutal for Liquid. You have to come together and get some kind of fight going to reclaim some of this space.
What does that look like exactly? Who's involved in a smoke move from Liquid?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's hard to smoke because the Drow and Morph do not want to get involved and they can't start stuff. If the lanes went better, maybe if Nisha's 3-1 instead of 1-3, he can play more aggressive, start stealing spells and making stuff happen. But he's just far behind. He's still working towards Dragonlance. I have a hard time saying that. And it delivers, but Abed is lurking in the shadows.
Look at this ward they have.
They can burst.
He's going to be able to
got more?
What?
Yeah, Sentry. He had a Sentry.
Oh, okay,
He's not that good of a god.
I was like, how the hell did he get off that strength morph in time?
No, he is mortal. He is mortal.
He did. I mean, that Sentry was still, it didn't give him a ton of heads up.
It was still pretty fast, but
yeah.
Again, you're fighting over the same space. Arteezy is going to pull ahead of you. And now you're getting those Ancient stacks up. So the economy can accelerate for Shopify. 6K lead.
Yeah, but every single move they make like this seems to cost them so much.
Okay,
Arteezy
Zai's going to try and catch.
Slowed down. Got a cookie and a tombstone. They're going to kill the zombie. Arteezy read that one. He says, I've seen this before. I know exactly what you're doing, Zai. It seems like maybe this relationship can go both ways, Avery.
He's returning the call back to sender. Charges decline. Hey, Zai, I thought we were friends. That game one wasn't very nice.
Star 69, Boxy. Barely survives through that. I'm a little bit surprised. Goes to show just how tanky Tiny is. All that extra armor he gets from his ultimate.
I mean, look at the battle line on the map, right? It's the tier 2s for Radiant. If you look at where these Dire Heroes are positioned relative to Radiant, this is normally the space where you are just slowly getting bled out in a mid or late game scenario, let alone this early.
It doesn't actually feel like Shopify, they are gaining gold, but it doesn't actually feel like they're gaining that much considering how much space they have. Is that just me? I feel like we haven't really gone, it was like 5K a couple minutes ago, now it's just 6.
There's some truth. They still have this Ancient stack, which Abed just cleared through, so now you're pushing it up to 7K, right? And you still have this Roshan on the table, which Deso is coming out for Arteezy, so now that's on the menu, and that will allow him to play a lot more aggressive on these side lanes or enemy jungle, which means then you can accelerate it more.
They've gotten 3 bounty
Very
runes?
pivotal period for Liquid here to find something. Trying to bait with Nisha, but that's about all he can do right now.
3 bounty runes? Did they get the first 2 in the game? Because if so, it means Liquid's gotten 1 other bounty rune, and that was when Boxy secured it for Nisha.
That might be true, yeah. There's another K to your net worth lead right there.
Yeah.
Talk about saving investments. They invested all the money in Eco from game 1, and it's paying off in game 2.
Here it comes. The snowball into the dinosaur.
Yes, BKB already.
The Ice Age is here. The black hole is going to be used to grab Nisha's Morphling. They grab him even further. Zabed's going to slam his head into the dirt. Godlike spree for Abed. He said, apparently, my game 1 performance wasn't enough. Let me go ahead and carry you guys a bit better.
Yeah, in case you think I wasn't playing well. 9-0. Let that do some talking.
Wow.
He's not even sharing the kills. Get the hell out of here with your assist, boys.
They're all mine.
Hop on my spiny back, and I will carry you to victory. And there is the early Roshan that Arteezy won in last game. Investments paying dividends. The crowd is now with them.
That's right. They started off this series chanting, let's go Liquid. Now it's Arturito for Shopify Rebellion.
Well, you're getting into it. Don't ask me to try that.
Shout out to Neka, the Spanish host / commentator. He's doing a little stage hosting. That's how he introduced Shopify Rebellion.
We're going to find a pick here.
Oh, nice. All right, a little something for Liquid.
And Zai's going to have to drag them into this game in terms of the fights.
Yeah.
You have Blink on Boxy, so you can set some stuff up, but Zai has to be in all these
Gets a little
moves
bit more with the toss back. Snowball buys some time. Let's see if he can get a blink away. Oh, he used the waveform to cover the snowball with damage, so he came out and was not able to get the instant blink.
A little support gold going Liquid's way. Of course, Arteezy playing more confident with that Aegis does steal your enemy triangle, pushes that tier 2 in, and Abed with another Invis setting up on Nisha.
Sentry this time.
He still got it
got it. What? That's not fair. Nisha is going to be able to waveform out. They have the Tombstone to slow people down. So at the bare minimum, I think the Tombstone's going to be left. That's free gold. And Liquid, no, nobody else is going to get caught.
Lucky to get out of there, honestly. I do like that Fly went this early shard on this 5 Rubik. He already has Aether Lens. He's very rich. Oh, I say 5. He's basically the 4. But now you have a bailout spell if something goes wrong. Because there's limited stuns and catch.
Oh, he tossed him into the tier 2 with the avalanche. There goes the refraction.
3-man cookie?
Fast, but a 3-man cookie. Oh, nice catch. TA is still going to fall and lose that Aegis. Insania battling it out. He's going to die eventually as Abed gets beyond godlike. Arteezy's going to go in further on his second life.
Tried to toss away
the waveform to get him underneath the tier 2. Didn't quite get it fast enough.
That would have been sick, though, if they got it.
Oh, yeah.
The small plays in this game are pretty crazy. Looks like Grandma wasn't cooking up what Grandpa was cooking the Grand Vegas. My recipe is superior.
Yeah. What a steal from Fly.
That's a level 4 cookie, too. This is a serious stun. You throw it on the Primal Beast when he engages, get him on top of the Drow easier.
Yeah. Feed that little piggy. Make him run even faster.
Shopify feeling very good about this game. Greaves up, BKB up. Blink on Arteezy, an aggressive TA build. He wants to take the fights. He wants to take it to Liquid here.
Sweeping through to the other side. They're going to run into Insania first.
You are
Insania
gone.
breaks the smoke. Nisha's going to be able to waveform to the other side of
get
that
the stun.
shard.
He didn't
They're
get
gonna be
more.
able to land the stun. Nisha loses his courier off of the side blades, but he himself is still fine.
Where's the space?
Well, if there's no space, there's no items. And currently looking at Mike and Nisha, one's got a Hurricane Pike, the other a Dragon Lance, and still working on the Hurricane Pike. That is a abysmal net worth for approaching the 20-minute mark.
I mean, if we go to game 3, what do you think the odds are Primal Beast is getting banned? Because it destroyed him this game.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty hot.
Now you have to walk Nisha high ground. He's just going to try and brute force this fight.
Yeah, he's just trying to get them to go on him and leave an opening for the kisses and the tiny combo. Crit dies first. Saberlight.
Not too bad. Return kiss.
Stolen kisses. Return to sender. Zai force-staffed over. Healed up with a soul rip as well. They push back the illusion of the Primal Beast, the real one lurking just behind.
And he has haste. He has blink haste here.
Yeah, and a blink dagger ready to jump on anybody. Who does he want? Mickey's going to try and challenge him. Throws out the multi-shot. Pushing these heroes away.
in a little trouble.
Yeah, the tombstone's being protected
Where's the
pretty
help?
nicely. TA.
There it is.
Oh, nice use of the Hurricane Bite to get him down to the low ground. The zombie's still after him, but Abed's causing quite the commotion here with this dinosaur. Toss him over away, get the avalanche on top, and how did nobody die there?
Tombstone causing Shopify a lot of problems in this engagement. They just didn't want to commit. I think you could have maybe taken that fight, though. You still have this BKB up on Primal Beast. You had haste blink.
Yeah. That was
just getting zone. Especially with stolen kisses to start that off. Zai pretty much got taken out.
I mean, Abed's probably sitting there going, guys, I can deal with every single hero on the enemy team, but the one thing I can't do is hit that damn tombstone.
And once again, maybe it's good you steal this Shredder on Rubik.
Yeah.
Now you have a tool to deal with it.
Jumping forward, catching Zai. Zai, you said he's going to have to drag him into some of these plays. Without him, how is Liquid going to be able to fight? Well, the answer is not at all, as the one-man Black Hole is going to be able to grab Mickey, and they finish him off with one last hit from the Templar Assassin. Now Insania run down as well, bumped up to the high ground, used the snowball to catch Boxy as well. Shopify Rebellion. Rebelling against that game one outcome and saying we are a better team than that.
Punch the seal, Boxy's face. I mean, Boxy's been doing work in these fights. I will give him that. He is getting a crap ton of combos off, but Shopify just brute forcing through it. And I like this game having Arteezy involved much more than last one, because TA with this type of build is just going to shred the heroes without the armor buildups that you normally get later in a match like this. I mean, you have to go Hurricane Pike first on this Morphling just to try and stall these fights out and play around that Tombstone. But that Tombstone is not going to bail you out forever.
Yeah.
And now you have double Hurricane Pike cores for Liquid. You're going to start to lose a little damage in these burst scenarios where the Black Hole starts to play a factor, the jump from Arteezy in combination with Abed during BKB, where you don't have any BKB lockdown to deal with them. What's your answer to the dinosaur in this game? He's going to scale. He can scale pretty well.
Yeah. He's going to start working towards a Shiva's. Not an Aghanim Scepter, a Shiva's, trying to get that bonus armor up against a Drow Ranger. Blinking forward and immediately using the onslaught to catch Zai again, just like last time. They will not let Zai get close to the river. The water is no safety. Liquid gonna be caught.
Oh, they have the TA trap silence.
The TA silence. Is that gonna be enough? Misha does get an opportunity to get up
dive
straight more.
here.
Wait for him in a second. He can just keep running. They're going to use the BKB on Abed. I'll stall him up a little bit longer.
Look at Crit in the back, though.
He finally gets the waveform over to the side, but they're going to chasing after him with the Malphus. Now they're onslaught. Abed, he got him. He tossed him over to Crit, trying to get him away from Abed, but no siree, not good enough.
This game is turning into as one-sided a game as game one.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely brutal beatdown. And it's all from this one man. We cannot emphasize it enough, right? Abed just went to work this game. He showed up today.
He did.
He's ready to go to top 3 again. Prove the haters wrong.
Hey, he wants it back.
Blink for Saberlight. I also like this. I was thinking about last game, that's your comeback mechanic, but in a game where you're ahead, why go pipe in this game when you can just play aggressive with the black holes? Because Liquid have to fight back their way back in this game, which means they're going to clump, and you might just get that if you play patient. Yeah. Not to mention, look at Crit's net worth.
Yeah, last time he was dreaming of a time that he could have a Tusk Aghanim Scepter.
Well, the dreams are coming true.
It's coming true for sure.
This might be the last smoke for Liquid here if this doesn't connect, and it gets instantly broken.
Crit even blinks away before the multi-shot can connect. Shopify all centered up. Looking at Abed? No way.
I don't know if that's the guy you want to jump in.
Oh, counter blink.
He did get BKB.
Oh, he got stunned by Saberlight. Oh, he had a black hole opportunity, but now he's going to get gusted away. Still, though, at the same time, Abed's going to make sure Mickey's not necessarily going to be able to do that much, but the cookie helps him out. Now the Kiss is going to be raining in. The BKBs are out, and now
damage.
The dinosaur's dead. They're going to finish off Crit as well. Liquid have just baited Shopify into a terrible fight.
What's happening?
What has gone wrong?
Buybacks for the Tuskar as well. That was looking like a confident second Roshan here for Shopify.
They finished that fight so cleanly, they could just take Roshan if it was up. It's fortunately for Shopify, it's not for another 45 seconds, so they are saved that awful situation. That would have been a huge turnaround if they could get even more.
Still, you're giving momentum to a lineup which is pretty scary in these ultra late scenarios with a double carry. Cannot afford to give up too many of those fights, and you feel for Saberlight there. That was a 4-man black hole if that last Avatic did not clip him on the blink-in.
Oh, okay.
You gotta feel for the guy. He was feeling himself this game and stubs his toe on a rock. Quite literally.
Literally just tripped over a pebble. Oh, man.
I mean, maybe some other collateral stunned him, but that was all I saw. And now either way, Liquid get a breath of life in this game. We saw what happens if this BKB runs out for the Primal Beast and you can maintain the gap for the Morphling and the Drow. Overextend into those kisses as well. Gotta check where the damage is coming from on this Liquid lineup and not get caught out too far.
Hey, Stroon. Oh. Undying. Upgraded. It's now a running zombie.
Trying to de-ward this pit.
It's got 2 wards to place as well. Wants to buy a gem. This is the moment for Liquid to grind out some map control and start farming into a more comfortable space. They also really want to play for this Roshan. Shopify can do it so easily. They've got a TA.
Do they have a
TA? No, they don't. He got tossed in. Nice use of the telekinesis. They'll put them back up into the high ground. The Kisses are only going to be able to do so much. Can't finish him off. Oh,
Crit tanked the clip for his boy.
The snowball. I mean, he's safe. What is that, Nisha? The Hurricane Pike almost got him. That was really, really close, but Arteezy does manage to survive. Knocked down from the high ground, then put back up.
You almost don't have a TA for that fight. That's Roshan gone. And I think that's the only reason Liquid are hesitating to do this.
Certainly.
If you're Shopify, though, you might be happy with that exchange because you got the Tombstone and the Undying ult on cooldown. So maybe you just walk in the pit here. Because I think Tombstone is the only thing stopping you from forcing this objective, or at least forcing a fight that can convert into this objective right now.
I mean, Kisses too, right?
That's Kisses on cooldown. You have to make the most of this 50-second window. You're not going to maybe get this opportunity again to close this game out.
At the same time, you just lost a big team fight. I understand why they're being timid.
I know, but I don't think Liquid can fight you even without the Tusk. Maybe
that
waiting the
Hurricane
20
Blade.
seconds won't change anything, but Tombstone's going to be up at the same time Tuskar is. And yeah, some poetic justice there, right? You try and cliff Arteezy, but sometimes your boy tanks the cliff for you.
Yeah, great.
The age of that meme is coming to an end. Beware.
Illusion Rune snatched up by Nisha. See what that's able to accomplish in this next team fight. BKB, Saberlight's going to go for that next, so that's going to be some protection against those rocks.
And he has a good BKB black hole game in terms of the stuns. I'm worried about Drow or Morphling killing him during it, but when you're ahead in this position, that damage isn't necessarily there. Then those black holes become a real threat. You can just BKB black hole Morphling in this game. Ooh, why not?
Liquid, they're going to be the aggressors in this. Insania leading the way. Crit in a position to break the smoke, but Liquid don't run into him.
They're going to find the Enigma.
They're going to run the perfect person to run into. They spot him. Saberlight hit by the avalanche, and they immediately throw everything they have. Saberlight's down. He does have a buyback, though, and they're fighting around tier 2s and an outpost. Liquid got to make sure not to overextend here, but they catch the support as well here, and it looks like they're going to keep going. There's that buyback. Abed running through, but they've lost the TA. Nisha was able to deliver the damage fast enough. Now they've bought back, but they don't have buybacks on their TA. They still have to give up Roshan.
Liquid are just finding angles, and the second this Tombstone gets dropped, it doesn't feel like Shopify can muster a team fight.
Yeah.
But at some point you have to, right? I don't think kiting it is the answer here. As Liquid has shown you, they have the capability to chase. Blink 4-staff on Zai. Double 4-staff for their other 2 cores. Now you gave up Roshan. And honestly, that positioning, I mean, maybe you just don't expect Liquid to smoke on that crazy angle like that and not get broken on your ward mid, but traditionally you would just hold high ground there. Saberlight being on the low ground, just kind of standing around that tree line, not even hidden in the trees. Every little bit of Dota matters.
Yeah.
And those little things just cost you a huge objective. Shard on top of it, right? Gonna drop it on the ground and it gets stolen. No way, Abed. I mean, I'm glad Boxy's laughing it off.
Who was trying to get it with their courier?
That was Nisha's courier running to it.
That was going to be Nisha getting a shard?
Those wards paying off for Shopify mid.
He already had the shard, so he was going to give it to... Who would have gotten that shard?
He's going to ferry it to somebody else. Honestly, their other 2 shards are not too great here.
Yeah, Undying and Tiny, that's why.
But you're giving a shard to Shopify.
Oh, yeah. Now you got the rock throw.
Yeah, now Abed's back to top 2 net worth. It's like they got Roshan, Cap. You have a dinosaur with the shard. What changed?
Yeah. I mean, okay, so one important thing is this is another stun, potentially a stun out of vision that could catch Mickey, because Mickey has the BKB, so Abed no longer has the answer to this Dro Ranger. The BKB defends it against, but maybe you could get a chain stun on him.
Yes, and even the extra damage is nice.
Certainly.
You have to be tanky, you have to close this gap and commit to that fight if you're Shopify. I don't think you can just kite these engagements out. Maybe that Tusk Ags is your saving grace here. Remember, Crit had the buyback earlier. It killed a lot of his item aggression. Then he died in that second fighter for the second Roche.
Yeah.
He's been clawing his way to his Ags, but he has not had huge farm priority. He's still 800 off. Imagine you could kick a core in here for Shopify. You'd be really happy with that fight setup. Suddenly, the fight isn't anchored around Tombstone. It's anchored around TA and Primal Beast dealing the damage.
Nice fast moves from Crit. Both these 4 positions, amazing reflexes this game. But you're not going to be able to reflex your way out of a double damage.
The stolen rock throw.
That was kind of sus.
I don't think I'd ever live to see the day that a Roshan shard was stolen out of mid lane. Just when you think you've seen it all. It's so bizarre.
It is. It really is.
But once again, Abed making the magic happen. His game is definitely slowed down off these lost team fights, but he's pushing towards level 20, and he can still scale in this game. Shiva is going to help him a lot. Arteezy breaking on the high ground might just 2-shot you, 3-shot you, 4-shot you. Gets the job done. That's Gem.
Oh, nice grab. Yeah, the Undying kill I think was, it's kind of whatever, but a Gem steal, that's way bigger.
This is Grand Theft items going on in this game, and
Courier's
a courier.
getting picked off too.
There's a lot of collateral damage being done in this game.
Oh, they're not going to let Crit get away with that without some sort of answer. They'll take his life, get vengeance for their courier.
But you're splitting the side lanes here if you're Shopify.
Yep.
So you give up that Aegis. Very unfortunate set of circumstances for you for that to happen. Liquid taking huge advantage of the small windows they were given to get back in this game. It's a very scary game now.
Ooh, and Ags would do so much on a Morphling against what is, I kind of feel like it's a single core TA.
Oh yeah, if you get the Morph on the TA, it's debilitating.
Yeah, I don't know. I've got a sinking feeling in my stomach, Avery. I'm not going to lie. I was like kind of hoping Liquid would bounce back a little bit so they put in some fight, but it feels like they're going to make sure there is not going to be a game 3. It's looking dicey out there. Well, Saberlight's got to step it up then.
You need a black hole, and you need to get that Tuskar Ags. They're off some really big items for Shopify here.
Yeah.
BKB for Enigma on the horizon. You're not too far away from it. And that Ags is 30 gold off. Crit might just wait in base. Wait around to get it.
Yeah, probably for the best.
And he has Psychic Headband, so he can get these casts off. If you start kicking people into, you're very happy. Not to mention, Arteezy just went pure damage. He went dataless on top of this death, so he did not opt for BKB on this Templar Assassin.
Yeah, did you agree with that choice of his?
I think it was okay in some of the early fights because he could get bailed out by the Rubik Shard.
Uh-huh.
But it does hurt your ability to commit in and kill that Tombstone. That said, does Arteezy want to hit a Tombstone down if he's the only one in there?
No.
During a BKB duration, that feels pretty bad. Honestly, the way this game was going, his build would have been 100% fine, right? Because they were just skirmishing, winning the fights. You get Roshan. Aegis is your BKB in this game if you're Artor. But now you kind of have to play catch-up, and you don't have it. It feels a bit bad. Looking at the net worth climbing up this chart, these two carries are getting to the carry status. Scotty finished for Mickey. He's got 3,000 HP and 50 armor. You got to burst him down with the magic. It's got to be between Abed and maybe a black hole. I don't think Arteezy can jump this drow and do it anymore.
Yeah. It definitely feels like the carry advantage. I mean, it's pretty much 2v1, right? A Morphling and a Drow versus a TA. But Shopify do have this really big utility advantage with the Ags Tusk.
They're going to try and do it. Kickback.
Get the kickback.
No tomb.
That's a pretty nice pickup. Avalanche trying to stall things out as best as possible. They even have the kisses going in. They get low on Crit, but fortunately does get out of there.
That's just the trap vision. Remember the gem they lost earlier.
Oh, yeah.
This is enabling it. It's not wards. It is the Arteezy traps. And now you get another smoke without this Tombstone to prevent you committing in the fight. This is what Shopify want. They have their BKB Enigma. They have their Ags on Crit.
They're going to chase after him here. Look at Liquid. They're playing the hard right-hand side of this map. I think they're going to go for a play, maybe hiding in the trees.
They don't want to take this fight. There's no reason to take this fight without your Tombstone.
Yeah.
Especially when you've clawed your way back into this game. You perhaps feel like you have the better late game with Nisha and Mickey scaling into 6 items. I mean, if these fights get set up where the gap gets recreated and you have Scotty Drow, double Hurricane Pike cores, if Abed gets Hurricane Pike once, I feel like that might just be the fight.
Sure.
And then that's why the black hole is super important too, because the black hole will prevent the 4-staff kiting in the engagement from your 2 other damage cores.
So do you like the Scythe play, where he's looking to just be kind of a blink initiator? He'll have an instant stun. He can chain it into his ultimate. I mean, that's like a solid 6 seconds of disable, right?
Normally, I'd say no, because I think blink hexing into this lineup sounds pretty scary into the 4-staffs and Tomb.
Okay.
But they can Walrus kick you into the hex.
Oh, okay,
which is pretty nice, right? Imagine you kick the Morph in and you just hex him. He doesn't have BKB.
Sure.
He doesn't have a Lincoln's. He's pretty susceptible here. Same with Mickey if you don't get the BKB off. Kind of reminds me of that old school Magnus combo where you had Team Spirit at TI-10 playing Magnus Lion, Magnus Bane, right? You skewer someone into an instant hex, screw him into the grip. That was what made that Magnus super powerful. Similar concept here. That's what I like about the hex this game.
Okay.
And Arteezy says screw BKB, man. I'm going to stick to my guns, build a Lincolns, try and prevent that Morph steal as much as he can.
Yeah, he's got to. As you said, that is a debilitating pickup when you're really the only damage dealer, physical damage dealer. Morphling's just going to take your stats every single time with that Aghanim Scepter, so you got to put a stop to it.
Every little thing matters in this game. Even Nisha trying to bait an illusion on mid by microing it. You never know. They might just jump it very fast. Yeah. Shopify do have vision around mid. Now Arteezy's turn to bait. Can always blink out of these jumps if he's quick enough. But Liquid say, we're just going to outmaneuver you. We're just going to go top and hit your base.
I believe Shopify knows about that because the cookie, they had awards, so the cookie, I think, just came out of
They knew they were
invisibility.
around, but I don't know if they know they're just going top here, and you can kill buildings pretty fast. There's
Oh,
Glyph.
yeah, you can. They do have Glyph, though.
Happy about that one if you're Liquid.
Shopify aren't even blinking. They're not TPing back just yet.
That is one way to counteract this. You just don't react.
Dare him to keep going.
I mean, Nisha is like, wait a minute. Guys, there's nobody here. Why are we leaving?
Yeah, force them back.
You do have to be careful about a kickback here.
Yeah, that is the super scary part for sure. You have to get a pretty solid gut read of when they're actually going to TP back.
They got a tier 3, and they got a Glyph, and they got heroes back. Crit will kill another courier as well as picking up that double damage rune. Pretty important rune to take away from a lot of heroes here.
Yeah, certainly.
As Shopify continue to farm into those next set of items.
Shopify, to their advantage, they've got an Enigma, so they can go ahead and keep these same kind of pushes without a hero being committed, which is a nice small advantage for them.
Really is a big X factor this game. Do you manage to land a good black hole at some point?
Yeah.
Because this is a good black hole game, as long as you're not dying in it, which you should be able to live an okay amount of time, I don't think this Drow is going to destroy him instantly with the build Mickey has. It's not some hyper damage build. It's a survivability build. Blink, Hurricane Pike, Scotty, BKB. You can black hole this Morphlane and kill him in it. You have the Tuck tag team. You have the burst damage between TA and the Primal Beast.
Do you think that is the target? Like, you should be going for Morphling first and foremost?
I think if you can get a BKB black hole in this Morphling, you take it.
Okay.
You're not going to get it easily. You have to play off this TA trap vision. That's also your friend.
Yeah.
But again, Nisha doesn't have BKB.
My concern is that he gets off Strength Morph, and then he's got the Dro giving all of that extra armor. So then you're morphing into Strength, and you're sacrificing your agility, but you're getting a bunch of it from... So you're still going to be... You're basically going to be high HP and super high armor still.
I mean, he has a shard too. So he's going to be morphing in this game.
Oh, yeah.
I agree. He's going to be very tanky. I mean, look at this guy's armor when he's near Drow.
I
He's
think they
sitting
have
on
a better
like
chance
60.
trying to hunt the Drow, personally.
Maybe that's the easier option. I mean, maybe you're just not concerned about the Morphling damage here. Tank it up with some refractions. You're BKB'd. Okay, he has Ags, but if he can't get the steal off, are you that afraid? Honestly, you take the best black holes you can get. You're not going to be greedy here. Both teams trying to shove in mid to give the vision advantage for this Roshan.
Here it comes. They spot Zai.
That's
They're
a good
follow
pick,
it up.
too.
Abed tries to get to him. Force Staff does manage to get some distance
That's
there.
Zai's Hex. So he built one in this time as well. Matching Abed. It's going to be who's faster on the trigger. 6 guns blazing.
See if the Western Showdown, who's got the faster guns.
Very tense third Roshan here. This is a make or break Roshan for both these teams' games.
Both these teams are playing for Roshan, maybe not directly around the pit, but they're trying to put pressure around the map to keep the other team guessing, looking.
You really have to care about all these 4 stabs on Liquid side. I can't emphasize it enough. If you are Shopify, you get a kickback or you get a hole.
Abed will be able to kill the support though. Insania falls now, though. Liquid's going to be able to jump onto that one. They got
Didn't
the
get the
black hole,
morph, but he got the
onto
drow.
Ranger. Anybody going to be able to help out with this TA? Finish him off. Dude, managed to get a nice crit. They instantly buy back though, and now their BKBs are wearing thin. Sableline's going to be tossed back into Nisha. He dies blink away from Abed though. Boxy hunting, looking for more. Fly throwing himself down the cliff. Abed charging away as well. So they will get a relatively clean disengage. It costs 2 buybacks on the side of Team Liquid, but they have the advantage for Roshan now, which I think they're going to get.
Traded for that Tuskar buyback, and of course, Mickey's happy to buy if he gets Aegis off this. This is a scary game going late as well, because if you have the black hole to kill a core and you end up trading, Liquid can always play with buybacks.
Yeah,
and
that's what they did there, right?
Are you winning a fight without black hole in this game? That sounds really tough, especially with how much damage Nisha was doing. He shredded that Templar Assassin. Not to mention Zai was cleaning up the kills. Now you have an Ags on this Snapfire. Even more damage coming through. He can throw somebody in.
What do you think about Aether Lens on Zai? And he can try and grab whoever is put in the black hole.
Too.
Yeah,
he can pull someone out of the hole now.
Yeah.
Zai has so much offensive and defensive potential in this game. It is definitely in Liquid's wheelhouse to close it out now after that third Roshan.
That is a cute play. They're going to go blink in and catch Fly. Force staffs himself away. Nicely done. I mean, Fly lives. They're going to make a fast move and try and take the buildings.
You can live here, but your base is not living. Still 10 seconds without these cores, and no black hole when you come up.
Yeah, Shopify, I mean, pointless in buying back, right? As you said, no black hole.
But you have to take this fight.
2 lanes?
You have no tier 2s. This is megas if you just give up the fight.
Okay, they have to smoke up as a group now.
You got to kick
black
somebody
hole,
in
50
here.
seconds. It's all about this kick. It's all about the initiation from crits.
Not even going to give you the chance.
No, they're not.
Man, these initiations are getting harder and harder to find. And this Morphling is getting stronger and stronger. He got the TA steal that last fight. Insane attack speed, insane damage with the refraction. And you can throw Boxy in here. There's a reason Zai's doing it. Boxy is extremely tanky. He has Ghost Scepter, he has Force, he has Flicker. Pretty hard to kill this Tiny when he goes in.
Yeah.
Man, now you really need a multi-hero black hole. I don't think one is good enough.
No, I don't think so either.
Maybe Refresher is your answer? I don't know if you're going to get there. Abed's trying to, but I don't know if Abed's Refresher is that impactful. I wish you had an Enigma one right now.
Setting up, or not even setting up. I think Nisha's just kind of pushing this out solo.
He's got cheese.
Yeah.
He's got Lincolns. He's the best player in the world, according to his own voice line.
Yeah, he's got extremely fast reactions, as we've seen.
Well, except for that shard drop. That was a that was a little slow.
Well, that was a strategic error.
Oh, giving them the shard for free to bait the overcockiness.
Well, I said it was a strategic error, but maybe it was a strategic ploy. Uh-oh, Shopify. They're walking into Boxy on the high ground. He jumps first somehow. Insania is on the low ground, so maybe Shopify can get... Oh, look at Mickey. He just charged forward.
Aggressive.
Telekinesis, Avalanche on top of that. Fly, can he get out? Oh, there was no force staff. He thought somebody was going to help him get over the cliff. Not the case.
You just didn't pull the trigger faster. Now you're in a 4v5. You have buyback on this Rubik. Look how they're sieging it. Send the illusions in. Mickey's hitting it from far. Still has Aegis for 2 minutes here, so you cannot black hole him and win the fight. Again, you got to find a kick, or you're about to get kicked into the lower bracket.
One buyback. It's a 5 position, but Liquid still going to give the due respect to Shopify. Reset a little bit before going again. Still have Aegis, still have Cheese. Don't have certain ultimates. Shopify do have everything.
Insania just going to tune for the vision.
They're going to need to go soon. Time's running out.
Toss back. The Saber, like, what are you doing, son?
I don't know, but he doesn't have buyback, so Liquid can now just close this out.
I just saw a Broach for Arteezy trying to punish the armor here by piercing it.
Oh, tried to break through the Lincolns. Not good enough, though. Had too many of them. Now Boxy and Nisha are both going to pounce at the same time. Fly, that's going to be a dieback for him. Mickey,
they got the Hex on Artur.
They got the Hex and the toss back onto Arteezy.
He has no buy. That's just the game.
GG. Liquid, this looked like a game. I was so certain they were just like, okay, we're going to have a one-sided stomp game 1, a one-sided stomp game 2, and then we'll have maybe an interesting game 3. We'll see who comes out ahead. But Liquid bounced back from the brink of disaster in this game 2. And it really only took like 1 or 2 fights. It just felt like one fight, really. And all of a sudden it was back to...
It was that one smoke mid where they caught Saberlight on that low ground, just kind of walked into him. That angle was perfect. They find the best target.
Yeah.
Suddenly your high ground hold over Roshan with traps and the ward was broken. The formation was just not good there. There's nothing else to say. It should be more solid. It should be more consistent. You should be expecting the flanks, expecting the desperate wraparounds, which was the position Liquid was in. That game was desperate. They needed a prayer. They got it answered. Every Roshan after that goes their way. And suddenly the 2 carries kick on. You can black hole one, but the other's there. The other one has buyback. Too much gas in the tank here. If you're not beating Liquid in that scenario, I don't know what scenario you're beating this team in.
Yeah.
That's a scary game to lose. Like,
I mean, just in general, if you aren't able to beat Liquid when Nisha's kind of having an off laning stage performance, I mean, in this game, he definitely did a lot more going into the mid game and stuff. But seriously, Abed, he outplayed him.
I mean, I feel for Abed, man. He put the team on his back in this series. And I rarely say that in a series where you lose it. He ended this game 13-1.
Wait, that means his combined, like, he was
17-1
and like
a 0-2 loss.
9, I think.
That's absurd. Abed destroyed Liquid today, but
oh man,
Dota is a team game, and Liquid were the better team. They make it happen. That's why this team is top 3 for a reason. That's why they won the hardest regional in the world. Maybe have the best player in the world. I mean, Abed, he made an argument for him today. I'll give him that much.
He certainly did.
He took it to Nisha in the one-on-one and claimed the victory. Nisha does not look too happy about that series, and maybe Liquid feel like they didn't even deserve to win that game. But winners be winners, losers be losers. The lower bracket will welcome another victim down into the pit.
It will, and that leaves NA still putting a lot of hopes on Quinn and the rest of Game and Gladiators, who are going to be facing up against Team Liquid next in that upper bracket final. I mean, how are you feeling about that? Do you think Liquid showed a little bit of weakness here?
They showed a little bit.
Yeah, I think
so. The God
so.
can bleed.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at how much Abed did and still didn't win, and you're Quinn right now, and thinking you've got to go up against this guy.
I got to do even more than Abed did.
Yeah, what do you got to be 20-0 to beat this team? I don't get it, man.
All right, well, Team Liquid continue their runs. I think they've got some crazy, like 18-2 or something at this point in time at this major. They're in the upper bracket.
Another win
finals.
for Nisha Morphling.
Another win for Nisha Morphling. Almost ruined that crazy good player-hero combination stat he's got going on here. And Shopify are going to be dropping down. Let's go ahead and check in with our panel to close out the day.
It's not just a run in this tournament, but another top 3 being able to remain consistent all the way from TI to the Lima Major. Team Liquid just have some magic going on for these past few months, and they get a 2-0 victory against Shopify Rebellion. And now Shopify Rebellion go down to the lower bracket, where they will go on to face off against the winner of Aster versus EG. So if cards play out, it could be EG versus Shopify Rebellion in the lower bracket, which would be exciting. For the sake of the show, I think maybe it was destined that Shopify Rebellion go down to the lower here, and we get a winners bracket final, winners final between 2 Western European teams, the top 2 Western European teams in the DPC. Hell of a performance, and Boxy looks spent.
Tired. Well deserved.
Well deserved.
Very well deserved.
Yeah, hell of a performance.
There's so much to say about this game, but Liquid, very good team. I mean, that looked nigh unwinnable at certain points. I think Abed really put on a masterclass of how to play a mid-primal. He solo killed Morphling not once, but twice.
That was nuts.
I believe. And even Saberlight, he played exceptionally well too. He got that surprise block pull on the Morphling. It looked like everything was in their favor. Crit on the Tusk was roaming everywhere. But all it took was one fight. All it took was Liquid's ability to extend the game for as long as they could, play these side lanes, and take one fight where they were able to kite the Primal Beast. Then they focused him down with the Mortar's Kisses from Zai, who was positioned very well. They were able to save the Drow for as long as possible, and that fight changed everything because they were able to get that good smoke afterwards where they killed the Enigma, and they made very little mistakes after that.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. When that fight happened, I was walking out here because I was like, all right, this game's over. They got this. They're going to clean it up.
Shopify's got this.
Yeah, Shopify's got this. They're going to clean it up. And I hear some cheering. I'm like, wait, what's going on? What's happening out there? Is this turning around? It come out and suddenly just swings the other way. Like Liquid, they can beat you early or they can draw out these crazy games and like sort of take it to the end.
Yeah, the drafts for Shopify was just so much stronger that game. Seemed very clear. Their laning stage went well despite RTZ dying twice. His net worth was really high. That part was great. Having TA against an Undyne made Undyne look like total crap for most team fights because it's just like Meld Strike, attack twice, he's dead. Force Staff doesn't really solve that issue. Force Staff by far the most common support item right now versus some Ghost Scepter type things. So that looked really good. And yeah, Abed really just punished the double hard carry kind of thing, which is greedy, but if it works, you get in that late game stage and they just output way too much damage. So that was cool by Shopify and showed good promise for them, even though they did lose the series.
Yeah, and the offlane factor also, because we get a chance to speak to Team Liquid's offlaner. We got Snare standing by with Zai.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. And indeed, I am here with Zai, offlaner, captain, and winner of this series. I didn't expect you guys to win that game. How did you feel about it being in the game itself? When you're like 17K net worth behind, at what point were you like, oh wow, this game is actually winnable?
I mean, I was pretty. I'm not despairing, but like I thought our chance, like we messed up, you know, like things did not go according to plan, and early game was very rough. So you know, we're definitely on the back foot. But then I think we kind of bided our time, tried to look for angles, and eventually found a few.
Now you found lots of them, and suddenly the game just gets a lot easier, right?
Yeah.
You're guaranteed top 3 now at this particular tournament. It's your second back-to-back tournament that you get yourself top 3, right? It happened at TI, it happened here.
Yeah.
A little bit of an easier road this time around, right? So talk to us about this. Obviously, you made the big change, right? Matamba Man leaving the team, you get Nisha in. What's the team atmosphere been like competitively when you're in these environments, having Nisha here relative to having Matumba Man?
I would say Matu was very much the driving force of our team last year or last season, and I think that's maybe a role that I've stepped into a little bit more, trying to, you know, form the core ideas and kind of, you know, the way we want to play and try to like push that forward. And I think Nisha's kind of just more, we let him do his thing, you know. Sometimes it works out well, usually it works out well. This game it was like a little bit rough on the start, but then he got into it as well. So I think, Nisha's not as like, he's not a leader figure in that way, which Matu was and was very good at. But he's better than Matu. Fuck Matu.
He's on the boat, so you can't hear you say that. You know, it's fine. Actually, now that you mention it, and you did step into more of that leadership role, how did that end up shaking out? Was it an active discussion you had amongst the entire team and say who's going to be best at taking over the role of Matumba Man? Or did you just look at the lay of the land and say, you know what, I'm the one that's going to take the reins right now. The rest of y'all be damned.
I mean, I think William definitely pushed for it a little bit. And I think for me as well, I was kind of keen on it. Right? I knew that, like, you know, swapping Nisha for Matu, there was going to be a bit of like we're going to lack a little bit of that. So I figured that, you know, I've been playing this game for far too long, and I've been on many teams. And the other 3 they're not younger, but like I was somewhat young. But they're a bit newer, a bit fresher. So I think it was kind of an obligation as well, and my responsibility to kind of just step up a little bit.
I mean, actually speaking of that, right, you played with some of the best captains in the world. You were in that PPD squad, you played with Puppy, you won a lot of tournaments with them. But the entire time, you've had a very successful career, but you've always managed to stay humble, right? And you've stayed just sort of relatively low-key, right? How do you do that? Is it something that you actively think about, making sure you don't let all the success get to your head?
I mean, success is it's a fleeting thing, you know? One season you're
Not
good.
for you.
I don't know. Like, last season was, you know, not great over the course of the year, and I think now we're doing well. At TI we did well, but I think like one day you're good, the next day you're Division 2. A lot of things can happen. I think it's like, you know, try to stay level-headed and just work hard. And
well, your hard work has certainly been paying off. It paid off at TI. It continues to pay off here. Top 3, guaranteed top 3. We'll see you in the grand finals, hopefully.
Yeah.
So that's going to be more games coming from Team Liquid. Currently, the best team in the world, I think. Back to the panel. Please let us know what you think about the rest of this game and sign us off after this incredible day of Dota 2 action.
It'd be my pleasure to do so. Yes, Zai, it's kind of wild to think that he is now kind of a senior figure in Dota. And I remember whenever he stepped away from the competitive scene to complete his high school, and there were questions that he was at the top of his game at the time. Could you really walk away from top-tier competition and come back? But he has come back and it exceeded expectations, and now he's taking leadership roles.
Yeah, that's wild for you to, because I remember those days now that you mentioned that. I do remember that break, but it's paid off, and I think it's at least partially due to the fact that Zai is one of the most talented players in Dota 2, and he's kind of always been like that, where it's like, holy crap, this guy's always good. I don't think he's ever had an off year. He's had off teams, but I don't think anyone's ever looked at him and been like, oh, yeah, he's underperforming. So, yeah, not surprising.
And especially the alumni that he's worked under, Lyrical. I mean, he's worked under PPD, he's worked under Puppy. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who wouldn't take valuable lessons from that and be able to carry it on to a new roster.
Right, and also to have the sort of recognition to see, hey, there's this power vacuum that's existing within this team. Somebody needs to come fill it, and recognizing, okay, I have the tools to do this. I'm going to step forward. Because you think about his gameplay, too. in every single game, he adjusts to be whatever his team needs. And he's doing that outside of the game, too. That's just the definition of a great player.
And now Shopify Rebellion may have to do some evaluations on their performance, because this is a troubling loss. This game number 2, Effie, they had it in their hands, and it slipped through.
This one hurts. Like, this is very tilting. Like, especially if you're Ovid in this case. Like, this one's... It's definitely going to be a little bit more difficult for them to bounce back from, but I feel like at this stage of their careers and at this stage of playing together, they should be able to kind of do a mental reset, right? Honestly, I think that already there have been some improvements. Like, we talked about the drafting issues in their game 1, right? And how glaringly obvious some of them were, and they instantly corrected them for game 2. I thought their draft was excellent. I thought they played the early game very well, but Liquid are just so good that they capitalized on the smallest windows that they could. And I don't feel like at that point in the game, it was not salvageable for Shopify, but potentially maybe they were just starting to crack and crumble a little bit under what Liquid did to them. So there's going to be a lot of conversations to be had amongst each other, but I still think this is a great team.
Yeah, I feel like game 1 was kind of like their learning experience. In game 2, they figured out what they were supposed to do, and they just misexecuted a little bit. So in some ways, I would just say, like, hey, we learned something good. We learned how to draft even against Liquid. We outplayed them for the majority of the game, and yeah, we lost like a couple team fights, and their ultra late game thing paid off. But they got close, and maybe put more fault into game 1 and just say, like, okay, we're going to use what we learned, and we're going to crush and knock out like a couple teams, and maybe get a rematch.
Well, and here's the optimistic point of view from it, right? Is that you look at the group stage, they got 0-2'd by Liquid in there, and then they started to look absolutely solid, won the rest of their series. They get 0-2 by them again. Surely, you know,
it's
they don't have to face
time-limited buff.
Okay, exactly, right? And then they're not going to have to face them again until the grand finals, potentially. Who knows? There's a chance.
Yeah, they needed a refresher on that Team Liquid. I just got smashed by them, and maybe now we need to think about what to do next, because, yeah, their next opponents will be the winner of Evil Geniuses versus Aster, which still feels very weird to say that Shopify Rebellion, Arteezy's going to be against Evil Geniuses, but it might be a reality, or Team Aster, as they impressed earlier, it will perhaps prove superior, and Team Liquid are going to go up against Game and Gladiators, which... if it's the Western European DPC is to be expected, and that dynamic continues, you think it's free, Kevin, for Liquid all over again? Or has Gaiman evolved since then?
I mean, Gaiman looks really good. The fact that the Entity looked amazing and they made that series look easy, I just feel like it's going to be a super competitive match. There's been so many games now that Liquid's played, I feel like. I think the stuff that Shopify learned is going to be easier to figure out or to acclimate to and put into your strategy as well. So I feel like that upper winner bracket series is going to be great.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gladiators are pretty happy with what Shopify gave them today, in that they have a game to study where there are clear cracks in Liquid's armor, times in the game where they're weak, and sometimes points in their draft when maybe they don't put themselves in good positions, right? So I think that they're going to have this one day off. They're on the side of Gladiators. They're going to be able to watch this. They're going to be able to talk. They've played against them before. So both teams are going to have a lot of time to prepare for each other. But I think off of Gladiators' win today, which was even more convincing than this one, that 2-0 against Entity was absolutely clean. They are feeling so good about themselves. So I wouldn't be, I don't know. I don't want to call it too early.
Why
okay.
not?
I don't want to call it too early, but I would not be surprised if they pulled the upset and actually got the 2-1 win versus Liquid.
But you would consider
but I don't want to jinx anybody. I feel bad saying that because that was like Caster's Cruise.
That's fine, but you would
I hate
consider
when they do
it.
that.
You would consider it an upset, though. You still think that Liquids are the gold standard of this tournament.
Yes, it would be an upset for sure, but I still think that, I don't know, the Gladiators are looking hot.
They are. And, like, you think back to the one time that Liquid lost 2 games in the DPC, and one of them was against Gaming Gladiators, Quinn Callahan, Huskar mid against the Ember.
That's right.
That
You know,
is
if you
true.
think back, that they have some history here. There's also shit-talking each other constantly whenever
Also?
Blitz and Quinn are nearby each other. So it's going to be a spicy series no matter what. I think there's a chance. It's going to be tough, though, to take them down in 3 series.
Either way, both teams should be pleased, though. Top 3 results for Gaiman and Team Liquid, and perhaps Shopify Rebellion are a little bit disappointed, but I love myself. I always loved an EG lower bracket run. That won't stop me from also loving a Shopify Rebellion lower bracket run, but if they have to take out the last South American team, I may have to pick my poison on which one I want to see succeed. But we can take a look at the entire bracket to see all of the teams that will be moving forward. As we had at the beginning of the day, it was Talon 2-0ing Hellraisers. Shame for Eastern Europe. Now the region has been fully eliminated. What was your take on that series, Kevin? You feel like Southeast Asia had their number, or Hellraisers just, I mean, they had a stand-in.
Yeah, I mean, Hellraisers overperformed expectations without a doubt. They didn't get eliminated in the group stage, and they had some good moments in the game, for sure. Their Techies player solo killed the puck at one point. That was incredible. But as a whole, it would just seem like Talon just outplaying the crap out of them most of the game, just really showing their skill in the mid lane and other places. So, yeah, it was a good series, but yeah, not unexpected results.
And our second series of the day, Effie, was Gaming Gladiators versus Entity. It seems to be that the Western European DPC is remaining consistent because Gaming was better than them a month ago and was able to get the 2-0.
Well, I mean, they beat them in a different way than they did last time, right? Last time was a 3-game series where every game was competitive.
Yeah.
And the Lina was the victor in that series. Every team that had Lina won the game. But this one was a lot more convincing. It felt like Gaming Gladiators just dismantled them. And I think they had their number in the draft, especially in that game 1. It was very impressive to pick that to pick that Furion into the Naga, where Entity were so confident that it would be a bad Furion game, so they didn't ban it, and then they just completely stomped with it. That tells you all you need to know about this team right now.
Yeah, and perhaps Entity may reevaluate how much they're willing to let Broodmother go through, because they will be playing the winner of Talon versus Team Spirit. And then our final series of the day, Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid. Did you have a 2-0 in your head, Lyrical, originally, or you thought it was going to be 3 games?
I mean, I when I saw that second game draft, it changed it. It was 2-0 coming into it, but then I was like, I think they can do this with this draft looking solid. But it's just a testament to how much of a challenge Liquid is to draft against. I don't think Gaming is going to have as tough of a time, though, just based upon the way that they play with their players. I think that they've got a better shot.
Well, let's see what we have on the docket for tomorrow when we return here to the Lima Major. Our first series of the day, it's going to be Hellraisers. No, it's not going to be Hellraisers versus Talon.
Did we just hit a time machine?
Holy shit! I love it. Let's go back in time.
We just got to really make sure that the right team won. So we're just going to play the matches again a second time.
That's the 7.
Unlucky.
Unlucky.
Oh.
There we go. Ignore the logos, but the text is correct. It's going to be Evil Geniuses versus Team Aster to start things off. You know I love me some predictions, Kevin. Give me a read. Which one you got?
I'm really excited for EG Aster. I like both teams. I think EG's going to win it, though.
Okay.
That's my expectation.
Is it because of the home crowd advantage?
I think it is a little bit of a disadvantage. Well, look, they're trying to cheat. Let's just say it. They whistle and shit when there's smokes, but
the crowd is trying to make them cheat.
But the pressure has got to be there at this point. They got smashed in their other match. I think it's going to get to them a little bit. They're going to slap a lot of hands and potentially disappoint people, and they don't want to do that.
But hear me out. So they suffered a grueling defeat, EG, in the upper bracket.
They did.
They lost confidence. It looked like they were nervous. But then they got the best potential matchup, which was playing against Beast Coast, who beat them in the DPC. So they beat the technical best team in the region to claim that title for themselves.
True.
And that's going to give them a huge confidence boost, right? Because that happened to Team Spirit in TI10. They beat Virtus Pro after suffering against Virtus Pro. And then it just gave them all the confidence in the world.
Yeah,
and then they won TI.
You know what else is a confidence boost, though, is beating TI winners. Aster was able to get the 2-1 against Tundra. That's a massive confidence boost if I'm with Team Aster, especially because they didn't even get the chance. They made it to top 4 of the last TI and were in spitting distance of being able to claim the Aegis, but fell just short. Second series of the day, it's going to be Talon versus Team Spirit. Talon was able to do it against Hellraisers. Can they do it against another Eastern European opponent, Lyrical? Or is Team Spirit going to be where Talon's run ends?
I think Team Spirit are maybe in a little bit of a scary position. They were just barely able to pull out the win the other day against LGD. I wasn't super, it felt like LGD was maybe going to take that one for me at least. I think Talon come in looking like probably the best team right now out of this lower bracket, with the exception of the teams that just got dropped into it. Talon looked incredibly good. I think this one's a 2-0.
Okay, I would love to see it. And the last series of the day, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion versus the winner of Evil Geniuses versus Team Aster. Just for the sake of confusing the casters, I hope Evil Geniuses win, so that they have to say evil geniuses are nope, not that one anymore. But also, I think that the fans would it would be a extremely loud match to see South American home crowd favorites versus, I would say, player favorites. Has Shopify done a signing session yet? Because I hear signing sessions are going very long. I heard there was one that was like 3 hours long.
Whoa.
Yeah. And that was Jenkins.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I heard that was.
Wait, what did you say? Like, and that was Jenkins. Jenkins owns.
I'm leaving it open to interpretation. The viewers can determine. They're like, Jenkins got 3 hours, or like, obviously Jenkins had 3 hours. Should have been 7 hours of a signing session.
That's great.
And it has been a handful of hours here. Will the lights stay on though? I wonder.
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm feeling very well illuminated right now, so I think I have faith. But okay, fine. They'll stay on. But I'll have to go. Can we all wave at the camera, please?
So
hey guys.
Long, farewell.
Da,
I'm not gonna sing.
We don't have the rights to these songs, so let's.
Oh, that's a good point.
Just
we're really close.
Sing them off key, guys.
How long
On
are we
purpose.
waiting? How long are we?
Do, re, mi, fa, so.
How long?
Bye, guys. I hope you enjoyed. We'll be back tomorrow with more from the Lima Major.